Chapter 1: A Poor Boy's Marriage to a Magnificent Family. Cashew Depository. Warm reminder. This is the north of Maine. Add bookshelf to send waste. In the private room of a high-end tea house in Zhongbei City. Zhou Zheng, you and Yunyao have a marriage contract, but you are just a small trainee police officer. Ask yourself, do you think you can match my family Yunyao? Can you give her happiness? A woman in her 40s, dressed in gold and silver, and full of aristocracy, pointed at the handsome boy in front of her and questioned. The boy's name was Zhou Zheng, and he was a trainee police officer at the Bridge North Police Station. He had no father or mother, and was brought up by his grandfather. Before his grandfather passed away, he took out a yellowed marriage contract and told him to go to the Chu family to marry Chu Yunyao. Zhou Zheng was stunned. The Chu family was famous in Zhongbei, one of the 4 great tycoons, with a family fortune of billions of dollars. The only daughter of the Chu family, Chu Mengyao, was also born with a beautiful and stunning beauty, and was the dream goddess of all the young people in Zhongbei. The gap between the two families was huge, both in terms of wealth and social status. However, Grandpa said that the Chu family's marriage with Zhou Zheng was a sign of smoke rising from their ancestral graves. No, it was the ancestral graves that were on fire. Zhou Zheng felt that Grandpa was talking nonsense. He didn't know about this marriage certificate. How did Grandpa get it? Before he could ask, the old man died. After taking care of his grandfather's aftermath, Zhou Zheng followed the phone number on the marriage certificate and made a call to the Chu family. The Chu family asked him to meet at the Jiqing tea house. Chu Yunyao as well as her parents were all present. When Zhou Zheng revealed the marriage certificate, Chu Yunyao's mother was furious on the spot, which led to the scene at the beginning. Zhou Zheng couldn't help but shake his head and laugh bitterly when he heard Chu's mother's words. The Chu family was a prestigious figure in Zhongbei City. Chu Yunyao was born rich and beautiful. He was a small trainee police officer. It was indeed difficult to climb the high branches of the Chu family. Mom, your speech is also too hard to hear, right? Next to him, Chu Yunyao heard her mother's words, and a trace of intolerance appeared on her white pretty face. Zhou Zheng's heart warmed. Not only was Chu Yunyao good-looking, her heart was also kind. If he could marry her, it would indeed be a good choice. But unfortunately, there was an insurmountable gap between the two. Chu Yunyao's father suddenly spoke. Zhou Zheng, the marriage contract between you and Yunyao was set by the elders. So according to the rules, my Chu family shouldn't break the contract. However, you also know that there is a huge difference in the status of our two families. And as the saying goes, the door is not right for the family. I see. Let's just forget about this marriage. Uncle, I won't let you suffer. This card has $5 million in it. It's considered my Chu family's compensation to you. After Chu father finished speaking, he placed a gold card on the tea table, and slowly pushed it to Zhou Zheng's eyes. Uncle Chu. Zhou Zheng did not even look at the gold card and said without being overbearing, this $5 million, I won't want it. Chu's father's face changed color, thinking that Zhou Zheng thought the money was too small, and said word for word, Zhou Zheng, young man, don't be insatiable. $5 million is quite a lot for a police officer like you who earns a few $1,000s a month. Uncle Chu, I think you've misunderstood. Zhou Zheng stood up and said solemnly, I came here this time, not to force your Chu family to marry your daughter to me, but rather, I thought to give my grandfather an explanation. And since the Chu family is unwilling to this marriage, then, this marriage is done. Tear. With both hands exerting force, Zhou Zheng tore the marriage certificate into pieces, clapped his hands, turned around and left. Although Zhou Zheng's behavior was against etiquette, however, when Chu's father and mother saw that he took the initiative to withdraw from the marriage, the two of them coincidentally showed joy on their faces. Wait, Chu Yunyao suddenly spoke, calling out to Zhou Zheng from behind. Zhou Zheng turned around with a puzzled look on his face. What else does Miss Chu have to say to a poor boy like me? Chu Yunyao pointed at Zhou Zheng and said angrily, Zhou Zheng, that marriage certificate also has my name on it. Did you go through me when you tore it up? Zhou Zheng was confused. Wasn't breaking off the marriage contract the result that your Chu family wanted? What kind of show is Chu Yunyao singing? Yao, don't be ridiculous. It was hard to force Zhou Zheng to break off the marriage contract, seeing that her daughter was going to make a mess again. Chu mother hurriedly winked at her daughter. Chu Yunyao, however, turned a blind eye. Dad, Mom, my marriage to Zhou Zheng was set by Grandma back then. Although Grandma is now a vegetable and can't make decisions, you two elders can't force Zhou Zheng to withdraw from the marriage, right? With a single sentence, Chu's father and mother were red in the face and ears, and they also felt that the two elders being overbearing towards a junior was indeed a bit excessive. However, their daughter could never marry this poor boy. Father Chu pushed the tortoiseshell glasses on the bridge of his nose and said, Yao, this marriage was set by your grandmother and Zhou Zheng's grandfather many years ago. It's a new era now. There are no more arranged marriages for a long time, and father and mother are also thinking about your future happiness. Zhou Zheng voluntarily withdrew from the marriage, so why do you need to start trouble again? Let's just forget about this marriage. No. Chu Yunyao's decisive words came out. Grandma loves me the most, even though she's unconscious now. I definitely won't break her promise back then. Yao Yao. You're being ridiculous. Zhou Zheng is a small trainee police officer. He can't even feed himself. What's he going to give you happiness? Chu father's face was clouded with dark clouds as he loudly rebuked. Chu Yunyao tit for tat said, I don't care. Grandma taught me from a young age that one must be honest and keep one's word. Zhou Zheng, even if he is a beggar, I won't regret the marriage. You. Chu father was infuriated, his face turning blue. Unable to speak for a moment, Chu mother rushed forward, reached out to help him smooth his chest, and whispered a few words in his ear. When Chu father heard this, his eyes rolled a few times and nodded. His attitude suddenly made a 180-degree spiral turn. Yao, you're right. A man should keep his promises. Your mom and I won't object to this marriage. Really? Chu Yunyao looked at her father half-heartedly. Really? But, Chu's father continued, Zhou Zheng is still a trainee police officer. He doesn't have the capital to start a family. How about this? For a period of 3 years, within 3 years, if he can reach the rank of police superintendent, you'll get married at that time. If he can't reach it, then it only means that Zhou Zheng, he is incapable and can't give you happiness. When Zhou Zheng heard this, his face couldn't help but darken. Isn't this a rip-off? As a person within the police system, how could he not understand? Trainee police 1 year to promote the first level of police superintendent. From the first level of police superintendent to the third level of police inspector. The normal promotion needs 18 years of time. Most of the people promoted to the third level of police inspector is considered to be the end of the road. And the police commissioner, is the legendary white big brother, to this level is not automatically promoted. Don't say 3 years. Is 30 years also dare not say can reach the level of police commissioner? Chu's father and mother are obviously digging a hole and laying a trap, using a more euphemistic way to tear up the marriage contract. Although Chu Yunyao has a big chest, she is not brainless, and she soon realized her parents' trick. Her face was as cold as ice, and she puffed up and said, Zhou Zheng, do you have your account book with you? Let's go to the Civil Affairs Bureau right now to get a license to get married. After saying that, she also glanced at her parents in a demonstrative manner. How dare you? Chu's father rushed to anger. If you dare to get a license with Zhou Zheng, I will sever the father-daughter relationship with you. As you wish. Chu Yunyao threw down a sentence, pulled Zhou Zheng's hand, and headed towards the outside of the tea house without looking back. Hey Yao. Next to her, Chu's mother stomped her foot anxiously. Old Chu, how can you say such cruel words? Chu's father was also infuriated, his face blue and purple. Seeing his daughter and Zhou Zheng's back disappear in front of him, he sat down and poured himself a cup of tea. Your daughter has run away. Why don't you chase after her? And you still have the leisure to drink tea? Panic what? Chu's father in turn was not in a hurry, chiding his wife. Yao is spoiled by you. She's on a roll right now. If we intervene any further, it'll only backfire. Then what should we do? We'll just stand by and watch them get their license and leave them alone? I just saw Yao holding the family's account book in her hand. It's fine. They're not afraid even if they do get a license. A marriage that my Chu family doesn't recognize doesn't count. I'll inform the bank to freeze Yao's subcard. She was born rich and has never experienced what it's like to be without money. She'll come back obediently after a period of straightened life. But, will Zhou Zheng take advantage of our Yao? No. Chu father waved his hand. I see that Zhou Zheng has a righteous face. He doesn't look like a Mengwang person. You also don't stay idle. Call your daughter's girlfriends? No one is allowed to succor her for this period of time. At this time, Chu's father was full of confidence. He didn't believe that his daughter would still be able to stick to her poverty and not come home. Chapter 2, Ding outside arrival. Outside the tea house, the slight cool breeze that blew brought the confused Zhou Zheng to his senses. Chu Yunyao, are you really going to get a license to marry me? Of course. Chu Yunyao nodded her head. Realizing that one jade hand was still tightly clutching Zhou Zheng's hand, she hurriedly loosened it, and 2 blushes rose on her white pretty face. The slippery and cold feeling on Zhou Zheng's hand disappeared, slightly disappointed. But, we are meeting for the first time today. We don't understand each other at all. If you are acting on impulse, then it's better to forget about it. Chu Yunyao reached out and stroked a handful of wind-blown hair. I'm not acting on impulse. The account book was prepared in advance. As I said, being a man should keep his word. I want to give my grandmother an explanation. As for your situation, my father had people poke around the first time. You have a good character. You've been a diligent student since you were a child. You grew up following your grandfather. You got into the police officers' university with excellent grades, and now you're working as a trainee police officer at the Qiaobei police station, with a monthly salary of $5,200. The main thing is, you don't have a girlfriend. Zhou Zheng said in his heart that the last one was too solid. However, the Chu family really did have the strength to figure themselves out in such a short period of time. I'll also talk about my current situation. Chu Yunyao opened her beautiful eyes and looked at Zhou Zheng. As for me, I graduated from Qingbei, studied business administration, and instead of choosing to study abroad, I directly entered the management of the family business. Now that I've fallen out with my family, I won't be returning to work for the family company, and I'm considered unemployed. However, I still have a secondary card with $1 million or so lying on it, and I think it's enough for the two of us to live on for a while. Of course, I won't sit on my ass either. I'll go find a job next. Zhou Zheng, why don't you retire your rental house, and later we'll go rent a house in an upscale neighborhood? Zhou Zheng thought about it briefly and nodded his head, agreeing. He originally didn't want to go live in any upscale neighborhood, but Chu Yunyao was born rich, and he didn't want her to suffer because of him. Alright, Chu Yunyao, I'm happy to have a wife like you. Don't be happy too early. Chu Yunyao continued. I also have a 3-year contract. Zhou Zheng raised his eyes to look at her. What? You also want me to be promoted to police commissioner in 3 years? No, no, no. If you can really be promoted to police superintendent within 3 years, I would naturally be happy for you. But I also know that's impossible. I mean, we lived together for 3 years, and if we feel that we are not suitable for each other within 3 years, then we will go our separate ways. In this way, we will not break the promise between the elders, nor will we aggravate ourselves. Zhou Zheng thought about it. This is equivalent to getting married first and then falling in love. If it works, then live. If it doesn't work, then break up. With such a beautiful goddess, living under one roof for 3 years, even if they didn't come together in the end, it would be worth it. Of course, there was also the possibility that it could have been cultivated. Chu Yunyao, what you said makes sense. I agree. And, within these 3 years, I can fulfill my responsibilities as a wife, such as doing housework and so on, but I won't share a bed with you, and we can only try to have a platonic relationship. Zhou Zheng pondered for a moment and asked rhetorically, what about holding hands, hugging and whatnot? Chu Yunyao hesitated and nodded. Slightly intimate gestures are fine. After all, we're husband and wife. I won't refuse. If there's no problem, let's go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get a license now. Zhou Zheng of course had no opinion, and got into the white Panamera driven by Chu Yunyao. The car whistled for a while, and arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau. The two of you get closer. Smile. Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao heads touched me together, and a smile appeared on their faces at the same time. Ka-ching. After taking the wedding photos and sticking them on the red book, the staff stamped the steel seal. The two of them became a legal couple. Taking the marriage license out of the Civil Affairs Bureau, looking at the beautiful and moving Chu Yunyao beside him, Zhou Zheng was just like a dream. Chu Yunyao, why do I feel like I'm dreaming? Zhou Zheng, now that we are legally married, in the future you can call me Yunyao. Aha! Chu Yunyao lowered her head and used her cell phone to check the listings of upscale neighborhoods. Suddenly, her face changed slightly, as if she remembered something. Zhou Zheng, get in the car quickly. My dad might take the blame and freeze that secondary card of mine. Paramila whizzed to the nearest bank. Upon inquiring, it was too late. Chu Yunyao's secondary card had already been frozen. Oh no, Dad is trying to drive me to extinction. What a move. Chu Yunyao was overwhelmed with remorse. Immediately afterward, she said to Zhou Zheng in a serious manner, I'm penniless now, and I've fallen out with my family, so I'll just live in your rented house. You'll have to support me in the future. Yunyao. Zhou Zheng felt more or less guilty in his heart, and for a while he did not know what to say. Ha ha. Chu Yunyao suddenly smiled like a flower. I was joking with you. Why so serious? Yunyao, don't worry. I will work hard to support you. I will let you live a better life. Zhou Zheng's machismo erupted and blurted out. After saying it, he was a bit regretful and groundless. After handling the aftermath of his grandfather, there are few deposits left in his hands. 5-digit passwords, defending the 2-digit deposits. It is really a bit heartbreaking. And his monthly salary, a full count of $5,000. In addition to rent, food and drink, daily expenses, there are not a few dollars left. Moonlight family of him, what to support the rich girl Chu Yunyao. Right now how to live is a pile of more tricky things. Hearing this, Chu Yunyao revealed a heartfelt smile at Zhou Zheng. She naturally knew Zhou Zheng's financial situation. However, it was enough that he had this heart. Zhou Zheng, the car will get there. Besides, it's not like I'm not working anymore. The days will always get better. Chu Yunyao said optimistically, and suddenly rubbed her stomach. I'm a little hungry. What are we going to eat for lunch? Eating with Chu Yunyao for the first time, Zhou Zheng naturally wanted to go to a higher-class restaurant, but barring that, the hands were strapped and embarrassed to say, why don't we go back to the rental house? We'll cook and eat by ourselves, just so you can settle down. Okay, wow. Chu Yunyao did not have a trace of displeasure. Outside restaurant meals had long been tired of eating. Home-cooked meals were more attractive to her. The two came to Zhou Zheng's rental house. It was a small house of 80 square meters with 2 rooms and 1 hall. The house was not big. The furniture was old, but it was well organized and spotless. Chu Yunyao nodded, thinking that Zhou Zheng was not a scruffy boy. And this, she was satisfied with. Yunyao, the second bedroom is your room. It's slightly smaller than the master bedroom. If you don't like it, you can come to the master bedroom and I'll go to the second bedroom. No need. It's fine. Used to living in a big empty house, Chu Yunyao felt that a small house was more cozy and secure. That's fine. Yunyao, you rest for a while. I'll go cook. Zhou Zheng, let's do it together. A rich girl can cook too? Of course. I learned from my grandmother when I was young. Besides, I've always seen a pig run before I've eaten pork, right? The two went into the kitchen. Chu Yunyao really knows how to cook, but compared to Zhou Zheng, it was still almost a fire, and soon fell to the point of giving Zhou Zheng a hand. Not long ago, the meal was ready. 4 dishes and 1 soup, although all of them were home-cooked meals, but the appearance was good and the aroma was overflowing. Wow, it smells so good. The flavor must be good. Zhou Zheng handed a full bowl of white rice to Chu Yunyao. Yunyao, you're hungry early. Eat quickly. So much? Chu Yunyao looked at the large bowl full of rice and asked in an exaggerated manner. Zhou Zheng, you don't want to raise me like a pig, right? If you can't finish it, then leave it. It looks like a lot, but it's actually not much. A gust of aroma wafted from the table. Chu Yunyao's fingers were tingling, and without any pretense, she took the rice bowl, first dried a mouthful of vegetables, and then dried a mouthful of rice. Delicious. Chu Yunyao's eyes were filled with surprise. She felt that the dishes Zhou Zheng made were much lighter compared to the flavor of the restaurant, yet very tasty. Zhou Zheng, I didn't expect you to cook so well. Who did you learn it from? Self-taught. Oh, soon. Chu Yunyao had dried more than half a bowl of rice. Reason told her that she couldn't eat anymore. However, there was a great desire in her heart. What if she still wanted to eat? Finished. I will definitely gain 3 pounds today. Zhou Zheng laughed. Eat more if it's delicious. I like a white and fat daughter-in-law. Darn it. Was eating. Suddenly, Zhou Zheng saw a white 5-pointed star appear on Chu Yunyao's head, shining brightly. What was this? Surprised, Zhou Zheng could not help but reach out and point in the air, and the 5-pointed star flickered away. Immediately afterward, a voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding, reward system binding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a 1-star reward and a permanent 2-fold increase in luck value. Newbie gift pack issued. Congratulations on obtaining a 10-fold blast. Host's luck value temporarily increased by 20 times. Chapter 3, The Mystery of Identity. The voice in his head caused Zhou Zheng to freeze for a moment. System? Often reading tomato novels, he naturally knew what a system was. It was a hang-on, an existence that changed his life against the heavens. He got married and licensed with Chu Yunyao, lived together, and actually obtained a system. While his heart was excited, his body felt an indescribable sense of comfort. The luck value had temporarily increased to 20 times. Wouldn't that be an explosion of luck? Going out and picking up money, scratching the lottery and winning. Pies falling from the sky were not dreams. Zhou Zheng's heart was pounding, and he could not wait to experience the effects of 20 times the luck. On this side, Chu Yunyao put down her chopsticks and touched her rounded tummy, a little propped up and a little embarrassed. After all, the first time she ate with Zhou Zheng, it seemed to be very unladylike, and she actually ate propped up. Yunyao, are you full? Full. Then you rest for a while. Let me clean up the dishes, Zhou Zheng said while picking up the dishes. It's better for me to do it. Chu Yunyao quickly snatched the dishes from Zhou Zheng's hands. Zhou Zheng, you're the one who cooks the meal. Leave the cleaning and washing of the dishes and whatnot to me. Looking at Chu Yunyao's well-maintained slender jade hands, Zhou Zheng said in his heart that it was very likely that this rich girl had never done these rough jobs at all. Yunyao, are you okay? What words? That must work. Chu Yunyao's face was confident, and the words she said were naturally full of confidence. Carrying the dishes and chopsticks, she walked to the kitchen, put the dishes into the sink, rolled up her sleeves, and began to brush the dishes. Chu Yunyao bent over, her back forming a beautiful arc, and in the sound of clattering water, she busied herself. Suddenly, snap! Zhou Zheng heard the sound and scurried into the kitchen in a few steps. He saw several pieces of porcelain bowl fragments lying on the floor. Chu Yunyao was a bit embarrassed. Zhou Zheng, I accidentally broke one of the bowls. Zhou Zheng deliberately pretended to be unimpressed. I thought it was a big deal. Not just breaking a bowl? Shattered and safe. That's a good moral. Chu Yunyao knew that Zhou was comforting her and used her fingers to wipe the water droplets on her face while chagrined. But, I'm so stupid. Zhou Zheng waved his hand. To be honest, I've been looking at this bowl yesterday and I've wanted to break it for a long time, but I haven't been able to find the time to do so. You helped me break it. I have to thank you. Put. Zhou Zheng's words made Chu Yunyao happy. Her fair face smiled like a flower, and she was in a much better mood. Zhou Zheng, I didn't expect you to be so amusing. Ha ha ha. Looks like we have to work together. As the saying goes, men and women work together. Zhou Zheng rolled up his sleeves and joined in the dishwashing. Soon, the cleanup was completed. The kitchen was clean, and the dishes were neatly arranged. Chu Yunyao looked at the neatly arranged dishes and chopsticks. She still had some sense of accomplishment. Usually, she had a nanny to serve her in her daily life. She had never experienced this kind of joy after labor. Yunyao, tired. Quickly sit down. Zhou Zheng was quite satisfied with Chu Yunyao. As the princess of the Chu family, she surprisingly did not have any princess disease at all. Zhou Zheng, I'm not tired. If you want to be tired, go rest. I still have to put my resume online and try to find a job as soon as possible. This family can't live on your salary alone, right? Okay. Zhou Zheng nodded. At this time, Chu Yunyao realized that there was a yellowish-brown leather box placed in the corner. The style of the box was old, and at a glance, it was a bit old, and there was a red font printed on it, most of which was peeling off, and it was unrecognizable as to what it was written. Zhou Zheng, your family also has a leather box like this? It can't be your grandfather's relics, right? Zhou Zheng nodded, followed by a questioning face. What? You've seen a leather case like this? Yes, my grandmother had a similar leather case. It was a prize awarded from above for her meritorious service during the war. Zhou Zheng suddenly became interested. Yunyao, do you know how my grandpa and your grandma met? And how they set up our engagement? When I was a child, my grandfather never mentioned this matter to me. He only told me about this marriage before he died. I know a little. My grandmother did mention it to me a few times before. That's a long story. Chu Yunyao sat on a chair, looking out the window at the white clouds, and talked eloquently. It turned out that decades ago during the war years, Zhou Zheng's grandfather was a security guard for a certain chief, and was seriously injured during a battle, and was sent to a temporary hospital in the rear for treatment. The chief gave an order to the hospital director to rescue his guard at all costs, and Chu Yunyao's grandmother, a medic, was placed beside Zhou Zheng's grandfather and looked after him day and night. Zhou Zheng's grandfather eventually got out of a life-threatening situation. The two also developed a bond as a result. They agreed to get married when the war was over. Zhou Zheng's grandfather returned to the army after recovering from his injuries and followed the chief to continue fighting. Chu Yunyao's grandmother waited until the end of the war, until demobilization, but did not wait for Zhou Zheng's grandfather. Later, the chief was sent down to a farm in northwest China for special reasons, and his family and people around him were also implicated. Zhou Zheng's grandfather has never been heard of. Chu Yunyao's grandmother thought he was dead, and could not stand the urging of her family, so she married Chu Yunyao's grandfather. Later, Zhou Zheng's grandfather suddenly found Chu Yunyao's grandmother. When they met, sighing a lot of emotions, Zhou Zheng's grandfather did not mention too much about the past, said, "No, you Chu family has a granddaughter, and I have a grandson, so I want to make a marriage with your family." Grandma Chu Yunyao agreed without hesitation. That's what led to that marriage contract. Zhou Zheng couldn't help but stare in amazement after hearing these things. Grandpa had a love story with Chu Yunyao's grandmother, but he hadn't mentioned a word of it to him before he died. When he was helping Grandpa take a bath, he found countless scars on Grandpa's body, and had also asked him how he suffered so many injuries, but he didn't say anything. Only now did he realize that his grandfather was a soldier who had experienced the baptism of war. While Zhou Zheng stood in awe, his heart stirred. As far as he could remember, when he remembered, there was only his grandfather by his side. As for his parents, he had never seen them at all. Grandpa said they were all dead. If he asked again, he couldn't ask anything. Yunyao, did your grandmother ever mention my grandfather's next generation? That is, my parents, to you? Chu Yunyao shook her head and said, "No, that's the only information I know." Strangely enough, when my father asked people to inquire about your family, information about your parents as well as your grandfather could not be found out at all. Actually, I'm quite curious about my aunt and uncle as well. Zhou Zheng let out a bitter smile. My parents I've never even met. Grandpa died. Their information probably won't be known. Chu Yunyao had a bright idea and pointed at the box. Why don't you open this box? There might be information about your parents inside. Zhou Zheng shook his head. This chest comes with a combination lock. I don't know the combination, much less violently damage the chest. Moreover, Grandpa said that after he died, he wanted me to bury his ashes along with this chest in his hometown. Chapter 4, 20 times luck value. Zhou Zheng refused to use violence to open the box, so naturally Chu Yunyao would not force herself. The two of them chatted a few more times. Chu Yunyao turned on her computer and began to look for recruiting companies on the internet, distributing her application information one by one. She fell out with her parents, net out of the house. In addition to WeChat there are a few $1,000s. Even a change of clothes did not bring. Zhou Zheng is not rich. She naturally will not sit on the mountain empty. As soon as possible to find a job is the right thing. And Zhou Zheng returned to his room, intending to take a rest, because, at night, he still had to go to the Qiaobei police station for duty. Lying on the bed, but there was no sleep at all. Images flashed in his mind over and over again, chaotic. The mind is also full of questions. A moment his grandfather's box, in the end what is contained? A moment later, it was the mystery of his own birth. A moment later, it was the question of what exactly was the use of a 20-fold increase in luck? Where would it work? At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Zhou Zheng couldn't lie down any longer and got up from the bed in a single bound and walked out of the bedroom. The mystery of who one's parents were and the mystery of one's birth was not urgent. The main thing to do now was how to utilize the system to live a better life. In the living room, Chu Yunyao was still in front of the computer clicking on web pages and placing resumes. Yunyao, I'm going to be on duty at the office tonight. I don't know if you're scared to be home alone at night? Chu Yunyao turned back and said, not afraid. In the past when I was at home, my parents often stayed out all night for socializing. I got used to it a long time ago. That's good. Zhou Zheng nodded. Come on. I'll add your WeChat and phone number. If there's anything, notify me at the first time. Zhou Zheng pulled out his cell phone, suddenly dumbfounded. We are both licensed. Actually still do not have each other's contact information. How interesting. Ha ha ha. Chu Yunyao also found it interesting and couldn't help but laugh heartily. Taking out her cell phone, she added each other's wizards with Zhou Zheng and exchanged phone numbers. Right, Yunyao. What are you eating tonight? Let's talk about it when I'm hungry. I usually only eat a little fruit or vegetables at night. Oh, there are fruits in the fridge. Take them yourself if you want to eat. Got it. Zhou Zheng, don't treat me as a guest. We're legally married. This home, I'm also the mistress. Aha, that's fine. I'll leave first. Wait. Chu Yunyao stood up, took out the Paramira's car keys, and handed them to Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng, drive my car to work. I don't go out in the afternoon and evening anyway. Looking at the Paramira's streamlined car keys, Zhou Zheng was really a bit moved. After all, $1 million level luxury car, he had never driven before. After thinking about it, he still shook his head. No need. Driving that good to go to work is too striking. Bad influence. I'll just ride a tram. That's fine. You slowed down on the road. Chu Yunyao didn't force it either. Zhou Zheng came out of the rental house, rode his beloved little tram downstairs and set off. However, the destination was not the Bridge North police station, but a lottery store not far from the neighborhood. He purposely left the house 2 hours early just to come to the lottery store to try his luck. Having just acquired the system and being in the fumbling stage, and being rather short of money, scratching lottery tickets was a good choice. When he walked into the lottery store, there was no one there. These days, the people are getting more and more difficult to fool. The owner of the lottery store was sitting on a chair playing with his cell phone in boredom, and when he saw a customer coming, he quickly stood up to greet him. Young man, come over. Coming. Boss, give me 10 scratchers. Okay. Zhou Zheng swept $100 and took the 10 $10 denominations of scratchers handed over by the boss. The time to verify his luck had arrived. Zhou Zheng sat in front of the table, picked up the small metal spoon that the boss had specially prepared for the lottery fans, and began to scratch the lottery tickets. Soon, the first one was scratched and there was no win. It shouldn't be. 20 times the luck value for this? Zhou Zheng muttered in his heart and started scratching the second one. Bingo! After scraping the second one, Zhou Zheng could not help but feel a stir in his heart. The second one won $200. Not only did he get his money back, he also made $100. Continuing to scratch. The third one won $500. The fourth one won $1,000. $500 on the fifth. The sixth one wins another $1,000. Soon, 10 scratchers were finished, except for the first one that didn't win. The remaining 9 all won. Zhou Zheng couldn't help but feel happy in his heart. 20 times the luck value was really powerful. The chance of winning the lottery was too big. Boss, cash in. Zhou Zheng placed the 9 winning tickets on the counter. The lottery store owner looked up and saw the stack of scratch-offs, an incredulous look appearing in his eyes. I'll go, young man. You bought 10 scratchers and won them all? No, just 1 9. Just 1 9? Listen, is this human language? The boss secretly slandered. The odds of winning a scratch-off is actually not high. By 10 can win one is good, and still a small prize of $10-$20. Took the scratchers and went through them on the machine, and won a total of $6,700. I go. So much? The lottery store owner was secretly shocked. Young man, not bad. Luck is overwhelming. 9 out of 10 scratchers, and half of them are $1,000 prizes. Awesome, awesome. The boss couldn't stop praising. His tone was a bit envious. He quickly counted out $6,700 and handed it to Zhou Zheng. Young man, do you want to play 2 more games? Zhou Zheng looked at the wall clock. The time was still early. Then let's have 10 more scratchers. Okay. The boss drew out 100 from the stack of money and handed it to Zhou Zheng along with 10 scratchers. Soon, the 10 scratchers bought for the second time were all finished, and this time there were 8 winners, but each won $1,000. Boss, cash in your prize. My god, won so much again. The boss counted the whole 8,000. Young man, you're the person who has had the best luck playing scratchers since I opened the lottery store. Do you want a few more? This time, Zhou Zheng waved his hand and declined. He didn't know if the 20 times luck was used up or not. Moreover, scratching this thing is similar to gambling, highly addictive. In case you get stuck in it, it will be bad. Putting in 200 and winning 14,700 is already very good. This money can also cope with some days. Boss, don't play anymore. Give me $100 for the double color ball. Machine pick a bet 50 times. Young man, this is to fish for a big one? The boss smiled and played a double color ball, handing it to Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng took it, pocketed it and turned to leave. The lottery store owner looked at Zhou Zheng's back and stuck out his thumb. This young man, his willpower is really strong. If I had such good luck, I wouldn't be able to get all the scratch-offs in the store. Zhou Zheng rode the small trolley, traveling on the right of way, in a very good mood. If he had 20 times the value of luck every day, he would be able to support Chu Yunyao just by scratching lottery tickets. But unfortunately, 20 times the value of luck was temporary. Although, Chu Yunyao was a girl with a strong sense of independence. However, living with a goddess without money was a very embarrassing thing. There was still an hour and a half before the work time. Zhou Zheng purposely left the house 2 hours early, just in case he encountered any situation midway when experimenting with the 20 times luck value. Fortunately, everything was currently normal. At this time, he saw a group of people surrounding the road teeth not far in front of him. Being a police officer, he was sensitive and realized that something must have happened. Rushed to speed up and rushed over, put down the bike, squeezed into the crowd, saw a white-haired old man lying on the ground. The old man had a heart attack. His face was in pain, and the corners of his mouth were foaming. The crowd of onlookers did not have a person to help, not to mention a person to save. Of course, the main reason is that they are afraid of being blackmailed. Zhou Zheng did not even think about it, and rushed forward to save the man. Chapter 5 You Can't Be Too Cold. Grandpa, how do you feel? Zhou Zheng squatted in front of the old man and asked. The old man was already unable to speak with difficulty. His left hand barely raised a little bit, and then dismally lowered. Immediately afterward, his breathing became rapid, and there was more and more white foam at the corners of his mouth. Everyone, which one of you is carrying a heart-saving pill? Zhou Zheng called out to the crowd. Everyone all shook their heads. There was a kindly middle-aged man who reminded Zhou Zheng. Young man, I just saw someone call for an ambulance. Just mind your own business. What if this old man blackmails you? Zhou Zheng said. Thanks old brother. However, this matter came to me. I can't just ignore it. You can't be too indifferent, can you? The middle-aged man bristled inside. I used to think the same way. I'm not indifferent either. I've helped 3 of these, and guess what happened? No horse and not blackmail me. The original buddy drove a Big Ben. Now can only take the bus. The middle-aged man's words said Zhou Zheng froze, and said that he could not be as unlucky as this old man, right? He at least had 20 times the value of luck. He was a police officer. Even if he didn't have 20 times the luck value to protect himself, even if he risked being blackmailed, he could never see death to save him. Seeing the old man's face getting worse and worse, Zhou Zheng was anxious when his heart moved. Heart disease people usually bring their own medicine. Turned over the old man's pocket, really found a small bottle of fast-acting heart pills. He poured out a few pills and stuffed them under the old man's tongue. Then he undid the old man's collar and belt, and helped him do CPR and artificial respiration. The root of the palm of one hand was placed on the old man's heart area. Fingers cocked, the other hand and the following fingers tightly interlocked. Arms vertical, pressing hard. This young man, it's really a good person nah. These days, good intentions don't pay off. In a moment he'll be blackmailed by the old man or the old man's family. He'll have something to cry about. Ege, you do not go to save people. Do not say the sarcasm. If you're so good, why don't you go save him? I have an old man and a young man. It's better to do more than less. The surrounding passers-by kept on talking, but Zhou Zheng listened to them without listening, still concentrating on CPR. His efforts really had an effect. The old man's face was much better, and his mouth was not foaming. AI, yo AI, yo AI, yo. The ambulance came whistling with its blinking lights. The passers-by are also considered to be generous, and hurriedly made a road. 2 male nurses carried a stretcher, followed by a middle-aged doctor in a white coat came over. The doctor went up and simply gave the old man a checkup. Carry it to the ambulance and rush it to the hospital. Doctor, how is he? Zhou Zheng asked with a concerned face. Somewhat serious, but fortunately, you as a son saved him in time. His life will not be in danger for the time being. Let's go to the hospital together. Zhou Zheng had a black line on his face. How did I become this old man's son? Doctor, I think you've misunderstood. I'm not his son. Not pro? The doctor asked as he placed the end of his stethoscope in the pocket of his white coat. A godson then? These days, except for relatives, not many people will step in to help a stranger, especially an old man with a sudden illness like this, just as long as it's a relative. Get in the car and get in the car. The doctor told Zhou Zheng to get in the car without any further ado. The old man who was so kind just now, gave Zhou Zheng a wink, which meant don't follow him. Zhou Zheng failed that old man's good intentions and still got into the ambulance, saving people to the end and sending Buddha to the west. AI. Yo AI. Yo AI. Yo. The ambulance flashed and drove towards the first central hospital of Zhangbei City. Just as it started, a black Mercedes blocked in front of the ambulance, traveling at turtle speed. The ambulance driver furiously pressed the horn and alarm. The Mercedes not only did not allow the road but also intentionally serpentine position, hindering the ambulance passage for half a minute, which is complacent to go away. In the carriage, the middle-aged doctor in a white coat put on the oxygen mask for the old man, checked again, and turned his head to Zhou Zheng and asked, "Young man, how old is your father? How many years of heart disease history?" "Doctor, I don't know." The doctor's words became somewhat impolite. "You, who are the son? Why don't you know anything?" Zhou Zheng had a black face. "Doctor, I told you long ago, I'm really not his son or godson. I don't know this old man." The middle doctor was puzzled. "If you don't know him, how did you save him on the side of the road, without you helping this patient with CPR? It is estimated that he would have died by now." Zhou Zheng waved his hand. "It's not like I met him on the road. I can't just see him die." The doctor sniffed and couldn't help but stick out his thumb. "Young man, awareness is really not ordinary. But, I advise you to find a way to know the old man's family as early as possible, so as not to cause unnecessary disputes." Zhou Zheng thought about it. Only, he didn't know this old man at all. Where to inform his family? Seeing Zhou Zheng's difficult look, it was the middle-aged doctor who was more knowledgeable. "Would you look at the old man's pockets with his documents or something?" Zhou Zheng nodded and flipped through the old man's coat pocket, finding an ID card, and a cell phone. The cell phone was unlocked, and Zhou Zheng looked through the call logs and found a phone number that had recently contacted the old man and dialed. In the Zhangbei municipal government, the small meeting was full of pits and valleys of people. Most of the attendees were wearing uniforms, some from the police department, some from the court, and some from the prosecutor's office. In the center of the podium, Yang Zishan, the deputy mayor in charge of politics and law, sat in a chair and spoke eloquently. Next to him sat several leading cadres of the political and legal committee, as well as the white-clad bigwigs of the police department, and a handful of the prosecutor's office and the court. The meeting was not even halfway through when Yang Zishan's secretary hurried up to the podium with a cell phone. "Vice Mayor Yang, a call for you." Yang Zishan immediately frowned. When he was in a meeting, he was most wary of people interrupting him, even if it was the big secretary beside him. Turning off the microphone, he lowered his voice and said in a stern tone, "You pick it up. If there is anything, wait until I finish the meeting." The secretary saw that Yang Zishan's face was unhappy, and also sent a cold sweat down his back. However, this call had to be answered. It's the old master calling." "HM?" Yang Zishan hesitated for a moment, but still interrupted the meeting. After all, the old master was old and living alone. Although his body was still quite strong, he couldn't carry anything important. Getting down from the podium, he walked to the door and picked up the phone. "Hello, Dad." Instead, an unfamiliar voice came out of the phone. "Hello, is the owner of this cell phone number your father?" Yang Zishan frowned and asked instead of answering Zhou Zheng. "Who are you? Where is the old man?" "I am a passerby." The old master had a sudden heart attack and fell on the street. Yang Zishan's heart was in his throat. "How is it? Is it serious?" "It's not life-threatening for now. It's on the way to the first center hospital. You hurry up and come." "Okay, thanks." Yang Zishan instructed his secretary to inform his daughter to go to the hospital to see her grandfather first. He would finish the meeting briefly before going. Over here, Zhou Zheng hung up the phone, and the first city hospital arrived, helping the caretaker to push the old man into the emergency room. The hospital also urged him to check in and pay the bill. Zhou Zheng is not ambiguous, helped the old man for hospitalization, also pressed $10,000, and ran forward and back. Some miscellaneous matters. Catching his breath. "See, the time is not early. but also to go back to the old man fainted on the roadside to pick up the electric car, and then delayed to work will be late. Zhou Zheng also did not wait for the old man's family. Out of the hospital hit a cab disappeared in the middle of the traffic. Chapter 6 Saving the Vice Mayor's Father. A pink-colored BMW Mini drove to the entrance of the hospital in a windy manner. On the driver's side, an imperial lady with a competent short floppy hair and slightly powdered face was filled with anxious colors. Just now, her father's secretary called, saying that her grandfather had a sudden heart attack and was sent to the first hospital in Jiangbei City by a kind person. As the head of the design and development department of a lingerie company, Yang Tingting didn't even have time to take a vacation, and ran out of the office, taking the elevator to the underground garage to drive. Grandpa has loved her since she was a child. Yang Tingting is naturally worried in her heart. Even when she drove, she forgot to change her high heels into flat shoes, all the way to the hospital with fear and trepidation, parked the car, lost his mind and ran toward the emergency room. High-heeled shoes do not follow the foot, almost broke his foot. I came to the emergency room, but there was no one inside. Find a doctor to inquire. The doctor said. The old man sent to thankfully by passers-by to save the timely treatment. Currently out of life-threatening, now sent to the ICU observation. Yang Tingting was relieved. But sitting on the bench in the corridor, it felt like the strength of the whole body disappeared. At this time, Yang Zishan finally arrived, followed by the big secretary who was holding a briefcase. Tingting, have you seen Grandpa? How is the old man's current situation? Yang Zishan's face no longer had the calm and spirited look that he had during the meeting. There was endless worry. Yang Tingting shook her head. Yang Zishan's heart thumped. Suddenly, he had an ominous premonition. Dad, Grandpa's life is not in danger. He was sent to ICU for observation. I also heard it from the doctor. Yang Zishan glared at his daughter. This child, speaking without completeness, had scared him. Yang Tingting continued. The doctor also said that if it wasn't for the passerby who saved him in time, Grandpa might have been killed. Passers-by? Yang Zishan suddenly remembered the unfamiliar voice on the phone. Listening to the voice, the other party was very young. Father was saved by a young lad? Dad, I don't know who saved Grandpa. He's already gone. The doctor said that the kind man even put down a deposit of $10,000 for Grandpa. He's a really good person. Dad, we must thank the person properly. Yang Zishan nodded. Thanks is due. When I see him, I will definitely thank him face to face. And, when the time comes, return the $10,000 hospitalization deposit to the person as well. The latter words were for the secretary. Yes, Vice Mayor Yang. The secretary nodded in a hurry. But what if he does a good deed without leaving his name and never shows up again? Yang Tingting voiced her doubts. He. Yang Zishan laughed. That won't happen. If this kind person doesn't show up tomorrow, then I'll find a way to find him and not only thank him in person, but also send him a banner. Tingting, let's go. Go wait for news outside the ICU. Zhou Zheng took a taxi to the lot where the old man's accident happened. He came to pick up the electric car that was parked on the curb. After arriving at the place and paying for the cab, fortunately, the electric car was still parked on the street tooth. It seems that the camera towering next to the side, so that some of the beams on the gentleman convergence of a lot. At this time, the cell phone ringing, pull out the phone. Caller ID is the police station's Master Lu Jianjun called. Zhou Zheng picked up the phone. Hey Master, little Zhou Wow, do you know that you are on duty tonight? No, then why haven't you arrived yet? There's still 10 minutes to go before it's time. Master, I'm on my way. I'll be there soon. Okay, I know. Hurry up. Don't delay to join the action. Hey Master, aren't you on duty at night? What's the action? Lu Jianjun had already hung up the phone. Zhou Zheng was bewildered and started to rush towards the Bridge North police station on his electric bike. On the way is also good luck. Not only no congestion, even after 4 intersections are all green lights. Dusty came to the Bridge North police station. Into the compound. See the yard 10 or so police are gathered in a pile of 3 or 2, chatting. Zhou Zheng said. Just now Master Lu Jianjun said there is a task to be out. Look at this battle. The task is not small. Zhou Zheng had just put the electric car away when Lu Jianjun called out to him from a distance while waving at him. Xiao Zhou, Zhou Zheng, this way, this way. Zhou Zheng bumbled over. Master, I'm here. You kid, you're usually quite active. Why are you almost late today? I encountered a bit of a situation on the road. Zhou Zheng did not tell the matter of saving the old man. Lu Jianjun didn't ask much about it either. He was only thinking about participating in tonight's action right now. Little Zhou, want to go see a big scene? What big scene? Master, I saw many of my colleagues gathered in the courtyard. What kind of big action is this? Lu Jianjun touched his nose and said mysteriously. According to what we have, Huang Jia might be sneaking back to Jiangbei tonight, or he is already in Jiangbei. Zhou Zheng froze for a moment. Master, who is Huang Jia? Xiao Zhou, You haven't been at the police station for long. Huang Jia may not have heard of him, but it's okay to look through the online fugitives, wanted criminals and whatnot. Huang Jia is a wanted man on the internet, or Class A, with a reward of $100,000. 4 years ago, because of a fight that resulted in the death of a person, that guy ran away and has not been heard from. Zhou Zheng suddenly realized, Master, tonight's action is to go to ambush and set up an ambush to capture Huang Jia, the Class A wanted criminal? Right. Lu Jianjun nodded. Xiao Zhou, do you want to participate? You've been at Xiaobei Station for several months, either on duty or dealing with neighborhood disputes. It's time to see the world. Zhou Zheng's heart stirred. Nowadays, he possessed 20 times the luck value. If he went to participate in the operation, his back would not be able to catch the Class A wanted criminal with his own hands. At that time, not only would he get credit, there would also be a bounty to get, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Master, of course I want to go. However, tonight is our shift. It's fine. Come with me to talk to the director. Lu Jianjun and Zhou Zheng came to the door of the director's office and knocked on the door. The director Hao Aigua is still perfecting tonight's action plan with the deputy director Wu Tian. Here's the knock and shouts enter. Director Hao, Director Wu. Ha ha ha. Lu Jianjun entered the room and giggled. Hao Aigua gave him a blank look. Jianjun, something to say quickly. Can't you see that we are busy? He. Director, tonight's mission. Let me and Zhou Zheng participate too. Hao Aigua said. Aren't you guys on duty tonight? Why don't you let the female comrades in the household registration section do the duty? We have to use this kind of good steel on the edge of the knife. Is not it? Hao Aigua did not buy his face. Aren't the female comrades in the household registration section off duty? Can they handle anything? Jianjun, you just stay honestly in the office. Don't make up your mind. Lu Jianjun said with a twinkle in his eye. Director, how about this? Leave Xiao Zhou behind. I'll go join the action. Okay? Hao Aigua said in a serious tone. Jianjun, you are also a veteran police officer. Zhou Zheng, a trainee police officer has no law enforcement power. Besides, you are his master. What is it to leave him at home by himself? But, Director, okay, stop it. Where are you not serving the people? I'll leave you with 2 more auxiliary police. You and Zhou Zheng keep the house in good hands. Chapter 7 What criminals can I meet on duty? Coming out from the director's office, Lu Jianjun's face looked bad. Just now, no matter what he said, Hao Aigua just didn't agree to him and Zhou Zheng taking part in tonight's action. Ugh, Lu Jianjun sighed. The director really can't be bothered with oil and salt. I almost got down on my knees and begged him, but he just wouldn't let us go. Always emphasized for the 2 of us to look after the home of the Xiaobei Institute. What's there to look at in this home? It's so hard to get credit. It's rare to get such a good opportunity. Lu Jianjun depressedly lit a cigarette, turned his head to see Zhou Zheng's face rippling, couldn't help but ask. No, Xiao Zhou, why are you so calm? Could it be that you don't want to participate in tonight's action? Don't you want to take credit for it? I'm telling you, as long as we can catch Huang Jia tonight, the probability is that the higher-ups will give a collective third-class merit commendation. Ego mom, isn't this just a lying win? I'm craving for it. Xiao Zhou, aren't you tempted? Zhou Zheng smiled. Master, it's a lie to say that I'm not tempted. I also want to participate. But who let us catch the duty tonight? The director also said. Where are you not serving the people? I think you don't think too much. We're on duty at the office. We can't help but catch a criminal or something. Lu Jianjun viciously spit out a mouthful of smoke. The face was hidden in the smoke. Aga Xiao Zhou, you are young is to see the open. Go out to catch a class wanted criminals and in the office on duty can be the same? The former is to take the initiative. The latter is to wait for rabbits. We a grassroots police, on duty can meet what criminals? I've been on duty at night for 800 times out of 1,000, and I've never gotten any credit for anything. It's harder to see someone else get credit than it is for me to get disciplined. Lu Jianjun, what are you muttering? At this time, Director Hao Aigua and Wu Tian walked out from the office. Hey, Director, nothing. I'm doing ideological work for Zhou Zheng. You don't let the 2 of us participate in the action. I'm afraid that he can't think for a while. Hao Aigua sniffed and glanced at Lu Jianjun fiercely with his eyes. I see. It's you who can't think straight, right? You think I didn't get to what you said? You just had this and that, whining for a long time. I heard it clearly. Jianjun, not I say you. You are also an old police officer, but not as high as the new Zhou Zheng consciousness. What is your stinking problem? This is, Xiao Zhou. I'm telling you, your master is good at everything, but he's careful and loves to mutter. Don't learn this from him. Zhou Zheng quickly rounded up the situation. Director, in fact, my master didn't say anything. It's not like you don't understand this person. Love to talk. Alright, you guys do what you need to do. Old Wu and I are going to lead the team into action. I'll see you off. Lu Jianjun said with a thieving heart. Haoigwa didn't bother to talk to him and asked Wu Tian, the deputy director, to greet the police officers for tonight's operation. All the police officers were rubbing their fists and their faces were very relaxed. So many people to action. As long as they can find Huang Jie, is not a catch. Moreover, the CID side would also send people to cooperate with the operation. After roughly talking about the plan of action and dividing into subgroups, the people left in Lu Jianjun's envious gaze in 2 vans with civilian license plates. The Chaobei police station compound was suddenly quiet. Zhou Zheng, Lu Jianjun and the 2 co-policemen looked at me and I looked at you. Except for Zhou Zheng. Everyone's face carried a depressed look. Alright, let's not stare at each other. Let's do what we need to do. Xiao Wang and Xiaoli go to the office and stand by. Zhou Zheng, come with me to the police reception hall. Tonight we are tied here. Lu Jianjun whined as he greeted Zhou Zheng and walked into the police reception hall, sitting paralyzed on the office chair. Zhou Zheng sat on the chair in a regular manner, staring at the phone on the desk. Xiao Zhou, no need to stare at the phone. We are not big in the area of the Bridge North Branch. The security is also relatively good. Generally nothing. Lu Jianjun instructed 2 sentences, took out a cold medicine, put it in his mouth, and smoothed it down with water. This thing to drink a snooze. Lu Jianjun just wanted to participate in the night action. Has not been drinking, now do not have to go. He does not have to worry about anything. Zhou Zheng opened the computer. Anyway, idle. In the internal website to see the information of the online fugitive wanted criminal. Lu Feng, male, 36 years old, ID number. Woke up the owner due to burglary. Brutally killed the owner's family. Now absconding. Reward amount of $100,000. Wei Gang, male 40 years old, 8 Mile Store neighborhood killed a woman. Wei Gang is a suspect. Reward amount of 50,000. Huang Jie, male, 35 years old, fighting and brawling, causing 1 person to die on the way to the hospital, many people seriously injured. Reward amount of 100,000. Zhou Zheng's heart stirred. If he caught these wanted criminals, not only would he do harm to the people, but he would also be able to get the bounty. Wouldn't it be 2 birds with 1 stone? A little while later, Zhou Zheng shook his head. Nationwide, there were countless wanted criminals. However, these guys wouldn't be listed as wanted criminals if they were that easy to catch. The night was getting late, and Zhou Zheng was still flipping through the online fugitive wanted criminals on his computer. Lu Jianjun next to him was already sleepy and couldn't keep his eyes open. Xiao Zhou, this cold medicine is really strong. I can't, I'm about to die of sleepiness. I'm going to the office to squint for a while. Call me if there's something. Okay Lu Master, you go. Lu Jianjun stood up and wobbled away. At this time, Zhou Zheng's cell phone rang. The screen showed that the call was from Chu Yunyao. Zhou Zheng's heart stirred. Did something happen to Chu Yunyao? He hurriedly picked up the phone. Yunyao, hey, Zhou Zheng, busy? I'm on the night shift. Not busy. Is Yunyao still up this late? Going to sleep soon. Zhou Zheng, let me tell you a good news. A pretty good company in this city looked at my resume and notified me to go for an interview tomorrow. Really? Then congratulations. There's nothing to congratulate. If everything goes well, I'll be able to join the company in the next few days. However, I won't get paid until next month. Yunyao, it's okay, I still have some money here. It's enough for our living expenses for now. Zhou Zheng, I'll be embarrassed to keep spending your money. What's there to be embarrassed about? We are husband and wife. Shouldn't a wife spend her husband's money? If you're really embarrassed, then give me some reward? What kind of reward? Like a kiss and a hug. Bugger, by the way, what time will you be back tomorrow? Around 8 or so. I'm going to the company for an interview at 8 or so. I'll make you some leftover breakfast, so you can heat it up and eat it when you get home. Okay, that's it. I'm not chatting with you anymore. I'm going to bed. Zhou Zheng looked at the hung-up phone and smiled. It felt quite good to have someone to hold on to. At this time, he shadowed a figure outside the door and stood up. Who is it? The door opened and in came a man wearing a duck-tongued cap. Seeing Zhou Zheng in a police uniform, he couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Comrade, hello, what is your business? The man hesitated and said, Police officer, there is a small matter that needs your help. What is it? Sit down and say. Zhou Zheng looked at the man's face, feeling somewhat familiar, like he had seen it somewhere. Chapter 8 Duty caught a Class A wanted criminal. Huang Jie got into a fight on the street over a trivial matter back then, stabbed several people with a knife, and then escaped. He fled to a mine in a foreign country, where the mountains are high and the emperor is far away, and the location is remote. Is an excellent place to hide. Huang Jie worked in the mine for 5 years. He did not dare to go out of the mine, and did not dare to contact his family and friends. The stabbing of the few people, is dead or alive he does not know. He only knows that he is in trouble. Caught by the police will certainly have to go to jail. At first, he lived in fear every day, always imagining that one day, the police came to the door. 5 years have passed. Huang Jia has been safe and sound. Gradually, he felt that his things should be put to rest. In the past few days, he could no longer tense up, and with a clench of his teeth, he returned to Jiangbei. Suddenly, he came to the police station to inquire about whether he had committed a crime or not, and whether he had a record. Zhou Zheng looked at the man's face and froze for a moment. It seems like he has seen it somewhere. In a flash of lightning, he remembered the online wanted fugitives that he had just flipped through. This person seems to be Class A wanted criminal Huang Jia. Didn't Director Hao bring someone to arrest this kid? Why did he run to the police station by himself? How dare he? It's a bit hard to believe. Could it be that the person in front of him is not Huang Jia, but with Huang Jia look-alike? Zhou Zheng's heart turned 1,000 times, and he couldn't figure it out for a while. Let's stabilize him first and find out his real identity. Officer. Huang Jia sat on the chair and couldn't stop looking around. Seeing Zhou Zheng ignoring him, he reminded him in a loud voice. Aha, comrade. If there's anything, just tell me. Officer, it's like this. A friend of mine asked me to come to the police station to help him inquire if he has any criminal records on him. Your friend asked you to come to the police station to help him inquire if he has a record? Zhou Zheng recounted it again, and then he felt a bit unbelievable. After a few months of being a police officer, it was the first time I had seen someone who was inquiring for his friend whether he had a criminal record or not. Of course, as for the authenticity of this friend, whether or not it was a friend out of nothing, that was up for debate. Zhou Zheng had a smile on his face. Oh, so much well done. Tell me your friend's ID number, and I'll be able to find it out soon. Okay, my friend's ID number is 130. Huang Jia reported his ID number. Zhou Zheng entered it into the internal query system, and soon, the information appeared. Huang Jia, male, 35 years old, family residence, ID number, killed one person in a fight and seriously injured many others, listed as a Class A wanted criminal. After carefully comparing the photos again, Zhou Zheng's heart jumped. It's this kid. It's really this kid. A class wanted criminal. He sent himself to the door? It seemed that 20 times the luck really wasn't a stretch. Just being on duty at the police station, this sky-high fortune came to his door on its own accord. It's really absolute. Officer, how is it? Did you find out? Huang Jia is still a little nervous. After all, this is a police station. The aura of the underworld makes him feel a little depressed and uneasy. Zhou Zheng said without moving. Found out. Your friend is called Huang Jia, right? Yes, it's called Huang Jia. It's fine. There's no record. Really, officer? Huang Jia's face was filled with surprise. Of course it's true. As a police officer, how could I possibly lie to you? Zhou Zheng didn't change his face or his heart, and he was talking nonsense in a serious manner. He had to make Huang Jia let his guard down. After all, a criminal who had once caused a death and multiple serious injuries was very dangerous, and could not carry a weapon on his back. Huang Jia instantly had a feeling of tears of joy, worrying about hiding for 5 years, ate countless bitterness. It turns out, they do not have a record. This horse is suffering for nothing. However, without a criminal record, one could live like a normal person. Thank you, officer. Huang Jia stood up and prepared to leave the police station. Wait. Zhou Zheng stood up, holding a record book in his hand. Comrade, if there's nothing else, please sign it, and please support the work of our police station in the future. Good. No problem. Zhou Zheng took the record book and walked around for a while. This move was a bit redundant. Zhou Zheng could have handed the record book to Huang Jia across the table. Huang Jia was too caught up in his joy to notice these details. Receiving the transcript, he stuck his head down and was about to sign. Zhou Zheng suddenly stormed up, locking one arm around Huang Jia's neck and hooking his right foot. Puff! He was immediately put down on the ground. Zhou Zheng was at the top of the police academy and had a good grasp of some business skills such as grappling and wrestling. Plus Huang Jia had no defense at all, allowing him to score a hit. By the time Huang Jia reacted, he had already been ruthlessly pressed down by Zhou Zheng. Officer, what are you doing? Don't move. Playing a little joke on you. Zhou Zheng was still paralyzing Huang Jia with his words. Naive Huang Jia really didn't struggle violently anymore. Taking this opportunity, Zhou Zheng felt out his handcuffs and back-cuffed Huang Jia. Click. Done. Although, the process didn't seem that thrilling, but if Huang Jia had realized in advance that Zhou Zheng was not favorable to him, no matter if he resisted or scampered away, Zhou Zheng definitely wouldn't have been able to capture Huang Jia so easily. Zhou Zheng searched Huang Jia's body and found a half-foot-long spring-loaded knife. Couldn't help but be in a cold sweat as well. Luckily, he had caught this kid off guard. Otherwise, it would have been really hard to deal with him pulling out a knife. Hey officer, what is this for? Didn't you say it was a joke? You cuffed me ga? Huang Jia, why did you handcuff you? Aren't you clear? Zhou Zheng asked, holding a spring-loaded knife. Why did you bring this long knife? This is for my self-defense. It's not illegal to bring a knife, right? That's good. Zhou Zheng nodded, his gaze suddenly sharp. 5 years ago, you fought and brawled, stabbing several people one after another with a knife, one of which died and 3 were seriously injured. You're recognizing the wrong person. Huang Jia is my friend, not me? Huang Jia tried his best to argue, his face clouded over. Zhou Zheng naturally would not believe his bull ********. Huang Jia, I think you're just a friend without a center. Don't be sophomoric. I know your information like the back of my hand. I recognized you just as you entered the door. At this moment, Huang Jia regretted bumping his head against the ground. He muttered, if I had known, I wouldn't have come to the police station to inquire. I'm really a. Huang Jia, do you think you can't be caught if you don't come to the police station? Our director personally led a team to go to the neighborhood of your house to set up control. In short, you went back to Jiangbei. It's hard to fly even if you put your wings on it. Zhou Zheng finished speaking and lifted Huang Jia from the ground with one hand. Go! Huang Jia was in a complicated mood at this time. His eyes were empty, just like a walking corpse. Zhou Zheng brought him to the detention center and locked him up, then came back to the office. In the office, Lu Jianjun had already fallen asleep, making light snoring sounds, and the 2 auxiliary police officers, Xiao Wang and Xiao Li, were bored and chatting without a word. Master. Zhou Zheng went up and grabbed Lu Jianjun's arm, shaking him awake. What's wrong? What happened? Lu Jianjun reflexively jumped up from his chair at once. Master, just now when I was on duty, I caught Huang Jia. Who did you catch? Class A wanted criminal. Huang Jia. Lu Jianjun was in disbelief. Xiao Zhou, you're not talking in your sleep, are you? Chapter 9 wanted criminals sending themselves to the door. Who can stop them? Hearing that Zhou Zheng said that he had captured Huang Jia, a Class A wanted criminal, Lu Jianjun's CPU was a bit spinning. Is it really true? You can catch a Class A wanted criminal just by being on duty at the police station? Lu Jianjun obviously did not believe it. Xiao Zhou, you don't have a fever, do you? Why are you talking nonsense? The director personally led a team to Huang Jiazhuang to set up control and capture Huang Jia. How could he come to the Qiaobei office? Zhou Zheng knew how to explain at the moment. Lu Jianjun would not believe it. After all, the matter was too metaphysical. However, facts speak louder than words. Only if Li Jianjun saw Huang Jia fall into the net with his own eyes would he believe it. Master, Huang Jia was detained in the detention room by me in back cuffs. Whether it is him or not, you will know once you see it. Okay, I'll go take a look. Lu Jianjun half-heartedly agreed and said to the 2 auxiliary police again. Little Li, Little Wang, you 2 go to the police reception hall. There can't be no one on duty over there. Brother Lu, we also want to go and take a look. The 2 auxiliary police officers were also surprised when they heard that the Class A wanted criminal was captured by Zhou Zheng. They also wanted to know if it was Huang Jia that Zhou Zheng captured. Don't be in this hurry you 2. If it's Huang Jia, I'll tell you later. Xiao Zhou, let's go. Lu Jianjun couldn't help but pull Zhou Zheng towards the detention room. Arriving outside the door of the detention room, Zhou Zheng swiped his card and the door automatically opened, passing through another iron door and entering a room. Huang Jia had his hands behind his back, his wrists were firmly bound by handcuffs, and a fiery pain made him feel very uncomfortable. But what was even harder was in his heart. He threw himself into the net, knowing that he would sit through the bottom of the jail next. Lu Jianjun stepped forward and asked, "What's your name?" Huang Jia's heart was at a time when all thoughts were lost, and he did not want to take care of Lu Jianjun at all. He didn't even raise his head. "I go this kid quite horizontal." Lu Jianjun is not used to him. Grabbed Huang Jia's hair, yanked upward. Huang Jia's head involuntarily raised, revealing a white face. Seeing Huang Jia's face, Lu Jianjun was instantly unsettled. Hearing that there was an operation tonight to capture Huang Jia, a Class A wanted criminal, he had done his homework early and had memorized Huang Jia's appearance deep in his heart. Therefore, he recognized at a glance that the kid in front of him was Huang Jia, the Class A wanted criminal. "Asking you, what's the name? What's the name?" Lu Jianjun shouted excitedly. Huang Jia is also broken. The body fell into the well. The ears cannot hang. Do not answer people. Police can also figure out their identity. "My name is Huang Jia. What's the offense?" "Fighting 5 years ago. Stabbing someone with a knife." Lu Jianjun let go of Huang Jia's hair. A look of surprise and doubt appeared on his face. "Xiao Zhou, this kid is really Huang Jia, a Class A wanted criminal at large online. But how did you catch him? Haven't you been on duty in the police reception hall?" "Master, it's like this." Zhou Zheng recounted what had just happened, and after Lu Jianjun heard it, he was even more surprised. "Are you saying that Huang Jia he sent himself to the door?" "Yes, master." Zhou Zheng nodded. "I'll go." Lu Jianjun didn't know what to say anymore. He just felt that this matter was unbelievable. A fugitive wanted criminal on the internet, running to the police station to ask the police officers if he had broken the law? I wouldn't dare to write this in a novel. On the contrary, this thing happened, and coincidentally, it also caught up with Zhou Zheng. I can only say that Zhou Zheng is really lucky. God is holding a spoon to feed him in his mouth. At this moment, Lu Jianjun had some slight envy and regret in addition to surprise. Just now, he was on duty with Zhou Zheng in the police reception hall. He drank cold medicine and lazily went back to the office to squint for a while before the suspect came to the door. If he hadn't gone to the office, then, the credit for catching Huang Jie, a Class A wanted criminal, would have had his share. Lu Jianjun shook his head, and it was too late for remorse. However, although he had no credit, Zhou Zhen was his disciple after all, so he had more or less done a bit of hard work. Little Zhou, your luck is too bursting. I'm kind of convinced. Let's go out first. Give the director a call. Inform them not to squat the suspect in Huang Jiazhuang. The chief will be shocked to know that you caught Huang Jia, a Class A wanted criminal. Huang Jiazhuang, not far from Huang Jia's house. Hao Aigua, the director of the Qiaobei police station, and Meng Weiguang, the captain of the first team of the city bureau's criminal police, were hiding behind a large firewood stack. The police and criminal police under their command have all spread out and ambushed around Huang Jia's house, and will report to them once there is a breeze. Both of them have headsets in their ears, always paying attention. However, 2 hours had passed and there was no movement at all. Hey Lao Hao, you guys get the news accurate or not? Why is it that after half a day, there is no sign of Huang Jie? Meng Weiguang couldn't help but ask. It should be accurate. Right. The news that Huang Jia had returned to Zhangbei City was from a street sneak. That kid wasn't a good person. He ate, drank, whored and gambled, and was also a regular at the police station. He called the police to say that Huang Jia went back to Zhangbei City, not with any sense of justice, but for the $100,000 bounty, and thought that if he told the police about this news, the bounty would be in his hands. Hao Aigua listened to the boy said nose and eyes, then a hot head. Believe it. Huang Jia did not show up for a long time. At this time, Hao Aigua heart also has no bottom. Old Hao, who provided you with this information? Reliable or not? An enthusiastic citizen. This kid used to play cards with Huang Jia, should not recognize the wrong person. Hao Aigua was also embarrassed to say that the information was revealed from the mouth of the street skater. Now riding the tiger is difficult. Can only go one way to the black. Team Meng, let's wait a little longer. Meng Weiguang nodded. Waiting isn't impossible. However, I'm afraid that kid has a premonition of danger and won't go home. Old Hao, how about this? I'll take 2 people to Huang Jia's home, do some work for his parents, see if we can ask for some information. I think, if Huang Jia goes home, he should contact his parents first, right? Hao Aigua, however, felt something was wrong. Team Meng, will this alert the snakes? Buzzing, just as the two were deliberating, Hao Aigua's cell phone, which was set to vibrate, rang. Taking out his cell phone, he glanced at the caller ID. The heart fluttered. How did Lu Jianjun call? Could it be that something happened at the Bridge North Institute? Meng team, wait a moment I'll take a call. Hurriedly picked up the phone. Hey Jianjun, Director Zhou Zheng Lu Jianjun yelled excitedly on the phone, his voice sounding urgent and piercing. Hao Aigua's heart thumped. Jianjun, speak slowly, what happened to Zhou Zheng? Director, Zhou Zheng caught a suspected criminal. It's Huang Jie. Oh, it's good that Zhou Zheng is fine. He also caught a criminal suspect. Hao Aigua then a stone fell to the ground. What did you say? Hao Aigua suddenly reacted and couldn't help but lose his temper a little and yelled out as well. Zhou Zheng arrested Huang Jie? Which Huang Jie? It's Huang Jia, the Class A wanted criminal that you guys wanted to catch tonight. Chapter 10 Luck is also a part of strength. Hao Aigua's entire body was dazed when he heard on the phone that Zhou Zheng had arrested Huang Jia, a Class A wanted criminal. How was this possible? He and Meng Weiguang, the captain of the first team of the criminal police, had brought more than 20 police forces to lay down controls around Huang Jia's house, and after half a night, they hadn't even seen Huang Jia's hair. Zhou is on duty at the police station. How did he catch Huang Jie? Hao Aigua ahead of question marks. Jianjun, you did not say nonsense, right? Did you kid drink during your shift? I'm telling you, Director. Lu Jianjun interrupted Hao Aigua. What kind of alcohol did I drink? I'm also an old cop from the police for about 10 years. Can I make that kind of low-level mistake? I know you don't believe me. I didn't believe you at first. But Huang Jia was really caught by Zhou Zheng, and is being held in the detention room of our Bridge North office. Really? Hao Aigua still couldn't believe it. I guarantee with my head that it's true. If you don't believe me, come back and take a look yourself to see if I, Lu Jianjun, have fooled you. That's it. Hang up. Hao Aigua looked at the hung-up phone. hesitating for a moment. His heart was full of doubts. It was reasonable to say that Lu Jianjun wouldn't dare to joke about this, but it was too unbelievable for Zhou Zheng, a trainee police officer, to catch a Class A wanted criminal while on duty at the police station. Could it be that Huang Jia was baptized by the soul, repenting of the wrongdoings he had done, and took the initiative to run to the police station to turn himself in? This could barely be justified. If that was the case, this kid Zhou Zheng's luck was really good. Old Hao, what are you staring at? What should we do next? Why don't you tell us your opinion? Meng Weiguang, who was next to him, saw how Igua dazed with his head down and couldn't help but urge, Meng team, Huang Jia has fallen into the net. What? What did you say? A surprised expression also surfaced on Meng Weiguang's face. Huang Jia has fallen into the net? Old Hao, you and I have been squatting here with our brethren for half the night and we haven't even seen Huang Jia's hair. What kind of net has he fallen into? Really Meng team, just now I received a phone call. Our Bridge North Lu Jianjun called. He and his apprentice Zhou is on duty tonight. He said that Zhou Zheng arrested Huang Jia while he was on duty. Meng Weiguang was angry and happy to hear this. Who is Zhou Zheng? So powerful? Can he split up or something? He's on duty at the police station and arrested a Class A wanted criminal? Did Huang Jia go to the police station and throw himself into the net? Old Hao, what time is it now? Do you still have the heart to joke with me? Hao Igua's expression was grave. Team Meng, I'm not joking. I don't think it's possible for Jianjun to lie to me, and he has no reason to lie to me. Meng Weiguang stared at Hao Igua and asked rhetorically, then can you tell me how Huang Jia, a Class A wanted criminal, was caught by the officers on duty at your Qiaobei office? Hao Igua shook his head. I don't know either. Jianjun hung up without being specific. How about this? Why don't we go back to the Qiaobei office first, and see if it's Huang Jia who was caught, and see if we don't know? Meng Weiguang asked, pointing remotely at Huang Jia's house. What about here? Just close up the team? In case we withdraw and this Huang Jia kid shows up, won't that be a lost cause? At this point, Meng Weiguang still didn't believe that the duty officer at the Bridge North office had arrested Huang Jia. Why don't we leave the brothers behind and continue to keep an eye on this place, and you and I will go back to the Bridge North office? Meng Weiguang hesitated for a moment and nodded. Alright, Lao Hao. I'll trust you for once. Let's go then. Hao Igua and Meng Weiguang each gave instructions to their men. The two of them took a car and rushed back to the Bridge North Institute. When they arrived at the Bridge North Institute, the gate had long been opened. Lu Jianjun was waiting joyfully for a long time, and next to Zhou Zheng, his face had an unperturbed look. The car kept driving into the courtyard, and Hao Igua and Meng Weiguang jumped down from the car at the same time. Lu Jianjun greeted them. The director is back. Agu, isn't this Team Meng? Hao Igua had a stern face. You kid has come out of the woodwork. You dared to hang up on me and didn't make it clear. Where is the person? Where is your so-called wanted criminal Huang Jia? If it's not Huang Jia, I'll have your ass. Lu Jianjun deliberately put on an aggrieved look. Agu, director, you have to say this. I'm still a bit chilled. Why don't you believe me? Okay, less nonsense. Hurry up. Do not see Meng team cannot calm down, right? Okay, Xiao Zhou, lead the way. Zhou Zheng nodded. Mr. Hao, Team Meng, follow me. Zhou Zheng brought them to the detention room. Pointing at Huang Jia who was squatting in the corner with his head tied up, he said, Director, Team Meng, this is Huang Jia. Hao Igua stepped forward and said, Raise your head. Huang Jia has been numb at this time. Woodenly looked up at Hao Igua. Hao Igua on the arrest operation is particularly attentive. Huang Jia, what looks like, has long remembered clearly. With just one glance, he decided that the person in front of him was Huang Jia, a Class A wanted criminal. It's really Huang Jia. Hao Igua was surprised. His mouth was open wide enough to fit an egg. Team Meng, see, this person is really Huang Jia, a Class A wanted criminal. Meng Weiguang naturally saw it as well. He was also filled with surprise. Old Hao, why do I feel like I'm dreaming? You have capable people in your office. Caught Huang Jia without a word. Mission accomplished. Notify the brothers who stayed behind in Huang Jiazhuang to withdraw back. Although, this action is considered to be a failure to return blindly after half a day's work, there is no see Huang Jia. However, the east does not shine in the west. Zhou Zheng, who is on duty in the north of the bridge, captured Huang Jia. The mission is not a failure. Jianjun, you really did not joke with me. This kid is Huang Jia. You got credit. Lu Jianjun waved his hand, embarrassed to say, Director, you are too flattering me. Huang Jia is not what I caught. It was Xiao Zhou who caught it alone. Hey, you are not on duty together? Right. Tell me, how did you arrest Huang Jia? This matter is a long story. I think it's better to go to the office and talk about it. Several people came to the office. Lu Jianjun said, Huang Jia was arrested by Zhou Zheng alone. It's better to let Xiao Zhou speak. Zhou Zheng faced Hao Aigua and Meng Weiguang and did not show any fear. Using calm words, he recounted the process of catching Huang Jia. After listening, the crowd was silent for a while. In their hearts, they praised Zhou Zheng for his resourcefulness and envied his luck. Good fellow. This was the heavens chasing after him to give him credit. Little Zhou. Not bad, not bad. You're still in your trainee period, aren't you? Coming to the police station for 3 months and being able to catch a Class A wanted criminal. I've never seen a trainee police officer as good as you in all the years I've been in the police force. Zhou Zheng waved his hand and said modestly, Officer Hao, I'm also a blind cat who ran into a dead rat. Just luck. Hey, you can't say that. Meng Weiguang next to him couldn't help but open his mouth. The great man said, no matter if it's a black cat or a white cat, a cat that can catch a rat is a good cat. Similarly, no matter what method is used, a police officer who can catch criminals is a good police officer. Luck is also part of strength. Team Meng is right. Hao Aigua was especially happy that Zhou Zheng had made a merit, and the honor belonged to Qiaobei Institute. Xiao Zhou, you've made such a great merit. No surprises. You're going to be transferred early as a trainee police officer. Not only that, the way I see it, Zhou Zheng will have to receive a second-class merit at least. Meng Weiguang also said in an envious tone from the side. Chapter 11 Catching a Wanted Criminal. How can you not get hurt? Meng Weiguang said to Hao Aigua without envy. Old Hao, Zhou Zheng caught a Class A wanted criminal. Made a merit. The performance appraisal of the Bridge Police Station this quarter is considered to be overfulfilled. The status of your Bridge Police Station in the minds of the leaders will also rise. Having a blessed general like Zhou Zheng is really enviable. Hao Aigua's heart was about to blossom, but on the surface it was taut, waving his hand and saying, Team Meng, overstated, overstated. Meng Weiguang looked at the wall clock. It was already more than 2 o'clock at night. Standing up, alright, I won't say any more words of congratulations. Hand over Huang Jia to our criminal police team. I'll bring him back to the team and interrogate him overnight. Hao Aigua thought about it. Huang Jia will have to be handed over to the criminal police team sooner or later. Since Meng Weiguang is there, it's good to hand over the suspect. Okay, he also stood up. So what? Jianjun and Xiao Zhou go and do the handover procedures. Okay. Zhou Zheng took a spring-loaded knife and a transparent evidence bag and handed it to Meng Weiguang. Team Meng, this spring-loaded knife is what I retrieved from Huang Jia's body, and I suspect that this is the murder weapon he used to commit the murder 5 years ago. Meng Weiguang received the spring-loaded knife and his eyes lit up. Good, good, good. If this knife is really the murder weapon he used to commit the murder, it also saves our Interpol team a lot of trouble. I'll go. Lu Jianjun couldn't help but change color on his face when he saw that Huang Jia had such a long spring-loaded knife hidden on his body, and asked with concern, Xiao Zhou, are you injured? No. Zhou Zheng waved his hand and said confidently, Huang Jia didn't have time to pull out his knife before he was subdued by me. No injuries? How can you be uninjured? It's impossible to be uninjured. Hao Aigua suddenly raised his voice from the side. Suspect Huang Jia was vicious. With such a long spring knife on him, Xiao Zhou fought him alone and subdued him. The process was too dangerous. Jianjun, take Xiao Zhou to the hospital for a checkup in a while, and apply for a hospitalization if you can. I'm really fine. Director, there's no need to go. Zhou Zheng words have not finished. Was Lu Jianjun tugged his arm, made a wink, signaling him not to say, okay, I know director. You can rest assured. Lu Jianjun showed a heartfelt expression at Hao Aigua. Meng Weiguang acted as if he hadn't heard anything, and after signing the handover sheet, he looked up and said, Old Hao, the handover procedures are done. I'll take the person away. See you later. That's fine. Meng team, I'll see you off. No, Gu, Meng, don't be polite to me. Hao Aigua couldn't help but send Meng Weiguang to the courtyard, with Zhou Zheng and Lu Jianjun following behind. At this time, a car whistling sound from far and near. In the Huangjiazhuang squatting police as well as criminal police also rushed back. The yard could not get into so many cars. The cars were parked outside the gate of Qiaobei police station. The police and the criminal police got off the car and gathered together in 2s and 3s, discussing as they walked. Hey, I heard that Class A wanted criminal Huang Jia has landed in the net. Is that so? Is it really true? Who did you hear that from? Lu Jianjun from our office said it in the group. What? The suspect was arrested by him? He didn't arrest him. His disciple Zhou Zheng did. Who is Zhou Zheng? I've never heard of him. Zhou Zheng is a trainee police officer who hasn't been with us for long. I go a raw egg caught a Class A wanted criminal. He is this powerful? Jianjun said in the group that when Zhou Zheng was on duty, A-class wanted criminal Huang Jia came to the police station to ask him if he had a record, and then he was recognized by Zhou Zheng, and the guy just fell into the net. I'll go. Isn't Zhou Zheng getting lucky? On duty, A-class wanted criminals themselves come to the door. This luck is simply bursting. Alas, people are more angry than people. We are a group of people. squatting in the Wang Jiazhuang half the night, did not see a single hair. Other people are sitting in the office on the credit. How can this be compared? Isn't he just lucky? A trainee police officer. The hair is not even fully grown people. What? Look at you. If you're capable of catching a class F fugitive, why don't you do it? The last time we caught a class F fugitive was a year ago. I'm telling you, Zhou Zheng has made a great achievement. He will skip the trainee period and be promoted to a full-fledged police officer. And he will get a second-class merit, or even a first-class merit. If I had known that I wouldn't take part in the operation today, and accompany Zhou Zheng on duty at the police station, maybe I would have gotten a merit with Zhou Zheng as well. You think too much. Jianjun was on duty with Zhou Zheng. He drank cold medicine and couldn't open his eyes. He went to the office and squinted for a while. Just for a while. The suspect came. If you ask me, this credit is God's gift to Zhou Zheng. No one else can share it even if they want to. Okay, stop it. The director is in the courtyard. The people entered the courtyard, facing Hao Aigua and this Meng Weiguang, standing in a regular manner. Meng Weiguang said, Old Hao, it's getting late. We still have to interrogate Huang Ji all night. I'll take my brothers back to the team first. That's fine. Take your time on the road. Meng Weiguang waved his hand and had Huang Jia's handcuffs removed and returned to Zhou Zheng, and then replaced Huang Jia's handcuffs and anklets with new ones and escorted him to the police car. Eyeing away Meng Weiguang, Hao Aigua turned his head and said to the police officers in the courtyard, Today, everyone has also worked hard, although it was a wasted trip to Huang Jiazhuang. But, Huang Jia still fell into the net. It's late at night. Everyone dismiss in place and go back to rest. Hao Aigua finished, turned around and was about to leave. Hey director, was Huang Jia really caught by Zhou Zheng? A police officer asked. Before Hao Aigua could say anything, Lu Jianjun couldn't help but say, that has to be caught by my disciple Zhou Zheng. Didn't you see Team Meng from the criminal police take Huang Jia away just now? Jianjun, what you said in the WeChat group is true. Nonsense. Lu Jianjun dare to joke about this kind of thing? Don't believe me. Let the team leader say it. Hao Aigua nodded. Huang Jia was indeed caught by Xiao Zhou alone. I've read the message Jianjun sent in the group. It's roughly like that. Early tomorrow morning, I'll report it to the city council and give Zhou Zheng the credit. I'll go. Zhou Zheng's luck is really good. I'm so convinced. You got credit for this? Why does it feel like it's as easy as drinking water? The crowd of police officers began to talk to each other again. All kinds of envy. Jianjun, Hao Aigua waved at Lu Jianjun. You take Xiao Zhou to the hospital for a checkup. Okay, le director. Director, master, there's really no need. I don't have. Zhou Zheng still wanted to excuse himself. He was alive and kicking. Nothing happened. What hospital? Nah. Xiao Zhou, don't be stubborn. Listen to the director. Lu Jianjun can't help but drag Zhou Zheng into a car. Straight to the first hospital in Zhangbei City. Chapter 12, Chu Yunyao's job application meets licking dog. In the morning, the rising sun rose and spread a light. The warm sunlight was like a lover's hand, gently caressing the earth. Ding bell. The cell phone alarm rang. Chu Yunyao opened her hazy sleepy eyes and shadowed the surroundings that were both unfamiliar and familiar. She had to go to a company for an interview this morning, so she set her alarm, hurrying to get up and wash up. In the past, she used to sleep until she woke up naturally, but now being woken up by an alarm is still a bit unaccustomed. After washing up, she took out the egg grilled sausage and bread slices from the refrigerator, processed them a little, and made 2 breakfasts. I ate one and left one for Zhou Zheng. I think Zhou Zheng will be off work soon, right? Chu Yunyao finished breakfast, put on a light makeup, hurried downstairs, drove the Paramila to apply for a job at Pan Ocean International Trading Company. Pan Ocean International Trade Company belongs to the Pan Ocean International Group's industry. Pan Ocean International Group in Zhangbei is also considered to be a medium-high family business, but with the Chu family's industry compared to a far cry. To put aside the usual, Chu Yunyao on such a company simply do not see eye. But now she is poor and short of ambition, horse thin hair long. In order to work and work, also not pick and choose. The interview went well. The interviewer of Pan Ocean International was still very appreciative of the high achiever graduated from Qingbei. MS. Chu, you're very good. We'll report it to the general manager. If it goes well, you'll be able to work tomorrow. Thank you then. Chu Yunyao politely thanked the interviewer and walked out of the office. There was a small moment of joy in her heart that she had finally found a job. At the same time, she felt a little funny. The grand miss of the Chu family, letting go of her own family business to not take care of it, and applying for a job in a medium-sized company as a small deputy head of a department. Yunyao, while waiting for the elevator, a familiar voice reached her ears. Turning her head, she saw a man with a greasy haircomb and wearing a well-fitted suit, looking at her with a surprised face, the golden Hermes belt buckle at her waist shining brightly. Wang Feng? Chu Yunyao couldn't help but frown when she saw the man. Wang Feng was Chu Yunyao's classmate from her high school days, and Panhai International Group was his family's business. As a rich second generation, Wang Feng had long coveted Chu Yunyao for a long time. After all, Chu Yunyao was the school's flower. Of course, the most important thing was that Chu Yunyao's family had hundreds of millions of dollars in assets, and she was an only daughter. If you can marry Chu Yunyao, then it is a high branch. The millions of family property sooner or later will be his. Although Wang Feng's family is rich, but with the Chu family cannot be compared. Simply not a level. In all fairness, Wang Feng is not ugly. His family is rich. This kind of man is quite popular with the girls, but Chu Yunyao does not like, especially since Wang Feng had been pestering Chu Yunyao since high school, making her very disgusted. Later on, when Chu Yunyao went to the capital to attend university, Wang Feng also looked for her a few times, but every time it was just a hot face on a cold ass. Chu Yunyao never gave him a color. This time, after encountering Wang Feng at Panhai International Investment Company, Chu Yunyao frowned as usual and turned her face away. Yunyao, Yunyao. Wang Feng clearly didn't care about Chu Yunyao's attitude towards him, shouted twice and walked over quickly. Even when an employee greeted him from the side, he didn't have the time to pay attention. At this moment, he only had Chu Yunyao in his eyes. Yunyao, why did you come here? Looking at Chu Yunyao's fair and pretty face full of collagen, Wang Feng secretly nodded his head in his heart. The goddess was as pretty as ever. He loved it too much. What? No? Chu Yunyao was disgusted with Wang Feng. Her attitude naturally would not be good. Wang Feng, however, didn't care. He was Chu Yunyao's licking dog anyway. He was used to it. He smiled awkwardly. Yes, of course. Yunyao, meeting is fate. Do you have time tonight? Let's go for a meal together. There's a new Western restaurant on Taidong Road. It tastes good. I'll treat you to a French feast. Ding. At this time, the elevator arrived. Thanks. No need. Chu Yunyao didn't even think about it. Dropped a cold sentence and walked straight into the elevator. Hey Yunyao. Wang Feng's jaw dropped as he watched the elevator doors close and the goddess disappeared in front of him, and he couldn't help but burst into a bitter laugh. She was still treating him in the same manner as before, cold and icy, not faking any color at all. However, this stirred up Wang Feng's competitive spirit even more. Having read countless women, he was actually quite confident in himself. Chu Yunyao, don't look like you've been avoiding me. I don't believe I can't catch up with you, he muttered under his breath. Returning to the general manager's office, sitting on the spacious and comfortable boss chair, resting his legs on the desk, Wang Feng's eyes couldn't help but see Chu Yunyao's stunningly beautiful face again. Pan Ocean International Trading Company was the property of Wang Group, and Wang Feng's father had already handed this company over to him to take care of. At least he is also the company's boss, but Chu Yunyao is still unable to do anything, cannot help but be a little depressed. He could only YY in his head. At this time, a knock came from outside the office. Wang Feng woke up from the YY. Very unhappy, cold face said enter. The door opened and the head of the Human Resources Department entered the office. Mr. Wang. Among the job seekers this morning, there is a girl who graduated from Qingbei who is very good. This is her resume. Take a look. Wang Feng took the resume carelessly, glanced at it, and in the name column, the word Chu Yunyao was written. At that moment, his eyes widened greatly. Chu Yunyao was applying for a job from her family's company? It's a bit unreasonable, isn't it? The Chu family's family industry was much larger than the Wang family, so there was no need to come to Pan Ocean International Trading Company to work, right? Could it be a renaming of the name? Wang Feng took a closer look at the resume and confirmed that the applicant was Chu Yunyao, and for a while he was puzzled. The princess of the Chu family could never come to work for a small or medium-sized enterprise. Which play was Chu Yunyao singing? Mr. Wang, what do you think of this job applicant? Do you want you to personally interview him? Wang Feng hesitated. No need. You inform this interviewee that she can come to work at any time. She's applying for the position of deputy supervisor, and her salary will be paid according to the supervisor standard. Mr. Wang, this is not in accordance with the rules. Is it? Rules? Wang Feng stood up with an impatient face. I'm the old boss. What I say is the rules. Yes, Mr. Wang. The head of human resources exited the office. Wang Feng thought for a while, picked up his cell phone, and dialed the number of a close friend. This close friend of his was called Hong Hao, who was a private detective, and was very well informed in the society. Hey Haozi, help me inquire about something. What's happening in the Chu family recently? What? Which Chu family? Which Chu family can there be? It's the Chu Yunyao family that I've been pursuing. Hurry up. I'm anxiously waiting for news. Chapter 13, What would be the reward for 2 stars? Zhangbei City First Hospital. In a single ward, Zhou Zheng was naked, and Lu Jianjun was holding a bandage, wrapping it around his body one by one. Lu Jianjun brought Zhou Zheng to the hospital to check his body, and he was healthy. However, There were a few bloody marks on his back that looked shocking. So, he hospitalized Zhou Zheng. Master, those several bloody marks on my body are from scraping 2 days ago. It's really not the injuries I sustained while capturing Huang Jia. Besides, the doctor said it's fine, so don't wrap the bandages around me. That won't do. Lu Jianjun waved his hand. The director said, can do hospitalization to do hospitalization. Besides, you caught the vicious Class A wanted criminals. How can you not be a little injured? I see these blood marks on your back. Just right. No, master, even if I'm injured, there's no need for you to wrap it so tightly. Just like a mummy, I can't breathe. Zhou Zheng looked down. His upper body was wrapped in bandages like a dumpling. Lu Jianjun was still happily wrapping it. He couldn't help but have a black line on his face. Endure it. Early this morning, the director will report your capture of a Class A wanted person to the city council, or maybe the city council leaders will personally come to the hospital to visit you. Lu Jianjun drooled with envy. Xiao Zhou, this is another merit and commendation. Now this bitterness still cannot eat? If this were me, I'd be happy even if I were wrapped into a mummy. Alright, master, I can endure it, but don't wrap the bandage above the neck. You're wrapping my mouth. Oh. Lu Jianjun smiled in embarrassment. Hey, this is not a smooth hand wrapped your head up, I give you to untie. After the work was done, the two were also a little tired after not sleeping all night, and each slept. I don't know how long. Zhou Zheng was woken up by the ringing of the cell phone, opened his eyes and looked at the wall clock. It was already more than 9 o'clock in the morning. Confused, he picked up the cell phone placed on the bedside, and saw that it was a video call from Chu Yunyao. He hurriedly rubbed his eyes and tapped the answer button. In the cell phone screen, Chu Yunyao's stunningly beautiful and incomparable pretty face appeared at once. Zhou Zheng, let me tell you some good news. I applied for a job at a company today, and the head of human resources told me to go to work tomorrow. I've found a job. Even though it's a not so big company, the treatment is not bad. Really? Then I have to congratulate you. Yunyao, actually you don't need to rush to work. I said, I'll support you. Chu Yunyao stroked a handful of hair in front of her forehead and said with relief, Zhou Zheng, I can understand your feelings, but I can't just rely on your salary to live. Besides, Chu Yunyao did not have the heart to say the words that followed. In fact, Zhou Zheng could also understand that a salary of $5,000 a month could barely support 2 people, but the quality of life would be very low. However, he now had the system, so he thought that it would not be a problem in terms of living in the future. Yunyao, I had a stroke of luck yesterday and won $16,000 from scratching the lottery. Ha, really? Chu Yunyao was astonished. Putting aside the usual, more than $10,000 was just a hair's breadth to her, but this was not the same as in the past, and moreover, it was again Zhou Zheng who won the lottery scratching. Of course it's real. Then how much did you spend to scratch the lottery ticket? $200. $200 won over $10,000. Zhou Zheng, it seems like you really are bursting with luck. That's nothing? Zhou Zheng waved his hand, a hint of smugness on his face. Last night on duty, I caught a Class A wanted criminal. Not only did I get credit, but I was also able to obtain a bounty of $100,000. Hearing Zhou Zheng's words, Chu Yunyao's face did not reveal joy, but was filled with worry. In her mind, wanted criminals were all vicious bad guys, and arresting a wanted criminal would naturally be very dangerous. Concerned, she asked, Zhou Zheng, you're not hurt, are you? No. Then where are you now? Have you gone home? No, I'm in the hospital. And you say you're not hurt? How can you be in the hospital if you're not injured? Chu Yunyao complained, a worried look appearing on her white pretty face. Zhou Zheng, which hospital are you in? What floor in bed? Jiangbei First Hospital, 6th floor. Yunyao, I really wasn't injured. Don't worry, I was hospitalized because, wait for me, I'll be right there. Zhou Zheng suddenly saw that small stars appeared on top of Chu Yunyao's head in the video again, and it was 2 of them. When he wanted to take a closer look, Chu Yunyao hung up the video call. Zhou Zheng could not help but ponder. The first time he received a reward, 1 star appeared above Chu Yunyao's head. This time, it was 2 stars. Could it be that rewards also had levels? It was also unknown what rewards could be obtained with 2 stars. But thinking about it, 2 stars were always more rewarding than 1 star, right? At this time, Lu Jianjun also woke up. After sitting on the chair and sleeping against the wall for a few hours, he felt sore all over. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he pounded his shoulders again. Hey Xiao Zhou, who were you on the phone with just now? My wife. Lu Jianjun was in disbelief. Xiao Zhou, when did you have a wife? I remember you didn't even have a girlfriend when you first came to the Bridge North police station. Zhou Zheng smiled and didn't explain. No wonder the police flower Xiajie of the household registration section of the institute frequently showed you kindness. You are indifferent to others. The original has long been married you? You kid hide deep enough. What's the matter? Brother-sister is not as beautiful as a flower. Cannot afford to be known by us? Hey, what's your sister-in-law's job? How did you two meet? When did you get married? Lu Jianjun was very gossipy chatter. Zhou Zheng is still smiling without saying anything. Xiao Zhou, look at you. When you mention your wife, you don't say anything. You just giggle. Lu Jianjun saw that Zhou Zheng was not picking up his words, and also felt bored, looking at the wall clock on the wall. I'll go. It's already this hour? You're hungry. I'll go buy some food. What do you want to eat? Pancakes. Master. I'll go. Zhou Zheng said and sat up from the bed. You lie still, Xiao Zhou. You are now a wounded patient. The director also said that he won't let you do any work. Lu Jianjun finished and walked straight out of the ward. After another moment, there was a knock on the door from outside. Please come in. Zhou Zheng thought that Lu Jianjun had come back, and thought that master was too polite. As for knocking on the door, squeak, the door opened and a pretty silhouette walked in. It was none other than Chu Yunyao. Yunyao, you're here, Zhou Zheng said and wanted to get up from the bed. Don't move, don't move, quickly lie down. Chu Yunyao placed the fruit in her hands on the table and hurriedly went forward, squatting in front of the hospital bed. Seeing that the upper half of Zhou Zheng's body was wrapped in gauze, his beautiful eyes couldn't help but rise up in mist. Zhou Zheng, how are you doing? Are the injuries serious? Yunyao, don't look at me with so many bandages wrapped around my body. In fact, I didn't. I was just a little bit injured. I'll be fine after 2 days of nourishment. Zhou Zheng expected that Chu Yunyao wouldn't believe him if he said he wasn't injured, so he told a well-intentioned lie. Really? Really? I won't lie to anyone but you. Look at me. I'm really fine. Zhou Zheng got up and stood on the bed and twisted a few times. That look was just like a big horse monkey. Chu Yunyao had a black line on her face. Alright, I believe you. Quickly lie down, Zhou Zheng said as he laid back on the bed again. Yunyao, you also don't squat. It's weirdly tiring. There's a chair next to you. Seeing that Zhou Zheng did not seem to be in any serious trouble, Chu Yunyao's heart relaxed a little and she got up and sat on the chair. Zhou Zheng looked at the 2 green stars hanging in the void above Chu Yunyao's head, and couldn't help but want to reap the rewards. Chapter 14, Oh my god, he touched my face. Zhou Zheng stretched out his finger and was about to point it towards the star on top of Chu Yunyao's head. Suddenly, there was a movement in his heart. Since the star that appeared on top of Chu Yunyao's head could appear more than one, would 2 stars still be able to be upgraded to 3? Zhou Zheng's finger stayed in the air. Chu Yunyao asked in confusion. Zhou Zheng, what are you doing? That what? There's dust on your face, Zhou Zheng said, using his fingers to gently rub Chu Yunyao's collagen-filled, full face, wiping away the dust that had been created out of nothing. The fingertips felt smooth and delicate, like touching a freshly boiled and peeled egg. Chu Yunyao's face was suddenly touched by Zhou Zheng's, and immediately, her scalp went numb and goosebumps rose. Zhou Zheng's fingertips seemed to be discharging electricity, electrifying her crispy and numb, and 2 blushes surfaced on her fair face. Oh my god, Zhou Zheng touched my face? Chu Yunyao was a little shy, and even dared not look directly at Zhou Zheng's gaze. What's that? You, it's good that you're fine, causing me to worry for half a day. You, what kind of fruit do you want to eat? I'll bring it to you? Chu Yunyao's heartbeat accelerated, hurriedly found a reason to turn her back, pointing to the many categories of fruits on the table and said, Yunyao, why did you buy so many fruits? How can I eat it all by myself? I usually buy fruits by the basket. This fault can't be changed for a while. Zhou Zheng, I've actually learned to save. All these fruits were bought from roadside stalls, not expensive at all. Zhou Zheng waved his hand. Yunyao, I don't mean that. The fruits will go bad if you can't finish them. Why don't you just eat as much as you can and buy as much as you can? Got it, Zhou Zheng. What kind of fruit do you want to eat? Quickly say it. Zhou Zheng swept a glance at the fruits that Chu Yunyao had brought. There were quite a few types: apples, pears, bananas, Cheerios and so on. Are bananas sweet? Zhou Zheng asked. It should be sweet. Are the pears crunchy? Crisp. This is Corla fragrant pear. Oh, then give me an apple. Zhou Zheng blinked his wry eyes with a smile on his face. Chu Yunyao almost flashed her back at his big inflection words and shook her head. Really can't do anything about you. However, with such a husband with a sense of humor, it wouldn't be too dull when they were usually together. Chu Yunyao picked out one of the biggest apples, took the fruit knife, and started peeling the apple. Her knife work was very good, peeling the apple's skin thinly and evenly, yet it would not break. Zhou Zheng was also surprised. Chu Yunyao, a well-bred rich girl, could actually peel an apple so perfectly? The eyes could not help but straighten, seemingly seeing Zhou Zheng's doubts. Chu Yunyao explained as she peeled the apple. When I was young, My parents were very busy and often didn't come home in order to work on their business, so I spent most of my childhood with my grandmother. Grandma is a very strong and simple person. She likes to do everything herself, and doesn't like the life of a nanny, while I, at a very young age, learned to cook and do housework from my grandmother, and peeling apples and such small things naturally didn't matter. Unfortunately, the grandmother who was strong all her life ended up lying inside the ICU without any consciousness, relying on various instruments to renew her life. Now, I've fallen out with my family. If grandma knew about it, she might also be holding me. As Chu Yunyao spoke, she was also a little sad. Her fair face was full of grievances, and her eyes were filled with tears. Zhou Zheng was also somewhat moved. In his heart, he secretly vowed that he must properly manage his relationship with Chu Yunyao, and even more so, he must strive to be promoted to the rank of police superintendent within 3 years, and at that time, Chu Yunyao's parents would have no reason to stop the two of them from being together. Of course, to be promoted to the rank of superintendent within 3 years from the lowest level of a small police officer was tantamount to a fool's dream, and was basically impossible. However, Zhou Zheng now had the added power of the system, and with more merits in the future, it would not be a dream to be promoted to police superintendent within 3 years. Yunyao, don't be sad, Zhou Zheng said, handing Chu Yunyao a tissue. I think grandma doesn't want you to be sad and shed tears either. I don't know where his old man is hospitalized. Let's go see her when we have the chance. Zhou Zheng thought that Chu Yunyao's grandmother was also considered his own grandmother, and she and his grandfather were old comrades in arms, so he should go and visit the old lady as a matter of course. Thank you. Chu Yunyao took the tissue and wiped her moist eyes. I'm sorry, Zhou Zheng, I was a bit out of line. Grandma lives in the ICU of the capital Heiress Hospital, where the medical conditions are better. It's just that it's not very convenient to make a trip there. Zhou Zheng waved his hand. What's so inconvenient about this? Now that transportation is so developed, it's a few hours by high-speed train to the capital. Let's put it this way, when I'm discharged from the hospital, the two of us will go to the capital, and I'll accompany you to visit grandma. Really? Of course it's true. Your grandmother is my grandmother. Moreover, her old man and my grandfather were close comrades in arms, and almost got married. Speaking of which, we are not outsiders. Even without this relationship with you, I should still go visit her old man. Zhou Zheng patted his chest and assured. When Chu Yunyao heard Zhou Zheng's words, an expression of surprise appeared on her face. Although, she also often visited her grandmother in the capital and the Concord Hospital, but almost every time, she went alone. Her parents always said that their business needed to be taken care of, and they could not go there even twice a year. Perhaps, they thought that spending money to keep her grandmother's life, even if it was to fulfill their filial piety. Chu Yunyao's feelings for her grandmother were much deeper than her parents. The fact that Zhou Zheng was able to take the initiative to accompany her to visit her grandmother made her both pleased and touched. But, I'm going to work tomorrow. Isn't it bad to take a vacation after just a few days of work? Chu Yunyao suddenly had concerns again. Zhou Zheng said solemnly. What's not good? Family love is greater than everything. Big deal. Just quit. Yunyao, when I said I'll support you, it's not a momentary brain fever, but I really mean it. Besides, I have the ability now. Last night I caught a person, a class-wanted criminal, and I was able to get a bounty of $100,000. In the future, when I work hard and catch a few more wanted criminals, the bounty alone will be enough for us to live a quality life. Don't. Chu Yunyao was suddenly a little moved. Zhou Zheng, I understand your feelings for me, but catching wanted criminals is too dangerous. I don't want you to risk your life in order to make money to support your family. Promise me that you'll ensure your own safety first, okay? Seeing Chu Yunyao's anxious look, Zhou Zheng comforted. Yunyao, don't worry, I will live within my means. Chu Yunyao nodded her head. Zhou Zheng, come, eat an apple. She used her fruit knife to cut off a not-so-small piece of apple and handed it to Zhou Zheng's mouth. Zhou Zheng was not polite and took a bite into his mouth, chewing twice and licking again. The apple fed by my wife is just delicious. Ah. Chu Yunyao's face blushed, then smiled like a flower, seemingly very receptive to Zhou Zheng's earthy love words. If it's delicious, then eat more. Suddenly, Zhou Zheng realized that the 2 green stars above Chu Yunyao's head had turned into 3 blue stars. Chapter 15, Reward Upgrade. The star increased by 1, and the color changed from green to blue. Does it mean that the reward has been upgraded another level? Interacting with Chu Yunyao would earn rewards, and the reward level would be upgraded if you didn't extract the rewards and continued interacting? And the presentation was the same as how the level of equipment in the game was represented by color. The primary level is white 1 star, the higher level is green 2 stars, the higher level is blue 3 stars, and the higher level is yellow 4 stars? Of course, this was all deduced by Zhou Zheng, and he felt that the deduction was not far off. While eating the apple that Chu Yunyao fed him, Zhou Zheng considered, should he extract this 3-star reward now, Or should he wait and see if the reward could be upgraded to 4 stars? At this time, the door of the ward was suddenly pushed open, and a rough voice filled every corner of the ward. Xiao Zhou, you're starving. The roadside stalls selling pancakes near the hospital were all whisked away by the city police who stepped on the horse. I ran for several miles before. Lu Jianjun carried 2 pancakes, looked up and saw Chu Yunyao who was feeding Zhou Zheng an apple to eat, and swallowed the second half of his sentence. Xiao Zhou, this is? In fact, Zhou Lu Jianjun had already guessed who the temperamental beauty in front of him was. However, he asked knowingly in order to ease the embarrassment. Master, back, let me introduce you. She is my wife, Chu Yunyao. Yunyao. Zhou Zheng pointed at Lu Jianjun and said, this is my colleague and my master, Lu Jianjun. You can just call him Brother Jianjun. Chu Yunyao stood up and stretched out her right hand, saying with a big smile, hello, Brother Jianjun. I am Zhou Zheng's wife. I always hear Zhou Zheng mention you. Thank you for taking care of him as a newcomer. Although Chu Yunyao didn't know Lu Jianjun, much less understand him, but it was important to say a few words. Don't. Younger sibling, so what? Don't be polite. Don't ever be polite to me. Lu Jianjun, a big and rough man, was a bit fidgety in the face of such an elegant and temperamental beauty. After gently shaking hands with Chu Yunyao, he quickly shrank back. He never dreamed that Zhou Zheng would actually have such a beautiful wife. Not an ordinary person at first glance. Nah. Sibling, do you want some pancakes? Thanks. I'm not hungry. So what? Are you drinking water? Brother Jianjun, you mustn't be so polite to me. You're Zhou Zheng's master. We're not outsiders when all is said and done. He. Lu Jianjun laughed. Yes. Little Zhou. This brat is particularly well hidden. He's been with me for several months. I didn't even know he was married. This brat, Zhou Zheng said in his heart. I didn't just get a license yesterday. Of course, this was not something he wanted to say. Chu Yunyao smiled and said, June, we just got a marriage license. We didn't hold a ceremony. He probably wanted to tell you when we held a marriage ceremony. Understand. Lu Jianjun grinned with his big mouth. In his heart, he said, what the hell is Xiao Zhou and Chu Yunyao just getting a license without holding a marriage ceremony? Could it be that their marriage isn't solid? He felt the need to show his disciple's face in front of Chu Yunyao. Xiao Zhou just now, Director Hao called me. The matter of you capturing Class A wanted criminal Huang Jia last night, he has already reported it to Director Ma of the City Bureau. Ma originally wanted to study and discuss with the leadership team whether to award you first or second class merit. Later, after hearing that you were hospitalized for injuries sustained in order to capture Huang Jia, he finally made the final decision to award you first class merit. The Bureau rewarded you $20,000 plus $100,000 of bounty. My God, this wave of rewards tops your 2 years of salary. Lu Jianjun originally wanted to tell this information to let his disciple grow a long face in front of his daughter-in-law, and when he said it later, he was a bit envious himself, inadvertently licking his lips with his tongue. Lu Jianjun added, Xiao Zhou put aside the bonus not to talk about. Just the honor of first-class merit, that's a great deal. I've been working in the Bridge North Police Station for 10 years. I've never seen anyone in the office has received a first-class merit. You're a scorpion, only one. Moreover, you've directly transferred from apprenticeship to become a third-grade superintendent, and you have less than half a year to go. Tomorrow at 10 o'clock in the morning, City Bureau Chief Ma will personally come to the hospital to visit you, and will also present you with a certificate of first-class merit, as well as a rank conferment ceremony. Little Zhou, Master is happy for you from the bottom of his heart. Lu Jianjun's incessant words caused Chu Yunyao to be somewhat moved as well. She knew that an honor like first-class merit could not be bought with any amount of money. It was said that third-class honors were taken standing, second-class honors were taken lying down, and first-class honors were taken by family members. Although this was describing the military, first-class honors in the police world were not that easy to get. Zhou Zheng was really excellent. What woman could not love an excellent man? If Chu Yunyao had gotten a license to live with Zhou Zheng, it was just for a promise. After all, she didn't know Zhou Zheng very well and thought that he was just an ordinary police officer or a trainee. Now, her understanding of Zhou Zheng had risen a level. This big boy was upright and sunny and excellent enough to make his master envious. And most of all, he was kind to himself. Perhaps, it wasn't a wrong decision for herself to be bent on getting a license with Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng, he is a potential stock. Chu Yunyao thought like this. Zhou Zheng did not know what Chu Yunyao was thinking in his mind. Instead, he was somewhat embarrassed by Lu Jianjun's compliments. Waving his hand, he said, Master, catching Huang Jia, a Class A wanted criminal, was and is actually my good luck. Lu Jianjun said, Xiao Zhou, luck is also a part of strength. The director and the old Meng of the criminal police team, with 24 comrades to go to Huangjia Zhuang squatting Huangjia. Even the shadow of Huangjia did not see. Huangjia, that kid, just froze to run to your face. If I say you are God chasing to feed. This pile of credit should be yours. Hide cannot hide. Lu Jianjun also thought of if he is on duty when not going to sleep in the office. This pile of credit will also have their own half. Cannot help but some remorse and envy. Don't say anything. In the future, I have to work. I have to be tied together with you. Do not move an inch. There are good things, also let me dip light. Well, you two talk. I won't bother. Go outside to smoke a cigarette. Lu Jianjun went out. Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao chatted for a while longer. The stars above Chu Yunyao's head did not increase. It was still 3. Zhou Zheng wondered if there was a 4-star reward? If there was, it was probably not easy to rise from 3 stars to 4. Let's get the reward first. Taking advantage of Chu Yunyao's inattention, he reached out and gave a false nod at the top of her head. The 3 blue stars above Chu Yunyao's head disappeared. A system voice immediately resounded in Zhou Zheng's mind. Host has opened a 3-star reward. Congratulations on obtaining the Master Acupuncture Technique. Chapter 16, Master Level Acupuncture Technique. Zhou Zheng opened the 3-star reward and obtained the Master Level Acupuncture Technique. And immediately, the fragments of knowledge of the acupuncture technique, like a flood that had broken the dike, poured into his mind in a rush. The abundance of information caused Zhou Zheng's brain to be a bit uncomfortable for a moment, and the muscles on his face could not help but twitch twice. Zhou Zheng, what's wrong with you? Where are you uncomfortable? Chu Yunyao caught the slight change on Zhou Zheng's face and couldn't help but ask worriedly. Zhou Zheng waved his hand. I'm fine, Yunyao. I'm just a little dizzy, probably because I didn't rest enough. Why don't you close your eyes and take a nap? I'll accompany you from the side. No need, Yunyao. I have my master to accompany me. You go ahead and busy yourself. That's fine. I'll go and buy some ingredients. I'll make you ginseng and wolfberry chicken soup to replenish your body, and I'll send it over to you in the evening. Don't bother. I'll just order takeout. No, takeout oil is too big. Eating that is not healthy. I will bring chicken soup to see you at night. It's a deal. Chu Yunyao stood up without being told. Zhou Zheng, that's it. I'm leaving first. Zhou Zheng twisted his head and said, well, I won't be there to see you off. Take your time on the road. Chu Yunyao waved her hand at him and walked out of the hospital room. Zhou Zheng did not turn back until Chu Yunyao's graceful back disappeared from sight. At this moment, the master acupuncture technique had been fully grasped and digested, and his brain wasn't so uncomfortable anymore. Various subtle needling techniques, even lost skill techniques, all blended together, and there was a certain level of attainment in the structure of the human body, and in determining the cause of illness. Zhou Zheng carefully studied it again. It was discovered that master-level acupuncture was not the highest level of acupuncture. There was also the grandmaster-level acupuncture technique above it. The master-level acupuncture technique could work with 7-inch needles, while the patriarch-level acupuncture technique could work with 9-inch needles. At the patriarch grade, it was at the top. Zhou Zheng suddenly had a flutter in his heart and was somewhat chagrined. If the 3-star reward on Chu Yunyao's head had been upgraded to a 4-star one, wouldn't he have obtained the grandmaster grade acupuncture technique? However, the reward had already been opened, and there was no use regretting it now. In fact, Zhou Nang's mastery of the grandmaster grade acupuncture technique was already a top-tier existence in terms of the country's scope. There were only a handful of people in the country whose acupuncture skills were on par with his. The only remaining few are all national medical saints. A bearded old man, immersed in acupuncture for decades, can only perform 7 inches of needles. Like Zhou Zheng, so young master-level characters, in addition to himself, no one else. Zhou Zheng felt that he should be contented. Besides, he was a police officer, and his need for grandmaster-level acupuncture was not that urgent. Suddenly, Zhou Zheng realized that the master-level acupuncture technique could be upgraded to the top-level, patriarch-level acupuncture technique. However, it needed to save a certain number of people with the acupuncture technique before it could be upgraded. Zhou Zheng rolled over, also a little tired, yawned and fell asleep in a daze. Chu Yunyao left the hospital room and got on the elevator, her mind calculating what other ingredients to buy to replenish Zhou Zheng's body. The elevator stopped. Chu Yunyao walked down the elevator with the flow of people, and suddenly realized that she was sitting in the opposite direction, and the elevator came to the ward area on the top floor. Chu Yunyao shook her head and was about to walk back to the elevator, when an arm wrapped around her neck coldly. Ha! Chu Yunyao froze for a moment. An angry expression appeared on her face, and reflexively used her hand to push the person next to her. The touch was a soft mass. Immediately afterward an exaggerated yet familiar voice came. Stinky Yao Yao, playing hooligan IU. How dare you attack this young lady's chest? Chu Yunyao fixed her eyes on it, and it turned out that the one who had wrapped her arms around herself was her good girlfriend Yang Tingting. Can't help but say in a bad mood. Ting Ting, you still have the nerve to say that I'm a hooligan. Just now wrapping your arms around my neck without saying a word scared me. I thought I had met a hooligan. Che, Yang Ting Ting blanked her. Yao yao, I just wrapped my arms around your neck and you attacked my breasts. Are you jealous that I'm bigger than you? Keep your voice down. You're not afraid that the bystanders will hear you and laugh at you. Chu Yunyao knew that Yang Ting Ting was mouthing off in front of herself, so she didn't intend to tease her anymore, and asked with a straight face, Hey Ting Ting, why did you come to the hospital? Seeing someone or not feeling well yourself? Hearing Chu Yunyao's words, Yang Ting Ting's mood instantly became a bit low. Don't mention it. My grandfather had a heart attack while walking around the corner and almost. That's serious? Chu Yunyao and Yang Ting Ting were especially close. Yang Ting Ting's grandfather Chu Yunyao had also seen him many times. That old man was quite amiable. Hearing that the old man was hospitalized with a heart attack, Chu Yunyao couldn't help but be a little worried as well. Ting Ting, how is grandpa now? Is it alright? It's already out of danger. No, he's just been transferred from ICU to the intensive care unit. To say the least, it's also a blessing. If it wasn't for the kind-hearted people who rescued him yesterday and sent grandpa to the hospital in time, the consequences would really be unimaginable. Chu Yunyao also nodded her head, and in her heart, she called out all the luck. These days there are too few people who can take the initiative to save strangers in need of help. Life is not easy, and everyone is afraid of blackmail. When Yang Ting Ting's grandfather was sick, it was really lucky that he could meet a kind-hearted person. Ting Ting, the kind-hearted person saved grandpa. You have to thank them properly. That's a must. Our Yang family won't be ungrateful either. Yang Ting Ting had a difficult look on her face. That kind man left before I arrived at the hospital. He also paid a $10,000 hospitalization deposit for grandpa. I'm really touched. These days, there are genuinely not many of these extremely good people. Is that so? Chu Yunyao heard this and also revealed an incredulous expression. Ting Ting, I think that the good man might be up to something. There's no way he wouldn't return to the hospital to see you guys. After all, the deposit was $10,000. Aha! Yang Ting Ting nodded. My dad said that if the Good Samaritan doesn't show up today, then he'll find a way to find the Good Samaritan and express his gratitude in person. And he'll also send him a banner. Chu Yunyao smiled and said, there aren't many people who can make Vice Mayor Yang take the initiative to send a banner. By then the Good Samaritan is probably quite excited. It's called good intentions are rewarded. Right, which ward is grandpa in? Take me to see his old man. Over there, Yao Yao. Follow me. Chu Yunyao followed Yang Ting Ting to a single ward. Opening the door, a middle-aged female nurse hurriedly stood up. Yang Ting Ting waved her hand. Aunt Lu, you busy yourself. I'll bring the boudoir to visit grandpa. Aha! The caregiver nodded and whispered. Then keep your voices down. The old man just fell asleep. Chu Yunyao fixed her eyes and saw Yang Ting Ting's grandfather lying on the bed, a hint of blood color on his pale face. At this time, the silhouette swayed and Yang Zishan walked in. Ting Ting, how is your grandfather doing? Yang Ting Ting looked up and said to Yang Zishan, Dad, grandpa just fell asleep. Let's go out and talk. Chapter 17 There are still hidden dangers. Yang Zishan glanced at his old father lying on the hospital bed with a concerned gaze. Although the old man's face was still bad, but his breathing was steady and he seemed to be sleeping well, so he nodded and turned to walk out the door. Yang Ting Ting said to the caregiver, Aunt Lu, please take care of grandpa. I'll be right outside the door with dad. If something happens, you call out to me. Good. Grandpa has me to look after him. Don't worry. Yang Ting Ting nodded and greeted Chu Yunyao as she also walked out of the ward, gently closing the door. Good day, Uncle Yang. Chu Yunyao went out and greeted Yang Zishan. As one of the tycoons in Zhangbei City, Chu Jiasuan naturally had contact with Vice Mayor Yang Zishan, plus Chu Yunyao and Yang Ting Ting were good girlfriends. In fact, the two families were relatively close and familiar with each other. Yunyao, why did you come to the hospital? It couldn't be that Ting Ting called you over to be her companion, right? Before Chu Yunyao had a chance to speak, Yang Ting Ting pouted and said with an unhappy face, Dad, what do you mean by that? Where did I call Yunyao? It's me who just accidentally met her. Chu Yunyao also explained at the side. Uncle Yang, Ting Ting is right. I came to the hospital to visit a patient and met Ting Ting. That's how I found out that the old man was sick and hospitalized. I heard Ting Ting say that the old master had a heart attack, and was saved by a good Samaritan and sent to the hospital before he received timely treatment, and is out of life-threatening danger. Yes, Yang Zishan nodded. If it wasn't for that kind-hearted person, the consequences would really be unimaginable. After saying that, he looked at Yang Ting Ting. Ting Ting, has that kind person come yet? Yang Ting Ting shook her head. No, since I came to the hospital yesterday, I've been guarding grandpa every inch of the way, and I haven't seen that kind person. Yang Zishan frowned. This kind-hearted person is really a helper, doing good deeds without asking for rewards. This has been a day and a night. It is reasonable to say that even if he does not ask for rewards, the $10,000 deposit advanced by the old man's hospitalization will still be asked for. After all, $10,000 is not a small amount of money. Secretary Xiao Wu, seeing his boss frowning, wanted to relieve him of his worries. Vice Mayor Yang, why don't I go to the Zhongbei Daily newspaper, publish a missing person notice on the front page of the newspaper, then notify the media, and publicize it on the internet as well. The back can't help but find this kind person. Yang Zishan pondered for a moment, and shook his head in a few moments. No, this matter is better not to be too high profile. After all, my identity is relatively sensitive. Moreover, using this way to find the Good Samaritan, perhaps the other party will be displeased. How about this? Xiao Wu, you go and access the hospital's CCTV footage, find the image of that Good Samaritan, and then find a way to find him. I'll leave this matter to you. Can you get it done? Don't worry, Deputy Mayor Yang. I will definitely find the kind-hearted person as soon as possible. Secretary Xiao Wu was close to patting his chest and guaranteeing it. Leaders accounted for the task, regardless of whether there is no certainty to complete. That must not hesitate. Down and then think of a way is. Also cannot back the goodwill. This half a day appeared. At this time, a doctor wearing a white coat came over. Is there a family member of the 16 beds? I am. Yang Tingting raised her hand. Doctor, when will my grandfather be discharged? The doctor couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Girl, what are you thinking? The old man is just out of a life-threatening situation. But, his condition is not optimistic. What? Yang Zishan, who had always been joyful, changed color slightly on his face. Doctor, how exactly is my father's illness? Can you tell me in detail? The doctor looked at the man in front of him who wore unusual looks and was vaguely familiar. He couldn't help but light up and asked loudly in excitement. You are Deputy Mayor Yang? I am Yang Zishan. Yang Zishan waved his hand, signaling the doctor to keep a low profile. Oh, I'm sorry, Deputy Mayor Yang. I used to see you on TV, meeting you for the first time in reality. I'm a bit out of it. My name is Yang Xing. I'm the Deputy Chief Physician of the Cardiovascular and Cerebrovascular Department of the First Central Hospital of Zhongbei. Speaking of which, I have the same last name as you. So maybe we were a family 500 years ago. Yang Xing tried his best to get close to Yang Zishan. Yang Zishan nodded slightly. Dr. Yang, can we talk about my father's condition? Oh yes. Do you want to go to my office? It's crowded and noisy here. Not a place to talk. No need. Just talk here. Seeing a trace of impatience showing on Yang Zishan's face, Yang Xing didn't dare to get close anymore and hurriedly said, your father had a problem with his heart. Thanks to the timely rescue, our hospital was able to turn the situation around after our efforts. But, through the results of the examination, I found that your father's heart has 2 blood vein blockages, although a gap is now flushed open with medication. However, this is a hidden danger, a great hidden danger. As Yang Zishan listened to Yang Xing's words, his face gradually became grave. Dr. Yang, do you mean to say that those 2 blood veins will still be blocked in the future? My father's life will still be in danger? Yes. Yang Xing nodded. Then how should I completely cure my father? Dr. Yang, you're the deputy chief doctor. You should have a solution? With his father's life and death at stake, Yang Zishan's face was not calm anymore. Vice Mayor Yang, I really don't dare to make a promise for a complete cure. The only solution for today is to do a heart bypass surgery. But what? Dr. Yang, you quickly say it. Next to her was Yang Tingting, who couldn't hold herself together and asked repeatedly. The old man is old. His body functions have deteriorated severely, and he also has symptoms of 3 highs. The risk of doing a heart bypass surgery is too great. I'm afraid the old man won't be able to last until the surgery is over. Yang Xing's words were obvious. If he wanted to lift the hidden danger, he would have to do a heart bypass surgery, but whether the old man could carry through, no one dared to say. Perhaps he could still live for 1.5 more years without the surgery, and it was possible that he would not be able to get off the operating table with the surgery. Dr. Yang, is there no other way but to do the surgery? Yang Tingting asked. Yang Xing thought about it. It's not just one way of doing surgery. There's another way to save the old man. But it's also quite difficult. Then you should quickly say it. What method? The method of acupuncture. Using acupuncture, remove the blockages in the old man's blood vessels and unclog them. Yang Tingting was an acute person. Hearing that there was still a way to cure her grandfather, she hurriedly urged, then hurry up and arrange it. Dr. Yang. Yang Xing gave a bitter smile. Miss Yang, it's not that simple. If you want to use acupuncture to treat the old man, the healer must be able to perform 7 inches of needles. The most powerful Chinese medicine practitioner of our doctor can only perform 4 inches of needles. Dr. Yang, then do you know a Chinese medicine practitioner who can perform 7 inches of needles? Recommend one to us? Yang Xing said. A Chinese doctor who can perform 7-inch needles is a rare species in the whole country. How can it be so easy to find one? Vice Mayor Yang, I'm not going to lie. There are only a few doctors who can perform the 7-inch needle in the whole country, but they are all in the National Health Bureau, serving the big chief. Chapter 18, Really Hot Tie Pants. Yang Xing's words made Yang Zishan fall into deep thought. Doing a heart bypass surgery on his father was too risky, and it was highly likely that the old man would not survive it. The only thing that could remove the blockage in the blood vessels without surgery was acupuncture. However, the doctor who could perform the 7-inch needles could be called a national medical sage, a rare existence. Only the health bureau in the capital city could find such a great master. But they were serving the great chief. Although Yang Zishan is the deputy mayor in Jiangbei City, some energy to the capital. The ass is not properly small Karami. It is said that the capital does not know your official small. That is to say, for the big head of the service of the national medical saints level is not lower than Yang Zishan, wanting to invite someone to see his father. How easy it was. Honestly, there wasn't even a doorway. Hiss. Yang Zishan couldn't help but sip his teeth with worry. His old father's heart disease was like a big mountain pressing down on him, and he couldn't breathe. Yang Tingting was in a hurry and asked Yang Xing, Dr. Yang, do you recognize the national medical sage who can perform 7-inch needles? If you recognize it, can you help? Before Yang Tingting could finish her words, she was interrupted by Yang Xing, who waved his hand repeatedly. Miss Yang is really lifting me up. I'm an associate chief physician of a local hospital. How can I have that ability to know a national medical sage? I'm not afraid of your joke. Not to mention recognizing, I've never even met him. National doctor sage level doctors are very valuable. Ordinary people can't get in touch with them easily. Yang Tingting was a bit deflated. Her hands spread out. What then? Yang Zishan said solemnly, Dr. Yang, is there any relationship that can get in touch with the national medical sage? As long as I can get in touch, I am grateful to you. The vice mayor had said such words. Yang Xing was also eager to have a way to get in touch with the national medical sage, but he didn't have the ability, and was also anxious. Suddenly, a flash of insight came. Vice Mayor Yang, our Dean Zhang had a seminar together with Bai Shi and Bai Lao. It seems that there is a little bit of crossover. Bai Lao is the healthcare doctor of a certain big chief, able to perform the 7-inch needle. Why don't I ask our dean and see if we can contact Elder Bai? When Yang Zishan heard Yang Xing's words, he brightened up and said eagerly, where is your dean? I'll talk to him personally. Dean Zhang is traveling. Let me give him a call. Yang Xing took out his cell phone, called the dean, and hung up after saying a few words. How is it, Dr. Yang? What did Dean Zhang say? Dean Zhang knows that Vice Mayor Yang's father needs the national doctor sage's salvation and is very attached to it. He said that he'll contact Elder Bai right away, but as to whether or not he can get Elder Bai to come to his rescue, it's hard to say. Yang Zishan nodded. Dr. Yang, no matter what the outcome is, this favor from you and Dean Zhang, Yang Zishan, will take it. Soon, Dean Zhang called back. Yang Xing's face was a bit ugly after he answered the phone. Yang Zishan's heart thumped, immediately had a bad feeling. Sure enough, Yang Xing regretfully said, Vice Mayor Yang, it's really unfortunate. Elder Bai, as the accompanying healthcare doctor, has followed the head of the government to a foreign country. Then when will Elder Bai come back? At least a week. But from what Dean Zhang said, there are a lot of people begging for Bai Lao's treatment, and a lot of powerful people in the capital need to wait in line. Vice Mayor Yang, I think it's hard to get an appointment on old Bai's side. Why don't we think of another way first? Alas, Yang Zishan sighed and nodded dismally. Got it. I'll think of another way. But, thank you for your help as well. Yang Xing hastily waved his hand. But I don't dare. I didn't help with anything. It's a shame to say that. Vice Mayor Yang, there's a meeting that's coming up. Look. Secretary Wu next to him looked at his watch and reminded in a low voice. Yang Zishan nodded. Although his old father's condition worried him, he couldn't delay his work because of it. Ting Ting, I'll go back to work first. Grandpa here, I'll leave it to you, and you shouldn't stay up for a long time. There's an escort. Got it, Dad. But what about Grandpa's heart disease? If you don't treat it in time, it will be a hidden danger sooner or later. Yang Zishan pondered for a moment. Dad will think of another way. Yunyao. Bye. Dr. Yang, goodbye. Oh, take care. Vice Mayor Yang. Yang Xing couldn't help but be flattered. Chu Yunyao also waved her hand and said goodbye to Yang Zishan. Yang Zishan disappeared into the hospital's corridor with his secretary Xiao Wu. Yang Xing also used an excuse to leave. Only Chu Yunyao and Yang Tingting remained in the corridor. Yang Tingting was not in high spirits and sat down disheveledly on the seat placed in the corridor. Sai, how can we cure Grandpa's illness? Chu Yunyao went forward, sat next to her, and patted her back. Tingting, don't worry too much, the car will get there. the old man's illness will definitely be completely cured. Hopefully. Yang Tingting also knew that it was useless to be anxious, and could only comfort herself in this way. Chu Yunyao accompanied Yang Tingting and chatted for a while. Yang Tingting was also an optimistic person, and her heavy mood lightened up quite a bit. Hey Yunyao, you haven't said what you came to the hospital for? Didn't I say? I came to the hospital to visit someone. To see who? My husband. What? Husband? Yang Tingting's eyes widened in disbelief. Yunyao, you're not talking nonsense, right? When did you have a husband? Don't you even have a boyfriend? Good wow Yunyao, you and I are such good sisters. You actually hid such a big thing from me? Looks like I have to re-evaluate our friendship. Chu Yunyao was suddenly a bit shy. Ting, I only got a license with him yesterday as well. You got a license yesterday? In such a hurry? You're not having one, are you? Yang Tingting said as she reached out to touch Chu Yunyao's stomach. Chu Yunyao twisted her body to avoid Yang Tingting's hand and snapped. Hey, you're the one who's pregnant. Then why did you suddenly get married? Without even informing me? Then what is it if it's not a marriage with a child? Aya Tingting, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? It's a long story. Chu Yunyao briefly recounted the matter to Yang Tingting. After Yang Tingting heard it, her mouth opened wide in some disbelief. Yao, my goodness, just for a promise, you got a license with a man you don't know? For this reason, you even went so far as to fall out with your family and leave your home net? Right, indeed. Chu Yunyao nodded her head in agreement. You actually lived together? Did he take advantage of you? Did you guys sleep together? Chu Yunyao fiercely pushed Yang Tingting. Stinky Tingting, why are your words getting harder and harder to hear? We have an agreement. Although we live together, we don't have different beds. After 3 years if we can't cultivate a relationship, we'll go our separate ways. Yang Tingting stuck out her thumb, not knowing whether it was admiration or mockery. Marry first before falling in love. Yao, you are really tie pants hot. Chapter 19 A woman's big three embraces a golden brick. Knowing that her good girlfriend Chu Yunyao had flash married Zhou Zheng in order to fulfill her promise, Yang Tingting was surprised. There were 1,000 words in her heart that she wanted to say, but, with things as they were, it was useless to say anything, so she had to hold it back. Yao, no wonder your mom called me and asked me not to receive you recently. I was confused and before I had time to ask, she hung up the phone. I understand now, so you fell out with your family. Yao, for the sake of a promise, for the sake of marrying that Zhou Zheng, is it worth it? Looking at Yang Tingting's puzzled expression, Chu Yunyao smiled. There's no such thing as worth it or not. This is my principle of being a human being. Mom and dad froze my Vice card in order to force me to change my mind, and didn't want my girlfriends to pick up the slack, just to put pressure on me to turn back. In fact, I didn't want to turn to my girlfriends for help at all. I have my own hands and feet, and I can make money to support myself, and besides, Zhou Zheng has a formal job. Okay. Yang Tingting nodded, suddenly gossiping again. How old is that Zhou Zheng? What does he look like? Handsome or not? Chu Yunyao generously took out a photo from her bag, which was the photo left over from when she and Zhou Zheng applied for the marriage license. Here, see for yourself. He's actually still 3 years younger than me. Yang Tingting took the photo and saw Zhou Zheng's appearance. It was a boy who was both sunny and handsome, without the beauty effect, but no less than the stars on TV. In an instant, Yang Tingting felt a little bit moved. She said that no wonder Yao did not hesitate to fall out with her family but also wanted to get married with Zhou Zheng. This boy is not generally handsome. Yang Tingting actually also want to give the good girlfriends to check. Appearance of this level, she is really nothing to say. The female big three hold the golden brick. Look at the photo, you two are quite compatible. Yang Tingting said from her heart. Hee it's not bad. Hee Yao. Saying you're fat you're still panting. Yang Tingting laughed playfully and then asked, what does he do? Zhou Zheng is a police officer at the police station. Wow, police officer, looks good. However, the police salary is not high. I don't know if I can afford you. Chu Yunyao gave her a blank stare. It's true that police wages aren't high. I told you earlier, I can work and earn money myself. I've actually found a job. I'll go to work tomorrow. My God. Yang Tingting was astonished. You're really going to work? Really convinced you. Amazing. Looks like that policeman husband of yours is having a hard time supporting you. Who said that? Chu Yunyao suddenly had a look of pride and happiness on her face. Last night, Zhou Zheng caught a Class A wanted criminal. I heard that he got at least a second-class merit and a $1,200,000 bonus. My husband is not an idle person, yo. Watching Chu Yunyao speak with a fluttering brow, praising her husband from the bottom of her heart, Yang Tingting's heart was suddenly a little sour. Well, as your good best friend, I can only wish you happiness. Tingting, thank you for your blessing, Chu Yunyao said as she stood up. It's getting late. I should go too. Yao, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Stay with me for a while. I want to go home and cook for Zhou Zheng. Boil some chicken soup or something to nourish him. Yang Tingting asked. Just now you said you came to the hospital to see Zhou Zheng. He's not injured, is he? Yang Tingting nodded. Zhou Zheng was injured last night catching criminals, but it's not a big problem. Alright, I won't hold you up then. Yang Tingting also stood up. Right, which room is Zhou Zheng staying in? I'll go see him sometime and get to know him. After all, we're such good girlfriends, and I don't even know your husband. Saying that would make people think we're plastic girlfriends. Chu Yunyao told Yang Tingting Zhou Zheng's bed number. Tingting, I'll deliver dinner to Zhou Zheng later, so I'll contact you to come over and introduce Zhou Zheng to you. Okay, then I'm leaving. Yang Tingting watched Chu Yunyao get on the elevator, and also turned around and walked back to her grandfather's single room. Aunt Lu, the caregiver, sat on a chair and looked at the old man on the hospital bed without blinking, especially dutiful. The old man was still sleeping. His face had some more blood color than just now. It seemed that his condition was under control for the time being. Seeing Yang Tingting come in, Aunt Lu, the caregiver, hurriedly stood up. Yang Tingting waved her hand, signaling her not to make any noise so as not to wake up her grandfather. Seeing that her grandfather was safe and sound, and even developing in a good direction, Yang Tingting then let go of her heart. Panhai International Trading Company, General Manager's office. Wang Feng was sitting on the wide and soft boss chair, leaning back, his feet resting on the solid wood desk, holding a cigar in his hand. He took a puff and exhaled a large cloud of smoke that slowly dissipated into the air. Cough cough cough. A young man sitting on the opposite side choked on the smoke and kept coughing. He. Wang Feng laughed, put down his legs and took out a Cuban cigar and threw it over. How's he taste this stuff? If you don't smoke it, the smell of smoke is really choking. Hong Hao took the cigar but put it on the table again. Brother Feng, this stuff is too punchy to smoke. If you enter the lungs, one bite rises to heaven. Sand dollar. Wang Feng laughed and cursed. How can you smoke this stuff and get it into your lungs? Country bumpkin. Hong Hao, also annoyed, waved his hand. From his pocket touched a box of Hibiscus King, self-centered light. Or this is smooth. Wang Feng didn't force himself, and took another puff of the cigar and asked, have you gotten any results from the things I asked you to inquire about? There has to be. Hong Hao exhaled a cloud of smoke and started boasting. Brother Feng, don't you see what buddies do? Zhang Hu nicknamed Bao de Jia. Nothing can be hidden from me. Before he could finish his words, he was rudely interrupted by Wang Feng. Mard, where the hell are you talking so much nonsense? Quickly get to the point. Hey. I heard that Chu Yunyao had a falling out with her family. Her father threatened to sever the father-daughter relationship with her, and Chu Yunyao left her home. Grass. Really? Wang Feng was thunderstruck by this news. However, thinking about it, this news should be true. Otherwise, Chu Yunyao, the golden lady, would not have come to his company to interview for an assistant supervisor position. Howsy, do you know why Chu Yunyao did this? Brother Feng, I heard that she was the one who was bent on getting a license to marry a small policeman. It seems like she really went to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get a license. What? Chu Yunyao got a license to marry a small policeman? As Chu Yunyao's dog licker, Wang Feng was struck by lightning when he heard this news. His face was as gloomy as water. A few moments later, Hao Zi, help me to find out about the little policeman who got a license with Chu Yunyao. Brother Feng, don't need you to say. I've already snooped around. That kid is called Zhou Zheng. He is a trainee police officer in the police station in Xiaobei. Chapter 20, Licking Dog Angry. The beloved goddess got married and licensed with a small policeman, which was something Licking Dog Wang Feng could never accept. He was so angry that his chest kept rising and falling, and he had the heart to kill Zhou Zheng. Mard, his own goddess was fingered by a tiny trainee police officer. Who in this hell could swallow this breath? Hao Zi, help me find a few gangsters, go to the hospital and beat up that little cop. Money is not a problem. Wang Feng, who was in a rage, made an irrational decision. Hong Hao, who was in authority, advised, Brother Feng, calm down. Although that kid is just a trainee cop, he's still a cop, isn't he? People on the road only bully the common people. How would they dare to attack the police? Wang Feng waved his hand confidently. With a heavy reward, there will be a brave man. I'll pay more money. I don't believe that we can't find an outlaw, Hong Hao said. Brother Feng, even if someone dares to do it, how will it end after beating up Zhou Zheng? A policeman being beaten up is not a small matter. The top will definitely investigate severely, and if it's not good, it will be investigated on you and me, and at that time, it won't be something that can be settled by taking money. Then what to do? I'm holding back hard to know? Wang Feng walked around the office irritably. Hong Hao's eyes rolled and said, Brother Feng, your ultimate goal is the Chu family's Miss Chu Yunyao. Why don't you use the money on Zhou Zheng? Give him some money, and even threaten and then lure him, so that he will leave the Chu family's Miss Chu won't be enough. Moreover, there's another benefit to doing so, which is to get the gratitude of Chu Yunyao's parents. How? Wang Feng looked up and asked. Brother Feng, think about it. Chu Yunyao left the Chu family, but wasn't it because of Zhou Zheng? Her parents can't see Zhou Zheng and hate to break them up. If you make this work, once the Chu family is happy, they might support you and Chu Yunyao to come together. Wang Feng thought for a moment and said, that's right. The Chu family's opposition to Chu Yunyao and Zhou Zheng's marriage must be because they look down on Zhou Zheng's status. After all, the door is not right for the household. But he is different. Although his family's business is much worse than the Chu family, but in Jiangbei City is also considered to have a number one. At least then Zhou Zheng, a small police officer, is much stronger. If he could break up Chu Yunyao and Zhou Zheng, he would really have a chance to become the son-in-law of the Chu family. The Chu family and the Wang family had joined forces, and once Chu Yunyao's parents died in the future, everything would be theirs. He would be able to hold on to a beautiful woman and gain a large family business. Grass. Just thinking about it was great. Wang Feng yied and drooled at the corners of his mouth. Howsy, you're right. In that case, you go and poke around some more. Where is that kid Zhou Zheng? I'll personally talk to him. When and if I become the Chu family's son-in-law. Howsy, I'll get you a vice president job right away. Brother Feng, is the vice president good looking? Is she flirty? I don't like older ones. Wang Feng froze, and then scolded. Is your head filled with love action movies from your childhood? Letting you be the vice general manager, not letting you the vice general manager. Sand dollars, hurry up and go. You'll get a lot of benefits. Thanks Brother Feng. I'm going to inquire. You just prime Hauer. Hong Hao promised and walked out of the office in a beautiful manner. He found a buddy who worked as an auxiliary police officer in a police station. He asked the auxiliary police buddy if he knew about Zhou Zheng, the trainee police officer of the Qiaobei police station. Auxiliary police buddy stunned, asked Hong Hao, you inquire about Zhou Zheng why? Hong Hao said, not for what? Entrusted by the people, loyal people. You say know this person it? Auxiliary police buddy said, of course, no, Zhou Zheng is now famous. In Jiangbei City, all the police station that is no one knows no one knows. Hong Hao stunned, said a small trainee police officer, what is his head? Why famous? Auxiliary police buddy with an envious face said, Zhou Zheng on duty, luck burst, captured a class A wanted criminal, bounty and prize money added up to 120,000. Farcical can also get a first-class merit it. Hiss. Hong Hao sucked in a breath of cool air. He said, I didn't expect Zhou Zheng, the trainee police officer, to be so. It is possible to obtain a first-class merit before it is even turned. He also asked his auxiliary police buddy, do you know where Zhou Zheng is? Auxiliary police buddy said, Zhou Zheng was injured when fighting with the wanted criminals, hospitalized in the first hospital in Jiangbei City. As for which bed to live in is not known. Hong Hao got the information he wanted, threw the auxiliary police buddy a box of hard huazi, and then quickly ran back to the Panhai International Trading Company. In the general manager's office, Wang Feng locked his brows and smoked a cigar. Hong Hao pushed open the door and stormed in. Wang Feng was in a bad mood and someone entered without knocking on the door. He was about to lose his temper, but when he raised his eyes and saw that it was Hong Hao, he suppressed his anger. Howsy, how come you're home so soon? Got everything done that I asked you to do? Hong Hao nodded and closed the office door. Sitting on his butt opposite Wang Feng, pretending to be out of breath. Brother Feng inquiring out. Who? Grip grass first, let me drink some water. Wang Feng handed him a bottle of mineral water and threw him 2 boxes of soft huazi. Howsy, don't be in a hurry. Have a drink of water. Smoke a cigarette and speak slowly. Although Wang Feng was quite anxious in his heart and wanted to know immediately where Zhou was, however, the surface demeanor still needs to be done. Hong Hao drank water, lit another huazi, and smoked 2 mouthfuls before he slowly said, Brother Feng, that kid Zhou Zheng is hospitalized in the Jiangbei First Central Hospital. Hospitalized? Sick? Cancer? Wang Feng froze, and then joy appeared on his face. He was inexplicably excited that his love rival was sick and hospitalized. Not sick. Hong Hao waved his hand. It's wounded. That kid was also lucky. I heard that he caught a Class A wanted criminal while on duty and got a bit injured. That's why he was hospitalized. This kid is now famous in the police circle, and will receive a first-class merit. Brother Feng, it's a good thing we didn't find a socialite to mess with him. Otherwise, we'd be looking for death. Grass. When Wang Feng heard this, he shook off his hand and became even more depressed in his heart. He was unhappy when his love rival was excellent. Very unhappy. Seeing the expression on Wang Feng's face, Hong Hao advised from the side. Brother Feng, don't be depressed. This society talks about wealth. It's about money. That kid gained more first-class merit. It can't be a meal. A month's salary doesn't amount to much. In terms of wealth, you dumped him 8 streets. Wang Feng thought about it also. His strategy would have been to bully and seduce. First a gift and then a soldier. First use money to tempt Zhou Zheng. Give him $1 million or $2. Let him leave Chu Yunyao. If the other party does not agree, then think about it again. Standing up. Hao Zi. Let's set off here. Go to Zhongbei First Hospital. Meet this kid Zhou Zheng for a while. Lao Zi has a lot of money. I don't believe that I can't solve him by taking money and smashing him. The two took the elevator to the underground garage, driving a white Range Rover, rushing towards Zhongbei First Hospital. Chapter 21. The person who deserves to be humiliated. Wang Feng brought Hong Hao to the First Central Hospital of Zhongbei City in a furious manner. In order to show his manners, Wang Feng let Hong Hao go to the store in front of the hospital to buy 2 cartons of expired milk, the first gift before the army. Hao also have to pretend. He thinks that Zhou Zheng, a small trainee police officer, is also worthy of drinking expired milk. By other is also a waste. Parked the car, carrying 2 boxes of expired milk. 2 people all the way to inquire. Came to Zhou Zheng's ward outside. Through the glass window, they saw a man lying on the hospital bed. Because of the angle, they couldn't see what he looked like, so they thought that was their love rival Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng? Wang Feng couldn't help but grit his teeth. Brother Feng, control your emotions. This kid is a cop. Don't clash with him later. I know. Wang Feng took a few deep breaths and barely suppressed the anger in his heart. Haozi, let's go in. Alright. Hong Hao didn't talk about politeness and pushed open the door of the hospital room. Zhou Zheng was lying on the hospital bed, and when he heard the sound, he looked up to see 2 uninvited guests coming in, and couldn't help but frown. He thought that these 2 people had gone to the wrong ward. After all, Zhou Zheng looked at the 2 people who looked very strange and didn't recognize any of them. Hong Hao put down the 2 pieces of provisional milk and asked, "You are Officer Zhou Zheng Zhou, right? You guys are? Let me introduce to you. The one beside me is the boss of Pan Ocean International Trading Company, Wang Feng, Mr. Wang. Wang Feng?" Zhou Zheng's CPU spun rapidly, but, after thinking for half a day, he did not fail to remember who this person in front of him was. "I don't seem to recognize you guys, right? It doesn't matter if you don't know. Soon you will." Wang Feng stroked his big greasy head with his hand, pulled over a chair, and sat down facing Zhou Zheng. He saw that Zhou Zheng had thick eyebrows and big eyes, and his face was angular, properly a big handsome man. Wang Feng felt that he had primped and groomed himself enough, but he still couldn't compare to Zhou Zheng, who was wearing a hospital gown, so he couldn't help but feel even more depressed. In order to maintain his demeanor, he barely showed a hint of a smile. "Officer Zhou, this we came, firstly, to pay you a visit. I heard that you caught a wanted criminal and got injured, and secondly, there are some personal matters we want to talk to you about." Zhou Zheng's heart stirred. It felt that the guy on the opposite side was not coming from a good place. He sat up from the hospital bed. "Talk about what matter? Mr. Wang, speak directly." Wang Feng suddenly felt a powerful aura, and his aura weakened by 3 points first. "So what? It's about Chu Yunyao," Zhou Zheng asked. "Yunyao? What happened to Yunyao?" Wang Feng said word for word. "Do you know that Chu Yunyao is the goddess of my heart?" He. Zhou Zheng suddenly laughed. He now understood that the guy in front of him was here for Chu Yunyao, and might be Chu Yunyao's licking dog. Needles asked, "Then do you know that Chu Yunyao is my wife? We got a license." "So what?" Zhou Zheng, "If you're a man, leave Chu Yunyao. You're a poor cop. You can't give her happiness." Zhou Zheng said to himself, "Is Wang Feng sick in the head? You're a dara. You want me to leave Chu Yunyao and I will? This is not a fool's dream." With that, he didn't bother with Wang Feng and laid down again. "Both of you, if there's nothing else, then please return." Grass. When Wang Feng saw that Zhou Zheng was unmoved, he couldn't help but be enraged. He gave Zhou Zheng a fierce look. "1 million. I'll give you 1 million to leave Chu Yunyao." Zhou Zheng said in his heart, "The Chu family gave me $5 million and I didn't even ask for it. What's $1 million? Do you really think that all people are profit-oriented?" Giving him a blank look, his eyes were filled with contempt. 2 million. Zhou Zheng, 2 million is quite a lot. I advise you not to be ungrateful. Finished yet? Zhou Zheng rolled overs with his back facing Wang Feng. "Leave when you've finished. Don't say 2 million. Even if it's 200 million I won't leave Chu Yunyao." Grip grass. Hong Hao stepped forward and pointed at Zhou Zheng and said, "Zhou Zheng, do you know who you're talking to? The Wang Gongzi in front of you is the son of Pan Ocean International Group's Wang Dong. If you agree to Mr. Wang's request, your future path will get wider and wider. With money, what kind of woman can't you find? If you offend Mr. Wang, be careful of getting your money." "What? Are you threatening me?" Zhou Zheng suddenly turned around. "Threatening the police? Believe it or not, I will detain you for 5 days first." Hong Hao felt that Zhou Zheng wasn't joking, and immediately shrank his neck in fear, not daring to speak. Wang Feng's face was blue. "Zhou Zheng, this brat was so oily and salty, he was so damn hard to deal with. 3 million. Scram." Zhou Zheng was already too lazy to break up with Wang Feng. He just felt that this guy was extremely noisy. As the son of the Wang family, Wang Feng had grown up with a high level of respect, and what he did was smooth sailing. No one had ever dared to yell at him like this, so he couldn't help but be a little bit unable to get off the stage. At this time, a pretty figure walked in. Zhou Zheng, hungry? See what I made for you? The person who came was none other than Chu Yunyao. Seeing Wang Feng in Zhou Zheng's hospital room, she couldn't help but freeze for a moment. Wang Feng, who told you to come here? Wang Feng had a big temper towards others, but facing Chu Yunyao, where did his licking dog still have an ounce of temper? At once, a smile appeared on his face. Yunyao, we meet again. This is really fate. Chu Yunyao's face was gloomy. What fate? I don't have any fate with you at all. Did you come to threaten Zhou Zheng? I'll tell you, Wang Feng, if you dare to be unfavorable to Zhou Zheng, I'll immediately tell my father and bankrupt your family's company. Do you believe me? Chu Yunyao uttering this was not an alarmist statement. With the strength of the Chu family, it was not impossible to bring down the Wang family if losses were not counted. Yunyao, don't say anything angry, okay? Zhou Zheng is not your ideal partner. As the daughter of a large family, it's not like you don't understand the reasoning behind a strong alliance. I am your ideal husband. Chu Yunyao was almost sickened and vomited by Wang Feng. I don't need you to teach me whether I understand or not. Hurry up and get out. I don't want to see you. Facing Chu Yunyao's aggressive words, Wang Feng really clammed up. Chu Yunyao, now that you've severed your relationship with your family, don't scare me with the words of bringing down my Wang family. Is that so? A smile appeared on Chu Yunyao's face. Want to give it a try? Even though I've severed my relationship with my family, I'm still the only daughter of the Chu family. Wang Feng was speechless, and immediately deflated. People just fell out with their parents again. They were still the Chu family's daughter-in-law. Chu Yunyao no longer paid attention to Wang Feng. Zhou Zheng, get up and eat. Opening the insulated bucket, which contained boiled ginseng and wolfberry chicken soup, the aroma was immediately overflowing. It smells so good, Zhou Zheng exclaimed exaggeratedly. Come, I'll feed you. Chu Yunyao took a small spoon, scooped a spoonful of chicken soup, blew on it with her mouth, and stuck out her tongue to test the temperature before sending it to Zhou Zheng's mouth. Zhou Zheng opened his mouth and drank a spoonful of chicken soup. Both mentally and physically it was extremely comfortable. The two of them were showing their love, completely ignoring Wang Feng's sufferings to stand it. He was about to explode with anger, and felt his temples thud jumping out. He knew that staying here would also be a heifer drinking milk and making a fool of himself. Let's go. Wang Feng greeted Hong Hao and left in disgrace. Chapter 22, Too Tight to Get Out. Wang Feng came to the parking lot with an iron face and got into the main driver of the Range Rover. The more he thought about it, the more angry he became, and he couldn't help but fiercely smash the steering wheel with his fist. DDT. The horn also began to ring. The sound in the empty parking lot spread out a long way. Hong Hao didn't dare to advise from the side. He realized that Wang Feng was really angry. He was afraid that Duke Wang would take his rising anger out on him. Hao Zi, hurry up and find me someone from the road. I will kill Zhou Zheng. The furious Wang Feng had already lost his mind. He only wanted to use violence to solve the problem now, so that he could take out a mouthful of bad anger. Brother Feng, no way. Zhou Zheng is a police officer, and he has made a merit, not to mention killing him. Even if we beat him up, both of us will have to go to jail. What should we do? We'll just let Zhou Zheng die of anger. Brother Feng, we've done our due diligence just now, but if Zhou Zheng refuses to do so, we can't be polite to him next. Grass, I said to find someone to him. You're afraid of accidents, and now you're saying that you can't be polite to Zhou Zheng. A little bit here and a little bit there. You're sick, aren't you? Hong Hao said. Brother Feng, what I mean is, next let's find a way to count on Zhou Zheng. It's not necessary to find someone to beat him up. That's the next best thing. Although we can't buy Zhou Zheng with money. However, he must have his own soft underbelly. We can think in this direction. Once we figure it out, we can prescribe the right medicine. Wang Feng nodded and said thoughtfully, as a police officer, he is afraid of losing his job, afraid of not being able to progress. It is easy to get into the system. He must cherish this job, and even more so, he is thinking about promotion. Hong Hao said, then let's think about it. Who can sway his job? Is it still necessary to think about it? Wang Feng blankly glanced at Hong Hao. Zhou Zheng's leader, the leader's leader, can sway his work, his promotion. Hong Hao said, then let his leader threaten him. Wang Feng bristled. Hao Zi, it's easy for you to say that when you step on a horse. Do you think the police station is run by my family? Suddenly, a light came into Wang Feng's mind and he slapped his thigh fiercely. That's right, One of my distant first cousins is working as the deputy director of the police department's political division. The political division is responsible for the establishment of police officers, appointment and dismissal of cadres, recognition and rewards, etc. Not a small amount of power. Hong Hao's eyes lit up. Brother Feng, why don't we just turn to that big cousin of yours for help? Let him step in and sidestep Zhou Zheng, not afraid that he won't give in. That's a good idea. But, Wang Feng said after pondering for a while, that distant first cousin of mine isn't close to my family either. And besides, this person has a bigger appetite. Brother Feng, anything that can be solved by money isn't called a thing. Give up the child and you can't catch the wolf. Who isn't the one to whom the money is given? Okay, I'll ask him out tonight. Have fun together and talk this over. In the ward of Jiangbei First Central Hospital, Chu Yunyao was still meticulously feeding Zhou Zheng. The chicken soup was delicious, and the Chu Yunyao in front of her was even more beautiful. Yunyao, why don't you drink a little bit as well? It's really delicious. If it's good, you can drink more. Zhou Zheng, you're a sick person now. I can't grab food from a sick person. Besides, I've already drunk it. Zhou Zheng swallowed a mouthful of chicken soup and said, but, I feel like you're craving for it. Saw that you have secretly licked the corners of your mouth. Have I? Chu Yunyao asked knowingly, and two blushes appeared on her fair face. Hate it, Zhou Zheng, if you keep talking, I won't feed you anymore. That's fine. I'm already full anyway. Zhou Zheng was smug. Chu Yunyao was so angry. This guy, getting a bargain and still selling his good behavior. Zhou Zheng suddenly took out the thermos bucket and snatched the spoon from Chu Yunyao's hand again. Okay, now it's time for me to start feeding you. He scooped up a spoonful of chicken soup. Quick, open your mouth. He was like coaxing a child, saying and gesturing to Chu Yunyao. Chu Yunyao actually really wanted to drink the chicken soup. After all, her stomach was hungry as well. However, Zhou Zheng feeding her chicken soup in this manner made her a little embarrassed. Hurry up, Yunyao, or the chicken soup will get cold. Chu Yunyao couldn't resist, so she closed her eyes and opened her mouth. A spoonful of fresh chicken soup entered her mouth. The flavor blossomed from the taste buds of her tongue, and Chu Yunyao's brows stretched. Wow, it's so delicious. I didn't expect my handiwork to be so great. Again, Yunyao, open your mouth. Zhou Zheng deliberately scooped a full spoonful and poured it into Chu Yunyao's mouth at once. Chu Yunyao was caught off guard. The chicken soup almost flowed out and hurriedly covered her mouth. Zhou Zheng, you gave me too much. It almost flowed out. I'm sorry, Yunyao. I'll pay attention next time. He clearly did it on purpose. There's a next time? Chu Yunyao thought with a puff of anger. Zhou Zheng sent another spoonful of chicken soup in, but the spoon wouldn't come out. Chu Yunyao retaliated by biting the spoon with her teeth, and with a pair of eyes, she looked at Zhou Zheng provocatively. Zhou Zheng was moving his wrist, and did not dare to forcefully pull the spoon out for fear of hurting Chu Yunyao. However, Chu Yunyao deliberately did not let go of her mouth, and the two of them just stood there in a stalemate. It was Zhou Zheng who couldn't stand it first. Yunyao, you're biting so tightly, I can't draw it out. As soon as the words left his mouth, he felt that the words were a bit awkward, and it was very astringent to think about it. Couldn't help but grin and snicker. Chu Yunyao soon heard it too, and her ears reddened all of a sudden. Dead Zhou Zheng, dare to say anything, so humiliating. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll stop drinking. Fine, I'll stop talking. The two of them were feeding one and drinking the other, and were having a good time when Lu Jianjun came. Just now, he had something to do. He went out for a trip, and seeing that it was the right time for dinner, he hurriedly rushed back, and before he arrived, his voice arrived first. Xiao Zhou, what do you want to eat tonight? As soon as he came in, he saw a scene of show of love. Chu Yunyao opened her small glistening mouth. Zhou Zheng was holding a spoon and was sending chicken soup into her mouth. My eyes. Lu Jianjun screamed miserably. He, a married man, was equally unable to resist a pair of golden girls showing their love. I didn't see anything. Didn't see. You guys continue. These two were so sweet that they almost induced his diabetes. Lu Jianjun covered his eyes and ran outside the ward to stand guard. A few moments later, a beautiful woman in black silk high heels walked over, reaching out to push the door of the ward. Lu Jianjun hurriedly stopped. Hey, who are you looking for? The beauty smiled. Hello, my name is Yang Tingting. Zhou Zheng lives in this ward, right? Yes, you know Zhou Zheng? Lu Jianjun said in his heart. Why is another beautiful woman coming to find Zhou Zheng? Has this kid gotten lucky with peach blossoms? Chu Yunyao was inside. Yang Tingting went in. Would he not have flipped his car? I don't know Zhou Zheng. I'm good girlfriends with Chu Yunyao. Just now she sent me a message and said she came to the hospital. So I came over here. Oh, that's good. Please come in. Thanks. Chapter 23, I thought you were drinking milk. Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao finished feeding each other chicken soup. Seeing that there was residual chicken soup grease at the corner of Chu Yunyao's mouth, Zhou Zheng could not help but say, "Yunyao, there's something at the corner of your mouth." Chu Yunyao was still very concerned about her appearance, and hearing Zhou Zheng's words, she couldn't help but ask, "Where? What is it?" While saying that, she subconsciously used her hand to wipe it. "Don't move, I'll wipe it for you." Zhou Zheng pulled out a piece of paper from the paper drawer. "Raise your head up. Yes, don't move, haha." Carefully wiping the corners of Chu Yunyao's mouth, he laughed as he did so. "Such an adult, eating just like a child. Even drinking a chicken soup flows onto your chin." Chu Yunyao blankly glanced at her without a good mood. "It's not you, giving me so much at once. Where can I finish it all in one bite?" Okay, it's all my fault. Next time I'll feed you little by little, trying not to waste a single drop." At this time, the door opened and young Tingting walked in. She heard the last words Zhou Zheng said and saw the image in front of her. She couldn't help but float around, unhealthy thoughts flying around in her heart. What are you guys doing? My goodness, Yunyao, you even ate." Young Tingting couldn't say any more and covered her face, feeling ashamed of herself. Zhou Zheng had a black line on his face. He didn't recognize that it was this beautiful woman in front of him, much less know what the beautiful woman was talking about. Inexplicably, Chu Yunyao understood what young Tingting meant, and couldn't help but blush red as she snapped, "Tingting, what are you saying? It's not what you think. Come on, don't explain. Explaining is a cover-up. I didn't expect that Yao Yao, who has always shown herself as a persona of a lady of the house, is actually so open. I'm kind of convinced. You, Tingting, Zhou Zheng just fed me chicken soup and it flowed onto the corner of his mouth. He's wiping it for me. What are you thinking?" Yang Tingting froze for a moment. Then she looked at the two men who were fully clothed, especially Zhou Zheng, with a frank face, not at all like he had just done something bad and was bumped into as he should be. Could it be that she misunderstood Yao Yao? Thinking about it, Yao Yao was not a casual person. Young Tingting couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed as well. What about? I thought you choked on your milk." She hurriedly made a perfunctory remark. Chu Yunyao glared fiercely at young Tingting, and with Zhou Zheng, she didn't have the heart to say more about her. "I'm sorry," she said as she took a tissue from Zhou Zheng and wiped the corner of her mouth. "Tingting, let me introduce. This is Zhou Zheng, my husband. Zhou Zheng, this is young Tingting, my good girlfriend." Yang Tingting took a closer look at Zhou Zheng, his sword brows and starry eyes. His face had clear angles, a proper big handsome man. She couldn't help but nod her head, and understood in her heart. No wonder Chu Yunyao would rather break with her family, but also want to get a license to marry Zhou Zheng. "Hello, Ms. Yang." Zhou Zheng greeted young Tingting while sizing her up twice. That said, young Tingting was good looking, especially her peach blossom eyes that tantalized the soul, and her body was also convex and curvy, and with the addition of her long black silk legs, she was beautiful and sexy. But barring that, compared to Chu Yunyao, it was still that much worse, not only in body shape, but also in temperament. "Hello Zhou Zheng." Yang Tingting also nodded her head in greeting and said immediately afterward, "You're Yao Yao's husband, and you're not an outsider, so call me Young Tingting or Tingting from now on." "Okay." Zhou Zheng nodded with a smile. "Tingting, have a seat. Do you want some fruit?" Chu Yunyao helped her move a chair and picked up a banana and handed it to her. Young Tingting didn't see any outsiders, peeled off the banana skin, opened her mouth and took a bite of the banana. Her mouth slurred. "Yao Yao, Zhou Zheng is quite handsome. No wonder you fell." "Nonsense. I mainly did it for that promise from Grandma." "Okay, it's okay that my Yao Yao is not a face dog, right?" Young Tingting looked at Zhou Zheng. "Zhou Zheng, I have to admonish you a few times. My Yao Yao has been raised in a good way since she was a child. Living in a honeypot, you can't let her suffer the slightest bit of aggravation. I also don't know if you can afford my Yao Yao on a few $1,000s a month." Before Zhou Zheng could say anything, Chu Yunyao ranted. "Young Tingting, what are you saying? I'm living my life with Zhou Zheng. Why do I have to let him support me? Just because I'm a girl? Because I'm the Chu family's daughter? It's not like I can't work all four bodies. I can also go to work. I can pay for this family." Young Tingting didn't expect that Chu Yunyao would react so strongly, and said with a resentful face, Fine. You can stand on your own feet and be more self-reliant. I'll take good intentions as a donkey's liver and lungs." Seeing young Tingting's expression, Chu Yunyao couldn't help but cluck her armpit with her hand. "You dead ninny. Still dare to give me a wiggle face?" Cluck cluck cluck. Young Tingting instantly dodged while tickling her flower branches. "Yao Yao, stop it. Giggle. It tickles to death." Zhou Zheng could not insert a word and could not help but shake his head. However, Chu Yunyao had been protecting him, just for fear of his pride being hurt. Zhou Zheng was still very grateful. At this time, he realized that a white star had appeared on Chu Yunyao's head, and his heart couldn't help but be moved. The reward had come again. A 1-star reward. Should I collect it now, or wait for an upgrade? Upgrading to 2 stars would allow for a higher reward. However, Zhou Zheng really couldn't help himself. Looking at the rewards made his eyes water. Never mind if it was high level or not. Picking it up in the pot was the dish. Reaching out, he gave a false nod towards the white star on top of Chu Yunyao's head. Ding, host opens 1-star reward. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 3 lost ancient recipes. Lost ancient formulas? Zhou Zheng had a black line on his head. He was a police officer. He thought that he would receive a reward for grappling or something like that. What the hell is a reward for ancient formulas? Could it be that the system was trying to cultivate himself towards the aspect of an old Chinese doctor? However, it's good to have rewards. What more do you need? In his mind, the 3 golden-colored prescriptions were like animated images, flashing with golden light. They quickly disappeared, and Zhou Zheng memorized the contents of the prescriptions in all of them. The first prescription was an ancient recipe for making medicinal wine. People who were old enough to drink a small cup of it every day would soothe their qi and vitalize their blood, prolonging their lives, and even those who couldn't drink alcohol due to illness could drink it. The second prescription is about the treatment of stomach diseases. No matter how stubborn stomach diseases, 3 pairs of medicine, immediately cured. The third is about the beauty aspect of the prescription. Beauty, beauty. Successive queens have used it. After using all say good. Zhou Zheng's heart moved. With these ancient prescriptions, Chu Yunyao still go to find what job? Wouldn't it be better to start your own business and be your own boss? When there is an opportunity to discuss with Chu Yunyao, he will provide the formula and leave the rest to Chu Yunyao. Chu Yunyao in order to cut off relations with his family. Every time I think of it, Zhou Zheng also more or less some guilt. Just when Zhou Zheng's mind was wandering, Yang Tingting answered a phone call and suddenly stood up. Yao Yao, let's not talk to you first. The caregiver just called me. Grandpa woke up. I have to hurry over. Chu Yunyao said. Ting Ting, I'll accompany you. Aren't you going to accompany your family Zhou Zheng? Zhou Zheng has his colleague Jianjun brother looking after him. It's fine. Let's go. Let's see the old man together. Chapter 24. Young man, thank you for saving my life. Chu Yunyao turned back to Zhou Zheng and said, Zhou Zheng, I'll go with Tingting to see her grandfather. Zhou Zheng asked, what happened to young Tingting's grandfather? Hospitalized too? Yeah, heart attack. Is it serious? Luckily, he was sent to the hospital in time. It's under control, not life-threatening anymore. Oh, that's good. Do you need me to accompany you? No need. You also have injuries. It's better to rest in the ward. Alright then. After Chu Yunyao and Yang Tingting left, Zhou Zheng suddenly thought of the fact that yesterday, he saved an old man who had a sudden heart attack, and was also sent to Jiangbei Hospital. I don't know if that old man has turned out to be alright. That said, he had also paid a hospitalization deposit of 10,000 yuan for him, which he definitely wanted back. After all, he wasn't rich, he just wasn't in a hurry. Chu Yunyao and Yang Tingting came to the intensive care ward. On the hospital bed, the old man slept for a while and woke up leisurely. His spirit was still good. Leaning back and sitting on the head of the bed, Yang Tingting went forward. Grandpa, you're awake. How do you feel? The old master said. Not bad, just a little hungry. Grandpa, what do you want to eat? Tingting and I will go buy it for you. Next to him, Chu Yunyao said. The old man tilted his head and recognized Chu Yunyao. Oh, so it's Yao Yao. What? You also know that old man I'm sick and hospitalized? Aha! Chu Yunyao nodded her head, went up to the hospital to see someone, and happened to meet Tingting. She said that you were hospitalized, so she came over to visit to see you, and at that time you were sleeping. Alas, the old man sighed. Getting old, the parts of my body are not useful anymore. This heart attack almost sent me away. Fortunately, I met a good person, so I was lucky to get this life back. By the way, Yao Yao, have you seen that kind young man? Our family can thank him properly. If not for him, you won't be able to see me. Yang Tingting said in her heart, so the one who rescued Grandpa was the young man. Grandpa, when I arrived, that kind person had already left, and hasn't shown up until now. He also paid a $10,000 hospitalization deposit for you. Really? The old man heard Yang Tingting's words and was very grateful in his heart. Sighing, alas nowadays, there really aren't many young people like this. Our family can't be ungrateful even if we know the favor. Tingting, you must find him. Grandpa, don't worry about this matter. My dad also said that he will find a way to find a good Samaritan. The old man nodded. That's good. That's good. Your dad is busy at work. You must remind him. Don't give it a miss. Got it, Grandpa? Don't worry. Yang Tingting continued. Grandpa, aren't you hungry? What do you want to eat? There are many things I want to eat. The old man blinked. I want to eat braised pork, and bring me a bottle of wine. That would be perfect. Good granddaughter. Quickly go prepare it for Grandpa. When Yang Tingting heard this, her peach blossom eyes glared as she solemnly said, "Comrade Yang Zhixiong, you've just gotten out of a life-threatening situation and you want to eat meat and drink again. How can this be? Tingting girl, you are not unaware of your grandfather's hobbies. If I don't eat some roasted meat and drink a couple of glasses of wine at every meal, my body is not feeling well. Hurry up." "No." Yang Tingting shook her head, firmly disagreeing. "Grandpa, the doctor said that you should eat a light diet, and you have to quit smoking and drinking altogether." "What bull asterisk 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 doctors, they are all quacks, don't listen to them. Anyway, it just won't work. You have a heart condition, just bear with it, put up with it. That's easy for you to say. If you don't drink or eat meat, you might as well die." The old man's face was hopeless. Yang Tingting insisted on following through with the doctor's advice. After all, this was a matter of Grandpa's health and even life and death. Absolutely no sloppiness. "Don't let me eat meat. Don't let me drink wine, then I'll eat nothing and starve to death." The old man played up his childish temper. Yang Tingting knew that her grandfather's temper was particularly stubborn, and that if she were to put it aside, it wouldn't hurt if she drank less. But now his heart disease is not optimistic. Yang Tingting cannot give in. The two of them have been in the same boat for a long time, and they have been in the same boat for a long time. The two of them just so dug in. Yang Tingting at time also cannot do anything, cannot help but use the eyes to help Chu Yunyao. Chu Yunyao persuaded a few words. The old man simply do not listen. She cannot help. At this time, Chu Yunyao received a message on her cell phone. It was from Zhou Zheng. Asked her when she would be back after being gone for so long. Chu Yunyao then briefly told Zhou Zheng about the situation. Zhou Zheng couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Yang Tingting's grandfather being a heart disease patient, he definitely had to stop drinking alcohol. This old man was like a child. He couldn't just refuse. He had to be coaxed. Suddenly it occurred to him that he had just obtained 3 ancient medicinal formulas, one of which was a recipe on how to make a medicinal wine that toned the body and prolonged life. With this kind of lost ancient formula soaked out of the medicinal wine, heart patients can also drink, and there is a strong body to prolong life efficacy. How about? Thinking of this, Zhou was saying in WeChat, "Yunyao, how about I go persuade the old man?" Chu Yunyao quickly returned the message. "Zhou Zheng, you, okay? It's not like you know the old master?" "Zhou Zheng, try if it's okay, tell me the hospital bed number." Chu Yunyao thought about it. Men know men better. Why don't we let Zhou Zheng try? So, told Zhou Zheng the old master's hospital bed number. Zhou Zheng got up, put on his shoes, and walked out of the hospital room. Outside the door, Lu Jianjun was fiddling with his cell phone, and when he saw Zhou Zheng come out, he couldn't help but ask, "Little Zhou, what are you doing?" Zhou Zheng laughed, "Going to Crosstown to see a patient. It's on the top floor of this building." "What? A friend is hospitalized here?" Yang Tingting's grandfather. "Never mind. I can't explain it clearly even if I tell you about it. Master, I'll go and come back." "Hey, wait for me," Lu Jianjun said and followed. The director had said that he should take good care of Zhou Zheng, so he didn't dare to think twice. In the intensive care ward on the top floor, Yang Tingting and her grandfather were still at an impasse. "Grandpa, even if I beg you, don't drink anymore. Eat something light." "Stop, Tingting, you don't know my temperament. Your father can't even persuade me." The old man waved his hand. "You get me a caddy of braised pork, and a bottle of wine. I don't drink much, at most 3 taels. It's filling and addictive. You girl, you just have to go against me. I've loved you for nothing." Yang Tingting cried and laughed, and felt somewhat aggrieved. Just then, the sound of knocking came from outside. Yang Tingting sighed and personally opened the door. "Hey Zhou Zheng?" She couldn't help but have her eyes glazed over. What was he doing here if he wasn't properly lying in a hospital bed recuperating from his injuries? Zhou Zheng laughed. "I came to see the old master." "What? Not welcome?" "Welcome, please come in." Yang Tingting invited Zhou Zheng in, and Lu Jianjun followed. Zhou Zheng winked at Chu Yunyao and walked over to the hospital bed. "Old master, how are you feeling?" Why does this old man look a bit familiar?" The old master on the hospital bed looked up and couldn't help but get excited. "It's you, young man? Thank you for saving my life." Chapter 25. The entire room was shocked by the old master's words. Chu Yunyao suddenly felt that this world was small. Zhou Zheng had saved an old man, who was actually her best friend's grandfather. Moreover, Zhou Zheng did good deeds without leaving his name, and this noble character made her even more convinced that choosing to get a license with Zhou Zheng was not a wrong decision. "Young man, what's your name? Sit down, sit down." Ting, quickly move a chair for my savior." Zhou Zheng hurriedly waved his hands. "Master, my name is Zhou Zheng. You must not be polite." Yang Tingting's jaw dropped as she woodenly took a chair and walked over. "Grandpa, you're saying that it was Zhou Zheng who saved you?" "Yes." The old man refused to let go of Zhou Zheng's hand when he grabbed it, as if the moment he let go, Zhou Zheng would disappear. "Yesterday, I was walking on the street. I had a heart attack and collapsed on the ground. None of the people around me helped. It was this young man, Zhou Zheng. He was the one who stepped forward. If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't be able to talk with you guys right now. The old man sighed for a while. Zhou Zheng held the old master's hand and said, Old master, I happened to be passing by there at that time, and when I saw you fall on the ground, I instinctively gave a helping hand, and actually didn't do anything. Hey Zhou Zheng, the doctor has said that without you performing cardiac resuscitation on me in time, I'm afraid I wouldn't have made it to the hospital, so don't be modest. Yang Tingting stood by the side. At this moment, she had mixed feelings in her heart. Originally, she felt that her own girlfriend marrying Zhou Zheng was a bit of an offense. To put it bluntly, Zhou Zheng was not worthy of Chu Yunyao. Unexpectedly, it was such a handsome man that she could not see, who saved her grandfather. His heart was simply too good. Zhou Zheng, thank you for saving my grandfather. Yang Tingting, who had always been big-hearted, was suddenly embarrassed. Zhou Zheng waved his hand repeatedly. No need to thank you. No need to thank you. The old man seemed to be seeing something. What? You guys know each other? Zhou Zheng said with a big smile. Well, know each other, just met not long ago. The old master looked at Yang Tingting's bowed head in speechlessness, her face still slightly flushed, and pondered in her heart. Could it be that Tingting is interested in Zhou Zheng? This young man has a good heart, and he fits my eyes. If Tingting becomes with her, it will also be a beautiful marriage. Thinking of this, the old man began to mess around with the lovebirds. Xiao Zhou, how old are you? 24. Well, just the right age. The old master said something inexplicable and then asked, What kind of work do you do? Old master, I'm a police officer from the Chelbei police station. Police, I said it, the police are good to fight against evil, to maintain the safety of the people. You, this child is good-hearted, must also be a good police. Do you have a girlfriend? Master, I'm married. Ha! The old man froze, and secretly screamed pity in his heart. He also glanced at his granddaughter, Yang Tingting, with pity in his heart. He said, Tingting, such a good man looks like he's going to miss out. Why don't you have this life? Yang Tingting seemed to understand her grandfather's intention, and 2 blushes suddenly appeared on her snow-white pretty face. Stomping her foot, she anxiously and shyly pouted. Oops, Grandpa, Zhou Zheng is Yao Yao's husband. They just got their license yesterday. Oh, okay. The old man also ran out of tricks, and his face was filled with a look of regret, as if he had missed out on $1 billion. Zhou Zheng sensed the old master's intentions, Chu Yunyao's pair of eyes staring at him tightly, making him a little unnatural, and hurriedly changed the topic. Old master, I heard that you just woke up. Are you hungry? Not hungry. Very hungry? But my own granddaughter is disobedient. She won't buy me anything I want to eat, the old man deliberately said in an aggrieved manner. When Yang Tingting heard this, she couldn't help but feel depressed for a while. Grandpa, I'm also doing this for your own good. The doctor said that he won't let you eat greasy food, not to mention not letting you drink alcohol. When you woke up, you wanted to eat braised meat and drink alcohol. This makes it very difficult for me. Difficult? The old man lay down on the hospital bed. Then I'll starve. Zhou Zheng said, Old master, braised meat is too greasy. Let's not eat it. How about something light? The old master said, Then it's better not to eat it. How about adding a fried peanut rice? Zhou Zheng knew that people who loved to drink didn't necessarily have to eat big fish and meat. Having peanuts and rice would be fine. Good, wow. The old man's eyes lit up. This can be had. It's just a pity that there's no wine and the peanut rice doesn't smell good. Who said you're not allowed to drink? I'll drink a couple cups with you today, but not too much. 1 tael at most. Also, you have to eat some rice. No problem. As long as I can have a sip, I'll agree to any conditions. The old man was happy to hear this. He sat up from the bed. Xiao Zhou, you're better than my own granddaughter. Yang Tingting was instantly enraged. She said to herself that Zhou Zheng was not sending her grandfather to the brink of extinction. Zhou Zheng, you, Zhou Zheng whispered. I'll explain it to you later. Chu Yunyao knew that Zhou Zheng was definitely not a manhwa person, and when he said this, he wasn't saying this for nothing. He must have his own thoughts. However, this was the father of the vice mayor, so if there was really any discrepancy, it would not be easy to solve. A pair of beautiful eyes looked towards Zhou Zheng, with a questioning gaze in her eyes. Zhou Zheng winked at her, signaling him to be at ease. Old master, I'll make some arrangements, and make sure you can drink the fine wine in a while. Alright, Xiao Zhou, you see to the arrangements. It's really my good fortune that the old man met you. Zhou Zheng called Yang Tingting and Chu Yunyao to the door. Lu Jianjun, an outsider, also followed him out. Zhou Zheng, what are you messing with? The doctor said that my grandfather can't drink. Aren't you harming him? Yao Yao, you don't talk about your family Zhou Zheng either. Zhou Zheng waved his hand at Yang Tingting. Be at ease. Listen to me. What about the wine I'm talking about? It's not the ordinary wine on the market, but the wine made from medicinal herbs. Your grandfather drinking it will only benefit his body. Yang Tingting was half convinced. Really? How come I don't believe it so much? Yang Tingting, your grandfather was saved by me. Could I still harm him? Yang Tingting was silent. Indeed, Zhou Zheng had no need to harm her grandfather, and her heart loosened. But, Zhou Zheng, where do you go to get the medicinal wine you mentioned? The wine seller's place? The ancient formula that Zhou Zheng had obtained had long been lost. This market naturally could not buy this kind of medicinal wine. Moreover, it was too late to buy all the herbs to brew it now. But it was not difficult to defeat him. He had his own idea. Yang Tingting, don't worry, I can handle it. In this case, you and Yunyao will chat with Grandpa for a while. I'll go with me and my master and I'll be right back. Chu Yunyao said worriedly. Zhou Zheng, is your injury going to matter? Otherwise, you should not go. Tell me what to buy. I will go out with brother Jianjun. Zhou Zheng shook his head. It's fine. I told you, mine is a minor injury. No problem at all. Let's go. Zhou Zheng, wait. Yang Tingting suddenly called out to Zhou Zheng and pulled out her cell phone. Zhou Zheng, you advanced $10,000 for my grandfather. Add me on WeChat and I'll transfer it to you. Zhou Zheng pointed at Chu Yunyao. Just give the money to Yunyao. Alright, Yao. I'll transfer it to you. Don't. It's better to transfer it to Zhou Zheng. It's his money. Chu Yunyao tried her best to push back. Zhou Zheng waved his hand. Yunyao, my money is your money, and by the same token, what's yours is mine, so don't push back anymore. Alright then, Chu Yunyao reluctantly agreed, but she was happy in her heart. Lu Tingting looked at the two people being intimate, and couldn't help but have a sour feeling. Chapter 26 Secret Medicine Liquor. Zhou Zheng and Lu Jianjun came to the parking lot to drive. When the two of them got into the car, Lu Jianjun sat on the main driver and said to Zhou Zheng, Xiao Zhou, are you really letting Yang Tingting's grandfather drink? He is a heart patient. Zhou Zheng nodded his head. Yes, then you're not afraid to drink the old man to death? Xiao Zhou, this is no joke? Zhou Zheng smiled and said with a confident chest, Master, heart disease patients definitely can't drink, but the wine I'm talking about is not ordinary wine. I know, you're talking about wine made with medicinal herbs. I've drank that stuff too. It does benefit the body, but medicinal wine is also wine, is it? Zhou Zheng waved his hand. Master, the wine you drank is ordinary medicinal wine on the market, while the medicinal wine formula I provided to the old man is an ancient formula. It's not the same as ordinary medicinal wine, so don't worry. But, Master, I have a plan in mind. Just drive. Alright, Lu Jianjun nodded helplessly, thinking that Zhou Zheng wouldn't fight a battle that he wasn't sure of. He had to let him be and stop persuading him. Little Zhou, where are we going? Master, you send me to the street of precious Chinese herbs, then you go to the restaurant to pack some meals. Everyone hasn't eaten yet, just enough for a few of us to eat. The food should be light and nutritious, such as stir-fried shrimp or something like that. Yes, don't forget to add a fried peanut rice. Okay, I'll make a note of it. Master, I'll transfer $500 to you. If it's not enough, you can speak again. Zhou Zheng said as he took out his cell phone and was about to send Lu Jianjun a red packet. Lu Jianjun blocked Zhou Zheng's cell phone screen with his hand. Xiao Zhou, you're scolding me. Although your sister-in-law has a tighter control over me, I still have the money for a meal. Alright, Master, I'll treat you to a drink when I have time down here. That's what I love to hear. It's settled. Lu Jianjun started the car and set off towards the street of valuable Chinese herbs. Arriving at the place, Zhou Zheng opened the passenger door and got out. Master, go back to the hospital after you've bought the meal. Don't bother picking me up. I'll take a taxi back when I'm done. Alright, Xiao Zhou, I'll leave first then. Zhou Zheng waved his hand, and after seeing Lu Jianjun off, he dove headfirst into the street of precious Chinese herbs. The street of valuable Chinese herbal medicines was not long but only more than 200 meters. As the name suggests, all the stores on this street dealt with medicinal herbs, and all of them were expensive Chinese herbal medicines, and the people in the industry called the precious medicinal herbs as fine medicines. For example, ginseng, antler, oxalis, musk, tiger bone, rhinoceros horn, cordyceps and so on. Of course, some of these herbs are considered contraband and are prohibited from being bought and sold, but whether or not they are privately traded is unknown. The purpose of Zhou Zheng's visit is very simple. He wanted to buy the hands of the secret recipe in each kind of medicinal herbs bubble wine. He wanted to buy the wine made from each of the herbs in the recipe and then mix them together in proportion. The medicinal wine that was mixed together was equivalent to the medicinal wine that was brewed with the secret formula. In the secret recipe, the first herb was ginseng, and there were even instructions written on it that wild ginseng over 100 years old was the best, and at the very least, it had to be wild ginseng over 30 years old. Zhou Zheng faithfully walked into a main ginseng store. See inside the decoration of the rich and beautiful. On the counter, placed just high-grade gift box. The box cover is transparent. A branch of lush roots and beards of ginseng loaded inside. It looks very high class. Hello, the middle-aged boss lady with a plump figure, greeting Zhou Zheng with a big smile, suddenly froze. Officer Zhou, do you still remember me? A month ago, my junior high school son gambled with me and ran away from home, and it was you and Officer Lu who helped me find my son. Oh, remember, you are Lu Li? Zhou Zheng then remembered that there was indeed such a thing. A month ago, someone called the police to say that their son had run away from home. He and his master Lu Jianjun answered the police, and the two of them went through a lot of trouble to find Lu Li's son from an internet cafe, and after doing some good ideological work, the kid came home obediently and promised not to run away from home again. Yes, I am Lu Li, Officer Zhou, thanks to you and Officer Lu last time. Zhou Zheng waved his hand. No need to be polite, this is all what we should do. Right, how is the child now? Lu Li said, much better behaved, and does not skip class, knows to study. The child said, when he grows up, he also wants to be a police officer. Oh well, the child figured it out is good. Officer Zhou, what did you come to buy? Ginseng? I don't want to buy ginseng. I want to buy some ginseng wine. Do we have it in the store? We must have it. Lu Li pointed to a shelf inside. On it were several large glass bottles filled with wine and ginseng. The glass bottles seemed to have the function of a magnifying glass, and the ginseng soaking inside were each as thick as a baby's arm. Lu Li, is this wild ginseng? Lu Li laughed. Officer Zhou, you're not in this business. Surely you don't know. These days, wild ginseng is rare and precious as hell. Nowadays, ginseng is all artificially grown, and even if a wild ginseng occasionally appears on the market, it will be speculated to sky-high prices. A while ago, a friend of mine acquired 100-year-old ginseng and spent a full $1 million. Zhou Zheng scratched the back of his head. Wild ginseng was so hard to find, and the price was shockingly high. Zhou Zheng now has no hope to get 100 years of ginseng wine. Decades of wild ginseng-soaked wine can get on the high incense. Lu Li, you are in this line of work. Surely the door clear, which can get 100 years of wild ginseng-soaked wine. At the very least, also have to be 30 years. I am now in a hurry. Officer Zhou, how much do you want? Zhou Zheng saw that there was a door, and quickly said, not much, 1 or 2 is enough. This thing was so difficult to get, and the price was definitely not low. Zhou Zheng didn't plan to get more. After all, he didn't have much money in his hands. Officer Zhou, follow me, Lu Li said, leading the way at the head, leading Zhou Zheng to a suite inside. Opening a door of the cabinet, he saw several large glass bottles with a capacity of 5 pounds placed inside. The bottles were naturally filled with medicinal wines, including cordyceps, antler, and other herbs, but Zhou Zheng did not recognize them. In the glass bottle right in the middle, there was a ginseng that was the thickness of a small finger, which was a bit funny and ridiculous compared to those carrot-sized ginsengs outside. Officer Zhou, the ginseng soaked in this bottle is 50 years old and upwards. It was passed down from my husband's his grandfather's generation. The wine soaked is for our own use, never sold to outsiders. I'll take 1 or 2 bottles of wine for you. I don't know if it's enough. Enough. Zhou Zheng also knew that this stuff was precious. If he hadn't helped Lu Li to find a child, the person would definitely not have done himself a favor. Lu Li, thank you. How much is it? Officer Zhou, you are out of line to say this. I don't want money. If I want money, I won't mention this to you. No. Money is definitely needed. I would also like 2 more tails of wine infused with cordyceps, 1 or 2 tails of wine infused with deer antler, and this. No problem. Cordyceps, antler-infused wine was obviously not as precious as 100-year ginseng-infused wine. Since Lu Li gave up to give Zhou Zheng ginseng wine, she naturally would not skimp on other medicinal wines. Soon, Lu Li used several glass bottles to put the medicinal wines Zhou Zheng wanted into them. Zhou Zheng realized that the types of herbs needed in the secret recipe had already been collected for the most part. Well said to Lu Li swept $1,000. Lu Li straight call too much. How can earn the money of police officer Zhou? Zhou Zheng waved his hand and went to other stores to find the remaining medicinal wine. Turned a dozen stores. Nightfall. Finally collected. Although the standard was quite a bit worse than what was required in the secret recipe, the effect was definitely there. Zhou Zheng carried a plastic bag containing a bunch of glass bottles filled with medicinal wine, and beckoned a car by the side of the road, heading for the first hospital of Jiangbei City. Chapter 27. I'll take the blame if anything goes wrong. When the cab arrived at the entrance of the first central hospital of Jiangbei City, Zhou Zheng used his cell phone to scan the code to pay, and got down from the cab. He did not enter the hospital, but in the store next to the hospital, he bought a 2-liter glass bottle, took the hot water in the store and scalded it, rinsed it a few times, and then, poured all kinds of medicinal wines in the small glass bottle into the big glass bottle, bottle by bottle. That meticulous look, just like a desperate poisoner in the configuration of what cash crops. The store attendant eyes are looking straight. After pouring the medicinal wine and capping the bottle, Zhou Zheng picked it up and shook it a few times. The medicinal wine was purchased according to the proportion, which was now flush. Throwing all the small glass bottles into the trash, Zhou Zheng carried the large glass bottle containing the full version of the medicinal wine and walked into the hospital. Lu Jianjun found a restaurant closer to the hospital, asked for a meal, packed it and returned to the hospital earlier than Zhou Zheng. Yang Tingting went to the store under the hospitalization building, rented a table and a few small chairs. Everyone hands to open the meal. At once, the fragrance of the nose. Yang Tingting took a look and realized that except for the fried peanut rice, the rest of the dishes were relatively light, and she couldn't help but nod. Grandpa, you're hungry. Why don't you eat first? The old man tilted his head from the hospital bed and looked twice, realizing that there was no wine and no Zhou Zheng. His eyes rolled. Where's that kid Zhou Zheng? He said he'd go get me some wine. This meal is on the table. Why isn't he back yet? Yang Tingting said. Grandpa, you eat some rice first. Pat it out. Zhou Zheng won't be back for a while. The old man stubbornly waved his hand. No food. I need to have a sip of wine first to open my stomach, or else I won't have an appetite. Yang Tingting had black lines on her head. This old man, a whole lot of oil and salt, and wine. This is a dilemma. If the old man didn't eat, everyone was embarrassed to eat as well. Chu Yunyao drank half a can of chicken soup and ate a few pieces of chicken, but she wasn't too hungry. Yang Tingting and Lu Jianjun can be miserable. The too hungry chest to the back of the heart. In the face of this table slightly light meal, is also gluttonous mouth-watering. Lu Jianjun said that he is really stupid. In the restaurant to buy food, do not know that they first eat some? At this time, a knock came from outside the door. It must be Zhou Zheng coming back. Yang Tingting jumped up at once. Her slender thighs in black silk walked to the door in a few steps, and opened the door with one hand. In front of her eyes was none other than Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng, why are you just coming back? Yang Tingting pouted and said with a complaining tone. Zhou Zheng smiled and explained. This exclusive secret recipe of mine for medicinal wine is not that easy to handle. So, there was a bit of a delay. Exclusive secret recipe? Yang Tingting obviously still didn't quite believe what Zhou Zheng said, and felt that he was pretending to be mysterious. Che say it like it's a real thing. Little Zhou is back? The old man lying on the hospital bed heard the sound and sat up with some effort. Back, old master. I fixed the wine, Zhou Zheng said, raising the glass bottle in his hand, which contained half a bottle of liquid, amber in color, emitting a soft luster under the light. When the old man saw the wine, his eyes went straight, and he didn't know where he got the strength to scramble down from the bed in one go. Sitting in front of the table, he took out a few paper cups. Drinking from paper cups didn't taste as good as porcelain cups, but it wasn't a big deal in the hospital. Come on, Xiao Zhou, pour the wine. I need to have a good drink with you tonight. Zhou Zheng waved his hand. Master, didn't we say well, at most 1 or 2 drinks? Moreover, this wine I'm getting is medicinal wine. Drinking too much fire is rather unattractive. Okay. 1 or 2 is fine, as long as I'm allowed to drink it. Come on, Xiao Zhou, sit in front of me and pour the wine. Zhou Zheng was not ambiguous, sitting next to the old man, opening the lid of the glass bottle. Immediately, a fragrance of wine mixed with the fresh scent of Chinese medicine hit the entire room. Good wine. The old master couldn't help but drink a colorful sound. He had drank a lot of medicinal wine, but this was the first time he had smelled such a composite-flavored medicinal wine with a pungent aroma. Even Yang Tingting, who didn't drink alcohol, felt that it smelled somewhat good. Xiao Zhou, your wine is not simple Anna. Quickly pour the wine. The old man, my cravings completely hooked out. Okay. Zhou Zheng took the paper cup, clatter, poured the bottom of a cup. So little, it's not enough for me to take a mouthful, the old master said with dissatisfaction. Old master, I poured you almost half a tael. You can still drink another half a tael after that. If I poured you 1 or 2 and you bore it in one mouthful, wouldn't you have nothing to drink today? Aga Xiao Zhou, wow. Your words are too abrasive. Old man doesn't care. First smother one. The old man picked up the paper cup and was just about to drink it all in one go. Grandpa, wait. Yang Tingting suddenly stopped halfway. The old master's eyes glared. Tingting girl, what do you mean? Yang Tingting didn't dare to look squarely at the old master, but instead asked Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng, is it really okay for Grandpa to drink medicinal wine? Zhou Zheng patted his chest and assured. It's really fine. I'll take the blame if anything goes wrong. The old man said. Little Zhou, if something really goes wrong, it's also my business. No need for you to take the blame. It has nothing to do with you. Tingting girl, do you hear me? Hear that, Grandpa? Yang Tingting could only helplessly agree. The The old man drank the medicinal wine in the paper cup in one go. He felt a warm current flow from his throat to his stomach, followed by spreading to his whole body, warm and especially comfortable. Moreover, the wine was strong enough to be addictive, and there was a sweet aftertaste in his mouth after drinking the wine, with a faint medicinal flavor. Good wine, painful, painful. The old master was beautiful and kept praising. Master, have some food. Good, good, good. He knew that he could only take another sip when he took over. So good wine, had to save it. After drinking the wine, he really had a big appetite. The old man had a mouthful of peanut rice and a mouthful of shrimp, feasting on the food. See grandpa willing to eat, young Tingting heart relieved. However, this breath of relief is not complete, because she does not dare to be sure. Grandpa drank the so-called exclusive formula of Zhou Zheng's medicinal wine. There is no problem at all. After thinking about it, she suddenly quietly slipped out of the hospital room. Little Zhou, you eat too. The old man greeted Zhou Zheng and then looked at Chu Yunyao and Lu Jianjun. You too, don't stand still either. You watch while I eat. It's not appropriate for you to stand while I sit. Yunyao, master, you guys come and eat too. Zhou Zheng waved to the two of them. The two of them were not polite and sat down to eat. Hey, where did Ting Ting go? Chu Yunyao had just picked up her chopsticks when she suddenly realized that young Ting Ting had disappeared. The old man waved his hand. That girl might have gone to buy drinks. He always forbids me to drink but loves to drink drinks himself. That stuff is more harmful to the body. At this time, the door opened and young Ting Ting came in, followed by the deputy chief Dr. Yang Xing. With a smile on his face, he said, Old master, eating? I'm not checking the room here. Delay you for a while. I'll check your body. Chapter 28. This is a panacea. Young Ting Ting was afraid that if her grandfather drank the medicinal wine, something untoward would happen to him. So just in case, she snuck out and found Yang Xing, the doctor. She wanted Yang Xing to examine her grandfather's body to see if it was really like what Zhou Zheng said, that his grandfather drank the medicinal wine he prepared, and there was nothing wrong with him at all. Yang Xing couldn't help but be shocked when he heard that the old man had been drinking. Letting a heart patient drink, wasn't this too slow to die? MS. Yang, how can you be like this? The old man has a heart condition. Drinking is the most taboo. You family members didn't say anything to stop it. Yang Xing felt that young Ting Ting was too irresponsible. Wasn't this harming her grandfather? However, the other party was the deputy mayor's daughter. He was also too embarrassed to say two heavy words. He could only shake his head and went with young Ting Ting to the ward to check the old man's body. Along the way, young Ting Ting urged Yang Xing, saying that her grandfather had a stubborn temper, and would not be forced to eat soft things, so try to be more tactful when speaking. Yang Xing nodded, thinking, the old man is the father of the vice mayor. I don't dare to say unpleasant words. This is not. As soon as you enter the door, Yang Xing with a smile on his face, said that he came to check the room. The old man knew that Yang Xing was his attending physician and was quite polite to him. Dr. Yang, have you eaten yet? Master, I'm not off duty yet. Where can I eat? The old man was also a warm-hearted person and greeted Yang Xing. Then let's eat together. No, no. Yang Xing waved his hand repeatedly. Thank you for your kindness. I'm at work. It's inconvenient. Master, when you are well, there will be plenty of opportunities to eat together. I'll help you check your body first. There are still several wards behind that need to be checked. Zhou Zheng glanced at young Ting Ting. In fact, he guessed that young Ting Ting did not feel comfortable with her grandfather drinking. This was to ask Dr. Yang to specially check the old man. Yang Ting Ting still could not trust herself. However, Zhou Zheng did not resent it. After all, the old man was young Ting Ting's own grandfather, so it was understandable that he was uneasy. The old man had been in the mood and was about to ask Zhou Zheng to give him some more wine, but when he heard that he wanted to check his body, he couldn't help but be a little unhappy. However, he also knew that this was Dr. Yang's job, and Dr. Yang was also doing it for his own good, so he could only leave the table for the time being. Alright, Dr. Yang, then hurry up. Yang Xing let the old man lie on the bed and helped him measure his blood pressure and heartbeat. There was a ready-made monitor, but the old master took that off himself. The main one is to do whatever you want. After a series of operations, Yang Xing kind of couldn't believe his eyes. Dr. Yang, how is it? Yang Tingting asked with concern from the side. Just a moment Dr. Yang couldn't believe the values he had just measured out and couldn't help but measure them again. Just as the old man's face showed impatience, Yang Xing finally spoke. His face was filled with incredulity. The old master's heartbeat and blood pressure are close to normal. This, after all, a high-age heart patient, who had a heart attack yesterday and almost hung up, woke up and drank wine, yet his physiological indicators actually tended to normalize. This was too bizarre. Yang Tingting was also astonished. Dr. Yang, really, you didn't measure it wrong. Did you? Ms. Yang, I measured it twice. There is absolutely no mistake. The old man's body seems to have recovered a lot. At this rate, it won't take more than a few days before he can be discharged from the hospital. Really? That's great. While Yang Tingting was happy, there were doubts in her heart. Grandpa's physical condition was something he understood. It was impossible that he could return to normal just after coming out of ICU. Besides, Dr. Yang had also said that there were 2 blood vein blockages in Grandpa's heart. Grandpa, why he recovered so fast? Could it be that it was because Grandpa drank the medicinal wine provided by Zhou Zheng? Drinking the medicinal wine was really good for the body? Grandpa, your body is recovering very well. Nurse for 2 more days and I'll help you do a comprehensive examination. Ha ha ha. The old man suddenly laughed. I don't think it's necessary. My own body knows itself. I felt energized after taking a sip of wine just now. The medicinal wine that Xiao Zhou gave me to drink was like a panacea that cured me. Yang Xing had a jaw-dropping look on his face. Wasn't this a fallacy in the old man's words? How could a patient ever be cured by drinking wine? However, he couldn't explain why the old master's body had recovered 7 to 8 times in such a short period of time. He could only pinch his nose and say, "Old master, even if it's the reason for the medicinal wine, this can't be greedy." No, no. The old master waved his hand impatiently. So what? Xiao Zhou, pour me some more. The medicinal wine you prepared for me, old man, is the cure for the disease. Okay, but, master, we can say goodbye. Although the medicinal wine is good, but also have to quantitatively drink. Drink too much instead of harmful to the body. I know. Old man, I'll listen to you. Zhou Zheng got up and poured a little bit more medicinal wine into the paper cup, and in a flash, the aroma in the room became even more intense. Yang Xing's nose couldn't help but shrug a few times. I said, why does it smell so good? It turned out to be the flavor of the medicinal wine. Could it be that this stuff really has an effect? What is this little brother's name? What does he do? Yang Xing asked at Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng stood up. Hello Dr. Yang, my name is Zhou Zheng. I'm a police officer from the police station. Oh hello Officer Zhou. Can I have a taste of the medicinal wine you configured? Yang Xing looked at the amber-colored medicinal wine in the glass bottle and couldn't help but be filled with strong interest. Good talk. Zhou Zheng poured the bottom of a paper cup and handed it to Yang Xing. He took it and first smelled it with his nose. A strong scent of wine mixed with the scent of medicine came to his nose, and immediately, his spirit was lifted. Unable to resist, he tilted his head back and drank it all in one go. Immediately afterward, a heat spread out from the stomach to the whole body, and the pores of the body opened up, with an indescribable comfort. Yang Xing drank the medicinal wine, and after working for a day, his fatigue was swept away, so he felt energized and his body was particularly relaxed. Grasping the grass, he was secretly surprised in his heart. This is not a medicinal wine. This is a panacea. Even heart patients can drink. If this is packaged and marketed, it will not earn a lot of money. Excitedly asked, Xiao Zhou, where did you get this medicinal wine? Own preparation. Ancestral secret recipe. Oh, so what? You guys eat first, I'm going to check the other wards. Yang Xing found an excuse to walk out of the ward, fished out his cell phone and called an old classmate. This classmate of his was called Huang Long, a big boss who made health products. Old Huang. Mr. Huang, it's me, Yang Xing. There's a business. I don't know if you're interested. Chapter 29, Supporting Chu Yunyao to Start a Business. After Yang Xing left, Yang Tingting turned around. In her heart, she was curious and shocked by Zhou Zheng's medicinal wine. Zhou Zheng, Grandpa's body is suddenly much better. Is it the effect of drinking the medicinal wine? Is the efficacy of the medicinal wine you configured really that great? Zhou Zheng nodded. Just now, he also took a sip of the medicinal wine, and he felt his spirit lifted and his body warmed up, as if the damaged cells in his body had been repaired, and all over his body, he felt relaxed. The medicinal wine recipe given by the system was indeed a fine product. This is still the general medicinal herbs bubble out of the medicinal wine. If it is in accordance with the standards of the secret recipe to make medicinal wine, then the efficacy is not even more powerful? Therefore, Zhou Zheng was now very confident. Zhou Zheng, can you let me have a sip of the medicinal wine? Yang Tingting's eyes were filled with anticipation and curiosity. She also wanted to try out what it was like after drinking the medicinal wine. Yes, Yunyao, master, I'll pour you guys a little bit as well. This stuff is very good for the body. Lu Jianjun had actually been craving for it for a long time. However, he kept it taut. For one thing, it belonged to be his working hours now, and he was not allowed to drink alcohol. Secondly, this was the medicinal wine that Zhou Zheng had gotten for the old man, and he was too embarrassed to ask for it. Little Zhou, I belong to work time now. Drinking it is a mistake. Zhou Zheng smiled. Master, it's almost 8 o'clock now. you've been off work for a long time. Drink it, it's fine. Saying that, he poured a little bit of medicinal wine into each of the 3 paper cups. Zhou Zheng, I can't drink wine, so why don't I stop? Chu Yunyao pulled Zhou Zheng's corner and said, she was naturally sensitive to alcohol, and she blushed just by taking a sip, so she rarely drank. Yunyao, this wine is not intoxicating. Besides, it's only a small sip. It's fine. Alright then, Chu Yunyao nodded. He naturally trusted Zhou Zheng 100%. The old man was very happy. After all, there were now so many people drinking with him. The beauty of it was that he could only drink 1 or 2. Come on, everyone raise their glasses and have a go. Zhou Zheng stood up and said, with this cup of wine, let's wish the old man a speedy recovery. The crowd all stood up in unison and said, I wish the old master a speedy recovery. Good, then I thank you all. Cheers first. The old master had long been craving for it, and found an excuse to drink it all in one go. The rest of them also dried up. Zhou Zheng didn't pour much, a small sip. It was Chu Yunyao who couldn't drink alcohol that could manage to drink it all in one go. Painful. As the medicinal wine went down, the old man's face showed a contented expression. Yang Tingting, Chu Yunyao and Lu Jianjun were all surprised. They also all felt the efficacy of drinking the medicinal wine on their bodies. Especially Yang Tingting, who was more or less still a little worried about her grandfather, was now not worried at all. After all, she had personally tasted it and felt the changes in her body. Zhou Zheng, it's really amazing. I only took a sip of the medicinal wine and I feel comfortable and refreshed. Yang Tingting said heartily. Now you believe in the efficacy of the medicinal wine, I configured, right? Aha! I'm sorry Zhou Zheng, just now I was a bit skeptical of you. Ha ha, it's fine. Zhou Zheng smiled and waved his hand. So what? Zhou Zheng, I have an ungrateful request. I hope that you can tell me the recipe for the medicinal wine. In the future, I will be able to brew the medicinal wine for Grandpa. Ting Ting. Before Zhou Zheng had a chance to speak, the old man spoke with a serious face. Since the efficacy of the medicinal wine is so miraculous, I think it must be Xiao Zhou's untold secret. So you're just going to ask someone for the secret recipe. Isn't that difficult for Xiao Zhou? Yang Tingting divided herself. Grandpa, isn't this also for your own good? Then with a look of help, she looked at Chu Yunyao. Yunyao, Zhou Zheng is your husband. Why don't you talk to him and give me the formula? Chu Yunyao shook her head. Tingting, although Zhou Zheng and I are husband and wife, but the secret formula of the medicinal wine is his. It's up to him to decide whether to give it to you or not. I won't ask him to do anything. And, there is indeed something wrong with what you just said. Hearing Chu Yunyao's words, Zhou Zheng's heart warmed. He was definitely not going to take out the recipe for the medicinal wine and give it to Yang Tingting. That was not how to be an abusive person. The medicinal wine formula was wealth. If Chu Yunyao asked him for the formula for the sake of her best friend Yang Tingting, it would make it very difficult for him to do so. Fortunately, Chu Yunyao did not buy Lu Tingting's account and refused to ask Zhou for the formula. This made him very relieved. Yang Tingting, the secret formula of the medicinal wine is my family's ancestral heritage. I can't possibly tell anyone else, but it's simple for the old master to want to drink the medicinal wine. I will configure it for him. In the future, I plan to let our family Yunyao go into the medicinal wine business and start her own business as a boss. After all, working for someone else, I think it's too much of a burden for her. Chu Yunyao's heart was also moved for a moment. As the daughter of the Chu family, having grown up with an ear for business, she herself had a keen sense of smell for business. Zhou Zheng's secret formula medicinal wine was so magical in its efficacy, and it was thought that if it could be made in bulk and then packaged and promoted, it would surely earn a lot of money. The secret formula was just like a chicken that laid golden eggs. It was very valuable. How could it be spread out? Alright, Zhou Zheng, I'm sorry, I was too anxious and presumptuous. Yang Tingting suddenly had a sour feeling. It's fine, it's fine. Zhou Zheng waved his hand. If you need medicinal wine in the future, you can ask Yunyao for it. Yunyao, what do you say? Chu Yunyao nodded. I don't think it's a problem. Tingting is my bosom friend. Why don't we first configure some medicinal wine for the old man to use for free? That won't work. The old master glared. You have to pay. Configuring medicinal wine also requires costs, won't it? Grandpa, just give the cost price at that time. Chu Yunyao was also not pretentious. Feelings are feelings. Business is business. Good. I'll order 10 pounds first, and when I get out of the hospital, I'll also publicize it to my old buddies. Chu Yunyao wanted this effect. The old man used to be a cadre and the father of the vice mayor. With his endorsement, this medicinal wine would not worry about selling. The old master waved his hand. It's a deal. Yunyao, tomorrow you'll hurry up and let your family Zhou Zheng configure the medicinal wine. Old man, I can't wait. Tingting, first give the money for the wine to Yunyao. I'll pay you back later. Yang Tingting pouted. Grandpa, what are you talking about? I have money of my own. so I'll buy the medicinal wine as a filial favor to you. After saying that, she looked at Chu Yunyao. Yao yao, how is the medicinal wine priced? How much does it cost per caddy? This question stumped Chu Yunyao. She doesn't know the cost of configuring the medicinal wine, much less how much it should be sold for. The pleading eyes looked at Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng also didn't know how to price it. After all, the medicinal wine given to the old man was cobbled together and cost more than 1,000. If he could get the raw materials, the cost might be reduced. Old master, I don't have a legal price right now. I'll hand this mess over to Yunyao and wait for her to straighten it out. Alright, the old master nodded. Let's all eat. After the wine and food were served, Zhou Zheng and Lu Jianjun took their leave, and Chu Yunyao followed Zhou Zheng back to his hospital room. In the corridor, they were stopped by Yang Xing. Zhou Zheng, I have something to talk to you about. He pointed at a middle-aged man next to him who was covered in luxury goods and said, Introducing, this is the boss of Wu Healthcare Group, Wu Di. Chapter 30. The calculator is really loud. Wu's healthcare group is a star enterprise born and raised in Jiangbei. The boss Wu Di started from scratch, opened the company, mainly doing healthcare products. In the health of this track, running a lot of fun, family background and Wang Feng family thicker than a lot. Just now, his old classmate Yang Xing called and said that in the first central hospital of Jiangbei, someone had mixed a medicinal wine that was particularly effective, and even heart patients could take it. Moreover, this medicinal wine is not listed for sale. The sharp sense of smell Wu Di immediately realized that this is a huge business opportunity. Without saying a word, he asked the driver to prepare a car and kill to the Jiangbei First Central Hospital. After meeting with Yang Xing, briefly asked about the situation. Wu Di excited. If the medicinal wine is really like Yang Xing said so magical, buy the formula, the medicinal wine to promote the open. His value at least 2 times. Wu Di promised that he would give Yang Xing a sum of money for his hard work after the matter was accomplished. The two of them walked towards the old man's ward while chatting, and coincidentally, they met Zhou Zheng and his group in the corridor. Mr. Zhou, hello. Wu Di extended his hand, all smiles. Zhou Zheng froze, although Wu Di was a big boss. However, Zhou Zheng did not recognize him. Politely shaking his hand, he asked, Mr. Wu looking for me, is there something wrong? Mr. Zhou, I won't beat around the bush. I heard that Mr. Zhou Zheng has the secret formula for a medicinal wine in his hands, and I purposely came here because I want to make a deal with Mr. Zhou. What kind of deal? I want to acquire the formula in Mr. Zhou's hands. Zhou Zheng frowned and glanced at Yang Xing, thinking that this Dr. Yang was really fast-talking. Yang Xing lowered his head, not daring to look directly at Zhou Zheng's gaze. Zhou Zheng shook his head. Boss Wu, I'm sorry, this is my ancestral secret recipe. I won't sell it. Seeing Zhou Zheng's refusal, Wu Di was not surprised. If he had made a deal right off the bat, he would have doubted the true efficacy of this secret formula. Mr. Zhou Zheng, everything is negotiable. Don't just reject it right off the bat. Make a price. Boss Wu, I made it very clear. I won't sell the secret formula. $200,000. Wu Di thought about it and set out a figure. Mr. Zhou, how about I pay $200,000 for your recipe? Lu Jianjun next to him skimmed his mouth, thinking that this Wu Di is still a big boss. $200,000 to buy away the secret formula in Xiao Zhou's hands? This wishful thinking is really loud. Even people like him who didn't understand business understood that the value of the secret formula in Zhou Zheng's hands was much more than $200,000. How about $200,000 to pay off the beggars? Zhou Zheng had not wanted to sell the secret formula. It was a gift to Chu Yunyao, and smiled politely. Boss Wu, goodbye. AI Mr. Zhou, don't go. Wu Di couldn't help but be anxious when he saw that Zhou was about to leave. The price is negotiable. 300,000. How about I offer 300,000 to acquire your secret recipe? Zhou Zheng pulled Chu Yunyao past him without even looking at him. Looking at Zhou Zheng's back, Wu Di said, Mr. Zhou, I advise you to think about it. You don't have the resources. Even if you do your own business in medicinal wine, it would be very difficult to promote it. Moreover, you are a public official. You can't do business, so why not realize the secret formula? That's the right choice. Zhou Zheng laughed. Turning back, he said, Boss Wu, you're right. It's just that I never intended to go into business myself. Pointing to Chu Yunyao by his side. For the medicinal wine business, I have my wife to take care of it. Your wife? Is she any good? Wu Di glanced at Chu Yunyao, and realized that Zhou Zheng's wife was a big beautiful woman, and was somewhat familiar, and for a moment, he couldn't recall where he had seen her from. However, he thought that Zhou Zheng's wife was a vase at best, and definitely not good at doing business. Whether it works or not, that's not for you to make a judgment. Zhou Zheng said confidently, if you think that my wife can't do business, then that's a big joke. Wu Di said in his heart. Who the hell is this beauty? Why is Zhou Zheng so confident? This lady, at the risk of asking, what is your name? Chu Yunyao replied greatly. Boss Wu, my name is Chu Yunyao. Chu Yunyao? The daughter of the Chu family? Wu Di was instantly surprised and couldn't close his mouth. He did not realize that Chu Yunyao had already broken with her family. The Chu family's daughter-in-law had actually married? Moreover, if Zhou Zheng had given the medicinal wine business to the Chu family's daughter, she was bound to be much more powerful than him. After all, the Chu family's resources and connections behind her were much deeper than his own. No wonder Zhou Zheng has such a big bottom. Just now also thought to take advantage of the $300,000s to buy Zhou Zheng's secret formula. Now it seems, they are simply as ridiculous as a clown. Chu family with the business of medicinal wine. Strength will increase a few percent. A leap to become the first tycoon in Jiangbei is not impossible. Zhou Zheng and his group returned to the hospital room. Chu Yunyao had a lot of things she wanted to say to Zhou Zheng, but it was inconvenient in front of Lu Jianjun. Looking at the wall clock, it was almost 9 o'clock. She said to Lu Jianjun, Brother Jianjun, you've been accompanying Zhou Zheng in the hospital for quite a while and haven't been back home, right? Lu Jianjun nodded. We are police officers. Many times we work day and night. I'm used to it. Brother Jianjun, why don't you go home tonight? I'll watch over Zhou Zheng. Lu Jianjun hesitated. He was definitely willing to go home in his heart. After all, he hadn't been home for a few days, hadn't accompanied his wife and child, and was strangely eager to do so. However, Haligua had given orders for him to watch over Zhou Zheng in the hospital. If he went home, it was equal to desertion. Sibling, this isn't good. It's my job and responsibility to watch over Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng said, Master, it's fine with Yunyao here. You can just go home. Lu Jianjun was still a little hesitant, frowning and said, but, tomorrow, the leaders of the city bureau will come to the hospital to perform an honoring ceremony on you. I think the director will definitely come early. If he finds out I'm not here, I'll be in deep. Zhou Zheng smiled. Master, why are you so stubborn? Why don't you just come a little earlier tomorrow morning? That's true Lu Jianjun rubbed the back of his head, feeling that he was somewhat descending in wisdom. Alright master, go home. Remember to bring 2 breakfasts for Yunyao and I tomorrow morning. Then, okay, thank you disciple sister. I'll leave first. Lu Jianjun waved his hand and walked out of the ward. At this moment, the ward became a 2-person world for Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao. Chu Yunyao drank a mouthful of medicinal wine, although not to the point of getting drunk, but she couldn't drink wine. Her small face was flushed, and under the light, it added a few more colors. Zhou Zheng couldn't help but look dumbfounded. Chu Yunyao sensed Zhou Zheng's gaze and couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Zhou Zheng, what are you looking at me for? When you look at a beauty under the lamp, the more you look, the more energized you become. The ancients honestly do not deceive me. Yunyao, you are too beautiful. Zhou Zheng spoke earthy love words. Chu Yunyao became even more shy and hastily diverted from the topic. Zhou Zheng, do you really want me to run the medicinal wine? Zhou Zheng said with a straight face. Right, Yunyao, don't go to work. I have the secret recipe in my hands. I'll support you to start your own business as a boss. However, there are a lot of expensive medicinal herbs needed in the secret formula, and we don't seem to have that much money to buy medicinal herbs right now. Chu Yunyao was actually interested in medicinal wine as well. Her family was in business, and she preferred doing business as opposed to going to work. Zhou Zheng, why don't I just try to turn to my girlfriends to borrow some money? No need. Zhou Zheng suddenly remembered something, took out his cell phone and tuned to a certain CCTV channel. Tonight's double color ball is going to be drawn. Chapter 31 20 times luck can't dry the director's will. Zhou Zheng supports Chu Yunyao to start a business as a boss. Chu Yunyao naturally does not want to go to work for others. After severing ties with her family and having no money in her hands, she had no choice but to look for a job. Now that Zhou Zheng is supporting her to start a business, she wants to be bigger and stronger, and let her parents see that after leaving the Chu family, she can still make some achievements, and she can still live a good life. However, Zhou Zheng can only provide secret recipe help. The rest still need her to do it herself. At the moment, the main thing is that there is no financial support. After all, brewing medicinal wine requires a lot of valuable herbs. I heard that 100-year-old wild ginseng on the market had been speculated to millions. Chu Yunyao had only a few $1,000s. Plus Yang Tingting also returned to Zhou Zheng's $10,000, which is far from enough. The follow-up work simply cannot start. Chu Yunyao heart anxious. Zhou Zheng took out his cell phone, clicked into a CCTV channel, watched the program. Chu Yunyao frowned. Why is Zhou Zheng watching a TV program? What program was so attractive? Hello viewers, the Double Color Ball Live Lottery is back with you. It turned out that he was watching the Double Color Ball Lottery shaking. Chu Yunyao couldn't help but shake her head. Yunyao, come see the double color ball. See shaking. Zhou Zheng, what? You bought a lottery ticket? Of course. Yunyao, didn't I have a stroke of luck yesterday and won more than $10,000 playing scratchers? When I left, I bought another $100 for the double color ball. If I win the first prize, at least one bet of $5 million, 50 bets would be $250 million, and there's still $200 million after taxes. If you win the first prize, I'll take the money to open a healthcare company for you, and with my secret recipe for medicinal wine, I'm sure I can make you bigger and stronger, and create another glory. At that time, your parents will see that you haven't suffered by following me, and might ease the relationship between you. Chu Yunyao's heart warmed when she heard Zhou Zheng's words. Zhou Zheng was really thinking of her in every way. Even though it was just a hypothetical, this made Chu Yunyao very touched. However, being able to win a scratching lottery did not mean winning the first prize in the double color ball. After all, the chance of 1 in a few thousand million was approximately equal to 0. Not to mention winning 50 first prizes. Even if you win one, that would be smoke from your ancestors' graves. Therefore, Chu Yunyao did not think that Zhou Zheng could win the first prize, or even a small prize. However, she did not say this out loud so as not to discourage Zhou Zheng. She also came over to her side and watched the lottery process with Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng, on the other hand, stared at the cell phone screen while pulling out a double-color lottery ticket from his pocket. In the cell phone screen, the staff started the lottery shaker, and a bunch of small balls with numbers were tossed around and stirred like fried chestnuts. Soon, the first number was blown out. It was 18. Zhou Zheng glanced at the lottery ticket and saw that the number was there. The second number was 09. The third number was 25. The third and fourth numbers, the fifth number, the sixth number, came out one after another. They're all winners. Zhou Zheng couldn't help but get excited. Sure enough, 20 times luck was not something to be reckoned with. If the blue ball won again, at least $200 million would be in hand. Yunyao, there's still one more number to go before we hit the jackpot. 50 times the first prize. Chu Yunyao was also excited. Granted, he was the daughter of the Chu family, and a few $100 million wouldn't reasonably make her excited. However, this is a game of chance, can lead to adrenaline rush. Do not want to be excited, also have to be excited. In the cell phone screen, the staff pressed the blue ball machine. Soon, the blue ball was blown up. Exciting time has come. When the basketball rolled out, Zhou Zheng saw the number, cannot help but confused. Grass. The blue ball was not right. He shook his head helplessly. 20 times the luck couldn't with the director's will. He was completely convinced. Yunyao, the blue ball is incorrect. Didn't win the first prize. Zhou Zheng's expression was a bit frustrated. After all, after matching the previous 6 numbers, he had thought that the first prize was 8 or 9, but as a result, he pulled the crotch at the door, which was really not a pleasant thing. Chu Yunyao was also slightly disappointed in her heart. However, she did not have much hope, so she was not as disappointed as Zhou Zheng. Instead, she felt that Zhou Zheng was bursting with luck when he won the second prize. Consoling, Zhou Zheng, don't be depressed. Although you didn't win the first prize, you won 6 red balls, which means 50 second prizes, which is already very good. Zhou Zheng thought about it. Although he didn't win the first prize, the second prize is still a prize. It's better than not having a penny. On the cell phone screen, the host began to announce the national winning situation. No one won the first prize, but the second prize was a blowout, winning more than 80 bets, with an average prize of $78,000 per bet. Zhou Zheng won 50 bets. That's $3,900,000. After tax there is still $3,120,000 left. Although he missed out on the first prize, winning the second prize of more than $3 million was a consolation. $100 to win more than $3 million. What more do you need? Yunyao, you're right. More than $3 million is quite a lot. I think it's enough to purchase raw materials in the early stages of brewing medicinal wine. Then, Zhou Zheng began to calculate with Chu Yunyao the raw materials needed to brew medicinal wine, as well as the approximate price. Brewing secret medicinal wine. Need 100 years of wild ginseng, Cordyceps sinensis, deer antler, musk and so on, a number of expensive Chinese herbs. Calculated. The light of a set of raw materials need to invest about $1.5 million. There is the cost of wine is not counted in it. Secret recipe. The wine requirements are not high. As long as it is pure grain brewing, high degree of soy sauce wine can be calculated by purchasing $50 a caddy of pure grain wine. It would also require $250,000. Of course, compared to the expensive herbs, this was small money. With an investment of $1,750,000, one could repeatedly brew roughly 5,000 pounds of wine. If a caddy of wine was sold for $1,000, it would sell for about $5 million, with a profit of more than $3 million, which was considerable. Of course, it doesn't mean that after soaking 5,000 pounds of wine, the material can't be used. It can also continue to soak, only the medicinal effect is weakened. The efficacy is still more or less there. Chu Yunyao organized her thoughts. She proposed, the early stage does not need to invest too much hardware. Buy a large urn that can hold 100 pounds of wine pulp. The venue, directly in the rental house. As for the pricing, Chu Yunyao thinks Zhou Zheng pricing is too conservative. Flying Sky are speculated to 3,000 a bottle. So magical wine, how to be higher than the price of Flying Sky? Zhou Zheng could not help but be stunned. Yunyao, you mean to sell a caddy of wine for more than $3,000? The price is too high, isn't it? Chu Yunyao shook her head. 3,000. I'm being merciful by not charging a U.S. dollar. I'm going to raid the high-end market first, those who have power and money. If you price it low, they'll think your medicinal wine isn't good. I'll first make some tasting wines with a capacity of 1 and 2 taels, and give them to the dignified people in the society to drink. When they understand the efficacy of the medicinal wine, they will take the initiative to look for us to buy the wine, and they will also endorse it for us. Yang Tingting's grandfather knows quite a few retired old cadres, and I also know quite a few rich people. Zhou Zheng, this business is actually quite simple to do. Zhou Zheng said in his heart, it is indeed simple for you rich and powerful people to do business. Everywhere is a resource. If you are a commoner, it would be difficult. Zhou Zheng didn't want to get involved in the business, so he simply left it all to Chu Yunyao to take care of. Yunyao, you see to it. I'll tell you the recipe for the secret medicine wine, and this private lottery ticket you take. Go cash it in tomorrow. As startup capital, Chu Yunyao did not make any pretense, took the lottery ticket and joked with a smile. Zhou Zheng, aren't you afraid that I'll run away with the secret formula and lottery ticket? He. Zhou Zheng laughed and said, $3 million is just a drop in the bucket for a rich girl like you. If you really ran away with the lottery ticket and the secret formula, then you wouldn't have resolutely gotten a license to marry me for a promise. So what you said doesn't hold water at all. Chu Yunyao said in her heart that Zhou Zheng was really smart. Zhou Zheng, if the company really makes it, you'll be the chairman, I'll be the general manager, and I'll work for you. Zhou Zheng waved his hand. Yunyao, I told you earlier, what's mine is yours, and what's yours is mine. I'm in the system. It's impossible for me to go into business. So business-wise, you'll be solely responsible for it. Chapter 32 The Conspiracy. Inside a luxurious box in Kaisheng nightclub in Jiangbei City, under the dim light, a girl wearing a black dress with a big V-neck was sitting on her knees in front of a white marble coffee table, her back facing the big screen. She meticulously arranges the fruit plate on the table and pours the dark red horse fork into the small glasses arranged in a matrix. After doing so, she looked at the guests behind the coffee table, waiting for their orders. On the sofa, there were 3 men. Hong Hao was on the right, Wang Feng was on the left, and in the center was a middle-aged man in his 40s. He was wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a dark blue jacket, looking well-mannered. At this moment, the man with gold-rimmed glasses was singing to the big screen. Don't ask me where I come from. My hometown is far away. Although the singing was average, he was mesmerized and particularly devoted. At this moment, Wang Feng was wantonly flirting with a girl sitting next to him in a revealing dress. The girl's face was flushed and pursed her lips, with a lot of expression on her face. Later on, she really couldn't tense up and said in a pleasing tone, "Big brother, sing a song." After saying this, he also did not forget to hand Wang Feng the microphone. "Grass, can't you see my big cousin singing? Big brother, you have a good tone. I think you're designated to sing right." The girl tried her best to flatter in order to get out of his clutches. Wang Feng was self-aware and said, with my broken voice, "I'm not even in the same class as my big cousin." The man who sings is exactly Wang Feng's distant relative, named Wei Hui, is the deputy director of the city bureau's political department, middle-level leadership. The official is not big, but the power is not small. Wang Feng asked Wei Hui to come to the nightclub to get high. In addition to contact feelings, the main thing is, I hope that Wei Hui will be able to clean up Zhou Zheng for him. Wei Hui sang a song and won a warm applause from everyone. The escort next to her said with a face of adoration, "Big brother, you sing so well, it's even better than a singer singing." After saying that, the body will stick over. After all, Wei Hui refined, comes with a kind of attractive temperament. Selling compared to Wang Feng is much stronger. Wei Hui, however, did not move to avoid the body of the accompanying woman sticking up. As a gentleman as a positive color, said, "Miss, do you like literature? I am willing to communicate deeply with a cultured beauty." Wang Feng despised in his heart and said, "What kind of calf is big cousin pretending to be? These chicks are all paid to play however they want. What culture are you showing off? What culture are you pretending to be? What's the matter? Still want to let the chaperones worship you, take the initiative to pour paste? Despise to despise." But Wang Feng did not dare to show it, looked at the wrist of the universal watch. time is not early, it is time to talk business. First cousin, I have something to talk to you about. Wei Hui looked at the girl beside him. Fengzi, this is not the place to talk. Wang Feng knew that Wei Hui had always been more cautious and waved his hand, saying to the three accompanying girls, you guys go out first. Sir, there's a clock to remember even if you go out. Mard, how can I be worse off than you guys with that small amount of money? Get the hell out. The three girls saw the guest getting angry and hurriedly stood up and slipped away. Wei Hui leaned his head back on the comfortable sofa and asked in confusion, Peek, why are you so angry? Who messed with you? Eldest cousin, I really let you say it. There is a guy named Zhou Zheng who messed with me. He's pissing me off. Zhou Zheng? Wei Hui felt that this name was so familiar, and in his mind, he remembered that there was a trainee cop in the Qiaobei police station named Zhou Zheng. Of course, tomorrow he crossed the trainee period and became a third-grade superintendent. The above has already given him this deputy director of the political department. The process is all he helped to handle. Wei Hui is a little envious, but who let others? Zhou Zheng caught the A-class wanted criminals, received a first-class merit. It can't be that the Zhou Zheng that Wang Feng is talking about is the Zhou Zheng of the Qiaobei Institute, right? However, the world was so big, there were countless people called Zhou Zheng, and it was not as if the Zhou Zheng that Wang Feng was talking about was the same person he was thinking of. Fengzi, what's going on? Don't make me ask, just nag me. First cousin, it's like this. Wang Feng briefly explained his beef with Zhou Zheng. Wei Hui frowned after hearing this. It was really a coincidence that the Zhou Zheng who had a beef with Wang Feng was the Zhou Zheng of the Qiaobei Institute. Eldest cousin, Chu Yunyao I have to marry. This guy Zhou Zheng, I don't know what kind of flowery words he used to blind Chu Yunyao. You have to make a decision for me. Wei Hui had a black line on his face. He said to himself that this guy Wang Feng is getting more and more sketchy, failing to chase after a woman, and actually wants to make himself stand up for him. How do you think? Lousy is a matchmaker again. Fengzi, there are many women. Why not Chu Yunyao? I know you want to be strong, but people with Zhou just on. Do you still want to force Chu Yunyao to marry you? The Chu family is rich and powerful, not something you or I can mess with. Wang Feng took a sip of red wine and said, Eldest cousin, I'm not saying that I'm forcing Chu Yunyao. I wouldn't dare to in a horse's footsteps. I want you to put pressure on Zhou Zheng and make him take the initiative to leave Chu Yunyao. You are the leader of the political office. Pinning him down as a grassroots police officer is not like Zhang Fei eating bean sprouts. It's a piece of cake. Wei Hui's eyes rolled a few times and suddenly sighed. Feng Zi, according to reason I get Zhou Zhang such a small police officer that is indeed a handful. But, do you know, this kid has just made a first-class merit. The wind is flourishing. I do not dare to just pinch him. Besides, the Chu family is so powerful. In case Chu Yunyao knows that I'm being bad, if they hold a grudge against me, am I not looking for trouble? Wang Dengfeng laughed, thinking that this first cousin really wants to be a whore but also wants to set up a house of cards. What can't he do for money? Doesn't he just want me to take the initiative to offer benefits? Eldest cousin, don't worry too much. Chu Yunyao's parents can't wait for him to break up with Zhou Zheng. You don't need to worry about the Chu family. Moreover, I won't let you waste your efforts. The city's Hongju neighborhood. There is a 3-room house of mine, decorated and never lived in. It's close to the police station, and it's convenient to go to work, so why don't you just move there? Wei Hui's heart stirred. His home was quite far from the police station, and it was a pain in the ass to commute to work, so he was missing a house that was close to the city hall. The house that Wang Feng said was worth more than $2 million. Wei Hui couldn't help but be a little moved and said with a pat on the back, Fengzi, since you looked for me, I naturally can't just stand by and not care. Tomorrow morning, I'll take time to meet with Zhou Zheng. Dare to rob my big brother's woman. I think he doesn't want to progress. So what if he has made a first-class merit? I will still clean him up. Good. Wang Feng raised his wine glass. It's still my first cousin who cares for me. After it's done, I'll send you the key. Let's go, brother. He, Fengzi, we are relatives. Who else can I help if not you? Bottoms up. Wang Feng drank it all in one go, a grim smile on his face. Zhou Zheng, I'll see how much longer you can bounce around. Chapter 33, the vice mayor said that the task entrusted to him by the old man will definitely be completed. Jiangbei City First Central Hospital. The old master is full of wine and food, lying on the bed, full of spirit, not at all tired. After drinking the medicinal wine, good lord, the old master was alive and well. The medicinal wine that Zhou Zheng prepared for me is really good. I'll have a blessed taste in the future. The medicinal wine was good for the body. Not only could it take care of the body, but it could also lead to an addiction to alcohol. The old man felt that this medicinal wine was practically tailor-made for him. Ting Ting, hide the remaining bit of medicinal wine for me. Don't let anyone take it away from me. The old man uneasily urged Yang Ting Ting. When Zhou Zheng and the others left, they did not take away the remaining medicinal wine. The old master regarded this stuff as a treasure and was afraid of losing it. Yang Tingting looked at the less than 3 taels of medicinal wine in the glass bottle and couldn't help but have a black line. Grandpa, those who don't know about this stuff would think it's iodine? Who would go along for the ride? Besides, there's just this little bit left. No one would want it if they gave it away for nothing. The old man rolled his eyes. Giving it away for nothing? You're generous. Ting Ting, do you know the value of these medicinal wines dispensed by Zhou Zheng? What? Grandpa, is this medicinal wine valuable? The old man nodded. It can no longer be measured in terms of whether it's worth it or not. A heart attack patient who almost lost his life, luckily regained his life. His vitality was greatly injured. His body was weak, drank 1 or 2 medicinal wines. And guess what? All over, I feel brand new. A lot of my old buddies are not in good health either. Every year in order to maintain the body, spend a lot of money, and also suffer. If you can drink the medicinal wine, all the pain is relieved. If this is known to them, how much money will buy it? Whether it's money or not is another story. The main thing is that one doesn't have to suffer from illness. Yang Tingting said in her heart that it was also true. What Grandpa said made sense. Those friends of the old man's Yang Tingting had also met them. When they were old, many of them were in wheelchairs, not to mention the inconvenience of mobility. And every day they were either in pain here or there, and they were sickly. If you drink 2 sips of medicinal wine, body can renew the second spring. To be honest, those people do not even want to think will buy medicinal wine. It seems that Zhou Zheng's secret recipe for medicinal wine is worth $10,000. Only, Dr. Yang said that the old master's heart was clogged with blood veins and there were still hidden dangers, which, again, made her heart shadow. The old master was lying on the bed. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that Zhou Zheng was his great savior. Not only did he save his life, but he also helped him to configure the medicinal wine and toned his body. Ting Ting notify your father. Say that my savior has been found. Let him express his gratitude to Zhou Zheng face to face. Didn't he say he wanted to make a banner for my savior? Make it and give it to Zhou Zheng together at that time. Oh, got it. Yang Tingting took out her cell phone and called Vice Mayor Yang, Jiangbei Municipal Government Vice Mayor's office. Although it was already 9 o'clock at night, Yang Zishan was still busy at his desk. Ding-a-ling bell. The cell phone rang. Yang Zi lifted his tired eyes and looked at the caller ID on the screen. Ting Ting's call? Yang Zishan's heart fluttered. It couldn't be that something happened to the old man, right? He hurriedly answered the call. Hey Ting Ting, calling me this late? How is your grandpa doing? Dad, don't worry, grandpa is fine. He slept from the afternoon until the evening. After waking up he ate some food and drank some wine. What? Yang Zishan sniffed and became anxious. Ting Ting, how did you watch over grandpa? He heart you actually dare to let him drink? Dad, don't be in a hurry. Let me explain. Grandpa is drinking the medicinal wine that Zhou Zheng configured with a secret recipe. Drinking it doesn't affect his condition at all, and it's greatly beneficial to his body. Really? Dad, I wouldn't dare to lie about such a big thing. It's true. Grandpa's spirit is much better now, and Dr. Yang has also checked it, and all the indicators tend to be normal. That would be great. Yang Zishan breathed a sigh of relief. He also had some doubts in his heart. A heart disease patient could also take medicinal wine? The efficacy of this medicinal wine was so miraculous that it was simply unbelievable. Ting Ting, what is that Zhou Zheng guy? If his medicinal wine is really as magical as you say, keep some for your grandfather. Dad, it's fate to say that this handsome man named Zhou Zheng is actually Yao Yao's husband. Moreover, he's the same kind person who sent grandpa to the hospital. There was too much information in Yang Tingting's words. Yang Zishan's CPU couldn't turn around for a while. Wait a minute, Ting Ting, there's too much information in what you said. I have to run through it. As the vice mayor, Yang Zishan's brain was still very clever, and through brainstorming, he quickly primed himself. The young man called Zhou Zheng saved the old man's life, then did a good deed without leaving a name and left alone. And he was the husband of Tingting's best friend Chu Yunyao. Vice Mayor Yang didn't understand why the Chu family's daughter suddenly had a husband, and he didn't have the time to think about it. Then, because of Chu Yunyao and Yang Tingting, Zhou Zheng appeared again. The old man recognized Zhou Zheng, and Zhou Zheng delivered the magical medicinal wine, which made the old man's body recover a lot. Ting Ting since you met Grandpa's life-saving benefactor, you have to thank and appreciate him. I thanked Dad. Grandpa said that he wants you to express your gratitude to Zhou Zheng in person. He also said that he wants you to fulfill your promise and send him a banner. The sooner the better. Yang Zishan nodded. He had indeed said such words himself. It's just that, there is still a meeting to be held tomorrow morning, so he can't leave for a while, and he also has to go to the neighboring city for an inspection in the afternoon, so he's too busy, so he can only finish the meeting in the morning and make a trip there right away. Ting Ting, tomorrow morning I'll try to make time to complete the task assigned by the old man. Just, where does that young man called Zhou Zheng live? do you know his address? Yang Tingting said. Zhou Zheng is in the hospital. He was injured and hospitalized. Just downstairs in my grandfather's ward. Yang Zishan's eyes glared and asked, what's going on? The old man's lifesaver was injured and hospitalized. If this was bullied, Yang Zishan would help him find justice no matter what. Dad, you don't know yet, right? I heard from Yao Yao that Zhou Zheng, a police officer from the police station, captured a Class A wanted criminal while on duty last night and was injured. Yang Zishan asked with concern, is it serious? Not serious. Minor injury. Alive and kicking. That's good. Ting Ting, how about this? You go and customize a banner and present it to Zhou Zheng on behalf of your grandfather and I. As for me, I will definitely take the time to visit Zhou Zheng in the hospital tomorrow morning. Okay, I'll pass it on to Grandpa then. Hang up, ha Dad. Yang Tingting hung up the phone and relayed Yang Zishan's meaning to the old man. The old master nodded. Ting Ting, you go make the banner now. Yang Tingting had a black line on her face. The stores that made brocade banners were all closed. Okay? However, she didn't refute her grandfather. Instead she called and asked someone to find the owner of the banner-making shop. The other party said that he could deliver it to her tomorrow morning. And after negotiating the price, Yang Tingting paid the deposit, and only then did she put her heart down. On this side, Yang Zishan put down his cell phone and suddenly remembered that the city bureau had reported today that a trainee police officer named Zhou Zheng from the Qiaobei Police Department had captured a Class A wanted criminal and was going to be awarded a first-class merit. I guess this Zhou Zheng is the Zhou Zheng who saved the old man. Zhou Zheng is a rare and valuable talent. Must meet with him. Yang Zishan thought as such. Chapter 34 White-Clothed Police Superintendent. Zhou Zheng's goal. Ding bell ding bell. A sharp and urgent alarm bell came. Chu Yunyao opened her hazy sleepy eyes. She turned off the alarm and closed her eyes again, intending to take a nap. Oh no! She suddenly rolled over and sat up. Today she still had to go to Pan Ocean International Trading Company to work. The first day to report to work. She couldn't be late. A second later, Chu Yunyao reacted. Last night she talked with Zhou Zheng for half the night about how to promote the medicinal wine. She had already decided to start her own business. What else to go to work for? Shaking her head and laughing, she suddenly realized that there was a person lying on the floor. Fixing her eyes, it was actually Zhou Zheng. She remembered that she was chatting with Zhou Zheng and fell asleep without realizing it. There was only one bed in the hospital room, and it seemed that Zhou Zheng was a gentleman and gave it up to himself while he hit the floor. Chu Yunyao realized that she was fully clothed. Zhou Zheng did not take advantage of her because he was sharing a room with her and took advantage of her while she was asleep. Chu Yunyao was touched and at the same time cursed Zhou Zheng for being worse than a beast. Such a beautiful girl in front of him without defense. He actually did not have the slightest idea. In fact, how could Zhou Zheng not have any thoughts? Chu Yunyao was so beautiful, no man could resist her attraction. Only, being a man should have a bottom line. He wanted to let Chu Yunyao take the initiative to throw herself into his arms and fall in love with him after the passage of time. However, the feeling of being worse than a beast was not pleasant. Zhou Zheng hit the ground and tossed and turned for a long time before falling asleep. Chu Yunyao occupied Zhou Zheng's bed as a sick person and felt embarrassed. Her sleepiness was gone. She got up and got out of bed, came to Zhou Zheng's front, bent down and squatted. Zhou Zheng, go sleep on the bed. The long black and silky hair hung down, the tips falling on Zhou Zheng's face. Tickling. Zhou Zheng opened his eyes, and what met his eyes was Chu Yunyao's stunningly beautiful and incomparable pretty face. Yunyao, you're awake? Awake. Chu Yunyao said gently. Go to bed and sleep. The ground is hard and cold. It's not good for your body. What time is it? Yunyao? It's almost 7 o'clock. I go. It's so late. Can't sleep. Zhou Zheng sat up from the floor in a single bound. The leaders of the city bureau would be coming to present him with the honor of first-class merit in a while, so he had to prepare early. Zhou Zheng, it's still early. You can sleep again. Not sleeping. I guess my master should be back too. As he was talking, Lu Jianjun knocked on the door and then pushed his way in, carrying a steaming breakfast in his hand. Seeing Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao on the ground, one squatting and the other sitting, Lu Jianjun could not help but stare. I didn't see anything again. You guys continue, but hurry up. I think the director is coming, said, twisting his head and walking out. Chu Yunyao's face was greatly embarrassed, and Zhou Zheng also had a black line on his face. Master, come back. It's not what you think. We're already up. Oh. Is that so? I hope I didn't disturb you too. Lu Jianjun stood still and took the breakfast he was carrying in his hand out of the plastic bag and placed it on the table. I brought you xiaolongbao and soybean milk. Eat it while it's hot. I don't know if it's appetizing? The last sentence was said to Chu Yunyao. After all, as Lu Jianjun's disciple, Zhou Zheng would eat whatever breakfast his master brought. And originally, he wasn't picky. However, Chu Yunyao was different. Lu Jianjun also didn't know if this beauty who looked like a lady of the house like Xiaolongbao. Xiaolongbao, it's my favorite. Thank you brother Jianjun. Chu Yunyao didn't see any outsiders, picked up a small dumpling and stuffed it into her mouth without any maturity, and began to feast on it. She also did not forget to greet Zhou Zheng and Lu Jianjun. Jianjun brother, Zhou Zheng, you guys also eat ah? The flavor is quite good Lu. Zhou Zheng took a cup of soy milk, inserted the straw and handed it to Chu Yunyao. Yunyao, have a sip of soy milk, don't choke. Chu Yunyao took the soy milk, and handed another xiaolongbao to Zhou Zheng's mouth. Zhou Zheng, here's a small dumpling for you to eat. The two of them went back and forth, almost feeding each other. Lu Jianjun ate on the sideline sighing. This wave of dog food sent the savory xiaolong froze and let him eat out the sweet taste. After the three of them ate breakfast and rested for a while, Chu Yunyao wanted to say goodbye to Zhou Zheng and Lu Jianjun. For one thing, she had gotten the secret recipe for the medicinal wine, and had planned the next plan with Zhou Zheng, so she wanted to hurry up and take action. Secondly, the leaders of the city council were about to arrive, and she felt that it was a bit inconvenient for her to be here. Zhou Zheng, Jianjun brother, I'm leaving first. AI sibling, what's the hurry? Stay a little longer. Lu Jianjun wanted Chu Yunyao to witness the glorious moment when Zhou Zheng was awarded first-class merit by the director. In this way, Zhou Zheng's status in her heart would also be elevated. Lu Jianjun was really well-intentioned for Zhou Zheng's status in the family. Brother Jianjun, aren't the leaders of the city bureau coming to visit Zhou Zheng? I'm not in the system. It's not convenient, right? Lu Jianjun waved his hand. What's convenient or inconvenient? You are Zhou Zheng's wife. Police wife? Well, it's also considered to be one of our own. Ha. Two people are talking about it. Lu Jianjun's cell phone rang. A look is how I go to the phone. Hurry to answer. Hey director, Jianjun, Ma Bureau will be at the hospital soon. Your side hurry to get ready ha. Lu Jianjun froze. No, director, where are you? Why don't you come yet? I accompanied Ma Bureau. Cannot go. Do not say. The convoy is about to enter the hospital. This time can come a lot of city leaders. You tell Zhou Zheng. A moment to see the leaders to raise the spirit. Understood director. Lu Jianjun put down his cell phone and said to Zhou Zheng. Xiao Zhou, quickly put on your police uniform and tidy up your instrument. Ma Bureau will be here soon. Zhou Zheng nodded and took off his hospital gown with 7 hands and changed into his police uniform. Chu Yunyao didn't avoid it anymore, helping Zhou Zheng to change his clothes, and also gave him a slight makeup. Still, it was a drop of spirit than usual. At this time, the door opened. Haoigua made a wink inside then said to the back, Ma Bureau, leaders, inside please. Ma Bureau took the lead and was the first to walk into the ward, followed by a few white-clad bigwigs with olive branches and crosshairs gleaming on their shoulder patches. Zhou Zheng could not help but be moved in his heart when he saw the police superintendent's clothes. This was the height that the Chu family wanted him to reach within 3 years, although he did not agree to it. However, in his heart, why wasn't he holding his breath? Within 3 years, to at least rise to the level of a third-grade police superintendent. This was the goal he had set for himself that had to be accomplished. This is Comrade Xiao Zhou, right? I didn't expect to be so young. Ma Xiaojun extended his hand. Good day Ma Bureau, I'm Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng first saluted at Ma Xiaojun, then stretched out his hand and shook Ma Xiaojun's hand tightly. Chapter 35, the director personally awards first-class honors. Ma Xiaojun shook Zhou Zheng's hand and spoke eloquently. Comrade Zhou Zheng, I heard that you were bravely injured when you were apprehending a Class A-wanted criminal alone. However, you still endured the severe pain and pressed the suspect tightly under your body. This kind of spirit of sacrificing your life and forgetting your death is worthy of all the comrades in our police department to learn from you. And it's worthwhile to be proud of the fact that Xiaobei can cultivate such a talented person like you. Zhou Zheng was a bit confused. After all, the arrest process was not like this. Although the wanted criminal Yang Jia appeared quite suddenly, the arrest process was not thrilling at all. Seeing Haoigua next to him with a smile on his face, Zhou Zheng said in his heart, Director Hao must have exaggerated the situation to Director Ma. Of course, he also understood Haoigua's hard work. If the arrest process was too bland, it would not be good to highlight his merits. Director Ma, you're overstating it. Zhou Zheng also began to show off his tongue. Apprehending criminals is our natural duty as police officers. If we don't go on if it's dangerous, how can we be worthy of this police uniform on us? Good. Well said. Ma Xiaojun patted Zhou Zheng's shoulder with an approving smile on his face. Comrade Zhou, how is your body recovering? Next, Ma Bureau cordially asked Zhou Zheng about his injuries as well as his treatment and recovery, and conveyed to him the deep concern of all the leaders and colleagues of the city bureau, instructing him to relax and recuperate from his injuries at ease, to condition his body for an early recovery, and urging him to keep up the good work and strive for another brilliant career. After listening to Ma's speech, Zhou Zheng was particularly moved. He was concerned about the leaders and colleagues, expressed sincere gratitude, and said that he would actively accept treatment, and strive to recover as soon as possible, to return to the workplace in good health to serve the people, in order to return the organization's love and care with practical action. A word spoken in a flowing stream, not weaker than in the leadership position in the deep plowing for many years of Ma Xiaojun. Next to Haoigua could not help but nod. He said, small weak this style, this eloquence, not when the leader is a pity, coupled with such a great ability, he is not in the pool. Sooner or later one day will rise in the air. Although Ma Xiaojun first contact with Zhou Zheng, but to this young man favorite, unprecedentedly introduced him to the side of the city council's other leaders. Xiao Zhou, let me introduce to you, this is Comrade Chen Xiaobo, the deputy director of the city bureau. This is Comrade Wang Zhenyang, the head of the discipline inspection committee. This is Comrade Zhang Hai, the head of the political division. And this is, Zhou Zheng shook hands with each of these bigwigs of the city bureau after saluting them. The bigwigs also each encouraged Zhou Zheng a bit, and cared about his injuries, letting him feel the care of the leaders in general. Soon came the most exciting part of the commendation. In view of Comrade Zhou Zheng's performance, after the communication of the leadership of the city bureau and the application with the higher authorities, Comrade Zhou Zheng is hereby awarded first-class merit, a reward of $20,000. Immediately afterward, Ma Xiaojun personally helped Zhou Zheng wear a medal of first-class merit on his chest and handed him a large red certificate. Zhou Zheng received the certificate with both hands and saluted with a solemn expression. Pa pa pa. Director Ma led the applause, and the leaders of the municipal bureau followed suit. Next to him, Lu Jianjun's hand could not wait to clap red. Having such a powerful disciple, this was his pride. Chu Yunyao also stretched out her white jade hand, applauding while looking at Zhou Zheng with deep affection. Zhou Zheng was simply too outstanding. A trainee police officer who had received a first-class merit, and the director of the city bureau had brought all the leaders to personally present him with an award. Chu Yunyao herself felt proud and honored. Next, the head of the political division announced that Zhou Zheng had ended his career as a trainee police officer early, and had jumped to become a full-fledged police officer. Zhang Hai took out a pair of third-grade superintendent's shoulder straps and personally replaced Zhou Zheng's 2 crutches for the trainee police officer. Ma Xiaojun said, Comrade Zhou, congratulations, you are now an official people's police officer. Third-grade superintendent, 1 bar and 1 star, looked much smoother than the 2 crutches. At this moment, Zhou Zheng's mood was very excited. Third-grade superintendent was the starting point of an official police officer, the first step in the long march of 10,000 miles, and his goal was the white-clothed big brother in front of him? Of course, the goal was only a goal, not the end. The ceremony is finally over. The city bureau's leadership day today can personally rush to the hospital, for Zhou Zheng awarded the first prize medal, and stayed for a long time is considered to be enough to give Zhou Zheng's face, followed by 2 Jiangbei evening news reporter, still with the camera shot non-stop. Zhou Zheng's capture of a Class A wanted criminal in his first-class merit must be the front-page headline of the Jiangbei evening news tomorrow. Ma Xiaojun encouraged Zhou Zheng a few more times, and with the leaders of the city bureau, he was about to return home. However, the doorway was surrounded by people watching. After all, the hospital ward suddenly came many police officers. A few of them are still white big brother, naturally will attract passers-by scrambling to see. Haoigua hurriedly called out to Lu Jianjun to evacuate the crowd. Comrades, disperse, disperse. The passers-by also made way when they saw that the big brother was leaving. At this time, a pretty figure, holding a crimson-colored banner, walked into the ward. The person who came was Yang Tingting, just now received a phone call. The boss who made the banner said that the banner was sent to the hospital. Yang Tingting went downstairs to settle the final payment, picked up the banner, and walked straight to Zhou Zheng's hospital room. Unexpectedly, with Ma Xiaojun, led by the city bureau big brother, met a square. When Yang Tingting saw Ma Xiaojun in a white shirt, she wasn't afraid at all, but instead greeted him cordially. That being said, Vice Mayor Yang was Ma Xiaojun's superior and the two families were relatively familiar with each other. Thus, Yang Tingting did not show any shyness at all. Uncle Ma, what brings you here? Ma Xiaojun immediately revealed a smile on his face when he saw that it was Vice Mayor Yang's daughter. Yang Tingting, oh Tingting ah, no, in our police force, there is an outstanding grassroots police officer who was injured in the process of capturing a Class A wanted criminal. I'm bringing the leaders of the city bureau to pay a visit and award him a medal of first-class merit. Uncle Ma, you are talking about Zhou Zheng, right? Yang Tingting's face rippled without surprise. After all, Chu Yunyao had already told her that Zhou Zheng might receive the honor of first-class merit. However, for the city council to have this kind of battle, with most of the leaders coming, this surprised her a little. It seemed that the city council still valued Zhou Zheng. A questioning expression appeared on Ma Xiaojun's face. Ting Ting, you know Zhou Zheng? Recognize. Yang Ting Ting nodded. Uncle Ma, you don't know, but Zhou Zheng is my grandfather's lifesaver. See this brocade banner? This was specially customized by my grandpa for me. Originally Grandpa asked Dad to give the banner to Zhou Zheng in person. He didn't have the time at the moment, so I did it for him. Chapter 36 Vice Mayor sends brocade flag to Zhou Zheng. Yang Tingting's words caused Ma Xiaojun's heart to be like a rough sea, unable to calm down for a long time. He didn't know what exactly Zhou Zheng had helped the Yang family with that could cause Vice Mayor Yang to send a banner to Zhou Zheng. Listening to Yang Tingting's words, Zhou Zheng had saved Yang Tingting's grandfather's life? Ma Xiaojun couldn't turn the corner at once, and was about to ask Yang Tingting about it in detail. Unbeknownst to him, Yang Tingting turned around and walked to Zhou Zheng's side. Zhou Zheng, I heard that you, Ma Bureaus, on behalf of the Jiangbei Municipal Bureau, awarded you a medal for first-class merit. Congratulations, Zhou Zheng smiled. Thank you Yang Tingting, same congratulations, What do you mean by holding the banner? Yang Tingting said, you saved Grandpa's life. I can't afford to give you a medal. This is a brocade banner I made for old Yang. For you, Yang Tingting said, handing the banner over to Zhou Zheng. The reporters from Jiangbei Evening News were about to withdraw, but when they saw that there was still material, they hurriedly took out their cameras and took another burst of shots. The crimson banner was written with 2 vertical lines of big words. People's Guardian, see justice and courage. The lower right corner of the inscription is 6 small gold-colored letters. Yang Zishan gift. When the leader of the city council saw the 3 words Yang Zishan, he couldn't help but stare, and felt that the name was so familiar. Old Gao, who is Yang Zishan? So familiar? The boss's boss is called Yang Zishan. Can it not sound familiar? Ha, you mean this banner is from Vice Mayor Yang? The girl with the banner is Vice Mayor Yang's daughter. Didn't you see the chief greet her just now? Algo Xiaozhou is not simple. While the crowd was discussing, an old man walked in. Seeing a room full of police officers didn't scare him at all. Instead he shouted, Ting Ting, has the banner been delivered? Yang Tingting turned back, saw her grandfather, and her face changed. Grandpa, why did you come out by yourself? The brocade flag was delivered to Zhou Zheng, so don't keep thinking about it. That's good. The old man nodded. It's boring to be by myself in the hospital room. Besides, I'm almost well, so it's good to come out and get some air. Old leader. Ma Xiaojun suddenly walked up to the old man with a surprised smile on his face. This big man in a white shirt, in front of the old master, that straight waist, unconsciously bent slightly. When the old master saw Ma Xiaojun, a smile also appeared on his face. Egg, who did I think it was? Xiao Ma. Xiao Ma? The crowd was shocked again at hearing this. Daring to call Ma Bureau as Xiao Ma back then. This old man doesn't look simple and I don't know what's his origin? Soon, Ma Xiaojun solved the doubts of the leaders. Colleagues, let me introduce to you. This is Old Man Yang. Back then I used to be Old Man Yang's secretary in the provincial hall. Deputy Mayor Yang is Old Man Yang's son. Ooh. As soon as Ma Xiaojun's words fell, the leaders were all surprised. No wonder the old man called Ma Bureau as Xiao Ma. It turns out that Ma Bureau had worked for others as a secretary. It is estimated that he was used to being called back then. Moreover, his son is Deputy Mayor Yang. Good guy. This old man does have a head start. Good day old leader. Hello old leader. The crowd was busy shaking hands with the old man and greeting him. The old man was still modest and waved his hand. Just call me Old Yang. I'm just a little old man, not a leader. Retired long ago. The crowd laughed and said, this is your modesty. We can't not understand No one dares to call the old man Lao Yang. Joke. Although he retired, his son is the actual deputy mayor. The old master turned his head to Ma Xiaojun and asked, Ma, what are you guys doing here with such a big show? Elder Yang, it's not that we have a grassroots civilian police officer who caught a Class A wanted criminal and was hospitalized with injuries. Where are we coming this time? Firstly, to express our condolences to this grassroots police officer, and secondly to present him with a medal for first-class merit. The old man nodded. First-class merit? Not bad. It's been a long time since I've heard of someone from the city council receiving a first-class merit. Ma Xiaojun echoed. Yeah, the key is that this grassroots police officer is still in his trainee period, and he received a first-class merit after working for 3 months, which is even more rare. Is that so? This is an excellent talent. Xiao Ma, such a talent your city council must cultivate properly. I see. It's not good that he can even become a top 10 young policeman in the country. Ha! Ma Xiaojun was startled. The national top 10 young police officers, once-a-year evaluation, from all the police force in the country to screen. Wherever there are excellent talents, the quota is only 10. The difficulty can be imagined. Jiangbei City has been 10 years, no one has been evaluated. Ma Xiaojun came to Jiangbei City Council for 3 years, never thought about this matter. In fact, is to give up in the bottom of the heart. Today, when the old man said this, Ma Xiaojun's mind came alive. Zhou Zheng was indeed the youngest of the outstanding police officers he had seen, with a promising future. How about, in the future, he should be trained according to the standards of the top 10 outstanding young police officers in the country? In fact, the old man had long guessed that Ma Xiaojun had come to award Zhou Zheng with a first-class merit. But of course, Zhou Zheng himself was outstanding. That was why he had spoken favorably for Zhou Zheng before Ma Xiaojun. Master, you came here? It wasn't a while ago that I had a heart attack while walking. Luckily a kind little brother saved me and sent me to the hospital. Do you think we can't thank him a little? Originally I wanted Zishan to come and thank him personally, but that kid is busy all day long, so I can only let Tingting replace his father to send a banner to the rescuer, to show my gratitude. Looking at the banner in Zhou Zheng's hand, Ma Xiaojun realized that the person who saved Yang Lao was Zhou Zheng. This young man not only has excellent business ability, but is also a warm-hearted person. Ma Xiaojun can't help but think highly of Zhou Zheng for a few more points. Moreover, Zhou Zheng saved Yang Lao. The future, needless to say, the road is wide. Although Yang Lao has long been retired, but his son is a powerful deputy mayor, and then do not help. His friends of the family's children have a lot of success. You think that Yang Lao and the deputy director is for nothing? Thinking about it, Ma Xiaojun heart even to Zhou Zheng some slight envy. Good guy. Feel that Zhou is about to take 10 years less detours. Okay Ma, I will not delay you. What to do to go busy? This was an expulsion order. Ma Xiaojun had wanted to catch up with the old man's feelings back then, and hearing the old man's words, he did not dare to stay long. Alright, Elder Yang, we'll be off then. Xiao Zhou, get well and goodbye. Ma Xiaojun unprecedentedly said goodbye to Zhou Zheng once again. Zhou Zheng said, Bureau Ma, goodbye leaders, I'll see you off. No need, go back quickly. Ma Xiaojun politely declined. Zhou Zheng, however, insisted on seeing them off. After all, they were all leaders of the city council, and he couldn't pretend to be a pussy. Unbeknownst to him, the old man pulled his arm. Don't send it if Xiao Ma says there's no need to send it. Xiao Zhou, I have something to say to you. Chapter 37. Zhou Zheng is the baby of the police station. Zhou Zheng was pulled back by the old man and had to smile apologetically at Ma Xiaojun. Ma Xiaojun nodded, signaling understanding. At the same time, a wave of envy flooded his heart. It seemed that Zhou Zheng was familiar with old man Yang, not an ordinary acquaintance. Who let Zhou Zheng save Yang Lao? The cadre of leaders from the city council left, and the room returned to calm. Old man, what do you want to tell me? Can you let go of me first? It's not like I'm running. He. The old master laughed in embarrassment and let go of the sleeve that had been transformed by Zhou Zheng's grip on him. Little Zhou, when will that medicinal wine of yours be dispensed for me? The old man can't wait. Zhou Zheng said. No, old master, wasn't there some medicinal wine left from last night? Drink it slowly and you can still drink it for a few days. The old master, however, was full of unhappiness. Yes, there were about 3 taels left last night. I can only save enough for 3 days. What if you can't dispense your medicinal wine after 3 days? Xiao Zhou, know what it means to save for a rainy day? Back when there was a disaster in panic, if I hadn't saved for a rainy day, my family would have starved to death. The old man is getting farther and farther away. However, the meaning is obvious. The medicinal wine must not be cut off. You have to give me a precise message. When will there be new medicinal wine? Zhou Zheng was actually unable to give an accurate answer. When will there be new medicinal wine? That would depend on how Chu Yunyao's progress was. Thus, looking towards Chu Yunyao. Yunyao, according to your plan, when will the first barrel of medicinal wine be ready at the earliest? Chu Yunyao thought about it and said, according to the recipe, it will take at least 3 days for the herbs to be infused with efficacy. So if we can prepare all the ingredients today, we will be able to drink it 3 days later. Zhou Zheng calculated that if everything went well, he should be able to make the trip. After all, the only ingredients that needed to be purchased in the early stages were to have a large vat, as well as the required herbs and a high level of pure grain. The herbs are put in the vat, poured into the highly pure grain wine, sealed and soaked for 3 days to drink. As for the humidity, temperature and whatnot, it was not mentioned in the secret recipe, so Chu Yunyao ignored it. Master, don't worry, the medicinal wine is designated to catch up. Really? Really? Zhou Zheng nodded with certainty. I've handed this mess over to Yunyao, she'll go and do it right away. No surprises, there will be a new medicinal wine in 3 days. Good, the old master said to Chu Yunyao. Yao girl, don't just stand there, hurry up and take action. The old man is counting on the medicinal wine to renew his life. You have to take care of it. This is a bit of a serious statement. Chu Yunyao also didn't dare to delay and nodded her head. Grandpa, I'll get ready right away. Aha! That's what a good kid is. Speak up when you encounter something you can't handle. The old man will find a way to solve it, even if it's through the back door. Next to her, young Tingting deliberately said, Grandpa, aren't you usually the most averse to backdoor deals? I remember once Dad promised a friend to do a small thing, and you scolded Dad badly when you found out. The old man frowned, followed by a laugh. Ha ha, Ting Ting, you're really worthy of being your father's personal pet. You still remember this matter? I've been clean all my life. I've never gone through the back door, and I won't allow your father to go through the back door either. But this time is different. For the sake of me as well as the old fellows who are suffering from illnesses and pains all being able to drink the medicinal wine. Even if I were to use my power to seek personal gain for once, I'd like to see who dares to gossip about it. The old man was not angry. He really had the air of being a leader. Yang Tingting spat out her cute little tongue. Grandpa, I just said that. You still took it seriously. Besides, Yao Yao is not just purchasing Chinese herbs. As long as there is enough money, what difficulties can there be? The old man nodded his head. Ting Ting, if you're not busy, help Yunyao to prepare. Chu Yunyao waved her hand in a hurry. No need, Grandpa, I'll be fine on my own. I'll strive to brew the medicinal wine today. Zhou Zheng, then I'll leave first. Zhou Zheng nodded. Yunyao, if you want to buy Chinese herbs, go to the street of famous Chinese herbs. The herbs there are more complete. Okay. Chu Yunyao said goodbye to the crowd, went out and drove the Paramera. First ran to the lottery center. She had to exchange the lottery tickets in her hand into cash. She could only go to make purchases when she had the money. The old man and Zhou Zheng chatting for a while. Of course, not chatting, but to teach Zhou Zheng many in the system some insights. These insights are the secret of the secret. In addition to their own people, no one will say to outsiders to hear. Next to Lu Jianjun also followed the light, has been listening with ears open. Zhou Zheng naturally benefited greatly. Of course, there are also some of the places he criticized, such as do not be a bird of prey, would show in the forest wind will destroy it. Now, Zhou Zheng has a hangover. Naturally he does not need to bide his time. He wants to be promoted to the height of police commissioner in the shortest possible time. Naturally he can't do it slowly. Zhou Zheng had his own considerations. He just wouldn't tell anyone. After the old man chatted for a while, he was tired, so Yang Tingting helped him back to the ward to rest. Only Zhou Zheng and Lu Jianjun remained in the room. Lu Jianjun said without envy, Xiao Zhou, you received a first-class merit. Ma Bureau personally gave you an award. Moreover, you also saved Vice Mayor Yang's father. Your future is boundless. I see. Your achievement is not below Ma Bureau. 20 years later, you will definitely be able to wear a white shirt. Zhou Zheng said in his heart that 20 years to wear a white shirt was too slow. Within 3 years was the time he could accept. The surface rippled. Master, it's probably because I was lucky. I caught a Class A wanted criminal and happened to save Vice Mayor Yang's father. However, I've always adhered to the motto of, but do good deeds and don't ask about the future. Luck is given by God. It's what you do or don't do that you can decide. Lu Jianjun nodded. Little Zhou Wao. Well said. However, you're only in your 20s. How come you speak words that are old and old-fashioned? Zhou Zheng laughed and sat on his butt on the hospital bed. Master, I just met the leaders of the city bureau, and was influenced by them, and spoke in a manner that was old-fashioned. So I couldn't change it for a while. Lu Jianjun reached out and pointed at Zhou Zheng. Ha ha, Xiao Zhou, you ah. It's fine to talk to me about this, but don't let it be heard, in case it reaches the leader's ears. It's not good, Zhou Zheng said without lifting his head. Understood, master. Lu Jianjun knew that his words Zhou Zheng simply did not hear in his heart. Sooner or later, he will suffer if he writes like this. He was about to have a good talk with him. On second thought, Zhou Zheng above the vice mayor of Yang backing. Do not make big mistakes. Who dares to put him how? So do just. At this time, the door opened. Hao Igua walked in. Director. The director is back. Hao Igua nodded his head, his face showing an uncontrollable expression of excitement. Xiao Zhou ah, just now I sent Ma Bureau. In front of the hospital Ma Bureau took my hand and talked for a long time. He highly praised you for defying the odds to capture a Class A wanted criminal, as well as helping people to save Yang Lao, and also praised our Bridge North police station. Most notably, he intends to allocate 2 additional police cars to our Bridge North station. Xiao Zhou, you're really the treasure of our Qiaobei police station. Chapter 38 Raising Eyebrows. What? Ma Bureau is willing to equip our Qiaobei office with a new police car? Lu Jianjun was astonished. To know, the city dozens of police stations. Each police station personnel as well as police cars are in short supply. There are ways to deploy personnel, recruit a few auxiliary police or wait for fresh graduates of the police academy to join. As for the police car, although the city council has spare food, but also not much, The average distribution is simply not enough. Can only look at which police station sells well, or is a great success. The city will only be discretionary allocation of police cars. Bridge North police station area is small, fewer police officers, police cars are stretched to the limit. Busy time, very delayed police. Sometimes police officers have no choice but to drive their own car to the police. Hawaii and the city council reflected many times. However, the municipal bureau is often a sentence. Let them solve their own difficulties. Which police station are short of? And not just your bridge north of the shortage. For no reason to give you the bridge north of the additional allocation of police cars. Other offices also want to do? Even once. Hawaii and above the management of logistics leadership quarrel. Leaders speak also have level. How? Want a police car is not impossible. Go to merit your bridge north if you can make a big achievement. I pro police car to your bridge north sent over. Hawaii was speechless. Dusty face from the city council out, cursing all the way. How can the police station have any great achievements? You think you're the police force? If you don't want to give it, just don't give it. This is not intentionally angry, but angry to angry. He is no way. This time, Zhou Zheng got a first-class merit. Now the city council can immediately give us bridge north of the additional police car, right? Hawaii is also considered to raise eyebrows. This gas is Zhou Zheng to help him fight. How do you know? Ma Bureau directly shoot board. To the bridge north of the 2 additional police cars. My goodness. Hawaii heard the words of Ma Xiaojun. Happy snot bubble almost out. 2 police cars When has the city council been so generous? Of course, Hawaii also understood that all this was because of Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng had received a first-class merit, and had saved Vice Mayor Yang's father, who was also Ma Xiaojun's former leader. If Ma Bureau didn't take care of Qiaobei Institute, it would be unreasonable. After sending off Ma Xiaojun and other city leaders, Hawaii ran back to the ward in a hurry. He couldn't wait to share this joy with Zhou Zheng and Lu Jianjun. At the same time, he did not forget to praise Zhou Zheng. He now really treats Zhou Zhengwang as the treasurer of Qiaobei Institute. Hawaii affectionately pulled Zhou Zheng's hand. Xiao Zhou, nothing more to say. You just do a good job in our Bridge North Institute. My position, sooner or later, is yours. I go. Lu Jianjun next to him was shocked to hear Hawaii's words. As far as he could remember, the director had never said such words to anyone. This is to cultivate Zhou Zheng towards the next director. To know, Zhou Zheng is only a bar 1 star of the 3rd level of police superintendent. When the director of the police inspector's level, Zhou Zheng is far from it. So early to give him a promise? Lu Jianjun were no. Hawaii than he thought long term. Excellent talent tends to jump ship, but also easy to cause other departments to scramble. He is the first to give Zhou Zheng a pill of peace of mind, for fear that Zhou Zheng up other thoughts. In case Zhou Zheng could not resist the temptation to jump ship to another department, that is the biggest loss ever in the history of the Bridge North. Zhou Zheng did not know if Director Hao's words were true or false, more or less a bit of a pie in the sky. However, a director's position for Zhou Zheng, the attraction is too small. The director is only a second-class police inspector. His goal is the police commissioner. The title, how to be above the deputy bureau. The inner thoughts definitely can't be said out. Hawaii had said that. Zhou Zheng also had to say some words of honor. Thank you for the director's love. I will continue to work hard and strive for more honors for Qiaobei Institute. Well said, Xiao Zhou. I'm optimistic about you. An exaggerated smile appeared on Hawaii's face. Zhou Zheng continued. Director, can we discuss something? Hawaii patted his chest and said with bravado. What is it? You say, as long as I can do it, I must agree. Director, you see the leadership of the city council has come. The award ceremony is also finished. Can I be discharged from the hospital? Zhou Zheng very much disliked the smell of Lysol in the hospital. He wasn't injured anyway, and it wasn't a good idea to always stay in the hospital. Hawaii's face solemnized. Little Zhou, is your injury really healed? Zhou Zheng wanted to say I really wasn't hurt, but was afraid that Hawaii wouldn't believe him. Shunned him and said, a little injury. It doesn't bother me at all. Not only can I walk, I can also run. Director, you see, I can pad my steps, and I can also jump a little. Zhou Zheng said, in order to make Hawaii believe, get up in the ward and is walking and running also jump from time to time. Hawaii was not happy but worried, and called over Lu Jianjun. Jianjun, in Xiao Zhou's test results, it doesn't say he hurt his brain, right? Put. Lu Jianjun nearly laughed out loud, thinking to himself, Zhou Zheng is also acting too much, right? Why is he playing this like Chef Fan? Hawaii glared at Lu Jianjun who was covering his mouth to hold back his laughter. Jianjun, what are you laughing at? I'm asking you? Lu Jianjun forced a laugh and said, Director, Zhou Zheng brain is definitely fine. His performance in front of the city leaders. You are not unseen. Maybe these 2 days in the hospital. People have to suffocate crazy. appear a little abnormal behavior, also belong to the normal category. Hawaigwa face black line. So what? Xiao Zhou, don't jump, I believe you are fine. However, stay in the hospital for another day of observation. Jian Jun, you go on to watch over Zhou Zheng. Tomorrow find a doctor to give Zhou Zheng a checkup. If it's okay, then discharge him. Zhou Zheng asked in a depressed manner. Ah, director, you still have to stay in the hospital for one more day? Well, Xiao Zhou, follow orders. That's it, I'll leave first. I still have to go to the city bureau to hand over the police car. Half a year east of the river, half a year west of the river. I'd like to see that leader who disliked me last time. What kind of expression will I have when I see him now? Hawaigwa walked away with a sense of anticipation on his face. Master, I've dragged you down again, and I still have to make you stay with me in the hospital. An angry look appeared on Lu Jianjun's face. Xiao Zhou, it's meaningless for you to say that. You're my disciple. Besides, how leisurely this job is. Much more comfortable than going to the police station. Zhou Zheng said. But, Master, going to the police station to work is also sometimes have zuzu. In the hospital you still have to accompany me all the time. I have long seen that you cannot sit still. Lu Jianjun said with embarrassment. Hey, buy you see out? In fact, today is my daughter's birthday. The child also thought of letting me accompany her to the playground in the afternoon to play. In fact, it's okay, let the child's mom accompany her, birthday is the same. Zhou Zheng heard this and was instantly unhappy. Master, why didn't you say so earlier? I don't need you to accompany me here. Hurry up and go. No. I went back home last night. It's not good to always go AWOL. Zhou Zheng knew that Lu Jianjun could be stubborn at times, and with a twinkle in his eye, he had an idea. Master, like this, you go accompany the child to the playground now, and at night, I'll go to your house to celebrate the child's birthday together. Is this appropriate? In case the director comes, I should be scolded if I can't see me. We have 2 additional police cars in Xiaobei station at once. The director is busy with it. How can he still have time to go back to the hospital? Lu Jianjun said. It makes sense. Or you understand him. That's it then. You go first, master. I'll buy the cake, and let my sister-in-law fry 2 more dishes at night. Okay, Xiao Zhou. Then I'll leave first. Chapter 39, Come with Good Intentions. After Lu Jianjun left, Zhou Zheng took out his cell phone and dialed Chu Yunyao's number. Hello, Yunyao. Where are you? Zhou Zheng, I've just come out of the lottery center. I've already cashed in my prize, and I've got $3,120,000 in my hand after tax. When I came out, the Red Club asked me to make a donation, but I didn't. I think if you really want to help others, you should personally send the money to the hands of the people who need help. Zhou Zheng nodded and said that Chu Yunyao was truly sober on earth. Yunyao, you're doing the right thing. If we have money in the future, from time to time we'll buy a carload of school supplies, living supplies and personally send them to remote mountainous areas. How about it? Zhou Zheng, this is a good idea. I raise my hands in support. I'm going to a street of valuable Chinese herbs right now. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up first. It could be seen that Chu Yunyao was still very attached to the business of medicinal wine, hoofing it all the way. Wait, Yunyao, Zhou Zheng, what? Is there something else? Well, it's like this. My master's daughter is celebrating her birthday today. I'm planning to send a cake, but I don't know which cake store does a good job. That said, Zhou Zheng had lived for more than 20 years and had not had a single birthday, nor did he have the habit of going to buy a cake for someone else's birthday. He knew nothing about the cake stores in Zhangbei City. When a master's daughter had a birthday, it was natural to send a good cake, so she wanted Chu Yunyao to help. It was expected that a child of a big family must have eaten and seen it before, and have a clear understanding of the door. Zhou Zheng, you're really asking the right person. Mentioning the cake, Chu Yunyao on the other end of the phone came to be interested. When I usually go for my birthday, the cake is ordered from a famous cake store in the capital and then flown over. However, there are a few good cake stores in Zhangbei City, and there is an old-fashioned cake store in the south of the city that uses old-fashioned buttercream, and although the modeling is average, it is very much like the flavor of childhood. Want high-end? That must be the new downtown Hagenstad. Raw materials are all imported to the highest quality materials. Whether it is modeling or taste in Zhangbei is one of the best. The only drawback is that it is a little expensive. Zhou Zheng said in his heart. A small cake. Expensive can be expensive to where? Kids must be tired of eating old-fashioned flavored cakes, so why not just order Hagenstas? Yunyao, let's not order a Hagenstad's 8-inch cake. How much is it? A few $100s can take it, right? Definitely not enough. The price of Hagenstad's 8-inch birthday cake is $8,888 apiece. I'll go. Zhou Zheng was surprised. More than $8,000 a birthday cake. Is the cream of his cake made of gold or is the blank made of gold? So expensive? Chu Yunyao smiled. This cake store is called the Hermes of the cake world. it really isn't cheap. Then let's change to another store. Zhou Zheng, no need, just go with his cake. My membership card points at Hajinsta Cake Shop have more than 100,000 points, and I can exchange it for an 8-inch cake, so just leave it alone, and just tell me brother Jianjun's address. Alright then, Yunyao, I've made an appointment with master. We're going to his house for dinner tonight. Why don't you and I go together? Is this appropriate? How is it not appropriate? You are my wife and you know my master. It won't be awkward. Alright, Chu Yunyao agreed after hesitating for a moment. That's it then. You get busy first. I'll call you when the time comes. Zhou Zheng put down his cell phone and placed it on the hospital bed, his eyes staring at the clean white ceiling, thinking that he would be discharged from the hospital tomorrow. He was still a little excited, finally not having to live in this environment filled with the smell of Lysol water. Zhou Zheng couldn't help but start making plans for the future. If the medicinal wine can open up the situation, we'll earn a lot of money. At that time, we'll first go to the upscale district to rent a set of houses. Let Chu Yunyao live in the old district. Zhou Zheng always feel a little bit of aggrieved her, although Chu Yunyao never complained. Chu Yunyao's grandmother should also take the time to visit the old lady in the capital of the Haxian hospital, living in the ICU ward life. I also don't know if the old lady knows about her own birth. However, even if she knew, she would not be able to speak. Suddenly, Zhou Zheng remembered that he himself had mastered the art of acupuncture. If he gave the old lady some treatment, maybe she could regain consciousness. Zhou Zheng suddenly had a great sense of anticipation for his trip to the capital. All that was left was to arrest more criminals and make merit and merit and merit. If he wanted to be promoted quickly, this was the only way to go. He also didn't know if the 20 times luck value had expired. Even if it had expired, he wasn't afraid. He still had 2 times the luck value. This was for life. Moreover, it was possible that he would be rewarded with 20 times the luck value in the future. Zhou Zheng's mind raced. Although the road ahead was not smooth, the future was definitely bright. Knock knock. The knock on the door brought Zhou Zheng's thoughts to reality. Someone was coming? He got up from the bed, sat on the hospital bed, and shouted, "Come in." The door opened and a figure walked in. This person was in his 40s, wearing an executive jacket, wearing gold glasses on his face, thick hair back, meticulously tended to, and looked well-mannered. Zhou Zheng looked at the visitor with some familiarity, but could not recall who it was. Comrade Zhou Zheng. When the middle-aged man saw Zhou Zheng, he first revealed a bright smile, then walked 2 steps closely and shook his hand without saying a word. "Little Zhou, how is it? Is the injury better?" Zhou Zheng was a bit confused, thinking to himself, who is this person? How come I don't have any impression at all? He looked familiar with himself while he didn't recognize him. It was really strange. Much better. I can be discharged tomorrow. Thanks for your concern. Zhou Zheng subconsciously replied. Oh, that's good. That's good. The middle-aged man looked like he was relieved. That expression, very exaggerated, as if Zhou Zheng was his beloved family friend. At the risk of asking, which one are you? Zhou Zheng finally couldn't hold back and asked. The middle-aged man had a black line on his face. He thought he was very famous in the city council, but he didn't think that Zhou Zheng actually didn't recognize him. But think about it, a grassroots police who joined the work 3 months, do not recognize him as the deputy director of the political office is also understandable. So, the introduction was made. My name is Wei Hui. I work in the political division of the municipal bureau. They all call me Director Wei. Zhou Zheng said in his heart, that's not right. The director of the city bureau's political division came today, called Jiang Hai, and even shook hands with himself. Another thought, the political office does have a called Wei Hui, but not the director, is a deputy director. It seems that Wei Hui is also quite happy in the face of gold. The vice word themselves off. I just don't know. Why would he come to the ward alone to see himself? Zhou Zheng didn't cross paths with him at all. Oh, so it's Deputy Director Wei. Please sit down. Zhou Zheng called out to Deputy Director Wei Hui, who was a little upset, and his face changed in a flash. A small grassroots police officer. Are you polite? If it wasn't for that house in the center of the city, would I come to see you specifically? A hint of dissatisfaction appeared on his face, followed by a conversion into a smile. Zhou Zheng was keen to capture the change on Wei Hui's face. In his heart, he said that this Wei Hui was coming from a good place. Chapter 40, Barefaced Threats. Comrade Xiao Zhou. Originally I was going to come to visit you along with Ma Bureau and other leaders of the city bureau, but it turned out that I was too busy with work. So Director Jiang came on my behalf. Wei Hui came up and said with a shy face. In fact, he was only one of the 3 deputy chiefs. This time he came to the hospital to give Zhou Zheng the title and award the first-class merit. All the people who came were the handlers of various departments. He was not qualified to come at all. It was expected that Zhou Zheng did not know the situation. So, whirled round and blew. No, as soon as the work at hand was finished, I rushed over. Deputy Commissioner Wei, thank you so much. Taking time out of your busy schedule to visit me, a grassroots police officer. I am really touched. Zhou Zheng also didn't know what kind of medicine Wei Hui was selling in his gourd. However, he was able to conclude that Wei Hui had definitely not come on behalf of the organization, and so, casually said something on the surface. What are you thanking for? It's only right for me as a leader to show some concern for the grassroots police. Xiao Zhou, how old are you this year? How many people in your family? Where is your hometown? Don't be nervous, and don't take me as a leader. I just like to make friends with the grassroots police, Wei Hui said hypocritically. Zhou Zheng could only answer one by one in cope. Suddenly, Wei Hui's words changed. Xiao Zhou, I heard that you got married? Is your wife the daughter of the Chu family in Zhangbei? Zhou Zheng's heart stirred. Could it be that this was the focus of what Wei Hui had come for? Without hiding anything, he replied without revealing anything. Yes, my wife is the daughter of the Chu family. Chu Yunyao. Xiao Zhou, why did you marry Chu Yunyao? In theory, I should give you my blessing on this marriage. But I'm worried for you. Chu Yunyao is the daughter of the Chu family. You are a grassroots police officer marrying Chu Yunyao. The door is not right. Sooner or later you will not be able to get well. Listen to me. Chu Yunyao you cannot grasp, or break up with her before it is too late. Down I will give you an introduction to a police flower as a girlfriend. This is perfect. Wei Hui was not good at doing ideological work in the first place. He liked to use his power to pressure people the most. However, Zhou Zheng had just received a first-class merit. Wei Hui wanted to be polite first and then persuade him with kind words, hoping that Zhou Zheng would return to his rightful place. However, what he said made Zhou Zheng not only resentful, but also puzzled. Which one came up to persuade people to divorce? Besides, he and Wei Hui did not know each other, but also said what for his sake? This is not an idle pain in the ass? This guy is definitely holding back his bad feelings. Deputy Director Wei, I thank you. If there's nothing, then please go back. The city council is also quite busy. You came to the hospital to do private business during your work period. Aren't you afraid that Director Jiang will find you in trouble when he finds out? I'll go. Zhou Zheng's words topped Wei Hui. No, Xiao Zhou, how do you say that? What do you mean by doing private business during working hours? I came to the hospital also because I care about my subordinates. Can't I talk to you? Zhou Zheng tit for tat. Deputy Director Wei, I'm a civilian police officer from the Qiaobei police station. My superior is Director Hao Aigua. Not you, the deputy director of the political division, right? Moreover, I don't want to talk to you. Pa! Wei Hui couldn't tense up and slapped his hands. The grassroots police officers of the city council, who were not polite and courteous when they met his face, being pouted by Zhou Zheng, he was very angry. Zhou Zheng, don't you toast to this. You must leave Chu Yunyao, otherwise, the consequences are serious. Wei Hui was not in the mood to act, and directly said what was in his heart. Zhou Zheng said in his heart, Wei Hui, this guy has been scheming. He is really rushing towards his and Chu Yunyao's marriage. With his toes, he could also think that this must be instigated by someone behind the scenes. A name came out, Wang Feng. Zhou Zheng naturally would not show weakness in front of Wei Hui. What? Deputy Director Wei, as a small leader, you still want to interfere with my freedom of marriage? You're in charge quite broadly? Seeing that Zhou Zheng was not only not afraid, but actually coldly mocked, Wei Hui could not help but become even more enraged. Directly, he took out his best set of power over people. Zhou Zheng, I'm the deputy director of the political office. Your promotion, assessment and scoring, all have to go through me here. Offend me, there is no good fruit for you to eat. A word of advice, recognize the time, leave Chu Yunyao. I'll take it as you haven't contradicted me. I still treat you as a comrade. Otherwise, you won't be able to progress in this life. It was Wang Feng who sent you here, right? How much favor did he give you? Zhou Zheng coldly uttered. Wei Hui, wanting to be again and wanting to set up a house of cards, dared to do it but didn't dare to do it, and denied it. A nervous look appeared on his face. What Wang Feng? I don't know. Zhou Zheng, I'll ask you one more time. Are you leaving Chu Yunyao or not? Zhou Zheng discerned the color of his face and said, the black hand behind this is really Wang Feng. He glanced at Wei Hui and said without haste, what if I say no? Wei Hui's face turned blue as he gritted his teeth and said, I think you don't want to progress. You'll just be a one-star grassroots police officer for the rest of your life. Do you believe that in the end, you won't even have a job as a grassroots police officer? Wei Hui is not an alarmist. If he deliberately target Zhou Zheng, retaliation. Zhou Zheng want to progress is really difficult. After all, the right to assess the rating in the political office. However, Zhou Zheng was a character that would rather bend than break, and would definitely not give up on Chu Yunyao, much less give in to Wei Hui, and asked loudly, Deputy Director Wei, you are too arrogant. Could it be, is the city council run by your family? Wei Hui condescended and said with an arrogant face, Zhou Zheng, the city bureau is run by my family. If I want to take revenge on you, a grassroots police officer, it's just a matter of moving my little finger. Let me tell you. Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by a voice that was both strange and familiar. Who is so arrogant? How dare you openly threaten the people's police? Immediately afterward, the hidden door opened, and a middle-aged man wearing a dark blue executive jacket walked in, followed by a young man with a thermos cup and a handbag. The visitors were none other than Yang Zishan and his secretary Xiao Wu. After Yang Zishan finished his meeting in the government in the morning, he rushed to the hospital with his secretary. He first went to the intensive care ward on the top floor to visit his father. Seeing that his father's body had recovered so much, he couldn't help but feel relieved in his heart. The old man said that his body recovered so quickly thanks to Zhou Zheng's medicinal wine. Moreover, the other man, Xiao Zhou, had saved his life. This was a good boy who was warm-hearted and capable. He even wanted Yang Zishan to give Ma Xiaojun a greeting and properly cultivate Zhou Zheng. Yang Zishan saw that the old master could not get away from Zhou Zheng in 3 words, and his heart was also surprised, especially because the old master who never spoke for anyone was actually thinking of going through the back door. There really weren't many young men who could make the old master look at them. It seemed that this Zhou Zheng was indeed a talent. Originally, he had come to the hospital to visit Zhou Zheng and express his gratitude in person. So after accompanying the old master for a few words, he went downstairs to Zhou Zheng's hospital room. Just as he arrived at the door, he heard someone inside blurt out that the city council was run by his family, and in his words, he threatened Zhou Zheng who had saved the old man's life. This person was so bold, Yang Zishan immediately changed color on his face and pushed the door in. Young, Vice Mayor Yang? The arrogant Wei Hui was like a mouse seeing a cat when he saw Yang Zishan. He instantly caved in. Thinking about how his ranting just now seemed to have been heard by Vice Mayor Yang, he suddenly had a shuddering feeling. Chapter 41, The Price of Hubris. You recognize me? Yang Zishan couldn't help but ask when he saw that Wei Hui recognized him. No. I don't know you. Wei Hui hurriedly waved his hands. Just now, he was too arrogant to Zhou Zheng and said a few arrogant words that could not be put on the stage. He did not expect to be heard by Vice Mayor Yang. This is a damned tragedy. Wei Hui's bowels were now green with regret. He can now only hope that Vice Mayor Yang does not recognize himself. Only, Vice City Yang once came to the city council research. The two have met. Wei Hui heart apprehensive. Then how do you know my last name, and also know that I am the vice mayor? Yang Zishan's gaze was like electricity, shining on Wei Hui's body. Wei Hui felt like a zombie that had been attacked by glutinous rice. His body was pierced by Vice Mayor Yang's sharp gaze. I've seen you from TV. Then why are you here? Yang Zishan could see that Wei Hui was not normal, and asked one question after another, trying to make him show his true form. I came to the hospital to visit a patient, and I went to the wrong house. Goodbye Deputy Mayor Yang. Wei Hui felt that if he didn't leave, he would be exposed, while the young vice mayor didn't recognize himself, hurriedly slipped away. At this time, Zhou Zheng also knew that the person in front of him was the vice mayor, also Yang Tingting's father, and the son of the old man he saved. Seeing that Wei Hui was going to slip away, Zhou Zheng said, Vice Mayor Yang, he's lying, his name is Wei Hui. He's the deputy director of the political division of the city council, specially came to the hospital to find me, interfered in my personal affairs and coerced me. When I disagreed, he threatened to retaliate against me. He also said that the city bureau was run by his family. He said that wanting to screw us grassroots police officers was as simple as drinking water. Zhou Zheng added fuel to the fire and recounted what happened to Vice Mayor Yang. Wei Hui said to himself, Zhou Zheng, you don't talk about martial arts, but also reported me in front of the leaders. Are you still not a human being? He hated Zhou Zheng to the teeth, but did not want to just bully Zhou Zheng when the arrogance. People meet the deputy mayor, why cannot report him? Wei Hui of the city council's political office? Yang Zishan nodded. His mind had an impression. The key is that there are too many people in the city bureau, and he can't be familiar with all of them. Wei Hui, you've made a name for yourself? As a middle-level leader of the police department, interfering with the private life of the grassroots police, the other party did not comply, threatened to retaliate, and made a big statement, saying that the city bureau is run by your family? Ha. Is that how you act as a leader? Do you have any organizational discipline? But there's really something about you. Vice Mayor Yang laughed instead of being angry. Wei Hui was scared and confused, and just felt that Vice Mayor Yang's laughter was a bit creepy. Vice Mayor Yang, I was momentarily blinded by lard. It's not. What you think? I didn't mean anything else. His mind was messed up and he didn't know how to explain. His words in his own defense were obviously pale and powerless. Vice Mayor Yang looked to his secretary Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, call Ma Xiaojun. I want to ask him how Bureau Ma manages his men. Such a lawless and arrogant person. actually became the deputy director of the political office. How did he do his job as a director? Yang Zishan moved in true anger. Zhou Zheng had saved the old man's life. The old man was still waiting for the medicinal wine that he had brewed. How could he say that he had been kind to the young family? And besides, Zhou Zheng had just been honored with a first-class merit. Wei Hui actually dared to retaliate against Zhou Zheng. How arrogant is this? How can such a person still be a leading cadre? He's not even qualified to be a police officer. In public and private, Vice Mayor Yang wanted to take this Wei Hui down. Xiao Wu dialed Ma Xiujuan's phone and it was quickly connected. Vice Mayor Yang, it got through. Xiao Wu handed the phone to Yang Zishan. Yang Zishan's face was gloomy and watery as he took the phone. Hello, I'm Yang Zishan, Vice Mayor Yang. This is Ma Xiaojun. What are your instructions? Ma Xiaojun, how did you become this director? Can you still do your job? Yang Zishan's coldly came, and Ma Xiaojun on the other end of the phone immediately tensed up. Although, he was the head of a bureau, and he had a say in the city bureau, but Vice Mayor Yang was his competent superior. And if his superior suddenly asked him if he could still do his job, anyone who put it on his body would be nervous. No, Vice Mayor Yang, in the end what is the matter? What's the matter? Does Wei Hui of the Political Affairs Department know about the matter of your city bureau? Yes? What's wrong with him? What happened? He ran into Zhou Zheng's hospital room, interfered in his personal affairs, made blatant threats, retaliated, and said that the city council was run by his family. Can't be? Ma Xiaojun was confused. Wei Hui is usually quite low profile. Besides, he doesn't know Zhou Zheng. There's no interactions. Ma Xiaojun, this is what I've seen with my own eyes and heard with my own ears. Am I still lying? If you can't do a good job as this director, then step aside before it's too late. Yang Zishan was furious. Ma Xiaojun immediately hit a jolt, saying that he is not stupid. Still dare to doubt the words of Vice Mayor Yang? Do you still want to do it? And it seems that this way we bumped into Vice Mayor Yang's gun. This sand money, give me trouble. You horse looking for death. Don't get me involved. Ma Xiaojun was about to hate Wei Hui to death. He was also quick in the head and immediately said, Vice Mayor Yang, you can rest assured, like Wei Hui this kind of black sheep, found one to fight one, found a batch to fight a batch, never soft, I will let him come back to the organization to explain clearly. Yang Zishan's tone eased a bit and said lightly, I think it is better to let the discipline inspection group intervene. Ma Xiaojun was shocked in his heart, saying that Vice Mayor Yang is trying to get Wei Hui to death. Fortunately he reacted quickly, or else he would also have to eat hanging waterlogged. Yes, Deputy Mayor Yang, I will notify the discipline inspection group. Yang Zishan hung up the phone. Next to Wei Hui heard really, Ma Xiaojun notified the disciplinary inspection. He will be completely finished. His body is like a sieve chaff trembling up. Soon, his cell phone rang, trembling to answer the phone. A majestic voice came from the receiver. Is it Wei Hui? I'm the deputy head of the discipline inspection team of the city council. I need you to explain certain things clearly at a specified time and place. Report your location. Stay put and we'll send a car to pick you up. Wei Hui's body was jolted. Being watched by the disciplinary inspection, everything was all over. He woodenly reported the location of the first hospital in Jianbei City. The deputy head of the disciplinary inspection team told him to wait in front of the hospital. If he escaped, he would suffer the consequences. Wei Hui, like a walking corpse, out of the ward. He simply did not think of escaping. Running away from the monk cannot run away from the temple. Even if the road can run where to go, worrying about a period of time, still have to be caught. At this time, the cell phone rang again. Wei Hui didn't even look at it and picked up the phone. Hey big cousin, this is Wang Feng, how's it going? Have you fixed Zhou Zheng yet? If it's done, I'll immediately send you the keys to the house in the downtown Hongju neighborhood. Hey big cousin, speak up. Wei Hui's eyes suddenly reddened, and he started spitting Feng Huang into his cell phone. Wang Feng, proposed mom pussy, even the old man's job is gone. Not good, but also have to eat jail. I at asterisk and dollar hashtag asterisk asterisk. Chapter 42, Understanding is Heartbreaking. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Lu Zhenjun's two families led their children out of the amusement park. They had a daughter named Lu Yan, who was 8 years old this year. Today is Lu Yan's birthday. The two families promised to take the child to the amusement park to play. Lu Yan knew that eventually her mom would lead her to the amusement park, and that her dad would not honor his promise because he was a policeman and he was very busy, and he hardly ever gave her a full birthday. Today, however, her father suddenly had the time to show up at the amusement park on time. Lu Yan was very happy, and her father said that he had dipped into the light of an uncle named Zhou Zheng, which gave him the time to spend with her. Lu Yan suddenly felt that Zhou Zheng was really a good uncle, and if she met him, she would definitely thank him in person. The family of 3 played from noon until 4 in the afternoon. Only then did they lead the reluctant Lu Yan out of the amusement park. Yu Hong, tonight my disciple Zhou is coming to our house for dinner. Let's go to the market and buy some vegetables. Wang Yu Hong, Lu Jianjun's wife, nodded. Got it. You've told me several times. Hanging that disciple of yours on your lips all day? I'm a little jealous. He. Lu Jianjun laughed, rode an electric tricycle with a shed, pulled his wife and child, and came to the food market to buy vegetables. After buying vegetables, he took the child to the cake store to buy a cake. Passing by the new downtown Hagenstadt cake store, the luxurious decoration, as well as the window placed in the cool shape of the birthday cake attracted Lu Yan's attention. Dad, I want to eat the cake from this store. Wang Xiaoming from our class has eaten it. He said it's delicious. Lu Jianjun knew that he couldn't afford to consume a cake from Hagenstadt and said helplessly, Xiao Yan, when Dad gets paid next month, he will buy it for you. This time let's go buy an ordinary cake. But Daddy, I don't have a birthday next month. Lu Jianjun was stunned for a moment. Wang Yuhong said, Xiao Yan, be obedient. Cakes are all one flavor. There is no need to have to eat this family's cake. Okay then. Lu Yan nodded understandingly, looking at the several colorful birthday cakes in the window with disappointed eyes. The corners of her mouth could not help but drool. This scene, Wang Yuhong watched in her eyes and was instantly heartbroken. She is a housewife. There is no source of livelihood. The family refers to Lu Jianjun's salary to live. Earlier years, Lu Jianjun parents sick in hospital, to spend all the savings, and finally empty. So far the whole family is still living in the combination of urban and rural areas. In order to buy a house in the city, in order to put together a down payment, Wang Yuhong will put Lu Jianjun 2/3 of the monthly salary deposited into the bank card. The rest of the family expenses, the days of the natural life of the constraints. The child Lu Yan also know that parents are not easy. Therefore, in the material requirements are never capricious. At an intersection waiting for the red light, a black Mercedes-Benz S550 parked next to the back door window open. A chubby little boy put his head out to greet Lu Yan. Lu Yan, Wang Xiaoming. Lu Yan sits on the electric tricycle, tilts her head to see the fat boy and responds in a hurry. Lu Yan, look, my dad bought Hagenstadt's cake for me, the little boy said, taking a beautiful birthday cake to the car window to show it off to Lu Yan. Seeing such an exquisite cake, exactly the same as the one she had just seen in the window of the specialty store, Lu Yan couldn't help but have an envious look in her eyes. Wang Xiaoming, I remember today is not your birthday, right? Yeah, but my dad said that I can buy me a birthday cake from Hagenstadt every day as long as I want to eat it. Lu Yan, do you want some? I can share a piece with you. Lu Yan hesitated for a while, leaning less and said, no, today is my birthday, and my dad is going to take me to buy a birthday cake too. At this time, the green light came on and the Mercedes rushed out ahead of the others. Lu Jianjun looked at the back of the Mercedes, and looked back at his daughter's slightly envious gaze, and couldn't help but feel a little sad in his heart. Rich people drive luxury cars and live in luxury homes. Every day you can have a birthday. Every day you can eat Hagenstadt's overpriced birthday cake, while the poor, eating an ordinary cake is luxury. Dad, the light is green. Let's go. Actually, I prefer to eat the kind of cupcake I used to eat on my birthday. Lu Jianjun's heart is even more difficult. He actually knows that his daughter would prefer to taste Hagensta's birthday cake. She just doesn't want her parents to be embarrassed. The daughter's understanding was heartbreaking. Alas, Lu Jianjun sighed, woodenly rode his electric tricycle to an ordinary cake store and bought a 4-inch cake for his daughter. Lu Yan hugged the tiny and earthy-shaped birthday cake with a happy smile on her face. An hour later, Lu Jianjun's family arrived at the doorstep of their home in the urban-rural area. Bad, I forgot to buy wine. He slapped his head, chagrined. Yu Hong, give me $200. I'll go buy 2 bottles of wine. Wang Yuhong looked at her WeChat balance and said with difficulty, Jianjun, I only have $200 left. You still have 5 days before you get paid. This is our family's living expenses for 5 days. Lu Jianjun scratched the back of his head. What about that? Xiao Zhou is my disciple. He came to our house for the first time for dinner. How can we not have wine? Wang Yuhong's eyes lit up and suddenly thought of something. Jianjun, isn't there an urn of my father's own loose wine in our family's allotment room? There are enough 200 pounds of it. Why don't we use the loose wine to entertain your apprentice? Lu Jianjun shook his head. How would that work? The loose wine won't make it to the stage. Jianjun, what more face do you need in front of your disciple? This urn of wine has been hidden for 6 years. It's no worse than $100 or $10. Alright then. Lu Jianjun could only nod helplessly. Wang Yuhong opened the courtyard door and the family went in. Lu Yan hugged her beloved cupcake and refused to let go for a long time. Lu Jianjun's 2 families chose vegetables, washed vegetables, stewed meat and got busy. Jiangdu City First Hospital. Yang Zishan dealt with Wei Hui and chatted with Zhou Zheng for a while in the hospital room. expressing his concern for Zhou Zheng and asking him if he had any difficulties in his life and work. If there were, Vice Mayor Yang could help Zhou Zheng on behalf of the organization. These words are all from the heart, not the city leaders visit subordinates to go through the motions of caring. Zhou Zheng also knew that he had saved the old man, and Vice Mayor Yang was giving back to himself. However, he did not make a request, saying that he had no difficulties whatsoever. Yang Zishan was really afraid that Zhou Zheng would make a request that he couldn't fulfill, and was relieved to see that Zhou Zheng didn't take the opportunity to ask for favors. This young comrade has a tough mind, awareness, and ability, and is a worthy object of cultivation. Yang Zishan exchanged contact information with Zhou Zheng and left the hospital under the urging of his secretary. At 6 in the afternoon, Zhou Zheng changed into civilian clothes and appeared at the entrance of Zhangbei First Hospital. A short while later, a white Paramera came from a distance and stopped beside Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng opened the door and got into the passenger side under the envious gazes of passers-by. With a roar, the Paramera got onto the main road and took off. Looking at the dusty Chu Yunyao on the co-pilot, Zhou Zheng expected that she had been busy all day today and could not help but say, "Yunyao, hard work." Chu Yunyao smiled faintly. "Hard work can't be talked about. After running all day, I feel quite fulfilled." Zhou Zheng, I have now procured all the Chinese herbs for brewing the medicinal wine. It's just that the 100-year-old wild ginseng couldn't be found for a while, so I only acquired one that was around 50 years old. Zhou Zheng nodded. "It's alright. The medicinal wine that I gave to the old man last time was also a 50-year-old ginseng wine, and its efficacy is still good." Chu Yunyao said, "I intend to divide the medicinal wine into 3 grades, high grade with 100 years of wild ginseng, middle grade with 50 years, and low grade with 20 to 30 years, so that the consumer population will be a bit wider." But, Chu Yunyao suddenly fretted a little. "The large urn needed to brew the wine can't be bought for a while. The order I placed online will only arrive the day after tomorrow at the earliest, so the first batch of the medicinal wine to be brewed can only be pushed back." Chapter 43, Chu Yunyao's Best Thoughts. Zhou Zheng comforted Chu Yunyao. "Yunyao, it's alright, don't be in a hurry. It's already very good for you to spend one day to procure all of the Chinese herbs for brewing wine." Chu Yunyao shook her head. "I'm not in a hurry, but Tingting is in a hurry. The old master's medicinal wine only has a 3-day supply. If he knows that the new medicinal wine won't make it in time, he'll definitely not be happy. By then Tingting should complain to me again." He. Zhou Zheng laughed. "So it's because of this? Not afraid. If I really can't, I'll use the old method. Go to the market to purchase a single medicinal herb to brew a good medicinal wine, and blend it out. The medicinal wine that the old master drank the last time, that's how I messed it up." Chu Yunyao suddenly realized. "I said so. You messed up the medicinal wine in such a short time last time. I thought it was something you had blended before. If I really can't, I'll have to top it off with a blended medicinal wine for the old man first." Zhou Zheng solved the problem for Chu Yunyao, which made her breathe a sigh of relief. After all, she and young Tingting were good girlfriends, and after promising the old man something, it would always be embarrassing if she didn't honor it. Chu Yunyao then asked, "Zhou Zheng, this time, only 50 years of wild ginseng was procured. I intend to categorize this medicinal wine as a mid-grade medicinal wine. Of course, externally it will have to be given a lofty name. How about calling it master-grade medicinal wine? As for the pricing, I intend to sell it for $2,000 a caddy." My god, Zhou Zheng couldn't help but be shocked upon hearing this. He calculated an account for Chu Yunyao. "Yunyao, if a set of Chinese herbal ingredients brews 5,000 pounds of high-potency medicinal wine and prices it at $2,000 a caddy, the medicinal wine brewed from this set of ingredients can be sold for $10 million. Then asked, "How much did it cost?" Chu Yunyao said, "The raw materials of Chinese herbs cost more than 800,000. The pure grain liquor probably cost 250,000. The bottles for the medicinal liquor as well as the packaging is calculated at $10 a caddy. Then that's 50,000. A rough estimate of the cost of 1,110,000 or so. Of course, after the 5,000 pounds of medicinal wine is soaked, another 2,000 pounds of less potent medicinal wine can be soaked. These are considered to be giving back to the community, priced at 200 a caddy. It can also be sold for $400,000. Hiss. Zhou Zheng said in his heart that this is also earning too much, a difference of nearly 10 times the profit. Rogue businessman. The kind-hearted Zhou Zheng was a bit intolerant. He felt that a profit of 2 times would already be considered a high return. It seemed that he could see what Zhou Zheng was thinking. Chu Yunyao smiled and said, "Zhou Zheng, in business, businessmen, of course, aim to seize the greatest profit. Besides, what we earn is also the money of the rich. If you feel that you are earning too much, and your heart is uneasy, you can take out a portion of the profit and donate it to those who are having a hard time in life, and we can also be considered as robbing from the rich to help the poor." Chu Yunyao drove while enjoying the future. This is just a mid-range medicinal wine. In the future, there will also be a high-grade medicinal wine made with 100 years of ginseng. Externally it will be called the patriarch-level medicinal wine. How the price has to be higher than Fei Tian. I think that $4,000 a caddy is the right price for this. We are now just starting out. Can only be considered a medicinal wine workshop, such as visibility up. I also want to register trademarks, build plants, start a company, and even export it to foreign countries, earn money from foreigners. What hunger marketing, celebrity endorsements are all engaged in. The next step is to finance the listing. Zhou Zheng, your name will probably appear on the rich list in the future. Zhou Zheng waved his hand repeatedly. Don't bother, Yunyao, you're the boss. I'm not involved in these businesses. Chu Yunyao laughed. Where have you ever seen a boss personally driving a car? I'm just your part-timer, Mr. Zhou, you're the real boss. Zhou Zheng knew that Chu Yunyao was joking with him and said with a smile as well, Mr. Chu, you're still the boss. In the future, I'll be your driver. As long as the two of us are traveling together, the car will be driven by me. Good. Chu Yunyao also came energized. It's just that I don't know how Comrade Xiao Zhou's driving skills are? Zhou Zheng said. I'm an old driver. No one who's been in my car doesn't praise me for driving well. Really? Then I will definitely try your skills as an old driver when I have the chance. No problem. You'll be satisfied. The two of them talked and laughed, and finally arrived at the door of Lu Jianjun's house, which was located in the urban-rural area. Chu Yunyao asked, Zhou Zheng, how does your master live here? It's so far away from Xiaobei Institute. Usually it would take nearly an hour on the road alone to go to work. Zhou Zheng shook his head. Actually, it's also my first time coming to master's house, and I didn't expect him to live here. Right. When will the cake you ordered arrive? Can it be delivered here? No problem. I made an appointment with the staff at the cake store. They should be on their way now. That's good. Zhou Zheng nodded. Yunyao, get off the car. Let's go in together. Aha. Chu Yunyao agreed, getting off the main driver and opening the rear door again. Zhou Zheng, help carry something. Chu Yunyao bent over. In the process of taking something from the rear seat, her rounded and curvy buttocks displayed an amazing arc. Zhou Zheng could not help but look dumbfounded. It was worthy of being a goddess. This figure, simply covered the cap. What are you waiting for? Take it. Chu Yunyao turned back and handed Zhou Zheng a cardboard box with a carrying string. Yunyao, what is this? Zhou Zheng carried it in his hands and tried the weight. It wasn't heavy. This is the fruit of my labor after running for a day today. A whole set of precious Chinese herbs for brewing wine, worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. I don't feel comfortable putting it in the car. It's better to take it to your master's house first. Immediately after, Chu Yunyao from the back row and carry out two exquisite big shopping bag. A bag is loaded with children eat snacks. Another bag is loaded with a few boxes. Do not know what, Chu Yunyao explained. This bag is loaded with imported snacks for children to eat. This plastic bag is loaded with a set of Lancome cosmetics and a Ferragamo belt. The first time I came to your father's house as a guest, I had to prepare some gifts. Zhou nodded in agreement. Still, a girl's mind is delicate. It can be seen that Chu Yunyao has put in a lot of effort. The door of the courtyard was hidden. Zhou Zheng took the lead, pushed open the big iron door with burst paint, greeted Chu Yunyao and walked in. This is a set of common urban and rural areas of the single courtyard residence. For main room left and right each has two rooms. The courtyard was not big. The concrete floor was pitted, and the fence and house were modeled and dated. Master, Zhou Zheng shouted and walked straight inside. At this time, a man and a woman came out from the West House allotment. It was Lu Jianjun and Wang Yuhong. Both wearing aprons were busy in the kitchen. Xiao Zhou, Yunyao, here quickly enter the house. Quickly enter the house. What's that? May you quickly make tea for the guests, my apprentice and sibling. Wang Yuhong rubbed her hand on her apron and greeted Zhou Zheng as he entered the house. Xiao Zhou, always heard Jianjun mention you. Go, come inside. Sister-in-law will make you tea. Zhou Zheng said in a hurry. Sister-in-law, don't get busy. Don't treat me as an outsider. Chapter 44, Master is a good man but too axial. The group entered the house. Zhou Zheng pointed at Chu Yunyao next to him and said, Sister-in-law, let me introduce you. This is my wife, Chu Yunyao. Yunyao, quickly call sister-in-law. A smile appeared on Chu Yunyao's pretty face, and she shouted out in a generous manner, Good day, sister-in-law. AI, this girl is too pretty, just like walking down from a painting. What's that? Quickly sit, quickly sit. Chu Yunyao was wearing an inexpensive dress. She was beautiful and had a noble temperament. Such a beautiful and temperamental girl, at a glance is the child of a rich family. She should appear in the top CBD high-grade office buildings or the richly decorated 5-star hotels. With the current environment is somewhat out of place. Wang Yuhong's first contact with such a beautiful woman, her heart was nervous, and her hands were resting together. A short while later, She picked up a rag and carefully wiped the spring chairs in the living room. Embarrassedly said, "The home is a bit messy. The conditions are simple. Don't mind if you don't mind. Girl, sister-in-law, just call me Yunyao. And, don't be polite. I'm not that delicate." Saying this, the things in her hands were placed on the ground, and she sat on her but on the autumn chair, not minding in the slightest. Wang Yuhong was relieved. The poor also had self-respect, afraid that this girl who looked like a great lady would dislike it. Chu Yunyao and Zhou Zheng came to the house together as a guest, caught Lu Jianjun off guard. Seeing Chu Yunyao follow the customs of the countryside and not look superior, she was also very pleased and secretly praised Zhou Zheng for marrying a good daughter-in-law. Wang Yuhong took out disposable paper cups and made tea for Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao. Zhou Zheng, on the other hand, picked up the paper bag on the ground, opened it, and said to Lu Jianjun, "Master, I asked Yunyao to come along to celebrate the child's birthday, and Yunyao was on board and bought a bunch of gifts. This is snacks for the child. Also, this is Lankam's cosmetics, for my sister-in-law, and this is a belt, for you, master. Agu just come. What else to take?" Wang Yuhong's eyes couldn't help but light up when she saw the set of Lancome cosmetics. Although she was only in her early 30s, she usually didn't have the effort to dress up, and coupled with the heavy pressure of life, it made him look like he was almost 40. All people love beauty, and Wang Yuhong was no exception. However, she has no time to primp herself, and no money to buy high-grade cosmetics. There is no money to buy high-grade cosmetics. Every day, face to face, running the household, the years naturally left a lot of traces on her face. However, she also knew that Lancome's cosmetics were very expensive, and a set would cost quite a bit of money, so she hastily excused herself. "It's too expensive. I can't have it," Chu Yunyao advised. "Sister-in-law, this set of cosmetics isn't worth a few dollars. Moreover, the money spent is Zhou Zheng's money. It's a piece of Zhou Zheng's heart." Then I'll take it? I haven't even used this stuff before, so I don't know how to use it." Wang Yuhong liked this set of cosmetics too much. Her mouth said she didn't want it, but her body was very honest. Her eyes couldn't stop looking at the beautifully packaged cosmetics. Chu Yunyao said, "Sister-in-law, you must accept it. It's for you. Your skin really should also take good care of it. I will teach you how to use it in a while. I am very knowledgeable in this area." That dared to be good. Wang Yuhong had an expectant expression on her face. Zhou Zheng also took out the Ferragamo belt and handed it to Lu Jianjun. "Master, try it on and see if it fits." Lu Jianjun did not pick up the belt, but the look on his face was gloomy. "Xiao Zhou, this set of cosmetics and belt price is worth a lot, right? You have just joined the workforce. You can't earn a few dollars. You still have to support your family. This cosmetics and belt, we can't accept it," said glared at Wang Yuhong who was holding the Lancome cosmetics. "Yuhong, put the cosmetics down." "No, Jianjun, you." Wang Yuhong was embarrassed and froze in place holding the cosmetics. "Master, what are you doing? I have money." "Xiao Zhou, don't act like a big garlic with me. I understand your situation. What money do you have? Return the cosmetics and belt. Take the money and live a good life." "Master, you forgot. I caught the Class A wanted criminal and got $100,000 bounty. The bureau rewarded me another $20,000. Lu Jianjun scratched the back of his head. "Forgetting about this kid does have money now. But, Xiao Zhou, you can't spend money like this even if you have money. You have to have the heart to live your life." "I know, master." "Heart? You just accept this heart of mine." "Wow." Chu Yunyao directly tore open the packaging of the cosmetics. "Sister-in-law, I'll teach you how to use it. This is hydrating. This is." As soon as Chu Yunyao said that, she glanced at Lu Jianjun as if she was demonstrating. "This is not even possible to retreat now. Now it's impossible to retreat." Lu Jianjun face black line, said this sister-in-law outside soft inside froze for a moment, also no longer mention this matter, awkwardly said, "So what? There is still meat stewing in the kitchen. I'll go see if it's cooked." After saying that, he turned around and walked away. "Sister-in-law, why is brother Jianjun like this? He's like an old-fashioned person. He's so stubborn." Looking at Lu Jianjun's back, Wang Yuhong said, "He want to face, recognize the dead reason. Otherwise, he used to take the apprentice or transferred to other offices as deputy director to go. He is still in the same place. Moreover, Xiao Zhou is his disciple. He thinks that a master should give things to his disciple, and not accept gifts from his disciple." Zhou Zheng muttered, "Master is a good person. He's just too shafted." At this time, a little girl shook her two twisted braids and walked out from the bedroom, holding a modest birthday cake in her hands. Seeing the stranger, obviously a little nervous, turning her head to go back to the bedroom, Wang Yuhong quickly beckoned and shouted, "Xiao Yan, quickly come over. There are guests at home." Lu Yan glanced at Zhou Zheng. Chu Yunyao slowly lowered her head and came to her mother's side. Wang Yuhong said. This is Uncle Zhou Zheng. This is Auntie Yunyao. Quickly call the people. Uncle good. Auntie good. Ugh, little Yan is so good. Zhou Zheng got up and touched Yang Yan's head affectionately. Yang Yan looked at Zhou Zheng and suddenly asked, Uncle, is your name Zhou Zheng? Yes. Then I have to thank you. Zhou Zheng asked strangely. Why? This is the first time we've met. Today is my birthday. Dad said that he dipped into your favor to have the time to accompany me to the amusement park. This is the first full birthday that Dad has spent with me since I can remember. Zhou Zheng could not help but sigh in his heart. Xiao Yan, when you have your next birthday, let Daddy still spend it with you in its entirety. And Uncle will also come then. Okay? Good. Yang Yan's tender voice echoed and reverberated in the house. Chu Yunyao opened the carton and took out the imported snacks. Little Yan, this is a gift from Uncle and Auntie to you. Thank you, sister. Yang Yan said obediently. Why do you call me sister? Because you're young and pretty. Of course you should be called sister. Chapter 45, a surprise for you. Lu Yan complimented Chu Yunyao for being young and beautiful and called her sister. Said Chu Yunyao's heart blossomed. As soon as she hugged Lu Yan in front of her, it was as if she was hugging her own daughter. Little Yan, come, eat something delicious. Reaching out, she grabbed a handful of imported snacks. Which one do you want to eat? This is all what sister bought for you. In front of her eyes, a wide array of beautifully packaged snacks dazzled Lu Yan. Sister, these snacks are expensive, right? How do you know? It's actually not that expensive. Wang Xiaoming from our class often brings snacks to school, and he gave me one back that was packaged like this. I ate that snack for 3 days before I finished it. Chu Yunyao asked. Why? You didn't like eating it? No, it was too delicious. I couldn't finish it all at once. Chu Yunyao touched her head. Xiao Yan, let go and eat this time. No need to save. Eat as much as you can. She also has a VIP card in this snack store, with a balance of more than $20,000 left. Thinking, when she has time, she will notify the snack store and send snacks to Lu Yan once a week. Thinking that $20,000 of snacks can be sent for a while, Chu Yunyao helped her open the packaging of a bag of snacks and handed it to Lu Yan. Lu Yan finally put down the birthday cake that she loved so much and took the snacks. Although she was drooling with gluttony, she extended the snacks to Chu Yunyao's mouth. Sister, eat first. Chu Yunyao said with a smile. Xiao Yan is so great. Sister won't eat. Xiao Yan will eat. Mom, taste it. Uncle, eat. Lu Yan asked one by one before she ate it in small bites, a satisfied expression on her face. However, halfway through the snack, Lu Yan stopped eating and carefully sealed the package. What? Xiao Yan, is the snack not good? No, the snacks are delicious. However, Dad hasn't eaten them yet. I want to leave a little bit left over for Dad to try. Chu Yunyao pointed at the snacks in the paper bag and said, Isn't there a lot more here? Sister, I'll just take one bag of snacks. You can take the rest back. Dad said, You can't be too greedy. I'm already happy that I can eat a bag of snacks like this. Although Lu Yan speaks firmly, however, it can still be seen that she has an unfulfilled feeling for this kind of high-grade snacks that she hasn't eaten much. Lu Yan's understanding was heartbreaking. Chu Yunyao's heart was not in a good mood and said, Xiao Yan, these snacks are all bought for you. Sister still has them at home. Moreover, your future snacks, sister, all wrapped up, so that you can realize the freedom of snacks. Want to eat as much as you want to eat, okay? Lu Yan was astonished. Then won't I be the same as Wang Xiaoming? Who is Wang Xiaoming? Wang Xiaoming is a classmate and a good friend. His family is very rich. What snacks he wants to eat, his dad buys a bunch. Today on the road I also met him. He obviously does not have a birthday but bought a Hagenstad birthday cake. He said, he can have a birthday every day as long as he wants to eat. Lu Yan said, and then remembered the tantalizing birthday cake in the window of the Hagenstad cake boutique, and couldn't help but lick the corners of her mouth. What? Xiao Yan, you also want to eat Hagenstad's birthday cake? Of course I want to. Lu Yan's face dimmed. But, Hagenstad's cake is too expensive. Mom and Dad don't have the money. Chu Yunyao happened to order the Hagenstad's birthday cake, and said to herself, this cake is considered to be the right one. Secretively, she said to Lu Yan, Lu Yan, sister has a surprise for you. Surprise? What surprise? You'll know in a moment. Chu Yunyao sold Lu Yan a trick, then said to Wang Yuhong, sister-in-law, come, I'll teach you how to use this cosmetic to take care of your skin. Good wow. Xiao Yan, go play in the yard. The two women sat together and chattered about the topic of taking care of their skin. After a while, Chu Yunyao's cell phone rang, and she stood up and picked up the call. Hello, yeah, you guys are here? Okay, I'll open the door right away. Zhou Zheng asked. Yunyao, what's wrong? Chu Yunyao said, the cake that was ordered has arrived. The boss had someone send it to the door. Good, then go get it. What? You guys even ordered a cake? Wang Yuhong was really a bit overwhelmed when she heard the words of the two. Zhou Zheng's two couples had sent cosmetic belts, and had also brought Lu Yan a large bag of high-grade snacks that cost a lot of money, which was already very broken. Zhou Yunyao, we've already bought a cake for Xiaoyan. I see, there's no need to break the bank again, Zhou Zheng said. Sister-in-law, the person delivering the cake has already arrived at the door. Besides, the cake wasn't bought, it was exchanged by Yunyao with her membership points. Zhou Zheng said here, also felt that the Chu family was indeed generous. Chu Yunyao had spent more than $100,000 just in this store in Hagenstad. Moreover, this is the Hagenstad cake that Xiaoyan is longing for. She must like it. Wang Yuhong knew that she didn't have the ability to buy such a high-grade cake for Xiaoyan, and she was heartbroken for her daughter. So she didn't say anything. Let's go. Go to the door and get the cake. Xiaoyaner. Chu Yunyao came to the courtyard and greeted Lu Yan. Sister, I'm here. Lu Yan jumped down from a tree in the yard and ran to Chu Yunyao. Good little Yener. Be careful. A girl can still climb trees. Sister, what are you looking for me for? Didn't I say I would give you a surprise? The surprise is here. Sister, what exactly is the surprise? Lu Yan asked uncertainly. Come with me. You'll know when you get to the door. Chu Yunyao led Lu Yan to open the courtyard door and walked out. Zhou Zheng and Wang Yuhong followed closely behind. There was a white commercial vehicle parked at the entrance, with Hagensta's English letters as well as its logo spray-painted on it. A girl wearing Hagenstar's work attire stood in front of the car. Seeing Chu Yunyao walk out, she hurriedly asked, Excuse me, are you Ms. Chu Yunyao? Yes, I am Chu Yunyao. The cake you ordered has arrived, please sign for it, the girl said, carrying out a box of 8-inch, 2-layer birthday cake from the carriage. Wow, it's so beautiful. Lu Yan saw the cake clearly through the transparent packaging. It was exactly one of the birthday cakes that she had seen in the window when she passed by the Hagensta cake store. She couldn't help but be stunned. Is this the surprise that sister told me about? Chu Yunyao took the cake and handed it over to Lu Yan again. Little Yener, how is it? Are you happy? Sister, is this birthday cake for me? Of course. Thank you sister. Sister is so nice. Lu Yan hugged the cake and cheered. Mom, look, Hagensta's birthday cake. Sister gave it to me. Aga Xiaoyan, don't drop the cake. Wang Yuhong went up and hurriedly took the birthday cake from Lu Yan. Dad, my sister ordered me a big cake from Hagenstad. Come and see. Lu Yan excitedly ran towards the courtyard. Chu Yunyao looked at Lu Yan's back, and images of yesteryear appeared in her mind. That was the scene when she was a child and her grandmother bought her the birthday cake that she longed for on her birthday. Now that she had grown up, she was no longer that little girl who could be excited for half a day for a cake, but her grandmother was lying alone in the ICU of the hospital. For a time, Chu Yunyao was sad. Chapter 46. It won't hurt if you rub it. Yunyao, what's wrong with you? Seeing that Chu Yunyao was in a bad mood, Zhou Zheng could not help but ask. Nothing. Chu Yunyao hastily adjusted her expression and tried to show a smiling face. Suddenly remembering the past, a bit faintly sad, Zhou Zheng tried to ask, is it remembering grandma? How do you know? Chu Yunyao asked in surprise with a pair of beautiful eyes slightly glaring. Zhou Zheng waved his hand with a smug expression. I'm the roundworm in your stomach. Of course I know everything. Che stinky fart. Zhou Zheng then said with a straight face. You once said that you spent most of your time with your grandmother when you were a child. And just now, Xiaoyan got the birthday cake she had been longing for, and cheered happily. You, on the other hand, were gloomy and sad. It should be a touchy-feely situation, I guess. You had a similar situation when you were a child. The person who gave you the cake, the probability is that it was grandma. Chu Yunyao gently caressed the hair on her forehead, an approving look on her face. Zhou Zheng, you are very smart. Congratulations for guessing correctly. Just now, there was indeed a moment when I thought of my grandmother giving me a birthday cake scenario when I was a child. I still remember the day of my birthday. My parents were busy entertaining for business. They actually forgot about my birthday. I came home from school and realized that I didn't have a birthday cake. I cried and made a scene. My father was already in a bad mood. He couldn't help but reprimand me for a few moments, and I was even more aggravated. Or grandma scolded father, pulled me into her house, and magically took out a birthday cake that had been prepared long ago, and I instantly stopped crying, just like the little Yener now, cheering and jumping for joy. Zhou Zheng, I miss grandma. Chu Yunyao's voice was tinged with a sobbing tone. Her feelings could no longer be suppressed, and the crystalline tears were swirling in her eyes, eventually falling down, like scattered pearls. Zhou Zheng gently patted her back and softly said, Yunyao, if you miss grandma, go to the capital to see her old man. I'll accompany you. Let's just say go. Chu Yunyao's heart was warm. There is a warm man around her to care for her. It's really good. She wiped the tears in the corner of her eyes. A few moments shook her head. Now is not the time. Wait for me to make the business of medicinal wine. Then go not too late. Then, I want to accompany her for a few more days. Okay, then you are not allowed to be sentimental from now on. Look at your face crying like a kitten. Ha, really? Chu Yunyao cared a lot about her image. If her face was blossomed, Lu Jianjun's family wouldn't die on the spot if they saw her. How could he know that Zhou Zheng was deliberately teasing her again? Chu Yunyao pulled out a pack of tissues from her pocket, pulled out one, and wiped it haphazardly on her face. Yunyao, you can't wipe clean. Let me do it. Zhou Zheng volunteered, grabbing the thin tissue from her hand and reaching out to wipe on her face. When his hand touched her collagen-filled face, it felt bouncy and smooth, and felt so good. He couldn't help but wipe a few more times. Is it all right for the week? No. There's a little black spot here in the corner of my eye that won't rub off. What should we do? Let me think. Zhou Zheng made a meditative look and said in a few moments. There. Yunyao, open your mouth. Chu Yunyao was puzzled. Open your mouth for what? Zhou Zheng's tone rose sharply. Don't ask. Of course it's to help you wipe down the little black spot. Chu Yunyao was even more confused. But what does this have to do with opening or not opening your mouth? Of course it has something to do with it. Open your mouth and I'll tell you. Hurry up. If we delay any longer, my master should come out to look for us. Alright then. Chu Yunyao unknowingly opened her mouth, and Zhou Zheng saw a small pink tongue. He said with a bad smile on his face, borrow some spittle, wet the tissue paper and wipe your face. You're disgusting. Chu Yunyao's face flushed red, and she punched and kicked Zhou Zheng for a while. But of course, she didn't use any force. Stinky Zhou Zheng, you're going to die. Well, it's always okay if I don't borrow it. I'll rub it for you again. Sorry, misread it. It's not dirty. It turned out to be a mole. Chu Yunyao heard Zhou Zheng's words, suddenly red warm, killing Zhou Zheng's heart. Zhou Zheng see the situation is not good, immediately ran to the back of the paramila. Chu Yunyao tightly behind him chase. The two of you chased me to escape. Around the car turned several times. Zhou Zheng accidentally was Chu Yunyao caught. This time there is no punch or kick, but to stretch out two fingers in the waist of Zhou Zheng twisted a hand. After twisting, Chu Yunyao felt physically and mentally happy. Her mood was much better than earlier. Hiss. Zhou Zheng bared his teeth in pain and couldn't help but put on his pain mask. Haphazardly, he stroked his waist with his hand. Ma, this is so powerful. It almost hurts to sweat. Zhou Zheng, I told you to give me skin. Now you know how powerful I am, right? Zhou Zheng stretched out his thumb and said with a big accent. Female great king, powerful, really powerful. Immediately after, the voice returned to normal. Yunyao, how is it? Are you in a better mood than just now? Chu Yunyao froze for a moment, then immediately understood. It turned out that Zhou Zheng was deliberately teasing with her, diverting her attention, trying to make her melancholy mood cloudy. Otherwise, how could he be caught by her? He had caught A-class wanted criminals before. His hands were undoubted. Why are you so stupid? I screwed you and you don't know how to dodge? Zhou Zheng, does it still hurt you when I screwed you? Chu Yunyao felt guilty in her heart and asked in embarrassment. Well, it hurts. It hurts very much. I say Yunyao, have you practiced? A twist of two fingers is even more powerful than a tiger bench. The flesh on my waist was nearly twisted off. Zhou Zheng, I'm sorry, why don't I take you to the hospital? No need. Yunyao, you can rub it for me. It won't hurt anymore if I rub it. Hearing Zhou Zheng's words, Chu Yunyao's face surfaced with two blushes. This, putting his hand inside her pants? What if she was a little shy? Chu Yunyao hesitated. Can't do it right? Forget it then. I'll just endure it. Zhou Zheng did not force himself. Wait, does rubbing it really make it less painful? Zhou Zheng said in his heart. Even the most astute woman would drop her wits a bit when it came to the issue of men and women. That's for sure, Zhou Zheng said with certainty. Why don't you rub it yourself? Unring the bell. You twisted me. Naturally you will rub it for me and it will get better faster. Chu Yunyao was silent. A few moments later, as if she had made up her mind, she nodded her head. Alright, but you can't move around. Zhou Zheng, get closer to me. Okay. Zhou Zheng obediently walked next to her. Immediately after, a green onion-like jade hand, trembling reached into the waist of his pants. Zhou Zheng was wearing sweatpants. Chu Yunyao's hand went in very smoothly. Zhou Zheng felt a coolness in his waist and could not help but shiver. He said, silly girl, I let you rub through the pants. Who let you reach in? She is still weirdly nice. No wonder she had to make up her mind for a long time. In fact, it's good to make the best of a mistake. Zhou Zheng was enjoying himself. Zhou Zheng, does it hurt here? No. A bit below. Here? No. Further down. Chapter 47, Acquiring the Skill, King of Melee. Chu Yunyao was shy. The first time she used her hand for a man, although she was only helping him rub the place that was twisted and hurt. But how could she feel a bit indecent when she put her hand into Zhou Zheng's pants? She didn't dare to look directly at Zhou Zheng, and was even more embarrassed to see where her hand had reached. She could only listen to Zhou Zheng's guidance. Hiss! The cold and slippery hand was like a snake roaming around. Zhou Zheng could not help but suck in a mouthful of cold air. Zhou Zheng, is this the place? Yes. Then I can rub it, ha. Chu Yunyao was wondering in her heart. She had originally twisted the flesh around his waist. Why couldn't she find the place for a long time? She was so shy and excited right now that she didn't have time to think about it. Rubbing it haphazardly for a few times, her fingertips looked like they could discharge electricity. Zhou Zheng may hum twice. How is it? Better? Zhou Zheng blinked as if he had gotten his way. Better, but not enough. Right at this moment, Lu Jianjun came out from the courtyard and shouted from afar. Xiao Zhou, Yunyao, where are you two, Gaha? My goodness. Chu Yunyao heard Lu Jianjun's voice and got a jolt of fear. The white jade hand whoosh a moment, withdrew back, originally reddened face even more red, as if doing bad things was discovered by parents of elementary school students. At this time, the sky is already dark. Lu Jianjun also did not find Chu Yunyao's small action. Walking up to him, Xiao Zhou, everywhere looking for you two cannot find. Rice is cooked. Go eat to go. Hey good Lu. Zhou Zheng pretends to be very natural appearance. Chu Yunyao but shy not to speak. Fortunately, Lu Jianjun did not find anything. Otherwise it would have exploded in place. The crowd walked towards the courtyard. Zhou Zheng turned back to look at Chu Yunyao. This imperial sister was still in shame, and after glancing at Zhou Zheng, her gaze immediately shifted elsewhere. Suddenly, Zhou Zheng realized that a white five-pointed star had appeared above Chu Yunyao's head. With a movement in his heart, the reward had come. Reaching out with his hand, he falsely tapped it. The five-pointed star disappeared, and the system's voice resounded in his mind. Opening a one-star reward. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the King of Melee Advanced skill. In an instant, all sorts of information on grappling and fighting, and techniques flooded into the brain like a tidal wave. Zhou Zheng's body also glowed. His strength was growing and his body size was being optimized. Walking into the courtyard car from outside in just a few seconds, Zhou Zheng had already mastered Muay Thai, Baji Quan, Jeet Kune Do, Jiu-Jitsu, and other fighting techniques, and moreover, his strength had more than doubled. Secretly opened the shirt. He found that there was no abdominal muscles. He actually produced 6 full abdominal muscles. Touched a hand. Muscle hard like iron. Zhou Zheng heard a burst of joy. As a senior student of the police academy, he belonged to the upper reaches in terms of physical strength as well as fighting, and it was more than enough for one person to deal with 2 ordinary people. After obtaining the King of Melee Advanced skill, his muscles had increased a lot. His body shape was better looking and more shapely than before, and his strength, endurance, and fighting skills had all risen qualitatively. Swinging his arms, he felt that he had inexhaustible strength. It was no problem at all for one person to fight 10 ordinary people. Even if it was 3 or 5 knife-wielding criminals, he was sure that he could deal with them alone. This skill pin does not poke. When catching criminals in the future it will be like a tiger with wings. One of these bad guys do not want to run. Zhou Zheng was very satisfied. The corner of his mouth couldn't help but go up, and he kept waving his arms. The sound of his fists breaking through the air was endless. Little Zhou, what are you doing? It can't be. Lu Jiangwo suddenly remembered that in the hospital, Zhou Zheng had jumped and danced in front of Hao Igua like a fan chef in order to be discharged early. Could it be that he really has a problem with his brain? Intermittent psychosis? Xiao Zhou, are you alright? Lu Jianjun asked with a worried face. Nothing. Then why are you always swinging your arms? Are you hallucinating? Go back to the hospital tomorrow. I'll take you to the psychiatric department for a checkup, right? Zhou Zheng couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Of course, he couldn't tell Lu Jianjun the truth. Master, after being in the hospital for a long time, I feel like my bones are rusty. Move around. He looked around at the courtyard and changed the topic. Master, your yard is good. You can still exercise in the yard when you're fine. The unit buildings in the city neighborhoods don't have this kind of convenience. That is, if you want to jump rope, you have to go downstairs. Lu Jianjun was quickly sidetracked. Hearing the word neighborhood, he couldn't help but shake his head. It is true that it is inconvenient to live in a house in the city, but the transportation is convenient. No matter whether it is shopping or going to the hospital or children's school has a natural advantage. Otherwise people would want to run to the city like a swarm of bees. Xiao Zhou, I won't hide it from you. I also want to live in the city. No matter how inconvenient life is, it's still more convenient than living here. It takes me an hour to go to work every day just to take the car. Master, then you should buy a house in the city. That way, it's convenient for you to go to work, and it's also convenient for Xiao Yan to go to school. Lu Jianjun frowned and said helplessly, you think I don't want to? The price of housing remains high. We this kind of working class can't afford to buy. Not afraid of your joke. I don't even have the money for the down payment now. Zhou Zheng, think about it. Now a set of 110 square meters of the house to 1 million, plus decoration to buy furniture and other expenses. That's even more. Lu Jianjun still has to feed his family. How can he afford to buy a house? Even if he doesn't eat or drink, 10 years of salary may not be able to afford a house. He also quite wanted to help his master buy a house in the city. But, Lu Jianjun, a person with a good face, would never accept relief from others. Besides, Zhou Zheng himself was also renting a house to live in. Alright, let's not talk about these spoilers. Let's eat first. The three of them walked into the living room. There were so many meals on a round table that looked old. Soft fried mushrooms, stir-fried baby river shrimps, fried baklava with leeks and eggs, sweet and sour carp, braised pork, and so on. Although they are all home-cooked meals, and the appearance is average, but the flavor smells good, and the air is filled with the fragrance of a meal. Lu Yan looked blearily at the sumptuous meals, the corners of her mouth drooling. Usually the meal was at most 2 dishes. Even on birthdays it wasn't this sumptuous. Perhaps, this was again dipping into the light of Zhou Zheng's familiar uncle. Zhou Yunyao, sit down. The conditions are simple, and Jianjun and I don't know how to cook, so you two make do with a couple bites. Wang Yuhong said while passing chopsticks to the two. Sister-in-law, you still say you don't know how to cook. It smells so good. Zhou Zheng said in an exaggerated manner. Wang Yuhong's face instantly revealed a glow. Hurry up and eat, it will get cold in a while. Then she kept on giving Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao dishes. Chu Yunyao tasted a bite and also nodded her head uncontrollably. Sister-in-law, the flavor is really good. Eat more if it tastes good. Receiving Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao's affirmation, Wang Yuhong's face smiled. Lu Jianjun took out an enameled steel with the paint falling off the bottom, which was filled with loose wine brewed by his old husband. Xiao Zhou, let's drink some, said Lu Jianjun, squatting a small porcelain cup in front of Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng nodded. Drink some, it's fine today anyway. Chu Yunyao asked worriedly. Zhou Zheng, your injuries haven't healed yet, can you drink? Lu Jianjun heard this and patted his head. Look at this brain of mine, just thinking about how to entertain the two of you, forgetting that Zhou Zheng is still injured. Zhou Zheng waved his hand. My injury doesn't matter, it's already healed. Drink, but there's no harm in drinking. Everyone was relieved to see Zhou Zheng speaking with certainty. Lu Jianjun filled up Zhou Zheng's glass and poured another one for himself. Xiao Zhou, this is the loose wine brewed by my old husband. Although it's not much of a grade, it's also a high degree of wine brewed from pure grain. It's been hidden for a few years now, and it tastes pretty good. You taste it. Alright, master. Zhou Zheng lifted the wine cup, clinked it with Lu Jianjun, and drank it all in one go. Sure enough, like Lu Jianjun said, the entrance was not spicy but powerful, and there was a lingering flavor in the mouth after drinking the wine. Suddenly, Zhou Zheng's mind moved and asked, Master, does sister-in-law's family specialize in brewing wine? Chapter 48, Taking care of one's own business. Zhou Zheng drank the loose wine brewed by Wang Yuhong's family and felt that it tasted good. There was an idea in his mind. The brewed medicinal wine needed quite a lot of pure grain wine as raw material. A complete set of recipes would require 5,000 pounds of pure grain wine, and if the business was up and running, the pure grain wine that needed to be purchased would be countless. Whose is it not to buy? If you can take care of your own people, of course you should take care of your own people. Moreover, Lu Jianjun's family is living in a tight spot, and thinking of buying a house. Zhou Zheng has long had the intention of helping him out. However, at present, his own strength is not strong. Buy a lottery ticket won more than $3 million in prize money, but also to invest in medicine and wine. Enough to say it, although caught a class-wanted criminal, even the bounty with bonus total of 12 million. The city council has put the money to his card. If the naked to Lu Jianjun money want to face Lu Jianjun certainly will not accept. How about high-priced acquisition of Wang Yuhong home-brewed pure grain wine, which has also indirectly helped Lu Jianjun? Of course, this wine must be bought from the hands of Lu Jianjun. Zhou Zheng will not buy the account of Wang Yuhong's father. He heard that Wang Yuhong has a younger brother. If this money is earned by Wang Yuhong's father, all to his brother, Zhou Zheng cannot accept. Of course, he thought a little too much, and wondered how much home-brewed wine Wang Yuhong's father's family had. Chu Yunyao sighed naturally. Needless to say, she will definitely support his decision. Lu Jianjun heard Zhou Zheng ask if his old father-in-law's family brewed wine, and quickly nodded his head. Xiao Zhou, my father-in-law primed 3 generations upwards to be winemakers, and the family still has a lot of home-brewed pure grain wine stored. The quality and taste dare not say how impressive, but it is definitely pure grain brewing, and it's all fair game. What? Does this wine taste good to you? If you like it, I'll send you 10 or 20 pounds when I leave. Zhou Zheng asked. Master, do you have this much wine? That must drop. When I got married, my old husband sent me an urn, 100 pounds. These years one after another drink out. and then sent me an urn of 200 pounds. This is not today just opened. The good guy. Zhou Zheng was stunned. There is a brewing father-in-law is not bad. Send wine to the aunt a send is hundreds of pounds, which can also save a lot of money to buy wine. Urn? The person who said it had no intention of hearing it. Chu Yunyao heard the word urn and suddenly became interested. After all, she was in dire need of a large urn of 100 pounds or more. The goods ordered online would not arrive until 3 days later. This is not in time. Hastily asked, Brother Jianjun, does your family have a large urn that can hold 200 pounds of wine? Lu Jianjun said, there is just now is not said well. My father-in-law sent me an urn of wine. The whole 200 pounds. There is no urn 200 pounds of wine loaded where? Can take me to see? Chu Yunyao was a little impatient. What's there to see? If you want to see it, there's no problem. It's just sitting in the allotment of the east room. But it's better to wait until after dinner. Okay, then let's eat first. During the meal, Zhou Zheng carefully inquired about Lu Jianjun's old man's family's winemaking situation again. The old man had brewed wine for his entire life, but hadn't made much money. Pure grain wine has a high cost, high selling price, and it is loose wine, so you can drink it yourself, but you can't give it away for a gift or a meal. Many people would rather choose the market beautifully packaged, with alcohol blended poor quality wine but will not choose the pure grain brewing bulk wine. After a full meal, Spring Chu Yunyao cannot wait to see the big urn filled with wine. Lu Jianjun took her and Zhou Zheng to the east house's allotment, pushed open the door, touched a lamp cord while the moon was shining, and pulled hard. Ka-bar. A 60-watt bulb in the center of the roof flashed out a bright orange light. Seeing a large urn held by two people placed in one corner of the house, Lu Jianjun went forward and forcefully opened the lid. A strong aroma of wine instantly hit the house. Zhou Zheng was also brightened up. Yunyao. Iron shoes without a place to look for. It's not hard to get it. The big urn for soaking medicinal wine. Isn't this it? Chu Yunyao was also very happy, feeling that she had come to the right place today. Circling around the large urn filled with pure grain wine twice. Zhou Zheng, I think this large urn is fine. And, didn't you say that this home-brewed pure grain wine is also good? How about, just use it all together. Put the herbs procured today into it, all together, and the medicinal wine will be ready in 3 days. Zhou Zheng nodded his head and said that it was just what he wanted. The two of them muttered and confused Lu Jianjun. No, what are you two talking about? Master, Yunyao intends to acquire this urn of your wine, along with this large urn. Ha? Lu Jianjun froze. Xiao Zhou, why are you buying so much? If you want to drink it, tell me. You can drink it any time. Also, even the big urn. You guys are. Chu Yunyao said with a smile. Brother Jianjun, I'm not going to start a business to brew medicinal wine. I've bought all the materials. I'm just missing the wine and the urn. It just so happens that you have them here, so I won't have to worry about this. You want to make medicinal wine? Lu Jianjun remembered the medicinal wine that Zhou is configuring in the hospital. The efficacy is really good. After drinking it, the dragon is alive and well, and even has aphrodisiac efficacy. The reason why he went home last night, most of the reason is that he was suffocating, and he wanted to look for Wang Yuhong to do the game to vent it out. In fact, Lu Jianjun can also understand. His hands of pure grain wine and big urn is not a rare thing, wherever you can buy. People Chu Yunyao and Zhou Zheng were taking care of him and wanted him to make a fortune. Brother Jianjun, make a price. How much is this wine and the big urn in total? Lu Jianjun said. This big urn is not worth much. My old man's family has more. This wine, if you want to use it, take it away. I don't want money either. Zhou Zheng knew that Lu Jianjun was trying to save face again. He couldn't save face with Chu Yunyao and couldn't open his mouth. Master, Yunyao is also doing business by buying your wine. She can't possibly want it for nothing. Just name a price. Moreover, you can't afford to give it away for nothing. This area of 200 pounds is simply not enough. If the sales of medicinal wine opens up, how can you use 5,000 pounds in the early pre-production period? You set the price. In the future, Yunyao will be your customer. Xiao Zhou, what did you say? 5,000 pounds? Lu Jianjun was startled. My old man's family doesn't even have that much wine. Chu Yunyao said. It's not like we're returning this much at once. I'll use these 200 pounds first. You say a price first, and we'll follow the agreed price later. Okay. Lu Jianjun nodded. My old man usually sells a caddy for $30. This urn of wine will be given to you guys. I didn't spend any money anyway. Besides, that cake you guys bought is more expensive than this urn of wine. In the future, if you guys buy wine again, I'll bring you to old man's house. There are many wine brewers in their village. If his house doesn't have enough, he can also acquire other families. I'll go. Zhou Zheng had a black line on his face. He said in his heart that Lu Jianjun was a real shaft, and didn't want to earn any money that was sent to his door. Chu Yunyao also shook her head and pretended to be angry. Brother Jianjun, If you're only giving away this wine and not selling it, then I'll be angry. Big deal. Go buy it from someone else. Don't. Lu Jianjun saw Chu Yunyao huffing and puffing and hurriedly said, how about I sell it for $10 a caddy? Chapter 49. No more bitterness cannot suffer a child. Zhou Zheng was almost exasperated by Lu Jianjun. Chu Yunyao also shook her head. Brother Jianjun is too real. Glancing at Zhou Zheng, he said, Brother Jianjun, I'll give you a purchase price of $50 a caddy. How's that? $50 a caddy was also Chu Yunyao's psychological price, and Zhou Zheng was also clear about it, so she didn't discuss it with Zhou Zheng. $50 a caddy? Too expensive, right? Lu Jianjun was worried. How about at $8 a caddy? I really don't want to earn your money. Zhou Zheng said, Master, master, how much money do you make on your wine? If I tell you the profit of the medicinal wine, will it not surprise you? Chu Yunyao is very helpless. Her family is doing business from childhood. Know that the seller shouts the price. The buyer is on the ground to pay back the money, or for the first time to see the seller to press their own price. At the same time, she also perceived, Lu Jianjun is really kind-hearted and soft. Good face. $60 a caddy. Chu Yunyao said again. Lu Jianjun was confused. Hey, why do you still bring up the price? Zhou Zheng was also watching a good show and couldn't help but hold his tongue. The one who buys something raises the price. The one who sells something wants to press the price downward, and even wants to give it away for nothing. It's really a small knife pulling on the ass and opening his eyes. Brother Jianjun, if you don't agree again, I'll even go up. Okay, let's count it at $50 a caddy. Lu Jianjun said helplessly in defeat. It was as if he had suffered a great loss. 200 pounds of wine. $50 a caddy. 200 times 50. Chu Yunyao did the math. The total was $10,000. Brother Jianjun, the cost of the wine is $10,000. I'll count you $500 for the big earn. A total of $10,500. Add me on WeChat and I'll transfer it to you. Xiao Zhou is my disciple. I'm still earning your money. Lu Jianjun looked embarrassed. Master, don't be melodramatic. Yunyao is also doing business and earns more money than you. Besides, Pro Brothers still settle accounts. Only after Zhou Zheng said this did Lu Jianjun feel more comfortable in his heart. Chu Yunyao added Lu Jianjun's WeChat and was about to transfer money. So what? Sister-in-law. Big earned money do not need to give. That thing is not valuable. Okay. Chu Yunyao also did not want to push around with Lu Jianjun. She ordered a large urn with a capacity of 500 pounds online, and this urn with a capacity of 200 pounds could not be used for many days. $10,000 quickly transferred to Lu Jianjun's cell phone. Looking at the series of numbers, Lu Jianjun is like a dream. At this time, Wang Yuhong brought Lu Yan. Dad, what are you guys doing? Xiao Yan, Dad is talking to Uncle about something. You go play in the living room first. Okay, Dad. Lu Yan obediently agreed and bounced away. Wang Yuhong was also about to ask what they were doing. A few people were surrounding the wine jar and didn't know what the hell they were looking at. Lu Jianjun handed his cell phone to Wang Yuhong. Yuhong, look. Wang Yuhong took a look and counted the several zeros on the transfer record and asked in surprise, $10,000? Where did that come from? From the younger siblings? Wang Yuhong glanced at Chu Yunyao and then at Lu Jianjun with a confused look. Lu Jianjun then briefly recounted what had just happened. My God! Wang Yuhong was even more surprised. 200 pounds of wine sold for $10,000? My dad usually sells 200 pounds of wine and only earns 6,000. Jianjun, you're asking for too much, aren't you? Xiao Zhou and Yunyao are not outsiders. What can I say about you? Wang Yuhong came up with a burst of complaints. Her family is a brewery. She also knows that the current bulk wine not only can't be sold at a good price, but it's even worse to sell. It's not bad if you can sell it for 30 pounds. Her own husband actually asked for $50 a caddy. Yuhong, no, I didn't ask for a high price. Seeing Lu Jianjun's embarrassed appearance, Zhou Zheng hurriedly explained to Wang Yuhong. Sister-in-law, it's not what you think. Master wants to send us here, but we can't take it for nothing. Your family's wine is honestly not expensive at $50 a caddy. If we were to buy the same quality, we would have to spend $50 or more. Why would we go and take care of someone else's business? Oh. Only then did Wang Yuhong come to her senses and gave her husband an embarrassed look. Also, sister-in-law, what about in the future? My family, Yunyao, will also buy the loose wine brewed by your family one after another, and the price will still be according to $50 a caddy. However, we only recognize the master, no one else. Zhou Zheng's meaning was obvious. The wine was brewed by Wang Yuhong's family. If she set aside Lu Jianjun for her mother's family, then Zhou Zheng would not acquire it. Wang Yuhong nodded repeatedly. Understood. She wasn't the type of person who married out and hated to dig up her husband's family's ancestral grave to subsidize her mother's family. Besides, Zhou Zheng gave a higher acquisition price, and his mother's family made money. Lu Jianjun was the equivalent of a second-hand dealer, earning a price difference and subsidizing the family. Quite good. Wang Yuhong is also very satisfied. Wine negotiated. How to bring this urn of wine back to Zhou Zheng's rental house is a problem. Zhou Zheng rolled his eyes and said to Chu Yunyao, "Yunyao, why don't we leave this wine at Master's house? It's easier to get in and out of here than the city's neighborhood." Chu Yunyao said to herself that Zhou Zheng's heart is really big. This urn of wine is not worth much. Put on the precious Chinese herbs. The cost is worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. Also not afraid of losing or less. However, Lu Jianjun's two families didn't look like treacherous people. Zhou Zheng spoke again. Chu Yunyao nodded her head in agreement. "Master, I want to use this urn to make medicinal wine, and I also want to put it here for you to keep." Lu Jianjun patted his chest and said, "No problem. Your sister-in-law is at home all day except for picking up the kids, and it's safe to put this wine here." "That's good. Yunyao, put the herbs in." "Okay." Chu Yunyao went out of the west room and quickly brought back a cardboard box. Opening the cardboard box, a strong smell of Chinese medicine came out. Wow. He directly poured a large box of valuable Chinese herbs into the urn. "Alright, put the lid on." Zhou Zheng helped Lu Jianjun put the lid on. Chu Yunyao discussed with Zhou Zheng and said, "This is equivalent to renting a storehouse, but also letting people Lu Jianjun and his family keep the medicinal wine, so they can't let people do it for nothing." Zhou Zheng said that Chu Yunyao is also a kind-hearted person. See the master's family living in straitened circumstances, also want to secretly subsidize a little. Yunyao. Anyway, in the future, when the medicinal wine is brewed and distributed, we also need to hire someone. Why don't we hire sister-in-law? Chu Yunyao's eyes lit up. Zhou Zheng, that's a good idea. Sister-in-law, I plan to use your West house as a storehouse for the time being, and in the future, there will also be the job of packaging, so why don't you help me out? And I'll give you more than $5,000 a month in salary. The salary of more than 5,000 in Jianbei belongs to the middle level. Not a lot, but for Lu Jianjun's family is the snow and the charcoal. Wang Yuhong, eyes in the light, asked, "That feeling's good ah, sister-in-law ah, need me to do what work? That is, I'm a housewife, I don't have much skill." "Sister-in-law, it's very simple, it's just pouring wine into bottles, there's no time limit, and it won't delay you from picking up the kids and cooking, that's fine." Wang Yuhong was happy. "Jianjun, I can make money too." Lu Jianjun wasn't stupid. He also saw that Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao were aiding his family without hurting his self-esteem. Wine is available everywhere. Why do they want his families? Labor is available everywhere. Why did they hire Wang Yuhong? Lu Jianjun's eyes were moist. Little Zhou wow. He excitedly held Zhou Zheng's hand, not knowing what to say for a while. "Master, don't say anything, I'm not doing it for you either. I'm doing it for Xiaoyan. We can't suffer the child even if we suffer anyone, right? In the future, if you have any difficulties, tell me. Forget it, you want to save face, or let your sister-in-law talk to Yunyao." Lu Jianjun said fondly. "Xiao Zhou, I've brought up so many disciples, you're the one that touched me the most. Nothing more to say, master, I can't help you with anything else. If you have any difficulties at work, you must look for me." Zhou Zheng nodded. "Master, there is a matter now, what is it you say? Hurry up and get me discharged tomorrow. I don't want to stay in the hospital for a minute." Chapter 50, Zhou Zheng is our family's nobleman. After negotiating the price of the wine with Lu Jianjun, Chu Yunyao said to Wang Meiyu again, "Sister-in-law, how much wine do you still have in your house?" Wang Meiyu said, "How should I put it? There must be a few thousand pounds in total. However, these wines are also divided into years, so I'm not too sure how much of each there is. I'll give my dad a call and ask." Wang Yuhong made a call to her home and put down her cell phone in a few moments and said, "There are roughly 2,000 pounds of 3-year aged wine. That is, this big urn contains this kind. There are also 1,000 pounds of 10-year aged wine, and 100 pounds of 30-year aged wine." Chu Yunyao's heart stirred when she heard this. "There's also 30 years aged brew ah. Zhou Zheng, do you know how much a bottle of Matai 30 years old brew costs? Over $10,000. Why don't I acquire 100 years of ginseng, and use the 30 years of aged brew to make medicinal wine, as our highest end product? The price, to say the least, must be on par with the 30 years of Matai." Zhou Zheng had a black line. Heart. Chu Yunyao's heart is really big. A caddy of medicinal wine to sell more than $10,000. Crazy? No, Yunyao, aren't you thinking a little far ahead? Let's make the current medicinal wine first, then open up the sales before making your so-called highest-end product. Chu Yunyao smiled. "Well, Zhou Zheng, you're right, I'm a bit overambitious. However, this high-end product must be done. It's just that the 100 pounds of 30-year-old wine at sister-in-law Yuhong's house is a bit low. Even if we really want to do it, we can only make 100 bottles. Wang Yuhong smiled and said, "Yunyao, You don't know the specialized knowledge of winemaking. In fact, the 30 years old wine sold on the market is not the wine pulp that has been cellared for 30 years. It just contains 30 years of wine. 100 caddies of 30 years old wine pulp can blend quite a lot of wine. Oh, so that's how it is. Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao all came to a realization. Yunyao, Wang Yuhong continued. My mother's family has many relatives who are also winemakers, and although there isn't a lot of wine that has been cellared for 30 years, it's still very objective to make up for it, so it's not a problem if you really want this kind of wine. Chu Yunyao nodded. That's good. That's good. Sister-in-law, I'm sure I'll need to use the 30-year-old wine in the future. When my business gets bigger, I'll need more wine. You'll be my purchaser, specializing in collecting the wine, or else, I can also make a joint venture with you and build a winery. You'll be one of the bosses at that time. Wang Yuhong was taken aback. How did she become a boss while talking? Hastily waved her hand. Yunyao, it's fine for me to work for you, although the joint venture to build a factory is very attractive. However, I don't have the capital, isn't it? It's a bit far-fetched. Chu Yunyao shook her head. Sister-in-law Yuhong, you can do it. Your father knows how to make wine, and your family has quite a lot of wine. Plus you are my first employee. When the time comes to count the technical shares for you. Chu Yunyao's words moved Wang Yuhong's heart. If it was really like what Chu Yunyao said, becoming one of the owners of the winery, then the days would change drastically. No longer need to buy a house and save money. Xiaoyan also do not have to follow the suffering. Of course, Chu Yunyao said those reasons are all the lightest. People can say these words, mainly because of the relationship between Zhou Zheng and Lu Jianjun. Wang Yuhong's heart was grateful to Zhou Zheng again. She was also glad that her husband had such a good disciple. Good, just for today first, take your time, we'll all be fine. Chu Yunyao had a feeling and uttered these words, both to herself and Zhou Zheng, but also to Lu Jianjun and Wang Yuhong. Zhou Zheng looked at his watch. It was getting late, so he said to Chu Yunyao, intending to say goodbye to Lu Jianjun and his wife. The two families repeatedly retained. Zhou Zheng said it was too late, so I went back first. Our two families are fine often to communicate. The future days are long. C cannot be retained. Lu Jianjun family of 3 Zhou Zhengs Chu Yunyao sent to the courtyard door. Wang Yuhong took a big bag of boiled saltwater peanuts and handed it to Zhou Zheng. Xiao Zhou, Yunyao, there is nothing to take home. This is new peanuts from my mother's family. I boiled them, you take them back to eat. Zhou Zheng knew that he had to take this thing. Otherwise the master's two families would be uneasy. After all, they gave them a lot of gifts, courtesy, so he did not excuse himself, and reached out to take it. Sister-in-law, see what you said. I love to eat boiled peanuts the most. Wang Yuhong saw Zhou Zheng receiving the peanuts with a smile on his face. If you love it, sister-in-law will still cook it for you in the future. Then thank you sister-in-law. Xiao Zhou, should I go back to the hospital with you? Lu Jianjun remembered his mission. I'll go master. What hospital are you going back to? It's still a toss-up whether I'm going back to the hospital or not. That's fine. Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock in the hospital. Take you to check, or give the director an explanation, and then we will be discharged. Good Lu, it's a deal. Master, sister-in-law, Shoyan, you all go back. We go. Uncle, sister, goodbye. Lu Yan was held in Lu Jianjun's arms, and waved Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao forcefully. By little Yan, we'll come see you when we have time. The two waved and drilled into the Paramera. With a roar, the Paramera honked its horn and gradually disappeared into the dark night. Wang Yuhong looked at the two tail lights that flickered in and out of the dark night and asked, Jianjun, this car looks so beautiful. It's very expensive, right? Porsche's Paramera, over $1 million. My God, it seems that Yunyao is really the daughter of a rich family. It's just that a Xiao Zhou marries him. Will it not last long? After all, Xiao Zhou is a poor policeman just like you. Lu Jianjun's eyes glared. See what you're saying? Is Yunyao that kind of person? If she disliked the poor and loved the rich, she wouldn't have married Xiao Zhou. I advise you to save your breath. Besides, if it wasn't for Yunyao and Xiao Zhou, would we have gotten $10,000 today? Would you be able to find a job that pays well and is free? Wang Yuhong nodded. That's true. To say Xiao Zhou is really our family's honored man. If he is not your disciple, can he help us so much? You have brought so many disciples. Only Xiao Zhou has a conscience. You have to treat him well in the future. Lu Jianjun also had a lot of feelings, sighing a few times. This kid, Xiao Zhou, is a good person. A little while later, Lu Jianjun looked like he suddenly remembered something. Yu Hong, also, after I go to work tomorrow, you can be sure to keep an eye on that urn of wine soaked with herbs. Wang Yuhong said. I know, can't lose. That urn and inconspicuous, who has nothing to do will not steal wine to drink. What do you know? Lu Jianjun came to her ear and said. Wine does not matter. The main thing is that the herbs inside are very valuable. Wang Yuhong said. How much can a small box of herbs be worth? I heard Xiao Zhou tell me that it's worth $700,000 or $800,000. My god, that expensive? Wang Meiyu was startled. Looking around, she pulled Xiao Yan and Lu Jianjun to quickly walk into the courtyard, and immediately closed and locked the door again. Jianjun guarding $70,000 to $80,000 of things. I can't sleep at night worrying about what to do. Chapter 51 Peanut Rice Pink and Full. Chu Yunyao drove the Paramera, came out of Lu Jianjun's house, and quickly got on the main road. Zhou Zheng took out the boiled peanuts given by Wang Meiyu. Sister-in-law reel in, gave so many boiled peanuts, opening the plastic bag, taking out one and peeling off the shell. 3 full peanut kernels glowed with a light pink color. Zhou Zheng sent them all into his mouth in one hand and chewed them with relish. Immediately, a flavor with a slight cinnamon bark fragrance filled his mouth. Delicious, Zhou Zheng exclaimed in praise, and immediately peeled off another one. As Chu Yunyao drove, the flavor of boiled peanuts drilled into her nostrils, and she couldn't help but want to eat it as well. But Zhou Zheng ate with relish, seemingly not even asking her, which made her a little angry. A short while later, as if there was a telepathic connection, a full peanut rice was brought to her mouth. Yunyao, taste it, it's delicious. Chu Yunyao stiffly swallowed the words she wanted to say. However, being fed peanuts by Zhou Zheng was somewhat embarrassing again. After hesitating for a moment, she still opened her small mouth and took the peanut into her mouth. However, it was not controlled well, and seemed to have eaten the tip of Zhou Zheng's finger. Chu Yunyao could not help but blush. Goodness, licked her finger. Blame it on her own haste. Of course, her tongue being too long was also one of the reasons. Zhou Zheng also felt his fingers being touched by something soft and couldn't help but shiver. It was as if the air in the carriage was not circulating. Both people were silent. Chu Yunyao was embarrassed, but she knew that as long as she wasn't embarrassed, the embarrassment would be someone else. Thus, she took the initiative to break the silent atmosphere. Hey comrade Xiaozhou, didn't you say that you are my wage earner? And as long as the two of us travel together you will be my driver? Where is there a boss who drives and a wage earner who sits on the side and eats? Zhou Zheng laughed. Mr. Chu, Xiaozhou, I've been drinking today, so it's better to have you, the boss, do it for me. Let's swap roles for the time being. As for me, I'll feel what it's like to be the boss. Zhou Zheng said and brought another peanut to his mouth. So angry, Chu Yunyao was exasperated by Zhou Zheng's dejected appearance, and after observing that there was no car in front of her on the road, she suddenly kicked the floorboards. The Paramera accelerated violently. Zhou Zheng's body involuntarily leaned back, and that peanut rice was impartially sent into his nostrils. Ha 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 ha. A silver bell-like laughter came from Chu Yunyao in the carriage. Zhou Zheng had a black line on his face. This woman do not easily mess with them. Jair will be It was late in the day. There were fewer vehicles on the road. Chu Yunyao drove to the city in a short while. Zhou Zheng, where are you going? Still going back to the hospital? What about you Yunyao? Zhou Zheng asked back. I'm going home. Why don't you not go back to the hospital? Let's go home together. Zhou Zheng hesitated. Why don't I go to the hospital? In case the nurses can't find me at night, and then call us at Xiaobei, then we'll be exposed. Alright, Chu Yunyao's voice was obviously a little disappointed. Then I'll turn the corner in front and send you to the hospital. Her words had just fallen when her cell phone rang. Chu Yunyao took the time to glance at the caller ID. It was Yang Tingting calling, so she connected the car's Bluetooth. Hello Tingting. Yunyao, where are you? On my way to the hospital. Why? Something wrong? What are you going to the hospital for? Aren't you taking Zhou Zheng back to the hospital? Gu, when did you guys go out? What did you do? Tell me the truth. Tingting, stop it. I'm driving the car. If there's something you want to tell me, hurry up. Well, I was at the hospital guarding Grandpa. That old man said there was a caregiver there, and had to rush me back. I was uneasy and bored, so I wanted to find you to be my companion. Just in time, you sent Zhou Zheng to the hospital. This is called a heart-to-heart. Don't leave at night. The three of us will fight the landlord, the kind that duels until dawn. Don't forget to buy a deck of playing cards. No, Tingting, what about the old man when you're just playing around? The old man has a caretaker watching him. He'll call me if anything happens. It's a deal. I'll be waiting for you in Zhou Zheng's hospital room. Hang up ha! Chu Yunyao sighed softly, still thinking of going home to make a plan for the medicinal wine business. To organize her thoughts again, it seems that tonight is considered a fizzle. Zhou Zheng also had a black line. I'm a patient accompanying you two beauties to fight the landlord all night? Is this like that? Is it like that? The Paramera sped to the first hospital of Jiangbei City. Parking the car in the parking lot, the two of them got out separately. Zhou Zheng, you go up first. I'll go to the 24-hour convenience store in front of the hospital to buy something. Zhou Zheng asked. Yunyao, what are you going to buy? Are you hungry? Hungry is not hungry. but it's true that I'm buying food and a few more decks of playing cards. According to my understanding of Ting Ting, that crazy girl is a night owl. She is refreshed as soon as night comes, and the deeper the night goes the more energized she becomes. Chu Yunyao shook her head. It seems that we really have to decide until dawn tonight. Yunyao, let me accompany you. No need, you're also tired for the whole day. Go upstairs and rest for a while first. Otherwise, you won't be able to rest even if you want to. That's fine. Chu Yunyao went to the convenience store. Zhou Zheng went upstairs alone and arrived at his own independent ward. He saw that the door of the ward was hidden, and the light inside was dark. Zhou Zheng thought to himself, didn't Yang Tingting say she was waiting in the ward? Why aren't the lights on? Did she not come? Puzzled, Zhou Zheng pushed open the door of the room and walked in, and was about to look for the light switch when a dark shadow suddenly appeared. Ah! The black shadow let out a strange cry. Zhou Zheng could not help but be startled, and subconsciously slapped his palm over. Through the dim light reflected in by the hazy moonlight, he could see the face of the black shadow, and it was none other than Yang Tingting. It turned out that this chick was hiding in the darkness, wanting to play a prank to scare people for fun. Zhou Zheng now had a lot of power, twice as much as before. If this slapped on Yang Tingting, she would have to be hospitalized right then and there. Between the flashes of lightning and fire he hastily withdrew his hand, but it was already too late. Although most of his strength was withdrawn, his palm still solidly imprinted on Yang Tingting's chest. He even felt a bouncing lump. Fortunately, the other party was not injured. Stinky Yunyao, dare to attack my chest. Are you jealous that I'm bigger than you? Pop. Yang Tingting said and turned on the power switch. Where was Chu Yunyao's shadow in front of her eyes? Zhou Zheng? Yang Tingting's pretty face instantly turned red. Gosh, too socially dead. Where's Yunyao? Went shopping. Will be right there. Zhou Zheng was also embarrassed and a little worried about breaking Yang Tingting, and was relieved to see that she was fine, thanks to the fact that she was against Q. If she was against A she would definitely be injured. In order to ease the embarrassment, Zhou Zheng Yang carried boiled peanuts in Yang's hand. Yang Tingting, peanuts, all pink and full. Eat it or not? Yang Tingting seemed to associate it with something, and immediately lowered her head in shame. Chapter 52, Young people should know moderation. Chu Yunyao was right. Yang Tingting was really a night owl, and had dragged Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao to play fight the landlord all night. Zhou Zheng's identity is a police officer. Naturally, he cannot play with colorful. There is no lottery and no fun. So Yang Tingting came up with an idea. Whoever loses will put a note on whoever's face. I don't know if it was Zhou Zheng's unintentional assault on her breasts that made her hold a grudge, but Yang Tingting purposely targeted Zhou Zheng when she played cards. When she was with Zhou Zheng, she dropped her chain. When she was the landlord, when she was with Chu Yunyao, she disliked Zhou Zheng, and soon Zhou Zheng's face was plastered with notes. Later, there was no place to put the note on his face, so he put it on his body, and by the next morning, Zhou Zheng was covered with notes, just like wearing a lucky suit. In the morning at dawn, Yang Tingting did not play, pulling Chu Yunyao and Zhou Zheng to eat breakfast, and brought one for the old man. Breakfast store out. See, almost 8 o'clock. Zhou Zheng said goodbye to the two of them. He wants to go to the hospital hall to find Lu Jianjun. He expected Lu Jianjun to arrive early. At 7:50, Zhou Zheng, with a pair of dark circles under his eyes, appeared in the first-floor lobby of the hospital building. As expected, just as Zhou Zheng arrived at the lobby, he saw Lu Jianjun. Master. Zhou Zheng waved his hand while running closer. Master, early? Lu Jianjun said. No, I just arrived as well. Have you eaten breakfast? Had it. Your sister-in-law made me a branded bun with eggs. Lu Jianjun suddenly saw the dark circles under his eyes on Zhou Zheng's face, instantly understood what was going on, and couldn't help but say in a serious tone, Xiao Zhou ah, young people should know moderation. Sister is beautiful, but you also have to cherish their own bodies. Our men's bodies are not compared to women, only exhausted cattle, not plowed the ground. Lu Jianjun rambled on. Zhou Zheng was confused. No, master, why do you say that? Lu Jianjun laughed. Xiao Zhou ah, don't pretend to be confused. I'm also a person who has been there. It's not like I'm laughing at you. Look at the dark circles on your face. Did you play all night last night? Zhou Zheng asked in surprise. Master, how do you know? Lu Jianjun said smugly. Didn't I say it? I'm also a person who has been there. This can't be seen. In the future you can't stay up all night. Almost got it. Otherwise when you get to my age, you'll know that when you're young and wantonly squander, you'll have to pay it back when you're old and have a mind to do nothing. Do you understand? Zhou Zheng put the focus on staying up late, saying, Master, I stay up all night. Actually I can't be blamed. Originally Yunyao and I were going to go home to live our two-person world. It's all because of Yang Tingting. She had to drag us along to play. After playing all night, I can't really do anything with her. And Yunyao isn't powerful either. She keeps dragging me down. This night down, I was miserable. Master, do you know how much paper was used? The more Lu Jianjun listened, the darker his face became. Zhou Zheng, this was too much of a misdemeanor. They actually stayed up all night. After staying up all night, it would be strange if he didn't get weak. Xiao Zhou, you stop talking. Lu Jianjun interrupted Zhou Zheng. As your master, I have to say a few words to you. Don't do such indecent things in the future. Also, stay away from that Yang Tingting. You're a public official. I don't want you to be disciplined because of your style. Zhou Zheng was confused. No, master, Yang Tingting is very close to Yunyao. I can't avoid her even if I want to. Besides, what does playing fight the landlord all night have to do with style? What? Lu Jianjun froze for a moment. You play cards too? Played fight the landlord all night? Not. Then why did you use so much paper? Playing fighting the landlord has no color and is not much fun. Yang Tingting proposed that whoever loses will put a note on the face of whoever loses. Playing all night certainly used a lot of paper, and tore a magazine all out. Zhou Zheng looked up at Lu Jianjun. Master, what did you think we were playing? Lu Jianjun immediately blushed. Marred. A misunderstanding. It seems that he had overthought it. What did I say? How could Zhou Zheng do something like that? Quickly stumbling, he said, I thought that you guys had been playing run and gun all night. In order to hide his embarrassment, he changed the topic and said, Xiao Zhou, I'll take you to a doctor to check your back. If you're fine, you can be discharged. Upon hearing that he was discharged from the hospital, Zhou Zheng was happy and immediately urged, it's not too late. Master, hurry up. The two of them found the attending doctor, explained their intentions. The doctor knew what was going on, and after a symbolic examination, he wrote discharge recommended on the examination results. Lu Jianjun ran forward and back, and soon went through a good discharge procedures. 2 people out of the first hospital in Zhangbei City, take the bus to the police station in Xiaobei report. Just into the police station compound, a police car whistled, parked in the back. The door opened and 2 officers escorted a suspect down from the back of the car. Looking up, he saw Zhou Zheng and Lu Jianjun. Jianjun, Xiao Zhou, you two are back? Xiao Zhou, I heard that you received a first-class merit. Congratulations, Zhou Zheng hurriedly said modestly. Same congratulations. Actually, it's all luck. Okay Xiao Zhou, don't be a goody-goody. You're now a great person in our Bridge North office. First-class merit, you're the first one in the whole office. Nowadays, everyone in the police station knew about Zhou Zheng's first-class merit. Everyone was naturally very envious. The main reason was that this first-class merit was too easy. Just for working a night shift, a Class A wanted criminal came to the door of his own accord. Officer Shaoli said enviously, Xiao Zhou, when you're on duty again, be sure to call me. I also want to dip into your light and good fortune, which is like us, catching a thief, chasing 3 streets, almost didn't die of exhaustion. Lu Jianjun's eyes glared, said with dissatisfaction, you two don't even think about it. Do what you need to do. Last time, he lost his chance to get a merit because he slept for a while. What a great opportunity. But it was a pity that he didn't grasp it. He was determined to never let this happen again. The 2 officers didn't dare to argue with Lu Jianjun and escorted the thief into the interrogation room. Zhou Zheng and Lu Jianjun then went up to the 2nd floor and knocked on the door of the director's office. Knock knock. Enter. Director, we're back. Zhou Zheng's body is no longer in any serious condition. I helped him with the discharge procedures. Haoiguo looked up and saw Zhou Zheng and Lu Jianjun. He could not help but look surprised. Xiao Zhou was discharged from the hospital? Yes, director. Good. It's good to be fine. Haoiguo nodded with satisfaction and pointed to the chair opposite. So what? You two don't stand. Sit down, Zhou Zheng said. Director, we won't sit down. I want to start working as soon as possible. Chapter 53, Tough Tasks. Hearing that Zhou Zheng wanted to get back to work as soon as possible, Haoiguo was quite pleased. Zhou Zheng had received a first-class merit, and had been personally honored by Director Ma and other leaders of the city bureau. He belongs to the kind of young age lying in the book of merit kind, even if not work hard in the future, swing rotten, but also can eat many years of old capital. However, as soon as he was discharged from the hospital, he wanted to devote himself to his work. What kind of spirit is that? To have this kind of realization at such a young age? It's quite uncomplicated. Director, does the arrest team have a mission? Any wanted criminals to catch? I want to participate. Zhou Zheng was now thinking of making a mark. Only by making a mark could he be promoted and reach the goal in his mind faster. Most of the things that the police took in were trivial matters, such as neighbors quarreling over the garbage in front of the door, who lost their takeout, fighting over grabbing a public parking space, and so on. The police can only mediate in these matters, which is a lot of mental and verbal effort, but not much credit. Therefore, to get credit, but also to participate in the arrest operation. After all, the arrest team is facing some of the suspects have been characterized, although relatively dangerous, but easier to get credit. Haoigwa heard Zhou Zheng's words, but his brows furrowed. Zhou Zheng had this kind of upward spirit, which was still worth recognizing, but to think about catching wanted criminals and making a big achievement, this kind of mentality was very bad, and it was easy to get quick success. After all, the first-class merit that Zhou Zheng had received still had a large component of luck. In Zhang Aigua's experience, Zhou Zheng had to settle down a bit if he wanted to be more promising. Moreover, how could there be so many wanted criminals whose turn it was for the police station's civilian police to catch? After thinking about it, he cleared his throat and said, Xiao Zhou, I'm very pleased that you have this spirit of desperately wanting to progress. So let's do this. I'll arrange a difficult task for you. Zhou Zhang was energized upon hearing the mission. Director, what mission? Xiao Huang's mother is sick. He took time off to go to the hospital to take care of the old lady. You go ahead and help him inspect the precinct. What? Zhou Zheng was dumbfounded. Haoigwa had spoken as if it was a real thing, but it turned out that he was asked to patrol the precinct. Zhou Zheng was a bit depressed and did not squeak. Haoigwa looked up and asked, what? Dislike this mission? Not really. Zhou Zheng squirmed. Chief, is there any task that's more difficult? Patrolling the precinct isn't challenging at all. Haoigwa said. Zhou Zheng is still making the same mistake that all young people love to make. That is, drifting off. Then what do you want to do? Lu Jianjun saw that Haoigwa's face was gloomy and hurriedly touched him with his arm. That meant don't bargain with the director. Zhou Zheng immediately understood and said loudly, Chief, that being said, I haven't gone to patrol the precinct yet. I think this mission is quite good. That's more like it. Haoigwa added to Lu Jianjun. Jianjun, you go with Zhou Zheng. If he doesn't know anything, you teach him as well. Lu Jianjun replied particularly dryly. Director, that must drop. Don't need you to say. Zhou Zheng is my disciple, I still can't be attentive? Okay, then you two go. Chaoyang rode that street. Do not go to the wrong place. Good Lu. I know. Director, we go. Lu Jianjun gave Zhou Zheng a wink. The two walked out of the director's office. Seeing that Zhou Zheng was in a somewhat depressed mood, Lu Jianjun advised, Xiao Zhou, what are you doing? Street patrol is also our police work. The same is to serve the people. What is not happy? Zhou Zhengxin said so, but the street patrol can catch what criminals, even if there are thieves and other bad people on the street. See, the police to come will not be stupid to steal things, early to slip away. However, as a member of the Qiaobei Institute, you must obey the arrangements of the leadership. Waved his hand. Master, I'm fine. It's just that there is some fallout in my heart. I thought that after receiving a first-class merit and being transferred early, the director would have to arrange a difficult task for me. But I didn't expect him to let me patrol the streets. Lu Jianjun, as a veteran police officer, naturally see through, pull Zhou Zheng down to one side, whispered, Xiao Zhou. In fact, the director is good to you. He is afraid of your young age made a big achievement. And then floating, arrange the patrol work is to let you precipitate precipitation. Don't think too much. What's wrong with patrolling? Maybe you can also catch criminals. Back then when I just came to the Bridge North office, I patrolled for a year in a row. Zhou Zheng asked. Then master, you caught a few criminals. Lu Jianjun smiled shyly. Not a single one was caught, but the shoes wore out 4 pairs. Zhou Zheng suddenly had a black line. The two put on their police uniforms and set off in a brand new police car. Sitting on the main driver, Lu Jianjun said while driving, Xiao Zhou, this police car is probably the additional police car that the city bureau allocated to our office. Look at the film on the back seat that hasn't been torn off yet. The new police car is comfortable to drive. Our office is also in your favor. Waiting to go back when you come to drive. Can't keep letting me as a master do your as a driver. Lu Jianjun rambled on, but Zhou Zheng did not say a word. Taking the time to look at him, he realized that Zhou Zheng was asleep. Lu Jianjun had a black line on his face. Young people's sleep quality is good. Falling asleep, all because of the trouble caused by the landlord. Soon, it arrived at the intersection of Chaoyang Road. Lu Jianjun found a place to park the police car and woke up Zhou Zheng. Xiao Zhou, wake up. We're at the place. It's time to work. Oh. Zhou Zheng opened his sleepy eyes. I'm sorry, master. Going on a street patrol was not stressful at all. I accidentally fell asleep. You, stay up less late to fight the landlord in the future. Get out of the car. The two of them got out of the car, squared up their police caps, straightened up their instruments, and followed the right-of-way all the way to the front. While walking, Lu Jianjun introduced to Zhou Zheng. This street is Chaoyang Street, 3 kilometers long. It can be said to be the busiest place in our precinct. People come and go on this street, and there could be thieves, perverts or whatever. A few days ago, a colleague caught a pervert who was taking pictures of the bottom of a girl's skirt. Zhou Zheng is also walking, while looking around, measuring all kinds of passers-by. Back cannot really encounter a thief pervert or something. This trip is not in vain. However, after walking for half an hour, he didn't find any bad guys. Xiao Zhou, take a break. I'll go to the restroom. Lu Jianjun pointed to the public restroom not far away and said, Master, you go, I'll wait for you under this tree. Okay Lu. Lu Jianjun hurriedly went to the public restroom. Zhou Zheng, on the other hand, stood under the tree board. Suddenly, a silhouette ran over from the distance at the speed of a 100-meter sprint. The speed of that person was so fast that he did not have time to turn around when he ran to the front, and he hit the tree right next to Zhou Zheng in an unbiased manner. Dang! A muffled sound. The person who hit the tree was dazed by the reaction force, and immediately fell to the ground, unable to move for a while. Zhou Zheng was somewhat confused. Doesn't he know how to swerve? How did he hit a tree? This hit was not light, and it was not good that he had to go to the hospital. He hurriedly went forward to check. The person who crashed into the tree was in his 40s. Full of beard stubble. A pair of thieving little eyes saw Zhou Zheng in a police uniform, and immediately revealed a look of fear. Comrade, how are you? Is it alright? At this time, another middle-aged woman ran from the distance, panting and shouting as she ran. Quickly catch the thief. A thief has snatched my bag. Chapter 54 Waiting for the thief. When the man lying on the ground heard the distant woman's cries, he became even more alarmed and struggled to get up. This movement didn't matter. Splat! A small Gucci lady's handbag fell out of his arms. Even if Zhou Zheng was stupid, he understood what was going on. The middle-aged man in front of him was a bag-snatching thief. This is really boring. Under the tree stand, happy from the sky under the tree waiting for Lu Jianjun to go to the toilet. This bag snatcher panicked and knocked down in front of himself. Can only say that the luck is fantastic. Zhou Zheng had to laugh it off. Don't move. Zhou Zheng stretched out a hand and easily flipped the bag snatcher over, leaving him face down with his back facing the sky. With the king of melee advanced skill, his strength was twice as much as before, and the bag snatcher only weighed 100 pounds, so it was very easy. Immediately after, Zhou Zheng used one knee to press down on the bag snatcher's legs. The bag snatching thief was already dizzy from the impact, and now he couldn't move even more. Ka-ching! He felt out the handcuffs on his waist and backcuffed the purse snatcher, clapped his hands. Done! It was at this time that the middle-aged woman who had stolen the bag rushed over out of breath. Hoo. She gasped for air while kicking 2 feet at the purse snatcher. Let you snatch my bag. Lao Miang kicked you to death. Pound sir. A little while later, this was said to Zhou Zheng. Officer, thank you. It's this guy who snatched my bag. What kind of bag? Zhou Zheng deliberately asked in order to prevent fraudulent claims. Gucci old flowery handbag. Zhou Zheng nodded and pulled out the bag from under the bag snatcher. Is this it? Yes, officer. Here, open it and see if anything is missing. The middle-aged woman took the handbag, opened it and looked at it, which was a relief. In fact, the purse snatcher snatched her bag into her arms, all the way to run wildly. There is no time to clean up the spoils of war. Officer, there is no less things. Really thank you for catching the purse snatchers. Recovered my bag. The middle-aged woman gave another round of thanks. Zhou Zheng waved his hand and said solemnly, You're welcome. This is our due responsibility as police officers. In fact, he appeared to have done nothing but stand beside the big tree for a while. Passers-by saw the police caught a bag-snatching thief, could not help but gather around. At him a burst of accusations. At this time, Lu Jianjun out of the public restroom. He went to the toilet with 2 minutes. Originally a minute and a half can be resolved because of the prostate problem delayed half a minute. After coming out, he began to look for Zhou Zheng, saw a bunch of passers-by surrounded by a large tree, could not help but move in his mind. Bad. This is what happened. Rushed over, separating the crowd and squeezing in. He saw a man lying on the ground, Zhou Zheng pressing his legs with his knees. Xiao Zhou, what's going on? Seeing Lu Jianjun, Zhou Zheng said, Master, I caught a purse-snatching hairy thief. What did you say? Caught a purse-snatching thief? When? Just now when you went to the restroom. Lu Jianjun was stunned. Really? A few minutes of effort to catch a bag snatcher? He was afraid that Zhou Zheng would be eager to get credit and catch the wrong person again. So he squatted down and asked in a low voice, Xiao Zhou, are you sure he's a purse snatcher? Master, I'm sure. The owner is right here. Zhou Zheng pointed at the middle-aged woman. The middle-aged woman was pointing at the hairy thief and cursing at this time. Hearing Zhou Zheng speak, she said, This officer, my bag was robbed by this guy. Thanks to this officer, he caught the bag snatcher and helped me get my bag back. Only then did Lu Jianjun believe it. However, again, he asked in puzzlement, Xiao Zhou, I remember you were standing here when I went to the restroom, right? How did you catch this bag snatcher? Master, to say the least, it was luck. While I was waiting for your kung fu, This hairy thief snatched the bag, panicked, and rushed at the speed of a 100-meter sprint. He couldn't make a sharp turn, and he crashed into a tree at once, dazed himself, and then, I held him down. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Lu Jianjun couldn't help but burst out a foul mouth when he heard Zhou Zheng's words. The bag snatcher himself crashed into the tree next to Zhou Zheng? This guy is still snatching bags, dumber than a pig. At the same time, he sincerely sighed at Zhou Zheng's luck. This is to wait for the thief from the police so many years, but also the first time to see such a bizarre thing. Before a wanted criminal door to consult Zhou Zheng has no record. The existing purse snatchers hit the tree was taken down by Zhou Zheng. Good man, is Zhou Zheng possessed by a koi carp? Criminals are coming to his door one by one. Where is this going to be justified? Lu Jianjun more or less sour. The last time he was on duty, because he dozed off for a while, he missed a Class A wanted criminal. This time, because of the toilet, missed a purse snatcher. Not secretly determined not to make such a mistake again? Lu Jianjun was a little chagrined in his heart. However, his disciple caught the bag snatcher. He was also happy from the bottom of his heart. And this trip was not in vain. Xiao Zhou, nothing more to say. One word. Absolute. Lu Jianjun extended his thumb and waved it. The surrounding passers-by were also whispering. I go, this police officer's luck is too good. Standing next to a big tree and waiting for his colleagues, the purse snatchers sent themselves to the door? The first time I saw such a stupid thief. Hit the tree even if, but also in front of the police hit the tree. This guy is no one. Really laugh. Hurry to send a circle of friends. Who have you seen guarding a thief? Lu Jianjun said. Xiao Zhou. Patrol ends. First bring this guy back to the police station. Good Lu master. Zhou Zheng patted the back of the bag snatcher. Stand up. Can you get up? At this time, the bag snatcher had already slowed down. Only the big bag on his head made him suck in cool air from the pain. Hiss. Officer, I'm dizzy, nauseous and want to vomit. I suspect I've been hit with a concussion. I need to go to the hospital to check and check. Don't pretend. I hear you talking at the bottom of your lungs. Get up for me, Zhou Zheng said, picking up the bag snatcher from the ground with one hand. Since Zhou Zheng was too much taller than the bag snatcher, and he didn't control his strength for a moment, the purse snatcher was carried in midair with his feet off the ground. The surrounding crowd burst into a gasp. Wow, this young police officer has so much strength. This bag snatcher was actually quite lucky to hit the tree by himself. If he had been taken down by this young officer, the fall would have only been worse. Lu Jianjun was also surprised by Zhou Zheng's strength. Young people's physique is good. This lady, please follow us back to the police station to make a statement as well. Lu Jianjun did not forget to take the middle-aged woman who was robbed of her bag back. The middle-aged woman naturally cooperated fully. The group got into the police car. This time it was Zhou Zheng who drove, and returned to the Bridge North police station. Haoigua had just come out of the toilet when he saw a police car drive into the yard in a flurry. A few people came down from the car, and it was Zhou Zheng, Lu Jianjun and others. Could not help but ask, Hey Jianjun Xiao Zhou, didn't I tell you guys to go patrol the precinct? How come you're back so soon? Director, Zhou Zheng caught another criminal. Chapter 55 Unexpected Harvest. What did you say? Zhou Zheng caught a criminal? Haoigua was naturally very surprised. He knew that it wasn't easy for the police to patrol the precincts to find criminals. After all, wearing a police uniform on the street, there are criminals just want to do something. See, the police will also stop. Who would not be stupid is to do bad things in front of the police. Haoigua surprised asked, caught a do what? The street bag snatching thieves. Bag snatching thieves? Haoigua frowned. He said that this kid is so bold, too rampant, actually in the face of the police to steal the bag. Do not catch you, catch who? Patted Lu Jianjun and Zhou Zheng's shoulders. Jianjun, Zhou, hard work, you two did a good job. I'll give you guys extra points in this month's assessment. Lu Jianjun's face instantly reddened and said with some embarrassment, Director, the person was captured by Xiao Zhou. It has nothing to do with me. With me? Whom? Haoigua asked in confusion. Aren't you two patrolling together? How could it have nothing to do with you? Lu Jianjun was depressed talking about this, but he still had to explain to Haoigua. Director, it's like this. I patrolled the precinct with Zhou Zheng, then I urinated and went to the toilet. From the toilet out, Zhou Zheng has already grabbed the purse-snatching thief. So sharp? Haoigua said in surprise. Little Zhou's hands are just fine. Jianjun, this disciple of yours is better than you. Zhou Zheng waved his hand repeatedly. Director, in fact, I didn't do anything. This bag snatcher got his hands on the bag thief, panicked and fled, crashed into a tree by himself, and I, coincidentally, was waiting for my master under that tree. What? The purse snatcher hit the tree himself? Haoigua froze for a short second, then broke out into a hearty laugh. Ha ha ha, Xiao Zhou, you're really something. I see, you were born to eat the rice of a police officer. These criminals are taking the initiative to come to the door. Immediately after, he looked at Lu Jianjun with a regretful look, sighed, said Jianjun, "Ah, you have too much bad luck. Last time in Zhou Zheng on duty together, Zhou Zheng caught the A-class wanted criminal. No matter you. This time to catch a bag snatcher again, no you." The purse snatcher was depressed to death on the sidelines. He said, "It is not the old man accidentally hit a tree. You can catch me? I was the long-distance running champion in the school, but now it's too late to say anything. Who let him hit the tree?" At this time, Deputy Director Wu Tian walked over with a thermos cup. "Old Hao, what are you guys talking about? Hey old Wu, come here, I'll tell you a rare thing." "What is it?" Wu Tian was at a loss. Haoigua briefly recounted the process of Zhou Zheng catching the purse snatcher to Wu Tian. Wu Tian was also surprised when he heard about it. "I go Xiao Zhou this luck. We can't even convince him. I've been a police officer for so long, but this is the first time I've heard of waiting for a thief. Xiao Zhou, if your luck stays this good, I'll see that sooner or later you'll be able to wear a white shirt." Zhou Zheng's heart fluttered. The white shirt big brother was indeed his goal. However, he also had to be modest. "Mr. Wu, I wouldn't dare to say that. I wouldn't dare to be." "Alright, Xiao Zhou, don't be modest." Haoigua looked at the bag snatcher and the robbed woman. "Let's not waste time. Jianjun, you and Xiao Zhou make a statement to the owner and let them go. Also, the next two of you interrogate this bag snatcher. After the interrogation then go on patrol in the afternoon." "Okay, Director." The two men first put the purse snatcher into the detention center, and gave the middle-aged woman a statement. After the statement was done, the middle-aged woman asked, "Officer, can I go now?" "Yes, go slowly." "Okay, thank you officer." The middle-aged woman thanked and left. Lu Jianjun turned back to Zhou Zheng and said, "Xiao Zhou, let's go. Go interrogate the bag snatcher. You haven't participated in the interrogation of a criminal suspect yet, have you? In a moment I will interrogate. You record, learn more." "Okay master." Zhou Zheng also knew Haoigua and Lu Jianjun's good intentions. That is, they wanted to train him as soon as possible into a qualified police officer with excellent business skills. The two brought the bag snatcher to the interrogation room, locked on a small iron bench, opened the camera in the corner. The interrogation officially began. Zhou Zheng sat behind the interrogation table, opened the computer, and waited for the record. Lu Jianjun cleared his throat and asked, "What's your name?" "Ma Mao." "Where is it from?" "Ma's family home in Qinglin town, Jiangbei city." "Know why you are arrested? Tell me, why did you snatch someone's bag?" The two asked and answered. The bag snatcher Ma Ermo is quite cooperative. Zhou Zheng snapping tapped the keyboard to type the record. Ding bell. At this time, Lu Jianjun's cell phone rang. He was busy, so he wanted to hang up the phone, but, after glancing at the caller ID of his cell phone, it was his old husband calling, so he had to stand up. "Xiao Zhou, I'll go outside to take a call. You keep an eye on him here." "Okay master." Zhou Zheng nodded. After Lu Jianjun left, the interrogation room fell into silence. Zhou Zheng was a bit bored, and the bag snatcher Ma Ermo looked around a bit and suddenly huffed. "Officer, can you give me a cigarette?" Ma Ermo asked in a daze. Although Zhou Zheng didn't smoke, he usually carried a carton on him just in case. Nodding his head, he took out the Dayan from his pocket, pulled out one and handed it to Ma Ermo's mouth, and enthusiastically helped him light it. Ma Ermo took a drag on the cigarette, and seemed to be a bit more energized. Zhou Zheng was idle, so he chatted with Ma Ermo. "Ma Ermo, have you ever had a criminal record before?" "No." Ma Ermo shook his head. "This is the first time I've snatched a bag and you caught me." "Then why did you snatch the bag? Why don't you do something else if you have arms and legs?" "I can't help it. My money met a fairy jumper when I was looking for a lady, and I got screwed. If I had known, I wouldn't have made an appointment on the internet. I would have gone directly to the Wanjiale Bath Center to look for a girl. I don't have any money in my hand, so I can only take the risk of robbing a bag." Zhou Zheng heard this and couldn't help but feel a stirring in his heart. This kid also whoring gotta, now add another crime of visiting prostitutes. Zhou Zheng did not move and continued to ask, "Then what do you want to do this time? Or are you looking for a prostitute?" "No, my goods are sold out. I want to get some money together to buy goods." "Goods? What kind of goods?" "Ice candy." Zhou Zheng's heart suddenly couldn't contain its frantic beating. It was possible that Ma Ermo was a drug addict, and even more likely that he was a drug trafficker. After a few words of conversation, there was an unexpected gain. Ma Ermo himself does not know what happened, confused all down. Sure enough, according to Ma Ermo's account, he is a drug addict, and trafficking to feed the sucker, often in the hands of an owner called Wang Chang to take goods. At this time, Lu Jianjun returned from a phone call, entering the interrogation room before he had time to sit on the chair. Zhou Zheng hurriedly told Lu Jianjun the information he had asked. Lu Jianjun stared wide-eyed and asked incredulously, Xiao Zhou, are you saying that Ma Erma not only snatched the bag, he also prostitutes, drugs and drug trafficking? Yes, this is what he admitted on his own accord. He even gave up his handler. Chapter 56 can get a third-class merit. Lu Jianjun was a bit incredulous. He just went out to answer a phone call, and Ma Erma dropped everything? It should be known that Zhou Zheng was a newcomer with no interrogation experience and knew nothing about interrogation techniques. Moreover, drug traffickers know the seriousness of the crimes they commit, and when they are caught, they usually clench their teeth and resist, refusing to say anything, so even the old detectives of the criminal investigation team have a hard time prying their mouths open. If Ma Erma was really a drug dealer, then how could Zhou Zheng make him talk in just a few minutes? The most thunderous thing was that this was still Ma Erma taking the initiative to give an account, and he even gave up the information of his superiors. Lu Jianjun rubbed his chin, somewhat unable to believe Zhou Zheng's words. Xiao Zhou, by the way, I shouldn't question you, but right, this matter is too unbelievable, a little out of the ordinary. Moreover, this kid doesn't know if he's telling the truth. Zhou Zheng nodded. He also felt that things were too smooth. However, on second thought, it should be because of the lucky value. The newbie gift pack had increased the lucky value to 20 times, although he didn't know if this 20 times lucky value still had any effect, but by itself, 2 times the lucky value had already made him much luckier than normal people. The matter of having a plugin definitely couldn't be known to Lu Jianjun. Master, why don't you interrogate Ma Ermo again? Okay. Lu Jianjun sat on the chair before he could say anything. Ma Ermo suddenly dropped his cigarette. His face turned twisted and his body convulsed. Lu Jianjun had been in contact with a few addicts before, and he knew that this was a symptom of drug addiction. Could it be that everything Ma Ermo said was true? With him in this state, the interrogation could no longer go on. Putting Ma Ermo into the detention room, Lu Jianjun took down the small video camera in the corner, which had the interrogation video on it. After carefully watching it, Zhou Zheng was right. Ma Ermo did put it all down. Zhou Zheng he did not bother at all. All is this kid initiative to admit. Associated with the Ma Ermo drug addiction seizure, can be concluded that the kid said 9 times out of 10 is true. Lu Jianjun was excited. I thought that Zhou Zheng had caught a purse snatcher, but I didn't realize that this kid had so many things hidden in his body. Little Zhou, you've made a great achievement again. Go, follow me to the director. Taking the camera, he hurriedly walked towards Hao Aigua's office. Zhou Zheng followed behind. Arriving at the door of the director's office, Lu Jianjun knocked on the door. In the director's office, Hao Aigua was chatting with Wu Tian. Hearing the knock, he shouted, "Come in." Squeak. After the door opened, Lu Jianjun and Zhou Zheng walked in one after the other. Hao Aigua asked, "Hey, didn't I ask you two to make a record for the owner and interrogate the purse snatcher? How did you two come here?" Lu Jianjun said, "Director, finished the interrogation? What? Finished?" Hao Aigua looked at the wall clock. It's only been 10 minutes, so soon the trial is over? Not only is the trial over, but also, the bag snatcher Ma Ermo that kid all put down. He not only snatched the bag but also prostitutes and drugs, and even drug trafficking. I go. Hao Aigua couldn't sit still and jumped up from his chair at once. "Jianjun, did I hear you right? The hairy thief you just caught, he sells drugs?" "Yeah, director." Hao Aigua was shocked. "I thought I caught a hairy thief, but I didn't expect him to be a drug dealer." "Good, wow, Jianjun. In such a short period of time, you can make the drug dealers all put down. You can, director." Lu Jianjun had a bitter face and waved his hand. "Director, it wasn't me." "Not you?" Hao Aigua placed his gaze on Zhou Zheng. "Could it be that Xiao Zhou interrogated it out?" "Yes. During the interrogation, I went outside to take a call, and when I came back, Xiao Zhou had already finished his questioning." Lu Jianjun handed the camera to Hao Aigua. "Take a look. Here are all the interrogation image records." Hao Aigua half-heartedly took the small video camera and tapped the play button. Deputy Chief Wu Tian also came over. "Then why did you snatch the bag? You have hands and feet. Isn't it good to do something else?" "No, I ran out of goods. I want to get some money together to get some goods." A few minutes of video quickly played out. Hao Aigua and Wu Tian glanced at each other. Both saw the shock in each other's eyes. In so many years of policing, they had never seen such a cooperative criminal suspect. If criminals were this cooperative during interrogation, how much time would be saved and how many big cases would be solved? Such good luck all let Zhou Zheng catch up. Ma Ermo jumped from the identity of a purse snatcher to a drug trafficker. Zhou Zheng's credit has risen from a verbal commendation to a third-class merit. If you can dig out Ma Ermo's superiors, or even knock down this drug trafficking chain, this is a great credit. Thinking of this, Hao Aigua's face blossomed with joy. Stretching out his thumb, he heartily exclaimed, "Xiao Zhou, good job, good job. I think you can probably get a third-class merit this time." "Just got a first-class merit, and then a third-class merit. This is only a few days of work. Xiao Zhou, my old Hao is convinced. Vice Captain Wu Tian said jokingly. Xiao Zhou, why don't I follow you in the future? What you do what I do. You this luck bar. Also let me dip into the light. Ha ha ha. Zhou Zheng waved his hand and said modestly. Two directors, you also said, I'm all about luck. Hao Igwa said. Hey Xiao Zhou, luck is also a kind of strength. Others want to have such luck, but where to find it? Let's say your master Jianjun. His luck is hard to describe. He has been with you all the time, and he hasn't gotten any. Lu Jianjun was ashamed and depressed, and said in a good-natured manner, Director, why are you mentioning me for a good reason? Ha ha ha. Hao Igwa laughed. Jianjun is stimulated. Also, if I had to me I would also be stimulated. However, Jianjun, don't be discouraged. Zhou Zheng is your disciple. You've been with him all this time. Sooner or later you'll have good luck as well. Alright, talk, make a mess. Work is important. You guys go about your business first. I'll make a call to old one of the narcotics squad and ask him to lead someone here. Leave the rest of the work to the narcotics squad. Yes, Director. Lu Jianjun promised and headed out, which knew that Zhou Zheng didn't move anywhere. Hao Igwa pulled out his cell phone and seeing that Zhou Zheng didn't leave couldn't help but ask. What? Xiao Zhou, do you have anything else? Director. Ma Ermo has explained his superiors. Drug dealers are more alert. Things should not be delayed late change, such as the narcotics team to arrest people. The vegetables are cold. Director, why don't we go to the north of the bridge to catch it? What? Hao Igwa was startled by this bold idea of Zhou Zheng. Drug dealers are vicious. They can't carry a gun on their backs. It's very dangerous. Just the two small smashing cannons in the Qiaobei office. It's really not necessarily a match for the drug dealers. No, it's too dangerous. Why not? Zhou Zheng said with conviction. We are also police officers. Are we much worse than the drug squad police? Chief, the credit is in front of us, and you're just going to give it away? Wu Tian's eyes lit up. Director, I think Xiao Zhou is right. The information we have, why should we just give it away to the narcotics squad? Old Wu, the drug traffickers are vicious. I'm afraid our police can't handle it. If they get away, who will take the responsibility? Director, with Xiao Zhou as the koi, you can rest assured. Chapter 57 Capture. In fact, when Zhou Zheng proposed organizing the police of Qiaobei Institute to arrest the drug traffickers, Hao Igwa was really a bit moved for a moment. However, he had been a police officer for many years and was the director, and he was also more conservative and considered more. Let the drug dealers run away how to do? The police station police casualties how to do? If something goes wrong, it's not something that he, as a small director, can resist. Professional things should be let professional people to do. If you want to catch drug dealers, naturally, you need the drug squad to do it. However, Zhou Zheng does not think so. This is all credit. Isn't it a waste to give it away? However, Hao Igwa had doubts and was hesitant to make a decision. In the end, it was the words of Wu Tian, the deputy director of the police station, that did the trick. He said that Zhou Zheng is a koi carp body. Luck, will be able to successfully take Ma Ermao's upper house. Zhou Zheng is also on the sidelines, adding oil and vinegar. Director, Ma Ermo said that his superior, Wang Chang, always packs a room at the Lijing Hotel and sleeps until noon every day. Looking at the wall clock, Zhou Zheng continued, it's already 11:15 a.m. Now, any later, Wang Chang will get up, and will most likely notice that Ma Ermo has been arrested, and that would be bad. Moreover, Wang Chang is just one person. We only need to send out a few people to take care of him. Hao Igwa hesitated for a second or two before finally slapping the table. Good. You all have such vigor. I as the director can't lag behind. Let's do it. Hearing this, Wu Tian also stood up. Chief, I'll go greet the police officers in the office to gather. Wait. Hao Igwa waved his hand and called out to Wu Tian. Old Wu, to arrest Wang Chang this time, the people who go there are more expensive than the number. I think, just the four of us, 4 against 1, should be no problem. Do the comrades have any confidence? Yes, the crowd shouted. Good, then prepare to depart. Old Wu, notify instructor Wang Lin. Open the equipment room and everyone go get their equipment. This operation was arresting drug dealers after all. Wang Chang was a not-so-small drug dealer. The kid couldn't carry a gun on his back. Hao Igwa did not organize the police station's large team to go mainly because he was afraid of increasing casualties. Moreover, this matter is originally a matter of anti-drug team. The police belong to the overstepping. Hao Igwa does not want to make a big fuss to carry out. Too high profile. If the action fails, will inevitably be narcotics team on the line. Not good end. 4 people to go. No more no less just right. In addition to Xiao Zhou is a newcomer. The rest are all from the police more than 10 years of old police. And Zhou Zheng, as the team's koi, was definitely the most important. Instructor Wang Lin opened the equipment room, and Haoigwa handed the bulletproof vests to the people one by one. All wear it, wearing clothes on the inside, haha. After exhorting 2 sentences, he asked the instructor to open the safe, which contained 2 small 6.4 pistols as well as 2 fully loaded magazines. There were only 2 pistols, one for Haoigwa and Wu Tian. When arresting, the one with the gun is the one to go first. As the director and deputy director of the Qiaobei branch, they should definitely be at the front. This point of awareness is still there. Chief, what kind of mission are you guys going on? Instructor Wang Lin, a woman in her 30s, asked with wide eyes in disbelief. This was because one would only bring a gun when arresting an unusually dangerous criminal suspect. In this half day, I haven't heard of any arrest missions. Instructor, we're going to arrest drug dealers. Arresting drug dealers? Isn't that a matter for the narcotics squad? It's too dangerous. Can our civilian police do it? Haoigwa's eyes glared and brought out the same thing Zhou Zheng said. Why can't we do it? Civilian police are also police. What the narcotics team can do, we can also do. The civilian police is not worse than other police types. Wang Lin thought to herself. What's wrong with the director today? Why is he so hyper? In front of others, she didn't have the heart to ask. Then you all be careful. If you can't, call for backup. Got it. Don't worry, instructor. We have Koi, said Zhou Zheng as he patted his shoulder. Surely everything will go well. Koi? Wang Lin blinked her big eyes, again not understanding. What do you mean, director? How is Xiaozhou a Koi? Haoigwa pretended to be mysterious. Well, we'll talk about it when we get back. Seeing that the rest of the people had put on their bulletproof vests, Haoigwa also took off his jacket, put on his bulletproof vest, and inserted his 6.4 pistol into the calfskin holster on his waist, blocking it with the hem of his clothes. Instructor, let's go, ha! Chief, you all be careful. Got it. The 4 of them left the equipment room and got into Haoigwa's domestic car, setting the navigation to Lijing Hotel. The car drove out of the Qiaobei police station with a kick of the gas. Jianjun, put the 4 walkie-talkies that you brought out on the right frequency. Next, let's study the arrest plan. My initial plan is to first go to the front desk and find out Wang Chang's room number. Ask if the person is in the room. If the person is there, Xiao Zhou and Jianjun will stand guard at the entrance of the hotel, and Lao Wu and I will go up to make the arrest. Any of you have any different opinions or need to add? Say something. Director, we don't have any opinions. Good then. Director, I have a different opinion. Before Haoigwa could finish his words, Zhou Zheng interrupted him. Xiao Zhou, what's the difference of opinion? Speak up. Director, I request to go upstairs to arrest drug dealer Wang Chang. Haoigwa shook his head. No, you don't have experience in arresting and you're a newcomer. It's better for old Wu and I to go up. Director, I've already been transferred. Okay, moreover, I've independently accomplished the capture of a Class A wanted criminal. That's not considered to be having no arrest experience, right? Zhou Zheng's words left Haoigwa speechless. After so many years on the police force, he had yet to participate in the capture of a Class A wanted criminal. He, Zhou Zheng, had accomplished the feat of capturing a Class A wanted criminal all by himself. Was anyone here as good as Zhou Zheng? No. Therefore, Zhang Haoigwa really couldn't find a reason to refute. It was also the first time for Wu Tian to see the director being defeated on his subordinates, so he couldn't help but be a little amused. Old how about this? You are old and your hands and feet are not as good as back then. Zhou Zheng and I will go to arrest Wang Chang, and you and Jianjun will guard the entrance of the hotel? Haoigwa's eyes glared. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. I'm the director. How can I hang back there? Old and strong. Do you understand? Let's do it this way. Xiao Zhou and I will go catch Wang Chang. You and Jianjun guard the hotel entrance. Lu Jianjun said. Director, it's better for me to go. Okay, stop talking. Listen to me. Seeing Haoigwa's resolute tone, Wu Tian and Lu Jianjun also stopped talking. The carriage fell into silence. Ding bell. The atmosphere that had been silent for a short while was broken by the ringing of Zhou Zheng's cell phone. Zhou Zheng pulled out his cell phone and glanced at the caller ID. Yunyao? Chapter 58. If I were Zhou Zheng, I would have laid flat long ago. Zhou Zheng picked up Chu Yunyao's phone. Hello Yunyao. Chu Yunyao's gentle and familiar voice came out from the cell phone receiver. Zhou Zheng, what are you doing? Going to work? What about work? Work? You're out of the hospital? Yes. Master accompanied me for a checkup. Nothing happened, so I was discharged. Chu Yunyao's spitting voice came out again on the phone. Your director is really something too. Just discharged from the hospital and letting you put yourself to work. It's too insensitive. Zhou Zheng glanced at Haoigwa who was driving next to him, and wondered if the director had heard Chu Yunyao spitting. He hurriedly said, I don't blame the director. I was the one who requested to immediately put in work right away. Zhou Zheng, you too. You've just been discharged from the hospital, you should rest for 2 more days before going to work. Zhou Zheng said to himself, how can you get credit for just knowing how to rest? How to impress your parents? Of course, this cannot be said out loud. Smiled and said, you also know me. I can't be idle. Going to work is the only way to consume my exuberant energy. Yunyao, why are you sending me a call? Is something wrong? It's like this. I went to the street of precious Chinese herbs in the morning to look for 100 years of ginseng, and I really found it. Really? How is it? Have you taken it yet? Not yet? This 100 years ginseng is a boss called Louis bought last month ago. Spent 1,300,000. I found his contact information. Would have liked to talk about the acquisition price. However, Lou boss went out of town. After a few days can come back. We acquire 100 years ginseng. The price of the bottom line is how much? You give me a number. Oh, I know Yunyao. You look after the business matters. No need to discuss with me. Alright then, it's about noon. What time do you get off work? I'll drive to pick you up and go have a meal together. I'm afraid I can't. I guess I'll have to work overtime at noon. How about this? At noon you'll go and have dinner with Yang Tingting, and then we'll go home at night and cook and eat at home. Zhou Zheng did not reveal to Chu Yunyao that he was going on a mission to catch drug dealers. For one thing, he was afraid that she would be worried. Secondly, this kind of mission could not be disclosed to onlookers. That is, one's own family was no exception. Alright then, I'll hang up first. Wait. Zhou Zheng looked like he suddenly remembered something, then said over the microphone, Yunyao, if you have time in the afternoon, go to a housing agent to look at a house and find a more upscale neighborhood. Why don't we move in a few days? Although the medicinal wine business was not yet on track, Zhou Zheng believed in Chu Yunyao's ability. Therefore, Zhou Zheng wanted to accelerate the speed. After all, Chu Yunyao lived in the old neighborhood somewhat aggrieved her. Moreover, Zhou Zheng often works night shifts. The security in the neighborhood is virtually non-existent. Chu Yunyao is not safe at home alone at night. Chu Yunyao naturally understood what Zhou Zheng meant. She also wanted to move into a more upscale neighborhood and live in a better environment. However, the medicinal wine was not making money yet. Although there was still 2 million in her hands, but that was also Zhou Zheng's money. Besides, acquiring 100 years of ginseng would still cost a large sum of money. But, alright, it's settled. I'm going to be busy. Goodbye Yunyao. Zhou Zheng hung up the phone without allowing her to say anything else at all. Haoigwa spoke with a smile as he drove. Xiao Zhou. What? Girlfriend calling to check up on you? No, it's my wife. Your wife? Except for Lu Jianjun who knew the situation. Haoigwa and Wu Tian were surprised. Xiao Zhou. When did you have a wife? I remember you were still single when you first reported to the Bridge North office, right? Yes, director. I got married a few days ago. I just got a license. I didn't do the ceremony. My god. You are also too sharp, right? Immediately to arrest the drug dealer Wang Chang. Haoigwa in order to ease the heavy atmosphere in the carriage, asked with interest, what does your sister-in-law do? Currently not working? In the middle of entrepreneurship. No job? Haoigwa frowned. Xiao Zhou. You didn't just get a license with another girl in a fit of pique, did you? You are also a person in the system. How can you find a girl with a formal job? Lu Jianjun, who knew much more about Chu Yunyao than Haoigwa, interjected. Director, I've seen Zhou Zheng's wife. Not only is she pretty, but she's also kind-hearted and good-natured. And she's also the daughter of a rich family. Matched with Xiao Zhou is definitely a good match. Zhou Zheng could not help but be stunned. He had not told Lu Jianjun about Chu Yunyao's identity. How did Master know that Chu Yunyao's family was rich? No, Master, how do you know that her family is rich? That goes without saying? Lu Jianjun spoke eloquently. Chu Yunyao is driving a 1 million plus Primera. How could she buy it at such a young age? It must have been bought by her family. So, her family should be quite rich. Alright, Master, your guess is quite right. Chu Yunyao? Wu Tian muttered from the back row. Why does this name sound so familiar? It seems that the daughter of the Chu family in Jianbei is called Chu Yunyao. Xiao Zhou, your wife wouldn't be the daughter of the Chu family, right? Seeing that Wu Tian had guessed it out, Zhou Zheng did not intend to hide it and nodded his head to admit it. My god, the 3 people in the car were shocked. The Jianbei Chu family was one of the 4 biggest tycoons in Jianbei city. Zhou Zheng had actually become the Chu family's son-in-law. Originally, Haoigwa still felt that Zhou Zheng marrying a girl without a job was somewhat worthless. Now, it seemed as if it was well worth it. Lu Jianjun also came to a realization. No wonder Chu Yunyao went to his house and bought gifts in a big way, and also ordered a birthday cake of more than $8,000. It turned out that she was the daughter of a rich man. That little bit of money was just a drop in the bucket for them. Only, why didn't she take care of her own company, but came out to start her own business? Lu Jianjun couldn't figure it out for a while, but he wouldn't ask Zhou Zheng specifically. Xiao Zhou if I were the Chu family's dragon son-in-law would have already laid flat. who would still risk their lives to catch any criminals. Ah, Wu Tian said with an envious face. Old Wu, look at what you're saying. How Igwa had a displeased face. The Chu family is the Chu family, and Zhou Zheng is Zhou Zheng. Could it be that you still want Zhou Zheng? A person who has received a first-class merit, to eat soft food? He. Wu Tian smiled in embarrassment. Captain, I don't mean that. Xiao Zhou naturally won't eat soft rice. If I were to, I wouldn't necessarily. I'm talking about myself alright. How Igwa bristled. Look at this point of yours. The car sped all the way. Finally arrived at the Lijing Hotel. Finding a place to park the car, the four people each got a walkie-talkie, and then came down from the car. Everyone cheer up and turn your cell phones to vibrate. Jianjun, you go to the front desk first and inquire about which room Wang Chang is staying in. Did he go out today? If necessary you can flash your identity to the front desk, but make sure they keep it a secret. Yes, director. Four people walked into the hall. Lu Jianjun went straight to the front desk. Chapter 59 Capturing drug dealer Wang Chang. Luli was 30 years old this year and was the front desk of the Lijing Hotel. Today it was her shift, wearing an OL set dress, standing at the front desk with a smile on her face, touching the hand wearing more than $10,000 worth of gold bracelets, cannot help but be happy. Her monthly salary of a few $1,000s, naturally cannot afford to spend more than $10,000 to buy gold bracelets. This is always in the Lijing Hotel private room of Mr. Wang sent. Mr. Wang came back late every day, often sleep until noon. Luli does not know what kind of business Mr. Wang is doing, but she knows that Mr. Wang is very rich. Mr. Wang came back in the middle of the night to meet her on duty, will cheerfully chat with him for a while, and sometimes will send her gifts. The most expensive is a fruit brand cell phone. There is no free lunch in this world. Luli naturally know what Mr. Wang means, and soon the two rolled together. This day she was on the day shift. Luli came in the middle of the night, to the 1202 room with the king's date, was fed by the king's total, but also got a gold bracelet. If it is not that the work, she in order to show sincerity, but also to let the king put a few guns. When Luli was in the middle of her beauty, a man came over. Mr. Room, Luli she had a professional smile on her face. No room, to ask you about someone. Does Wang Chang live in Lijing Hotel? Wang Chang? Luli's heart fluttered. Her gold master Mr. Wang's first name was Wang Chang, hesitating for a moment. I don't know Mr. Ha, then please help me check. I'm sorry sir, this is the guest's privacy. We can't do that. Lu Jianjun looked left and right, a little anxious. The director said that he could show his identity. He took out his police officer's license and waved it in front of Luli's eyes. Police, please cooperate. Ah, Luli was shocked and said in a hurry. Okay, officer, wait a moment, I'll look at the record. Luli's heart was pounding as she pretended to flip through the records in front of the computer. The police looking for Mr. Wang. It must not be a good thing. Should I tell a lie to trick the police into leaving? However, in case something is wrong, the police won't let themselves go. However, if she really told the police about Mr. Wang's whereabouts, she felt a bit sorry for Mr. Wang. After all, every time Mr. Wang sent her a gift, he would instruct her not to expose his whereabouts if anyone inquired about him. Beauty, have you found it yet? Lu Jianjun urged with some impatience. Oh, haven't found out yet. In an instant, Luli made a choice that offended neither side. Found it, officer. Wang Chang is indeed in our Lijing Hotel. He perennially packaged that room 1202. Is this Wang Chang in the room now? I don't know, but he didn't let anyone clean the room today. Got it. Lu Jianjun nodded. Through Luli's words, he judged that Wang Chang was 80% still in the room. Beauty, pay attention to confidentiality. Don't reveal this to anyone. Got it? Got it. Officer, don't worry. Although Luli was unperturbed on the surface, she was nervous as hell in her heart. After Lu Jianjun left, Luli hesitated and sent a message to Wang Chang. Mr. Wang, someone at the front desk was looking for you just now. She purposely didn't say it clearly. As to whether Wang Chang had seen this message and could realize anything, it was up to him. Lu Jianjun came to Hao Aiguat and the others and whispered, Director, Wang Chang is in 1202. The front desk doesn't know if he went out. However, I guess he should still be in the room. Hao Aiguat nodded. Good, whether he's there or not, we're going up. Everyone take your positions. All be careful. Xiao Zhou, let's go. We go upstairs. Yes, Director. Taking the elevator required a room card, so the two decided to climb the stairs up. The 12th floor wasn't too high. Walking into the safe passage, Zhou Zheng took the lead and started climbing the stairs. Zhang Aigua followed closely behind. At first, Zhang Aigua was still relaxed and was able to keep up with Zhou Zheng's pace. How did he know that Zhou Zheng had deliberately slowed down his pace in order to take care of her? After climbing to the 9th floor in a single breath, Zhang Aigua felt his feet heavy, and a weak sweat broke out on his forehead, which was a little too much to bear. Before his eyes, Zhou Zheng was falling farther and farther away from him, and hurriedly shouted out of breath, "Xiao Zhou, slow down a bit, fu-hu-oh-hu, wait, fu-hu-oh-hu, wait for me." Zhou Zheng heard the voice, which stopped his footsteps, and looked back, falling a layer behind Haoigwa. "Director, I'll wait for you, don't be in a hurry," Haoigwa said. "Can I not be in a hurry?" The physical ability was too much inferior to Zhou Zheng, and he was a little embarrassed. Gritting his teeth, he struggled to climb the stairs, and finally arrived in front of Zhou Zheng. See, Zhou Zheng's face does not change color, even breathing is smooth, whereas he was like him, with his mouth wide open, huffing and puffing. "No, Xiao Zhou, aren't you tired?" "It's not bad, I don't feel tired." "Director, why don't I carry you up?" Haoigwa had a black line on his face. No, Xiao Zhou, this kid is a monster. His physical ability is really strong." There were still 2 more floors to the 12th floor. Zhou Zheng was not in a hurry and accompanied Haoigwa as he slowly walked up to the door of the 1202 room. Haoigwa put one hand on the pistol in his waist holster and whispered to Zhou Zheng, "Xiao Zhou, call the door. Say that we are hotel attendants and trick the door open first. See what happens after you open the door and be careful with everything." "Okay." Snap, pa pa pa. Zhou Zheng reached out and rhythmically slapped the door of the room. A few moments later, there was no response from inside. Could it be that Wang Chang was not in the room? In the dark, Zhou Zheng had a premonition that Wang Chang seemed to have sensed danger. A glance was exchanged with Haoigwa. "Director, if it doesn't work, let's bang on the door." "Good." Haoigwa couldn't think too much, and got the door open to find out what was going on. "Xiao Zhou, make way, let me bang the door open." Haoigwa took a few steps back and made a dash, slamming his shoulder hard against the door. Bang! The quality of the hotel's door was very good. The door of the room didn't move at all, but Haoigwa was hit by the reaction force and his shoulder was raw. "Grip grass, it doesn't move?" Haoigwa rubbed his shoulder and bared his teeth. "Director, let me do it." Zhou Zheng pulled Haoigwa aside and kicked him with all his strength. Thud! With a loud bang, the door of the room opened in response. "I'm going." Haoigwa was shocked. "Xiao Zhou, he's so strong." However, the situation was so urgent that it was too late to lament. He pulled out his pistol and was the first to rush in with both hands. He saw that it was a small standard room, and the situation inside the room was clear at a glance. A few pieces of clothes were scattered on the ground, and the quilt was not folded. It was a mess. However, there was not even a human figure. Haoigwa, armed with a gun, went to the toilet to take a look. Also no one. Can't help but be a little depressed. Marred, did this kid Wang Chang run away? Or is he not in the room at all? Zhou Zheng reached out and touched the scattered quilt, which was still warm to the touch. "Director, this kid was still sleeping just now. The quilt is warm. He must have just run away not long ago." Haoigwa hurriedly turned on the walkie-talkie and called Wu Tian and Lu Jianjun, telling them to pay attention. Wang Chang ran away. At this time, Zhou Zheng saw that the window was left open. A gust of wind blew. The half-drawn curtains swung with the wind. He went forward and poked his head out of the window. He saw a middle-aged man with a face full of flesh, wearing pants and undershirt, barefoot, holding the air conditioner's external unit, and was shivering. "Wang Chang!" Zhou Zheng shouted. Chapter 60. He, too fierce. Wang Chang last night with the receptionist Luli tossed half a night, sent Luli a gold bracelet. Luli hate to call him father. Lu Z color general, but Wang Chang invested a lot in him, no less than 100,000 yuan. $100,000 can find more than Luli young and beautiful girl. Wang Chang is not stupid. He has his own intention. He is doing the business of killing the head. Naturally cautious, Luli is not so much his second wife, but also his eyes. After Wang Chang felt some of Luli's ancient ways, he slept until 11 o'clock at noon. Lying on his bed playing with his cell phone, he suddenly received an unexplained message from Luli. "Someone is looking for the front desk." He was instantly alerted. This was Luli warning himself that someone might be unfavorable to him. He didn't have time to ask Luli in detail. It didn't matter even if he misunderstood. It was better than really being blocked in his room by his enemies or the police, right? Wang Chang scrambled to get up. Clothes could not be worn in time, and stuffed an imitation 5.4 pistol under the pillow into his big pants, and was ready to bolt. The moment he opened the door, he suddenly realized that the entrance of the hotel must be guarded, and the hallway and elevator might not be safe either. Absolutely cannot take the normal passage to escape. Helplessly, opened the window and looked downstairs. Grass. Wang Chang was a little dizzy. The 12th floor was still very high. At this time, a knock came from outside the door. "Coming?" Wang Chang broke out into a cold sweat. He concluded that the people outside were the police and not his enemies. Only the police would trick the hotel staff into opening the door first. All these, he knew well. What to do? Wang Chang was in a hurry. He has a 5.4 pistol. Should he kill a bloody road? Wang Chang eyes round, intends to open the door with the police hard. However, after thinking for half a second, he was abashed. In his mind, outside the door must be full of anti-narcotics police with microcharges wearing bulletproof vests. His small body, not enough for a bullet? Compared with the submachine gun, the firepower of the pistol is too weak. If he really fights hard, he will definitely be beaten into a hornet's nest. However, he did not want to be captured. Gritting his teeth, he climbed out of the window and carefully went up to the small platform next to the window where the air conditioning unit was placed. The platform was occupied by the air conditioning unit, leaving only a gap of less than 10 centimeters. Wang Chang hugged the air conditioning unit, the palms of his forefeet supported on the outer edge of the platform, hoping that the police thought he had escaped, thus dodging this robbery. However, the plan was not as good as the change, and he was still spotted by a young policeman. This policeman shouted out his name when he saw him. Wang Chang couldn't help but agree. What followed was endless despair in his heart. Haoigwa heard Zhou Zheng's voice and rushed over. Director, Wang Chang is outside, on the platform of the air conditioner's external unit. I'll go. Is it this kid? It must be this kid. I called his name and he even said yes. Xiao Zhou, make way. Let me Kong Kong. Zhou Zheng took 2 steps back, Haoigwa's gun hand facing upwards, poking half of his body out of the window, just in time to see Wang Chang's twisted face. Wang Chang? Wang Chang didn't say anything. Haoigwa didn't care if he said yes or no. He basically decided that this kid was the drug dealer to be arrested. Otherwise, who in their right mind would wear pants and undershirts to find excitement on a 12th floor platform where the air conditioning unit was placed? Wang Chang, we're from the Qiaobei police station, and you know why we're looking for you. You can't run away. Surrender. I'll drag you back to the house. Wang Chang still didn't say anything. Hearing that the other party was a civilian police officer from the police station, Wang Chang regretted in his heart. Had he known that the other party was a civilian police, he would have opened the door and toughed it out. As long as it wasn't the narcotics squad and the armed police coming, he wouldn't have been desperate enough to run to the outside air conditioner to hide from the front. However, it was too late to say anything now. Wang Chang, what? You still want to resist? Don't get your heart in the right place. You don't even look at what situation is now. Haoigwa saw that Wang Chang had been silent, and his wording couldn't help but be harsh. Crawl back obediently. I'll guarantee your safety. Wang Chang said in his heart that you are fooling the ghost. As soon as I crawled back, I was pressed and arrested. He trafficked in drugs countless times, enough to be shot several times. After being caught there is only one way to die, so it is impossible to climb back into the house. Looking around, he realized that there was a thick rainwater pipe next to the air conditioner's external unit, leading to the bottom of the building. After thinking about it, the plan came to me. Even if I were to be dropped dead today, I must not fall into the hands of the police. Officer, I have a lot of information about drug trafficking as well as drug addicts. Whether or not you can catch me depends on your skills. After Wang Chang finished speaking, he began to move his body towards the rainwater pipe. He planned to take a shot, hugging the sewer pipe and sliding to the bottom of the building. However, in his heart, he was also afraid that the police would shoot him, so he intentionally said what he just said. The meaning is that I hold a lot of information. I am important. You police capture me alive to maximize the benefits. You cannot shoot me to death. Wang Chang, don't move. Move again and I'll shoot. Seeing Wang Chang moving high in the air, Haoigwa was really afraid that he would fall. Saying that he would shoot was just to stop him from moving. To be honest, Haoigwa really didn't move to shoot. For one thing, if he really killed Wang Chang, he would not be able to explain later. Secondly, Wang Chang did not do a threat to the police life-threatening action. Opened fire. Write a shooting report is enough to drink a pot. Wang Chang seems to have seized Haoigwa's soft underbelly, and did not take care of him, focused on doing their own, not to mention, really let him successfully hold the rainwater pipe. At this time, his hands and feet were stuck on the pipe, and his body was stuck on it, like a big gecko. Officer, goodbye. Wang Chang gritted his teeth and began to slide downward. Hold the grass. Haoigwa aimed his pistol at Wang Chang. A few moments later, it was still disheveled and lowered. Bringing his body back, he called Wu Tian and Lu Jianjun over the intercom. Old Wu, Jianjun. The suspect Wang Chang slipped down the sewer pipe. You guys hurry to the back door of the Lijing Hotel to block him. After saying that, he greeted Zhou Zheng. Xiao Zhou, quick, we also go downstairs to chase Wang Chang. Hey Xiao Zhou, where did you go? Haoigwa looked at the house again. Where was Zhou Zheng's shadow? Xiao Zhou, where did you run off to? Director, I'm outside. A voice came from outside the exit window. Haoigwa once again poked his body out, and saw that Zhou Zheng didn't know when he had climbed onto the rainwater pipe and was poised to strike. I'm going. Xiao Zhou, don't you want to die? Haoigwa was startled. Zhou Zheng was the treasurer of the Qiaobei police station and could not afford to lose. Besides, arresting a suspect had to be done under the premise of ensuring one's own safety. This trampling was also too dangerous. Xiao Zhou, come back here. Director, the arrow is in the air. I'll go down first. Zhou Zheng finished speaking, and his body began to slide downward. Hey Xiao Zhou, don't. Zhou Zheng did not listen to advice. Haoiguo was frantic for a while, but there was nothing he could do. In his heart, he complained about Zhou Zheng's impulsiveness, but at the same time, he was shocked at his bravery. With such a dangerous maneuver, who would risk their life if they weren't pushed to the brink of extinction? Wang Chang was justified in doing so, but Zhou Zheng was different. He was too fierce. Haoiguo stomped his foot as he sighed and turned his head to run downstairs. Wang Chang risked falling to his death and escaped by hugging the downspout. Sparks with lightning all the way. He was lucky that he didn't actually fall halfway down and slid downstairs safely. Although he escaped for the time being, his hands were cut by the pout that secured the downspout, and his skin was cut open and miserable. However, compared to being caught, these were minor matters. After landing, Wang Chang wiped the blood on his hands on his body, and jumped headlong into the alley behind the hotel. Chapter 61. A few $1,000s a month to play what life ah? Zhou Zheng obtained the skills of the king of melee. No matter it is the combat skills or the quality of the body, it is not a little bit more powerful than before. Wang Chang was able to land safely with the rainwater pipe in his arms, so naturally Zhou Zheng was able to do the same. Moreover, Zhou Zheng had the bonus of lucky value, and his hand was fortunate enough not to be scratched, only that it was stained with a lot of Wang Chang's blood, which was more or less disgusting. Dang! He jumped down after sliding down to the second floor position, and after landing steadily on the ground, watching Wang Chang dive headfirst into the alley, Zhou Zheng shouted out, Wang Chang, stop right there, you can't run away. Hearing the voice, Wang Chang looked back and saw the first young policeman who discovered him standing not far away. By the looks of it, he had also slid down the rainwater pipe. Compared to his mess, the other party appeared to be calm and unhurried. Wang Chang was shocked. There are still experts? At this moment, he had no desire to fight and turned around to run. After all, the police's brigade could kill out at any time. Zhou Zheng saw Wang Chang running away and also chased after him closely. The two of them chased one after the other in the deserted alley. Wang Chang used all his strength to run wildly like a lost dog. In a short while, he felt that his heart was about to jump out and his lungs were about to explode. He thought that he could get rid of Zhou Zheng. However, the young policeman behind him was like a maggot. How could he not get rid of it? Moreover, listening to the footsteps, the other party was getting closer and closer to him. Wang Chang panicked and turned the corner to run into an alley. In front of him, a high fence blocked his way. The fence was about 4 meters high, and the edge of the wall was covered with shiny glass ballast, so it was impossible for him to escape over the wall. Marred, dead end? Wang Chang secretly screamed that he was unlucky, and then he wanted to turn around and run back. It was already too late. Zhou Zheng blocked the entrance of the alley. Wang Chang, you can't run away. Surrender. No way. Wang Chang stared at his eyes and wiped the sweat on his face with his hand. The blood on his hand rubbed on his face, and with his twisted and deformed face, it looked hideous and horrible. Dead cop, what are you playing with your life for a few $1,000s a month? I'll fight you. Ah! He screamed strangely and rushed towards Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng's fighting skills were not comparable to those of ordinary people. Seeing Wang Chang rushing close, he sidestepped to the side, hooked his right foot around Wang Chang's left foot and exerted a little force. Punt! Wang Chang fell hard to the ground, coming to a dog. Zhou Zheng had the intention to try his king of melee skill, so he didn't come up to kill him. Wang Chang fell a 7 meet and 8, easy to stand up, waving the 8 fists. To Zhou Zheng a burst of chaotic swing. Zhou Zheng used a move of Baji Fist's double goat top. His arms bent upwards, blocking Wang Chang's fist, while his left foot advanced forward, and his forehead violently slammed into Wang Chang's face. Ow! Wang Chang let out a miserable scream, squatted on the ground with his buttocks. His nose was broken. None of his 4 incisors were spared, and for a while, blood was coming out of his mouth and nose. I'll go. Zhou Zheng was also startled. I didn't expect a random move to be so powerful. Seeing that Wang Chang was unable to move by a single move, Zhou Zheng was still a bit unfulfilled. Opening his walkie-talkie, he began to call Haoiguo and the others. Director, this is Zhou Zheng. Wang Chang has been captured by me. Soon, Haoiguo's response came from the walkie-talkie. Xiao Zhou, where, are you alright? I'm fine. At the fork in the alley behind the Lijing Hotel, there is a dead end. Director, you guys come quickly. Okay, Xiao Zhou, be careful. We'll be right there. After Zhou Zheng called Haoiguo, Wang Chang also sobered up quite a bit. Just now he was knocked dumbfounded by Zhou Zheng. Seeing that he could not defeat this young policeman, Wang Chang's eyes turned around and said, Officer, let's talk about it. I have money, lots and lots of money. As long as you let me off the hook, I'll give you $1 million. Zhou Zheng glared at him. What do you take me for? Don't even think about it. 2 million. How about I give you $2 million? Wang Chang was still begging bitterly. He knew that when the police reinforcements came, he wouldn't have any chance at all. There's only you and me here. No one knows we made a deal. Well, $2 million is enough for you to dash around for a long time. At least you can buy a nice house in downtown Jiangbei. Shut up. I'm going to clean you up if you keep talking. Seeing Zhou Zheng's oil and salt, a hint of cruelty appeared on Wang Chang's face. Zhou Zheng fished out his handcuffs, stepped forward and crouched on the ground, about to handcuff him. Unexpectedly, the cold muzzle of the gun was pressed against his head. Zhou Zheng was shocked in his heart. Mad. Careless. I didn't expect this kid to have a gun. Wang Chang struggled to stand up, leaving Zhou Zheng at a distance of 2 meters, the gun still pointing at him. This kid is too powerful. What if he will grab the gun with his empty hand? So, have to stay away from him. Anyway, within 7 steps, the gun, accurate and fast. Of course, there must be someone who wondered why Wang Chang didn't pull out his gun against Zhou Zheng in the first place. He also had his considerations. Shooting at Zhou Zheng in the beginning, he was afraid of attracting the police brigade. If he held a gun and didn't dare to discharge it, it would be better than a burning stick. Besides, at that time, he felt that he could deal with Zhou Zheng with his bare hands. Now, it has come to the moment of the beast of burden. The big deal is to fight a fish to death. Wang Chang has no more worries in his heart. At this time, a clutter of footsteps came from the entrance of the alley. Haoigua arrived with Wu Tian and Lu Jianjun. Seeing Wang Chang pointing a gun at Zhou Zheng's head, the three of them were immediately shocked. Haoigua and Wu Tian pulled out their 6.4 pistols at the same time and aimed their guns at Wang Chang. All of them were a little apprehensive in their hearts. Wang Chang, put down the gun. Put down the gun quickly, damn it. Officer, are you stupid? Just let me put down my gun and I will? Then what do you want? Let me go, and I won't shoot any of you. No way. Haoigua shook his head decisively and said, Fine then, let this young cop die with me. A cruel smile appeared on Wang Chang's face. If you have the guts to count to 1, 2, 3, we'll shoot together, and I won't lose if I pull it back. You step on the horse. Haoigua was stopped by Wang Chang. He definitely wouldn't stand by and watch Zhou Zheng being killed. Even more so, he did not want to let Wang Chang go just like that. For a while, he did not know how to decide. Lu Jianjun took 2 steps forward and said, Wang Chang, I am his master. If you have the ability to charge me. Wang Chang immediately threatened. Stand still. Don't move, ha. Move again and I'll shoot. At this time, Zhou Zheng's heart was also in a great hurry. Blame it on his own carelessness. Thought Wang Chang is very easy to clean up. Did not expect Wang Chang has a gun. If, on the first come up, he made a deadly move and beat Wang Chang half to death, there would not be such a passive situation. In the future, one should never make such a mistake. Well, release me or not? Release me or not? Wang Chang spoke more and more sharply. His face, and the sharp pain in his hands made him cranky. Bang! Raising his hand, he shot Lu Jianjun in front of his body. The splattered dirt crashing on Lu Jianjun's legs was raw and painful. Lu Jianjun was tense in his heart and clenched his teeth, but he didn't say a word, much less back off. Haoigua and Wu Tian did not dare to shoot. They were afraid that if they missed, Zhou Zheng would be the one to die. Marred. Wang Chang, this kid is going crazy. Zhou Zheng felt that he couldn't wait like this anymore. Seeing an opportunity, he suddenly scurried towards Wang Chang. Rather than take a bullet, he had to take this kid down. He was wearing a bulletproof vest, so as long as he didn't get hit in the head, his life would be safe. Moreover, with the luck value protecting him, he shouldn't be that unlucky. Xiao Zhou, don't wow. Haoigua and the others were alarmed. Wang Chang did not hesitate to pull the trigger on Zhou Zheng's head. Chapter 62 Koi Physique, turning a bad day into a good one. Haoigua and the others could not help but all be shocked when they saw Zhou Zheng disregarding his own safety and resolutely lunging towards Wang Chang. With a ferocious light in his eyes, Wang Chang shot Zhou Zheng in the head without hesitation. At such a close distance, even if he shot with his eyes closed, there was no reason to miss. Although Zhou Zheng is the king of close combat, strong physical quality, but is not invulnerable to knives and guns, if hit by a bullet in the head, will still die. Haoigua's hand trembled. He instinctively wanted to shoot at Wang Chang, but Zhou Zheng and Wang Chang were too close to each other, and if he was not careful, he would accidentally injure Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng was finished. At this moment, his heart was filled with grief, and more than that, he regretted coming to the Lijing Hotel to arrest Wang Chang. Zhou Zheng, what a good seedling, a promising future, but today will fall in this unknown dead end. Lu Jianjun ran a few steps, He wanted to help Zhou Zheng block the bullet, disciple in danger, when the master naturally want to protect him. However, he was too far away from Zhou Zheng. It was simply too late. Little Zhou, Lu Jianjun had mixed feelings in his heart and could not help but close his eyes in despair. Ka! A slight ringing sound came out from Wang Chang's pistol. The ebony imitation 5.4 pistol did not shoot out bullets after a gunshot as expected. Instead, the bullet jammed. Wang Chang desperately pulled the trigger, but the gun seemed to have been bribed by Zhou Zheng, and only made a click sound in vain. At this time, Zhou Zheng had already rushed to the front of Wang Chang, and he was a bit confused that Wang Chang kept pulling the trigger but couldn't shoot bullets. Without much time to think, Zhou Zheng made a move of Iron Mountain leaning and hit Wang Chang's chest with his shoulder. Ka-ching! Instantly, 6 of Wang Chang's ribs were broken by the impact. Ah! He screamed miserably and flew out 7 or 8 meters away like a kite with broken strings. Punt! He fell hard on the ground, unable to move for a while. The imitation 5.4 gun in his hand was also lost somewhere. Zhou Zheng had already learned the lesson from last time, and would never slack off until the danger was lifted. Running up, he knelt on both knees and pressed down on Wang Chang, wrenching both of his arms viciously behind his back. Ka-ching! A pair of rose gold bracelets cuffed his wrists. A series of actions happened in a flash. From Wang Chang shooting to being subdued, Zhou Zheng only used 2 seconds. By the time Haoigua and the others reacted, Zhou Zheng had already finished his fight and called it a day. Xiao Zhou! Xiao Zhou! The 3 of them woke up as if from a dream and rushed forward. Xiao Zhou, are you alright? Are there any injuries? It's fine. Zhou Zheng smiled and shook his head. Wang Chang's gun didn't go off, so naturally I'm unharmed. Seeing that nothing happened to Zhou Zheng, the crowd then put their hearts down. Haoigua said with a palpitating heart. Xiao Zhou in the future cannot be so impulsive. In case Wang Chang's gun went off, you will not suffer the old crime? You want to have a long and short? How do we explain to the younger siblings? Aha! Director, I will definitely pay attention in the future. Zhou Zheng was actually a bit scared now. He had originally also spared a shot to take Wang Chang down, and as long as he didn't get hit in the vitals, it would be considered earned. But what if he was going to be hit in the vitals? Wang Chang had shot at his head. Fortunately, he was so lucky that the gun in Wang Chang's hand did not go off. Wu Tian found Wang Chang's imitation 5.4 pistol from a corner of the alley. Take the hand to observe. Dark porcelain body with dark blue luster. Looks since enough to have 80% new, and carefully observed the rifling. Found that the wear and tear is not serious. Keyed out that did not hit the bullet. Also cannot see what is wrong. Wu Tian took the imitation 5.4 pistol. Came to Haoigua's side. Director, this gun is very new. It's an imitation 5.4 pistol from the monkey countryside. The quality is not bad. Moreover, this gun shoots no more than 200 rounds of bullets. It can be said that it's a gun with quite a good color. I also checked the bullets. The one that didn't fire is also fine. Haoigua tilted his head and asked, Old Wu, what exactly are you trying to say? Director, this gun has an extremely low malfunction rate. Just now Wang Chang fired a shot into the ground and it went smoothly. But when it came to Xiao Zhou it went straight to mute. All I can say is that Xiao Zhou's luck is incurable. It's definitely a koi carp physique. Haoigua thought about it. Zhou Zheng was supposed to die a certain death, but because Wang Chang's gun fell off the chain, it was resolved without any danger. What could this mean? It could only mean that Zhou Zheng had a burst of luck and turned the situation into a blessing. From the time he captured the Class A wanted criminal until now, none of it was due to luck. To say that once or twice was due to good luck is understandable. If he's lucky again, he can't use good luck to understand. He can only say that he's blessed by God. This is also strength. The crowd scared and marveled, but at the same time, there was some slight envy. Haoigua waved his hand. Alright, comrades, Wang Chang has been captured. Let's close up the team. This operation, Xiao Zhou takes the first credit. I'll give you the credit when we get back. Zhou Zheng waved his hand and said modestly, Director, you can't say that. The arrest operation is the cooperation of the 4 of us. The credit is everyone's. There is no such thing as first credit or not. Although, Zhou Zheng is now in great need of credit and promotion. However, one should not be too greedy. Jianghu is not about fighting and killing, it is about human feelings, and the system is naturally no exception. Haoigua said in his heart that Xiao Zhou is quite conscientious and does not compete for credit. However, this action, the 3 of them belong to the role of soy sauce. From discovering Wang Chang to catching him, it was not all Zhou Zheng's credit. Moreover, the information about the drug dealer Wang Chang was also obtained by Zhou Zheng from interrogating Ma Ermao. It could be said that the whole chain was related to Zhou Zheng. Even if he wanted to take credit for it, there was no way to do it. This credit Zhou Zheng want not to cannot. Haoigua said, let's talk about the credit later. Let's first escort Wang Chang back to Qiaobei Institute. Okay chief. Lu Jianjun and Wu Tian went over and were about to drag Wang Chang, who was lying on the ground. Zhou Zheng, however, lifted Wang Chang off the ground with one hand. Wang Chang's head was drooping and he didn't know if he was dead or alive. Blood was slowly flowing out of his mouth and nose, looking like he was giggling with blood. Haoigua asked, Xiao Zhou, how is he? It won't die, right? Zhou Zheng reached out and tried Wang Chang's breathing. Director, can't die. This kid fainted. Or else, it's better to send him to the hospital first. This kid knows quite a bit of information about drug dealers. It would be a shame if he died. Wu Tian said, Director, why don't Jianjun and I take him to the hospital? Haoigua nodded. That's fine. You two go. Keep an eye on him. Don't let this kid get away. You can rest assured. Director. Wu Tian nodded and greeted Lu Jianjun. Let's go Jianjun. Let's go to the hospital. Alright. Lu Jianjun and Wu Tian took the half-dead Wang Chang from Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng took the initiative to ask for help and said, Director, I'll also go with Master and the others. Haoigua waved his hand. Xiao Zhou, I think you shouldn't go. Come back to the police station with me and take a break. The car that drove here was driven away by Wu Tian and Lu Jianjun. Zhou Zheng and Haoigua took a taxi and returned to the Bridge North Institute. Getting out of the cab, Haoigua asked, Xiao Zhou, just now in the car you were silent. What were you thinking? Zhou Zheng said, I'm thinking, when Wang Chang wakes up, we can still dig out some information from his mouth, such as who are his up and down family. At that time, we can follow the map and kill all these drug traffickers. My God, Haoigua was shocked, thinking that Zhou Zheng's heart was really big. This time, when he arrested Wang Chang, he almost made a mistake, even though there was a scare. But, once he had enough, Xiao Zhou, our civilian police are in a hurry to catch drug dealers. I think, the rest of the things will be handed over to the anti-drug team. Chapter 63. Like a hanged man, Haoigua was conservative by nature. The arrest of Wang Chang, but also because of Zhou Zheng and Wu Tian's urge, so that he was moved. Otherwise, he will certainly be the first time to notify the narcotics team. Behind the huge benefits often hide a huge risk. Want to take the porcelain work, that also have to have a diamond is not it? If you catch thieves, hooligans and other criminals, the police are still in the line. Catch drug dealers, without the cooperation of other police, the police really struggling. This time if not Zhou Zheng brave plus koi physique, the consequences are unimaginable. Therefore, Haoigua is not so big-hearted to interrogate Wang Chang, who was the upper and lower families. More than that, he did not want to let the police and the institute to risk their lives to arrest professional things to professional people to do it. Moreover, the Bridge North has caught 2 drug traffickers. The credit is not small, although they are Zhou Zheng caught, but also the Bridge North police station's credit is not? Haoigua was satisfied. Xiao Zhou, don't think so much. When I get back to the office, I'll call the drug squad and ask them to take Ma Ermo and Wang Chang away. Don't intervene. Director, reconsider. You see what a good opportunity this is. Okay Xiao Zhou, Haoigua waved his hand. Time is not early. Go to the cafeteria to eat and rest for a while, and continue to patrol the precinct with Jianjun in the afternoon. Seeing that Haoigua had already decided, Zhou Zheng had no way to persuade him further. He could only nod his head in disappointment. Haoigua returned to the office, picked up the cup of tea. Regardless of the tea has been cold. Gulp gulp gulp, cattle drink a gas. Just now, Wang Chang shot at Zhou Zheng to scare him enough, and now still have palpitations. Zhou is really a fierce general, and the luck of the draw. It was a great blessing to have such an excellent comrade in the Bridge North office. Moreover, he arrested 2 drug dealers, so he might even get a second-class merit. Second-class merit, although it was not as powerful as a first-class merit. For the police, it was a merit that was hard to obtain. Haoigua drank the water and sat on the office chair, first picking up the landline on the desk to make a call to Director Ma Xiaojun. Hey Ma Bureau, I'm Old Hao at the Bridge North Police Station. It's like this. Comrade Zhou Zheng from our office, while patrolling today, caught a purse-snatching thief, and the interrogation learned that the purse snatcher turned out to be a drug dealer. And later, Haoigua briefly recounted what happened. Ma Xiaojun on the other end of the phone couldn't help but be surprised as well when he heard this. What? Zhou Zheng arrested 2 drug dealers? The shock was accompanied by some slight anger. Old Hao, you guys knew the whereabouts of drug dealer Wang Chang. Why didn't you notify the narcotics team first? Was anyone injured in the arrest of Wang Chang? Facing Ma Xiaojun's question, Haoigua had long thought of an answer. Ma Bureau, the situation was urgent at the time, and by the time the narcotics team got there, the yellow flowers and vegetables would have gotten cold. We also had no choice but to do it. Luckily, the drug dealer Wang Chang fell into the net. The process had a scare and no one was hurt. Of course, it's thanks to Zhou Zheng. Otherwise, Wang Chang could have really run away. It was all done by Zhou Zheng? Ma Xiaojun's eyes lit up. This young policeman had just captured a Class A wanted criminal to receive a first-class merit, and now he had captured 2 drug dealers? It was really powerful. Moreover, he was also kind to Elder Yang, so he was an object worthy of key cultivation in both public and private interests. Good. I really wasn't wrong about Comrade Xiao Zhou. This is a good seedling. Old Hao, you have to lead me well. Ma Bureau, you can rest assured. Xiao Zhou, I will definitely let people bring it well. Also, I'll inform the narcotics team to come to Qiaobei Institute to lead the drug traffickers to come. Old Hao. Ma Xiaojun hesitated for a moment and said, your institute has made a merit again. I don't think the collective third-class merit can run away. Ma Bureau. In fact, the credit is basically all Zhou Zheng's. People are also his arrest. We a few at most is to knock on the side of the table. This credit you have the discretion to arrange on Zhou Zheng it. Old Hao. When did you get so high-minded? How Igwa said. I don't want to be so honorable. I also want the credit. The problem is that we don't have the face to ask for it. Ma Bureau. Don't laugh at me. You still don't understand what I am like? Seek truth from facts is my motto. Okay, what specific credit we leadership team also need to study? First Jiangbei City First Hospital. Wu Tian and Lu Jianjun drove Wang Chang to the emergency room. The doctors saw that the injured man who was brought in was covered in blood and unconscious, and rushed into the emergency treatment. Lu Jianjun was uneasy and watched from the sidelines. A doctor said, hey comrade policeman, you go wait outside. Also, open this person's handcuffs, or the rescue is inconvenient. Lu Jianjun waved his hand. This kid is a vicious drug dealer. Moreover, I have to keep an eye on him personally. Otherwise, what if he runs away? The doctor pointed at Wang Chang who was lying on the medical bed, half dead. Officer, he's already in a deep coma. Can he still run away if you look at him like this? Moreover, your presence here is somewhat affecting our work. Lu Jianjun thought about it and nodded. Alright then, I'll wait outside then. Let's open the handcuffs on one hand. He opened the handcuffs on Wang Chang's left wrist and cuffed it to the medical bed again before coming out. After a while, Wang Chang was wearing an oxygen mask and was pushed out by the doctor. Doctor, how is he? Officer, this man has at least 6 broken ribs. His internal organs are also damaged. He is spitting blood from above, urinating blood from below. His hands have dozens of wounds that are deep enough to be seen on the bone. We have to hurry up and operate on him. Otherwise, his life is not guaranteed. Oh, okay. Lu Jianjun and Wu Tian looked at each other when they heard the doctor's words. Good fellow. Zhou Zheng's strike was as terrifying as it was it had directly disabled Wang Chang. However, to say that this drug dealer deserved to die, if not for the fact that he was still able to dig out important information from his mouth, it would have been better to die. After Wang Chang was sent into the operating room, several uniformed police officers appeared in the corridor outside the operating room. The one in the lead, who had a 5 short stature and a dark face, saw Wu Tian and Lu Jianjun from a distance and shouted in a jarred voice, Old Wu, Old Lu, here, let me look for you. Wu Tian raised his eyes and looked. Grass, this is not the captain of the narcotics team Wan Lishan? His heart thumped. How did Old Wan find this place? Did he know that we didn't notify their drug squad and arrested the drug dealers without authorization? Could it be that he is here to ask for punishment? Of course, there was some panic in his heart, but he couldn't show it on his face. Yoho, why is Team Wan here? Wan Lishan walked to the front and said, this is not the director of your institute. Lao Hao informed me to lead people to come. The police station's civilian police can also catch drug dealers. My old Wan is convinced. Wu Tian sighed in relief. Looking at Lao Wan's tone, there was no intention to raise the offense. It is estimated that Hao Igwa has perfunctorily passed. Alright, since the brothers from the narcotics squad are here, we'll withdraw. Wait, Wan Lishan called out to Wu Tian. Where is the drug dealer Wang Chang? Wu Tian pointed. Surgery in the operating room, 6 broken ribs, spitting blood above and urinating blood below. It is estimated that the life is saved and the person will be wasted. I go, which brother hit so hard? None of you were hurt, right? Wu Tian waved his hand. Of course no one was hurt. Wang Chang was captured by Zhou Zheng from our Qiaobei office, and his injuries were naturally inflicted by Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng? Wan Lishan asked. Is that the comrade Zhou who just received a first-class merit? How did he catch Wang Chang? It's a long story. Jianjun and Xiao Zhou went to patrol the streets. Wu Tian spoke eloquently for a long time, all the way to Zhou Zheng facing Wang Chang's gun, fearlessly rushing up and catching Wang Chang. Wan Lishan's eyes widened as he listened. This Xiao Zhou, he didn't know what words to use to describe Zhou Zheng. Capable, bold, and lucky, just like being hung up. Wan Lishan suddenly had a small thought in his heart. Zhou Zheng, such an excellent talent, should enter the anti-narcotics team. It's a pity to be a civilian police officer in the police station. There is time to have to recite to Ma Bureau. Chapter 64, he's my husband, of course I should care about him. After Chu Yunyao finished talking to Zhou Zheng, she had no intention of going to find Yang Tingting to eat with her. That niece had been watching the hospital to care for elder Yang, and it wouldn't be good for her to take up her time. Unexpectedly, just after putting down the cell phone, as if there was a telepathic connection, Yang Tingting's phone call came over. Chu Yunyao thought to herself, "Speak of Cao Cao is here." Glancing at the caller ID, she picked up the phone. "Hello Tingting. Yunyao, do you have time? Let's go have dinner together." Yang Tingting's slightly excited voice came out of the cell phone receiver. Chu Yunyao smiled. Worthy of being her own good girlfriend, she could really think of the same thing as herself. "It's okay Tingting. I just called Zhou Zheng and asked him to go to dinner, but it turned out that he didn't have the time." Yang Tingting sniffed and immediately ghosted. "Good wow yao yao, why don't you call me to dinner? People's Zhou Zheng rejected you. You didn't even think of me. You still have to let this young lady take the initiative to call you. Is our friendship plastic?" Chu Yunyao laughed. This girl often had her little girl mentality kick in and was careful. However, there was no malice. She smiled and said, "Zhou Zheng is my husband. Of course I'm going to call him first. As for you, I'm afraid of delaying you from looking after the old man." Yang Tingting thought to herself, "You come on, the more I look at you, the more you look like Zhou Zheng's licking dog." However, this was a good thing to say and not a good thing to hear. Although Yang Tingting was able to joke with Chu Yunyao recklessly, she would not go too far. "Yao yao, you guy who forgets his friends when he sees color. I don't even care to talk about you." After a pause he added, "To tell you good news, I'm temporarily liberated. My little aunt came back from abroad. She's watching over the old man. In her words, she wants to do her filial piety and also let me rest for a few days. So that's what happened." Chu Yunyao nodded. No wonder Yang Tingting's voice revealed a hint of excitement. With her extroverted nature, after spending several days in the hospital, she was probably about to be suffocated. Sure enough, Yang Tingting chirped and continued, "Yao yao, I can finally go out to get some air. You'll belong to this young lady in these days. You'll accompany me to go shopping, accompany me to watch movies, accompany me to drink milk tea." Chu Yunyao said, "Tingting, aren't you going to go to work? Your job." Before Chu Yunyao could finish her words, she was interrupted by Yang Tingting. "Hey I say Yunyao, why are you acting like a capitalist now? Going to work? What kind of work am I going to? I took a long vacation a long time ago." Chu Yunyao kindly reminded. "Then does your leader agree? Besides, that job of yours is very good. If you keep not going to work in case you're replaced, it's not worth it." Yang Tingting got a little impatient. "Alright Yunyao, I know you mean well and are thinking of me. It's actually no big deal. If the company manager doesn't let me do it, this girl will quit. But does he dare?" Chu Yunyao thought about it. Yang Tingting was the daughter of the vice mayor, not to mention the company manager. Even the company owner wouldn't dare to dismiss her at will. Even if she didn't do anything, letting her be a mascot in the company would require a high salary. It really doesn't matter if the young lady goes to work or not. She herself is also a salty carrot and not worried about it. "Alright, Tingting, I'm now near a street of famous Chinese herbs. Where are you?" "I'm still at the Jianbei First Hospital. I just walked to the entrance of the hospital." "Then what are we going to eat? Where to meet?" Yang Tingting thought about it. "Of course we'll go for a big meal. Let's meet at the Fisherman's Wharf Seafood Restaurant on Chaoyang Road." "Okay." Hanging up the phone, Chu Yunyao set off in the Paramera. When she arrived at the Fisherman's Wharf Seafood Restaurant and parked the car, Yang Tingting was already waiting for a long time. "Yao yao, I'm here." Yang Tingting stood on the steps of the restaurant's entrance and waved to Chu Yunyao with a smile, the pair of 2 billion swaying around as her arms swung. Coming. Chu Yunyao walked up to Yang Tingting and yawned before she could speak. Lu Tingting pouted in dissatisfaction. "Yao yao, what? You're sleepy after seeing my face? How much do you not want to see me?" "Stop it." Chu Yunyao didn't want to fight with him either, and said in a good-natured manner, "It's not because of you. Last night, you forced Zhou Zheng and I to accompany you to play fight the landlord for the whole night. You night owl is not sleepy, but I am sleepy. Zhou Zheng he still has to work during the day. He was also victimized by you. I'll go." Yang Tingting widened a pair of beautiful eyes and said exaggeratedly, "Yao yao, are we still good sisters? How come you don't leave Zhou Zheng in 3 sentences, caring about him so much? I'm getting jealous." When Chu Yunyao heard Yang Tingting's words, she couldn't help but blush and gently pushed her. "Tingting, what are you saying? Zhou Zheng, he's my husband. I naturally have to care about him. Are you not hungry? Talking so much? Why don't we stop eating?" Don't. Yang Tingting saw Chu Yunyao's anger and hurriedly grabbed and tugged on her arm to beg for mercy. "Yao yao, I've been hungry for a long time. Let's not talk about anything else. Let's just have a dry meal, okay?" The two of them walked into the restaurant, found a clean corner, and started to order their meals. Yang Tingting's youngest aunt worked in a company abroad, earning a few $1 million a year. and was considered an elite person, and gave Yang Tingting a sum of money as a meet and greet gift when she returned home to see her. So, she now has a fortune in her hands, and she is generous, threatening that this meal is her treat. Sea cucumbers, abalone, shark's fins and birds' nests ruthlessly ordered a table. Although Chu Yunyao was a rich young lady, but now that she had severed her relationship with her family, she also had to economize. Seeing Yang Tingting ordering so many expensive dishes, she couldn't help but push back. Tingting, it's too extravagant, besides we can't eat this much. Yang Tingting had an indifferent face. If you can't eat it, pack it up and bring it back to your family. Zhou Zheng, you'll do it anyway if I don't tell you. Immediately followed by an exaggerated expression. No, Yunyao, when did you become so calculating? Is this still the same Chu family miss who ate dinner in Hong Kong Island at night and showed up the next morning to feed pigeons in Paris Square? He. Chu Yunyao laughed awkwardly. Tingting, I'm in the bag. And even though Zhou Zheng gave me $3 million to start my own business, I have to have the heart to live my life. Life now is worlds apart from what I used to live, but for some reason, I feel like I'm living a pretty fulfilling life. Wow, Zhou Zheng gave you $3 million. He's so rich. Looks like, this kid is not bad. Yang Tingting put the focus on the $3 million. Right, how did he have so much money for a small cop? Where did he get his money? Chu Yunyao did not want to tell Yang Tingting about Zhou Zheng winning the lottery. Alright, don't ask. Hurry up and eat. Chu Yunyao was full in a while. Suddenly, she thought that Zhou Zheng asked her to go to a better neighborhood in the afternoon to look at houses and rent a house if it was suitable. So she picked up her cell phone and looked at the online listing information. Yao, what are you looking at intently? Over here. Yang Tingting was also full and asked while wiping her mouth with a napkin. Zhou Zheng wants me to rent a house in a better neighborhood. I'm not looking at the house type and also the rent on the internet for reference. Yang Tingting sniffed and suddenly slapped her thigh. Don't look for it, I have a ready-made one here. Hanlin Court. How about a large 3-bedroom apartment of 180 square meters? Hanlin Court neighborhood, in terms of Zhongbei, is indeed a high-grade neighborhood. The neighborhood has a beautiful environment, tight security, and the property aspect is particularly great. There is just one thing, the cost of living is relatively high, and the rent is also high. Tingting, I haven't heard that you have a house in Hanlin Court. Yang Tingting said, the house over there is so expensive. Where can I afford it? The house is my little aunt's. Their family of 3 is abroad and the house has been empty. This time they came back and gave me the key and password, saying that I should find a chance to rent it out. Yao, you're here. Renting my little aunt's house is just right. Chapter 65. Is it a good idea to round up with Zhou Zheng tonight? Chu Yunyao was a little hesitant. The houses in Hanlin Court were very expensive and the rent was naturally not low. She did not put her first goal of renting an apartment in the Hanlin Court neighborhood. Yang Tingting, however, was very attached to it. Yao, are you full? Let's go look at houses when we're full. No, Tingting, is it me who wants to rent a house or you? How come it looks like you're more attached to it than I am? Yang Tingting smiled embarrassedly. Yao, to tell you the truth, as the saying goes, there is no gain without gain. My little aunt said that she doesn't want a cent of the rent of the house. All of it will be given to me. Why do you think I'm so attached to it? He. Besides, you are your own person. Renting to you is also assured. My little aunt has instructed me. When renting a house also need to look at each other. What kind of person? Don't rent everything. Chu Yunyao's face showed an expression that looked like that. However, still, she wanted to economize a bit. If the rent was too high, then she wouldn't go to Hanlin Court. Tingting, I want to ask, how much is the rent? Gu. Yang Tingting exclaimed exaggeratedly. When did Miss Chu become so abrasive? Didn't you used to never ask for the price when you bought things, preferring to pay directly? Let's go. Let's take a look at the house first. It's not too late to talk about the rent once we're satisfied. Yang Tingting settled the bill and pulled Chu Yunyao out of the restaurant. Chu Yunyao 5 insisted but could not help it, so she had to follow her to look at the house. Yao, I'm not driving. Are you driving? Driving? In the parking lot over there. Just right. No need to take a taxi. You go and drive. I'll wait for you in front of the restaurant. Aha. Not long after, a white Primera drove over. Yang Tingting opened the passenger door and got in. The Primera roared and drove in towards the Hanlin Court neighborhood. To the Hanlin Court neighborhood, parked the car. The two got out and came to the entrance of the neighborhood. The security guard couldn't help but look straight in the eyes when he saw such a good-looking pair of girls. These two beauties are simply beautiful, especially the slightly taller one. I wonder where the dog man will be cheap. Yang Tingting waved in front of the face recognition device and the partial door opened. Yao, let's go. Building 1, Unit 1, 1001. Arriving at Unit 1, Exit 1. Yang Tingting pressed the elevator button while saying, Yao, this unit is a 2 staircase. Two-family unit with a total of 16 floors. Not many people, and it's easier to get in and out. Soon, the two took the elevator to the door of room 1001. Yang Tingting entered the password, and the security door opened in response. Push open the door and walked in. What met their eyes was a living room of several dozen square meters. The living room was connected to the balcony, which looked more open. The balcony was created with full floor-to-ceiling glass. The light transmittance was very good. There was almost no shadow in the living room. Yao yao. See this chandelier on the roof? It cost over $300,000. This side is the kitchen. This side is the toilet. This is the master bedroom. This is the second bedroom. Yang Tingting was like a housing agent, leading Chu Yunyao to look at this side and that side, her mouth still explaining. Chu Yunyao laughed. Tingting, I didn't expect you to be so eloquent. It's a shame you don't work as a housing agent. Yang Tingting waved her hand, looking like she was taking it for granted. Helping my sister-in-law to rent out her house. I naturally have to work hard. Besides, the rent is all mine. Where can I find this kind of beautiful thing to do? How is it? Yao yao. Are you satisfied? It can be seen that this house has spent a lot of money on the decoration alone. Although it's not particularly luxurious, it's very tasteful. Especially the home appliances inside the house were complete. There were no traces of use, almost as good as brand new. Chu Yunyao was naturally very satisfied, nodding her head. Tingting, the house is good. I'm also satisfied. Let's talk about the rent. I can't afford to rent it if it's too expensive. I'll go. Yang Tingting was speechless for a while. How did the Chu family's eldest miss become so over the top? However, thinking about it, Chu Yunyao didn't have any money in her hands and didn't want to spend Zhou Zheng's money in a big way, so she had to economize. Yao yao. I know that you're in a more difficult situation right now, and I was just joking with you when I said that I would charge you rent just now. If you're satisfied, you'll move in. This rent or whatever. Just waive it. How can that be? Chu Yunyao hurriedly waved her hand. Tingting, even though we are good sisters, but a blood brother is still clear about his accounts. The rent must be paid. Otherwise, I'd rather get up and go rent someone else's house. Yang Tingting couldn't help but nod her head. Alright, then you can just give a token amount. Chu Yunyao had seen the rent of a house in the Hanlin Court neighborhood when she was looking at the advertisements for house rentals on the internet. The rent for a square meter was about $50 a month. This house was 180 square meters. A monthly rent would be $9,000. Ting ting, the rent will be at $9,000 a month. What? $9,000? That's too much. Yang Tingting immediately objected. Let's do it this way. I'll give you a discount. Then round up to 5. You can just give $4,000. No. Chu Yunyao firmly did not want to take advantage of $5,000, insisting on giving $9,000. Ting, I'll transfer the money to you. Chu Yunyao Gong took out his cell phone and transferred $9,000 to Yang Tingting. That said, $9,000 to rent a house like this was considered cost-effective. Yang Tingting really didn't want Chu Yunyao's money, but she also knew that if she was any more pretentious, Chu Yunyao was going to get angry, so she had to click on her cell phone screen to collect the money. Yao, what about the house? It's more or less dusty. After all, my little aunt's family hasn't lived here for a long time. I'll make a call and get the cleaning to clean it up. Just leave it alone. Also, in a while we'll both go to the property and enter your information into the system. Otherwise it's inconvenient to go in and out. There's still a parking space underground. You can park your car in the underground parking lot when the time comes. There is still a parking space? Chu Yunyao said in her heart that this $9,000 was worth spending. Yang Tingting was worthy of being her good sister. Now calling the housekeeping to clean the house. If you move fast, you can live here tonight. Chu Yunyao still has some expectations. Yang Tingting took out her electric cell phone and made a call to the housekeeping company that often cleaned her house, contacting the personnel to come to her house to clean up the hygiene. After making the call, Yang Tingting looked like she thought of something and asked with a teasing face. Yao, the matter of renting an apartment. Aren't you going to tell your family Zhou Zheng? Chu Yunyao shook her head as she opened the doors and windows to give the house a change of air. No. I plan to give him a surprise at night. What? Are you going to use this place as a wedding room tonight? Is it because you want to consummate your marriage with him? Screw you. No ivory can come out of your mouth. Yang Tingting feigned anger. Good wow, how dare you call me a dog. Let's see if this young lady doesn't eat you dry. With that, she went after Chu Yunyao's peaches. Stinky Ting, you're being a hooligan. I'll go. Still calling me a hooligan. Why are you twisting my butt? While the two were fighting, the door next door opened, and a middle-aged woman in her 40s came out from inside. Seeing her neighbor's open door, she couldn't help but walk in and watch. You are? Chu Yunyao looked at the middle-aged woman and asked. When the middle-aged woman saw Chu Yunyao, her pupils immediately dilated. This little girl is really good-looking. Not only is she pretty but she also has temperament. She really matches with my son. At once, A chrysanthemum-like smile appeared on her face. Hello, I'm the owner of 1002 next door. Is this house yours? No, I tenant. Chu Yunyao answered truthfully. Oh. Then we will be neighbors from now on. My surname is Huang. From now on you can just call me Auntie Huang. The middle-aged woman introduced herself and then asked, Girl, what's your name? My name is Chu Yunyao. Chu Yunyao. Good name. Can I call you Yunyao from now on? Chu Yunyao had a black line on her face, saying that this woman was really self-familiar, not taking herself as an outsider. However, reaching out without a smile, she couldn't say anything, so she could only nod slightly. Fortunately, Auntie Zhonghuang didn't dwell on it too much. She took out her cell phone and took a messy shot of the room, finding reasons to say that this decoration style was very tasteful, and that her own home could refer to this decoration style if she redecorated it in the future. What Chu Yunyao didn't know was that every single photo Auntie Huang took had her in it. Well, you guys are busy first. I'm leaving. Anything can always find me to help. I'm right next door. A distant relative is better than a close neighbor. Auntie Huang finished, turned around and walked out the door, her heart a burst of joy, opened the door of his house, closed it, an excited face shouted, Son, Mom found you a girlfriend. Chapter 66 The Entanglement of the Mother and Son Next Door. The hostess of room 1002 is called Huang Shufan. Her husband died early, and she brought up her son all by herself. The son Lin Hao also strive. Academic performance has been very good, successfully admitted to the 211 college, and then went abroad to study. During the study period made a game software, was acquired by a company, earned more than 20 million soft money, thought of his mother alone in the country alone. Filial piety, he returned to the country with a huge amount of money, in the city center of the Hanlin Yuan district to spend a huge amount of money to buy a house. Huang Shufan for such a son and feel proud. Her biggest hope is that her son Lin Hao find a beautiful girlfriend to get married. The best the next year will be able to hold grandchildren. Just, Lin Hao is too high. Huang Shufan introduced him to a dozen girls. He is not satisfied. Still single. Huang Shufan has become a daughter-in-law fan. To see the eye of the girl cannot help but want to let the other girls with their son to fall in love. This time, inadvertently met Chu Yunyao. Huang Shufan, at first sight, surprised like a heavenly person. Chu Yunyao, whether it is height, appearance, body or temperament, it is a first-class great. Huang Shufan moved the heart, said his son to see Chu Yunyao must be very satisfied. The beautiful and happy run home. Enter the door shouted Lin Hao, said I found a girlfriend for you. At this time, Lin Hao naked, wearing a pair of sweatpants, is lying on the smith rack to do bench press. Don't look at Lin Hao as a school bully, but his favorite thing is still fitness and combat. Now that he was wealth-free, he also had more time to train, and the large amount of training along with his diet also made his body muscular. Son, I'm talking to you, did you hear me? Huang Shufan asked as she walked up to Lin Hao. Lin Hao didn't say anything, still panting while pushing the barbell as hard as he could. Mom now for his early family are fast bewitched. Every day to introduce him to the girl to know. Do not care what kind of. Pick up to the pot is the dish. Lin Hao people are numb. On the introduction of the mother of the girl never hold what hope. Son, stop practicing first. Seeing that Lin Hao didn't say anything, Huang Shufan feigned anger and slapped the smith rack. Lin Hao had no choice but to stop, set the barbell on the rack, sat up and asked hopelessly, Mom say it, which girl did you fancy for me again? First things first, I won't see anyone who isn't my type. Bastard. Huang Shufan said as she looked at Lin Hao dotingly. This time, you'll be satisfied. Saying that, she took out her cell phone, pulled up the photo she had just taken, and handed it to Lin Hao. Son, take a look. How is it? Lin Hao took the cell phone, carelessly glanced at it, and immediately, his eyes went straight. The girl in the photo was wearing a black OL outfit, and the well-tailored clothes outlined that front and back figure to the fullest. That a white pretty face, with distinctive features and elegant lines, just like the dewdrops in the morning. Crystal clear. Especially the extraordinary temperament revealed on her body made Lin Hao's heart stir. Such a girl was what one's ideal wife would look like. Lin Hao instantly became interested and impatiently asked, Mom, who is this girl? Where did you meet her? What kind of work does she do? How old is she? Seeing her son's impatient appearance, Huang Shufan knew he had the right girl in his sights and said with a smile, Why, brat, you also have anxious times? Mom, just say it quickly. Huang Shufan said, This girl is called Chu Yunyao, the new tenant who moved in next door to our house. I didn't just go out to buy food and encountered it. The rest of the situation is not clear for now. Son, this is fate. You have to grasp it this time. Lin Hao was filled with disappointment. Mom, so you don't know people at all? Don't know anything about the situation. This girl is not an ordinary person at first glance. I don't know if she can look at me? Huang Shufan said, Son, where is your confidence in love? Our family has a house and an Audi. My son is handsome and excellent. She is just a little bit good looking, and is probably from an ordinary family, and she wouldn't rent a house if she really had money. Son, be confident, only we can't look at her. There is no reason she can't look at us. Lin Hao thought about it. He is so good. He has surpassed the majority of his peers. There is nothing to feel inferior. Son, that girl just rented a house. I think to clean to move in. A moment you will primp yourself. Mom lead you over. Help people do work. To ask for a contact information. This is not on the acquaintance. Ask her to have dinner tonight. Go to Fisherman's Wharf, that kind of upscale restaurant. Driving our families S6 to go. Most of the girls love vanity. Sure to be able to take down. Huang Shufan is rambling to her son's ideas. In order for her to have a grandchild soon, she was also well-intentioned. Lin Hao couldn't wait to get to know Chu Yunyao. First going to the bathroom to take a shower, then changing into a shirt and suit. The first time he met a girl, he had to wear formal attire to show respect. Wearing a Rolex log watch, neatly dressed, looking in the mirror to feel good about himself. Ready to go. My son is so handsome. Huang Shufan complimented and took her son out. Next door, room 1001. The door of the house was wide open, and a few cleaners wearing uniform clothing were nervously busy. Chu Yunyao and Lu Tingting stood on the balcony, looking into the distance and pointing while chatting. Huang Shufan walked in with Lin Hao. Facelessly, she shouted, "Yunyao, auntie, I'm here again." Chu Yunyao and Lu Tingting turned their heads at the same time. Lin Hao saw the two, couldn't help but feel a stir in his heart. These two girls are all beautiful women. They are all happy, but still mom has vision. Chu Yunyao is obviously better. Auntie Huang, do you have something? Chu Yunyao politely asked. Oh, nothing. This is not, we are neighbors. I bring my son and you know, this beauty is? Huang Shufan also saw Yang Tingting and asked. Oh, this is my friend Yang Tingting. Huang Shufan didn't bother with Yang Tingting. After all, her target was Chu Yunyao. Turning back, she waved to Lin Hao. Son, come on. Yunyao, let me introduce to you. This is my son Lin Hao, a high achiever who graduated from 211 University, a returnee from Australia. The house next to him is what he bought with full payment. My son is especially excellent, has already realized wealth freedom. Yunyao, you guys know each other. Chu Yunyao was originally confused. Only now did she understand what kind of purpose this self-acquainted Auntie Huang was holding. Hello, my name is Lin Hao. Nice to meet you. We'll be neighbors from now on. Please take care of us. Lin Hao stretched out his right hand as he spoke. He intentionally wore his Rolex log watch on his right wrist, so that it would be more visible to the other party when shaking hands. Chu Yunyao, however, turned a blind eye to the Rolex and didn't shake hands, frowning and saying perfunctorily, "Hello." Turning her head to Yang Tingting, she said, "Tingting, I suddenly remembered that I still have some daily necessities to buy. Let's go." Ignoring Huang Shufan and Lin Hao, the two of them twisted their heads and headed out. Huang Shufan gave Lin Hao a wink, and Lin Hao understood and hurriedly said, "Two ladies, where are you going? I have a car. Let me send you guys there." The author tries to be on time 2 times a day. Brothers who like it make a 5-star praise. If you can send a free small gift, that would be better. Thank you. Chapter 67, a surprise for you. Lin Hao blocked the two's path like a dog's skin and shook the Audi keys in his hand. Wow. Yang Tingting deliberately put on an exaggerated expression, her eyes glaring round. 4 circles? Audi car keys? Lin Hao nodded slightly. See, beautiful women were indeed materialistic, and when they saw the 4 circles, their eyes went straight. Waving his hand, he was about to act breezy. Yang Tingting, however, said, "I don't know if the handsome man is driving an A8, or an R8? Lin Hao's face flushed red and he stopped talking. His car was neither an A8, nor an R8, but an A6, which was not in the same class as the 2 models that Yang Tingting was talking about. What? Don't say anything? If it's a car under the A6, then forget it. If you want to show off your wealth and pursue my Yao Yao, you still need to go and practice again." Yang Tingting didn't have a good feeling about this Lin Hao at all. This mother and daughter came up and went straight to Chu Yunyao, leaving her out in the cold. Yang Tingting was indignant in her heart and her caution kicked in. To actually treat this young lady as heir. Is this young lady not beautiful? Thus, she couldn't help but utter a few words of mockery. Chu Yunyao didn't want to clash with this pair of neighbors that she had just met, or even have the slightest interaction with Lin Hao. This pair of mother and daughter's purpose was obvious, and her heart was very resentful of resisting it. Pulling on Yang Tingting's arm. Alright, Tingting, let's go. Yang Tingting instructed another middle-aged woman who was the leader of the cleaning staff. Auntie Li, just close the door after we leave. Don't let anyone in. Okay, Ms. Yang. The meaning was obvious. That is, they did not want Huang Shufan's mother and son to stay here. Huang Shufan's mother and son were embarrassed. Seeing the two of them leave, they also left the room. Mom, I don't think it's going to work out. That Chu Yunyao chick doesn't even look me in the eye. Huang Shufan's heart is also sulking. The general matchmaker introduced the girl. See there, which is not auntie long auntie short? The enthusiasm is incredible. How have you ever received such a cold shoulder? Son, don't be discouraged. Mom thinks they are just pretending. What's wrong with a 6? What's wrong with an A6? Can they afford it? Besides, you're so good. There's no girl who won't be moved. Chu Yunyao might be embarrassed in front of her friends. Son, hurry downstairs to get the car. Wait for them at the entrance of the neighborhood. I think Chu Yunyao will definitely half-heartedly get into your car. Alright, I'll try then. Lin Hao agreed, took the elevator downstairs and jogged all the way down to pick up his car, and drove his Audi S6 to the entrance of the neighborhood. Sure enough, it was just in time. Chu Yunyao and Yang Tingting were standing next to the road looking around. This is waiting for a taxi. Lin Hao suddenly grew in confidence and hurriedly stepped on the gas to drive up. Two beauties. However, Chu Yunyao and Yang Tingting walked across the road from the crosswalk, opened the door and got into a white Paramount coupe, pulling away. Grip grass. Lin Hao couldn't help but be stunned and deflated at once. Ridiculous, he just used the A6 to show off his wealth, not realizing that other beautiful women drive Paramera. He felt like a clown. Really no place to hide. Inside the Paramera's compartment, Yang Tingting joked while driving. Yao yao. That mother and son next door look like they have other plans for you. The one called Lin Hao is not bad looking and has bought a house in Hanlin Court. Do you want to consider it? Ha 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 ha. Asterisk 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 Q. Ting ting, how can you joke about this? I'm Zhou Zheng's wife. In the future, don't say anything like that again. Chu Yunyao frowned. A look of anger appeared on her face. If it wasn't for the fact that Yang Tingting was driving the car, a burst of chaotic punches would have been thrown. Seeing Chu Yunyao's poor color, Yang Tingting hurriedly said, Aga yao yao, why are you so sensitive now? Am I not joking with you? I can't even look at that mother and son pair, not to mention you, and showing off their wealth with an Audi A6. What a laugh. Alright, let's not talk about them. The sunlight was a bit harsh. Yang Tingting put on her lady sunglasses. Suddenly, as if she thought of something. Right, Yunyao, how is the medicinal wine going? My grandpa keeps rushing me when he sees me, saying that he's almost out of medicinal wine, and if he can't refill it he'll have to karma. I'm really about to be annoyed to death. Chu Yunyao had a black line on her face. Yang Tingting had been talking more and more boldly lately, not a bit of ladylike behavior at all, but thinking about the fact that she was like this by nature, and that her ladylike image in front of outsiders was also feigned, she let it go. The medicinal wine is being carried out in a planned manner. It's already soaked. There are still 2 days before the wine can be produced. It shouldn't be able to miss the old master. That's good. Yang Tingting continued. The old master often calls his old buddies these days, saying that he has drunk a kind of magical medicinal wine, which is especially good for the body, and heart patients can drink it as well. And in 2 days, when he celebrates his 70th birthday, he will give it to his old buddies to try. Yao yao, my grandpa's bull has already blown out. You must not let him blow it out of proportion, otherwise the old man will take me to task again. Don't worry Tingting, I've brewed 200 pounds of the first batch of medicinal wine, and it will be on time. Yang Tingting nodded as she drove. Yao yao, on the old man's birthday, you and Zhou Zheng should come too. Let's all have a good time together. We'll attend too. Chu Yunyao hesitated for a moment. This isn't appropriate, right? What's inappropriate about it? Zhou Zheng saved my grandfather's life. The old man has long wanted to find a chance to thank Zhou Zheng. Calling you all to attend was also something Grandpa specifically instructed me to do. He also wanted to introduce Zhou Zheng to his old buddies. Although, those old men have long since retired, they were once leaders within the system, and their protégés and children and whatnot are all leaders of various departments, large and small. I think this is also a way for Grandpa to thank Zhou Zheng. Chu Yunyao understood. The old man used the name of his birthday to use his own resources to broaden Zhou Zheng's network, and his future path would be much better. Things that were beneficial to Zhou Zheng's future. Chu Yunyao naturally would not refuse. Alright, Tingting, take a message to the old master. Zhou Zheng and I will definitely attend on time at that time. Good. This way I can also deliver. Yang Tingting asked again with a sigh of relief. Yunyao, what are you going to buy when you call me out? Some daily necessities, bedding and whatnot. If today's process is fast, Zhou Zheng and I will be able to stay in Hanlin Court tonight. Oh, Yang Tingting hummed in a small voice, and not knowing what was going on, a trace of sourness flooded her heart. In the blink of an eye, the night fell, and the lights on the street came on. Zhou Zheng and Lu Jianjun converged in the afternoon and patrolled Chaoyang Road again. However, everything was normal. It's time Xiao Zhou, call it a day. Lu Jianjun rubbed his sore thighs and greeted Zhou Zheng as he got into his car to return to the police station. Zhou Zheng was still a bit unfulfilled. Where are the hooligans? Where are the thieves? How come none of them came out? Shook his head, opened the door and sat on the passenger side. Lu Jianjun kicked the gas. The police car drove to the police station in Xiaobei. On the road, Zhou Zheng's cell phone rang. It was Chu Yunyao who called. Picked up the phone. Hello Yuanyao. Chu Yunyao's tired voice with a hint of excitement came out of the cell phone receiver. Zhou Zheng, are you off work yet? I'll be off work soon. Yunyao, where are you? Home? No. Zhou Zheng, I'm going to pick you up at the Bridge North Police Station. I want to give you a surprise. Chapter 68, another star will soon be added to her shoulder. Hey Yunyao, what kind of surprise? Zhou Zheng asked, confused. Beep 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 beep. Instead, a busy tone came out of the cell phone's earpiece. Chu Yunyao had already hung up the phone. Zhou Zheng shook his head, not knowing what Yunyao was up to. Secretive. What? Sister-in-law called to check up on you? Next to him, Lu Jianjun asked in a teasing tone while driving. Master, it's not that serious. Zhou Zheng laughed and said, Yunyao asked me when I'm off duty. It's coming to pick me up from the police station, and said that it's going to give me a surprise. I don't know what it's selling. Surprise? Lu Jianjun said enviously. You young people, you know how to play. You can always create some romance in your life, surprises and so on. It's like us. We're middle-aged. We have an old man and a small child. Life is very stressful. Every day is the same boring life. How can there be any surprises to speak of? Last time, I got a bonus of a few $100s, and I told your sister-in-law that I wanted to have a romantic day with her, have a meal outside and watch a movie together. She gave me a blank look and said, romantic what? Slow down and wave you. Zhou Zheng couldn't help but have a black line. He had only said a few words, but he did not expect Master's reaction to be so great. It seemed that the helplessness of soaking wolfberries in a thermos cup was not the only thing that one had to do in middle age. The pressure of life, the burden of the family, coupled with the gradual solidification of the pattern of life, so that before the marriage of the longing of the kind of good life is like a bubble burst. There is no surprise, no romance, not to mention the smile of fate. There are just daily chores or even cut and dried annoyances. Zhou Zheng could not help but think of his marriage with Chu Yunyao. 3 years, whether they could finally come together, it was still an unknown. However, Zhou Zheng was still very confident. At the moment, everything seemed to be developing in a good direction. Xiaozhou, why aren't you talking? Is it because you miss your younger sibling? Don't worry, I'll be at the Bridge North Institute soon. Lu Jianjun flirted for a couple of sentences, accelerated his speed, and quickly arrived at the entrance of the Bridge North Police Station. At this time, it was already time to get off work. In the Bridge North Police Station, the officers changed into civilian clothes and went home one after another. Zhou Zheng and Lu Jianjun got out of the car, went to the main office to hand over their work, and also changed into civilian clothes, ready to get off work. Zhou Zheng came to the gate of the Bridge North office and waited for Chu Yunyao's arrival. The police officers who passed by greeted him warmly. He had captured a Class A wanted criminal and received a first-class merit, and was now a celebrity in the Bridge North Institute. Even, there was a female police officer with a red face who took the initiative to invite Zhou Zheng to have dinner together. Of course, Zhou Zheng politely refused. Xiao, why don't you go home after work? Haoigwa suddenly appeared in front of Zhou Zheng. Director, I'm waiting for someone at the door. Haoigwa asked with a smile. Waiting for who? It can't be waiting for your younger siblings to pick you up, right? Sir, I'd say you're right. Haoigwa sniffed and gave a thumbs up. Oh Xiao, your kid can let younger siblings personally pick you off work. Face is big enough. So many male compatriots in our Bridge North Institute. You are the first person He. Zhou Zheng smiled embarrassedly, deliberately dejected. He said, she had to come to pick me up. I can't fight her enthusiasm, can I? Haoigwa lightly whacked his shoulder. You kid, getting a bargain is still a good thing. Right, I haven't had time to tell you yet. Ma Ermao and Wang Chang have already been handed over to Lao Wan from the narcotics squad. Zhou Zheng nodded his head, although he had known it for a long time. Mentioning it again, it was hard to avoid some disappointment. Well, my master told me this afternoon. Haoigwa could naturally see Zhou Zheng's loss and patted him on the back. Xiao, I know you're thinking of using Wang Chang as a breakthrough, and then wipe out his upper and lower families. However, as the director, I also have to think about the safety of my comrades. Take today's arrest of Wang Chang as an example. It's too dangerous. I also know that you're lucky and often turn good luck into good fortune. But what if it doesn't work one time? You're still young. There are plenty of chances to get credit. You don't necessarily have to rob another police department's case. Zhou Zheng raised his head and smiled at Zheng Aigua. Director, I understand. Good if you understand. Haoigwa nodded. I've already reported the arrest of Wang Chang to Ma bureaus. The merit should be issued in a few days. At least a third-class merit. In a few days' time, earning a first-class merit and a third-class merit. This is one of the few in our police station or even in the city's police force. At this rate, obtaining the title of top 10 outstanding police officers in the country is not a dream. Xiao Zhou, I see that the star on your shoulder will soon add another one. For Hao Aigua to be able to say such a thing, it took Zhou Zheng by surprise. He had just been promoted from a trainee police officer to a third-grade superintendent with 1 bar and 1 star. And to be promoted to a second-grade superintendent with 1 bar and 2 stars would normally take 3 years. Since Hao Aigua was able to say such a thing, it meant that he had a chance to be busted and promoted, and the above had already listed him as a key cultivator. This was also the result Zhou Zheng wanted. His goal was to be promoted to superintendent in 3 years' time, and it would be purely a fool's dream if he was not promoted without merit. Zhou Zheng's mood was instantly better. He solemnly said, "Director, in the future, I will continue to work hard and strive towards the goal of being one of the top 10 outstanding young police officers in the country." Good. It's good that you have this determination, proving that the leaders above have not misjudged you either. That's it, I'll leave first. Hao Aigua was about to turn around and leave when a white Primera drove over. The windy look instantly attracted the attention of Hao Aigua as well as a few off-duty police officers. The Primera stopped and the glass on the main driver's window slowly landed, revealing Chu Yunyao's stunningly beautiful face. Zhou Zheng. She greeted Zhou Zheng, her face smiling like a flower, instantly stunning all the people around her. Who is this beautiful woman driving a Primera? It's so pretty looking, haven't you seen it? She's greeting Xiao Zhou. I guess this is Zhou Zheng's girlfriend. I go. No wonder Xiao Xia, the police flower of the household registration section, took the initiative to invite Zhou Zheng to dinner and was rejected by him. Originally, Zhou Zheng has such a beautiful white rich girlfriend. Zhou is excellent in his work. He has been awarded for his merits and commendations, and he also has such a ravishing fortune. He is simply a winner in life. In the envious gazes of the crowd, Zhou Zheng took 2 steps forward and waved to Chu Yunyao, signaling her to get off the car. Hao Aigua hadn't left yet. He hadn't met Chu Yunyao. If he didn't introduce her, it was a bit hard to say. Chu Yunyao understood, unbuckled her seatbelt and opened the door to get out of the car. Although surrounded by off-duty police officers, Chu Yunyao did not shy away from the scene at all, and came to Zhou Zheng's side with a big smile. The two of them stood together. Whether it was height or appearance, they looked really well matched. A 4-letter idiom could not help but appear in the minds of the crowd. Golden Girls. There are many readers greatly private letter to the author. Hope to add more. This book results in general. Plus more cannot earn money. The author also want to eat, but do not tolerate readers greatly to the author to reward paid gifts. After all, who earn money is not easy. Consider again and again. If the free gift reaches 1,000, plus 1 chapter, point to urge more button. Appear gift column, point with love power generation. See the advertisement. Each number can click 3 times a day. The author will be announced every day. Statistics. Chapter 69. This is my wife Chu Yunyao. Yunyao, let me introduce to you. This is Chief Hao of our Bridge North Police Station. After Zhou Zheng finished speaking, he added to Hao Aigua, Chief, this is my wife, Chu Yunyao. Hao Aigua knew that Zhou Zheng was already married and licensed, so naturally he was not overly surprised. However, when the surrounding police officers heard Zhou Zheng's words, they instantly exploded. What? Wife? When did Zhou Zheng get married? I don't know. I've never heard of him having a girlfriend at all before. I didn't realize that Xiao Zhou has been married. His daughter-in-law is a rich white beauty. This kid is hiding deep enough. Agu really enviable. How I do not have such a good fortune. The surrounding police officers whispered, and their voices were not small. Chu Yunyao more or less heard some of it. However, she didn't have a trace of unnaturalness. Facing Hao Aigua, a smile appeared on her face. Director Hao. Hello. Hao Aigua froze for a moment, thinking that this was Zhou Zheng's wife, Chu Yunyao, the daughter of the Chu family in Jianbei. As expected, she was born beautiful, and exuded an extraordinary temperament, so Zhou was really blessed. After a short period of being stunned, he also said with a smile, Sibling, hello, I'm Hao Aigua. Chu Yunyao smiled faintly, smiling like a flower. Director Hao, I've always heard Zhou Zheng mention you. He said that in the police station, there are 2 people who treat him the best. One is his master Lu Jianjun, and the other one is you. Director Hao, I'm also here to thank you on his behalf for your concern and care for him. Yes? The wrinkles on Hao Aigua's face squeezed together, and he couldn't help but be happy. Although, knowing that Chu Yunyao's words were more or less exaggerated, it was still very flattering to be thanked by the daughter of the Jiangbei Chu family. Where, sister-in-law, as the director, it's only right to show concern for Xiao Zhou. Your family Xiao Zhou is very good, excellent in all aspects. He also won a first-class merit. Even the bureau's leadership appreciates him. His future is unlimited. Hao Aigua also timely praised some Zhou Zheng. A flower sedan chair people carry. And Zhou Zheng really have the ability. 2. How also have to help Zhou Zheng in front of Chu Yunyao long face. Chu's family is big. I think Chu Yunyao at home or a full. How Igwa also afraid of Zhou Zheng cannot pressure Chu Yunyao again aggrieved. Of course, this good intention of his was purely redundant. Sibling, I heard that you are starting a business recently? How Igwa also followed the common way of talking to Chu Yunyao when the leaders of the bureau met with the families of the police officers. Yeah, Director How. I'm doing a medicinal wine business. Medicinal wine? Yes, a secret recipe medicinal wine. The efficacy is particularly good. There is a strong body to protect the health of the efficacy. Wait a couple of days. The new wine down. Be sure to let Zhou Zheng bring you a couple of bottles to taste. Good, that's great. I'm getting old. My body is not as good as every day. If the medicinal wine has an effect on me, then I'll be your loyal customer. Ha ha ha. The two of them chatted for a few moments, and also closed the distance a bit. How Igwa waved his hand. It's getting late, so I won't delay you too. Hurry up and go home. Director, goodbye. Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao waved their hands and were about to leave. The police officers surrounding Zhou Zheng suddenly began to raise a ruckus. Xiao Zhou, you're not being righteous. Getting married is such a big deal. And you didn't give a word to your colleagues at the institute. That's right, we're not short of a few $100s. Why didn't you inform us? Zhou Zheng, overdoing it. Do not invite us to eat, not even a wedding candy. The more the crowd talked, the more they got energized. Of course, there was nothing malicious about it. It was purely to flirt with Zhou Zheng for a few moments. How Igwa saw that Zhou Zheng was a bit embarrassed by the flirting, and could not help but sink his face. What are you doing? Raising a ruckus to set up a rice paddy. Quite lively. What? Do not want to go home? Do not want to go home to stay? The obligation to work overtime in the office. The crowd suddenly subsided. Hey director, we just have nothing to do to tease Xiao Zhou. Why so serious? We're leaving. We're leaving. At this time, Chu Yunyao stood out. After all, she was the daughter of the Chu family in Zhangbei, and had seen many big scenes, so she naturally knew how to deal with it satisfactorily. Hello everyone, I am Zhou Zheng's wife, Chu Yunyao. In fact, Zhou Zheng and I didn't have a ceremony for our marriage. We have discussed it, and we will inform everyone to drink the wedding wine when we officially have a ceremony. Of course, no matter what, it's still not ours. And what about me coming here this time? There's one more thing, and that's to give out wedding candies to everyone. Really? That would be great. The crowd instantly raised their eyebrows and smiled. Wedding candies weren't that precious, mainly because everyone was willing to take a dip in the joyous spirit. Chu Yunyao opened the back door of the Primera and took out a large bag of red cardboard wedding candies from inside, which was estimated to be a full 10 pounds. Zhou Zheng was dumbfounded. How did Yunyao buy so much sugar? Could it be that she had prepared it a long time ago? How Igwa was also surprised, clearly able to tell that Chu Yunyao had only come to pick up Zhou Zheng, and had no intention of sending out wedding candies. Otherwise she should have sent them out as soon as she came up. Moreover, this sugar is a big bag. Also did not use the red small pocket package. Obviously is temporarily taken out to make up the number. In his heart, he also marveled at Chu Yunyao's ability to improvise. Worthy of being the eldest miss of the Chu family in Zhangbei, she had a quick wit, and she did things in a way that made people comfortable, and she could not pick out any faults at all. Chu Yunyao handed the wedding candies to Hao Igwa. Director Hao, Zhou Zheng and I still have things to do. Please help send out the wedding candies. Alright, no problem. You guys get busy first. Hao Igwa took over a big pocket of wedding candies and gave them out to everyone. The crowd cheered and cheered. It was very lively. Chu Yunyao signaled Zhou Zheng to get on the car, opened the main driver's door and sat up. Zhou Zheng opened the passenger door, just about to get on the car, but saw a beautiful woman with long flowing hair, looking at herself with wide eyes. Who was it if not Yang Tingting? Grass Yang Tingting. Zhou Zheng did not expect Yang Tingting to be in the car and could not help but blurt out. Yang Tingting's face blushed, thinking, do you have the guts to do that? Of course, the words in her heart couldn't be said, and she gave Zhou Zheng a blank look. What? Are you surprised to see me? Zhou Zheng hurriedly closed the door and sat in the back row. Chu Yunyao started the Primera and honked the horn to say goodbye to the crowd. In the carriage, Zhou Zheng asked, no, Yang Tingting, have you been in the car the whole time? Yang Tingting didn't have the good sense to say, yes, didn't I follow your family's Yao Yao to pick you up from work? I didn't expect to lose my wife and my army. The big bag of candies I just bought was requisitioned by your wife. Originally, Chu Yunyao to the Bridge North police officers sent the candy as Yang Tingting bought for Grandpa's birthday. Chu Yunyao improvised and dispersed the bag of candies as wedding candies. Zhou Zheng knew the situation and said, Yang Tingting, come down and I'll buy a bag of candies to return to you. Yang Tingting waved her hand. No need. Yunyao and I are bosom friends. A bag of candy doesn't matter. I'll just buy it tomorrow. Zhou Zheng, I did you a favor and relieved you, how should you thank me? Chapter 70, Hungry without below for you to eat. Yang Tingting half-jokingly said for Zhou Zheng to thank her. Zhou Zheng took it seriously and asked, Yang Tingting, how do I need to thank you? Yang Tingting gave him a blank look and said with dissatisfaction, think it up yourself? Do you need me to teach you? Why don't you Yunyao and I treat you to a big meal? He made a first-class merit. The reward amount plus the reward from the city council. It was $120,000. His waist was more or less straightened up. Moreover, very carefully said that he was going to invite Yang Tingting together with Chu Yunyao, which made Chu Yunyao hear it in her ears and was also very comfortable. Say, what do you want to eat? Today, you'll sharpen your knife and ruthlessly slaughter me. Zhou Zheng, you're exaggerating. I don't need you to treat me to a big meal. I'm getting tired of the meals in the restaurants outside. I heard Yao Yao say that you're a good cook, so you'll entertain me at home. Before Zhou Zheng had time to reply, Chu Yunyao's moth eyebrow was slightly wrinkled, and she said while driving, Ting Ting, let's go out to eat. Zhou Zheng didn't get much rest last night, and after working all day today, he's very tired, so don't let him cook at home. Hearing Chu Yunyao's words, Yang Tingting was like a cat that had its tail stepped on. She immediately meowed. Yao Yao, you really are forgetting your friends when you see color. I don't even want to taste Zhou Zheng's cooking, and you're afraid of tiring out your little son-in-law. What's wrong with that? I accompanied you to look at houses, helped you move, and accompanied you on the street to buy things today, so I've been busy all day, okay? Chu Yunyao blankly glanced at Yang Tingting. You dead ninny, your mouth is really fast. Originally I wanted to give Zhou Zheng a surprise, but you said it out loud, now it doesn't work. Yang Tingting knew that she was at a disadvantage. She opened her mouth and spat out her cute little pink tongue, and instantly caved in. What? Moving? Zhou Zheng was confused. Yunyao, what did you guys move? How do you mean? Chu Yunyao had originally wanted to directly drag Zhou Zheng to his new home and give him a surprise. Now it seemed that there was no way to sell it anymore. So she said, Zhou Zheng, I rented a house in the Hanlin Court neighborhood. The things from the previous rental house that can be used have been moved over, and I didn't discuss it with you, thinking to give you a surprise. I didn't expect to be told by Tingting. Really? Zhou Zheng heard, kinda happy. After all, he has also been hoping to go to the upscale neighborhood to rent a house to live. His own rental house was too simple, although Chu Yunyao didn't mind it, but Zhou Zheng couldn't bear it in his heart. Hanlin Garden neighborhood in Jiangbei is also considered a high-grade neighborhood. The environment and supporting facilities in the neighborhood is naturally much better. Chu Yunyao rented a house in this neighborhood, just what Zhou Zheng wanted. Hanlin Court neighborhood. Well, this neighborhood is good. Yunyao, you have a good eye. Chu Yunyao suddenly realized a problem. The rented house was huge. 3 rooms, and there were only 2 of them. Zhou Zheng, I rented a 3-roomed one with a monthly rent of $9,000. Isn't it a bit big? We don't seem to be able to live with 3 rooms. Not too big, not too big. Zhou Zheng waved his hand. Yunyao, a 3-room is just right. In case you have relatives or friends coming over, you can also use the empty bedroom as a guest room. Moreover, when we have children in the future, 3 rooms are just right. If we have 2 children, 3 rooms are not enough. Zhou Zheng's last sentence was purely flirting. If the 2 of them really came together 3 years later, or even had children, they might have also bought their own house a long time ago. When Chu Yunyao heard this, immediately, 2 blushes appeared on her fair face. Who wants a child with you? What are you talking nonsense about? Tingting is still here. Chu Yunyao, who had just faced the director as well as a group of police officers with ease in front of the entrance of the Qiaobei Institute, switched to shy little girl mode in an instant. Young Tingting was on the sidelines. Her heart was suddenly sour, even if it was showing love, but also talking about having a child? Do these 2 people have any sense of public morality? Without good humor, she said, you still know I'm in the car? It doesn't matter. I'm just a ball of air. You guys just pretend you can't see me. Hee hee. Zhou Zheng laughed dryly and hurriedly changed the topic. Today, it's the first time to move into a new home. This meal at night must be eaten inside the home. I'll show you guys my cooking skills. Yang Tingting, be sure to eat and drink well then. Only then did Yang Tingting's heart slightly balance out a bit. That's more like it. Zhou Zheng, you have to perform well. If you want to tether Yao Yao's heart, you have to control her appetite first. Reveal that Yao Yao is a real foodie. As for me, I'll also follow suit. Chu Yunyao blankly glanced at Yang Tingting. Stinky Tingting, you're starting again. Hee hee hee. Yang Tingting laughed. Yao Yao, let's not get drunk tonight. I wonder how well your family Zhou Zheng can drink. Comrade Zhou, the first time I come to your house for dinner, you have to treat me well. And what about the wine? Surely you have to drink well as well. Otherwise I'll give you a bad review. Chu Yunyao deliberately hinted at Zhou Zheng. Tingting, with the amount of 1 pound of your white wine, who can accompany you well? I think we should not drink this wine? Zhou Zheng's heart stirred. Yang Tingting could drink so much? He himself was only 3 taels in quantity, so it seemed that he absolutely could not spar with her tonight. Yunyao, it's fine to drink some. Point to point, haha. Yang Tingting felt that she finally got the game back and said proudly, look at you two, you're so bold. You're scared before you've even had a drink. The 3 people talked and laughed and came to the Hanlin Court neighborhood. Chu Yunyao parked the car in the parking space of the underground garage, and first brought Zhou Zheng to the property to record the entry and exit identification, and only then brought Zhou Zheng to the door of the newly rented house. Enter the password. Ding click. The security door opened in response. Chu Yunyao turned on the lights in the living room, and all of a sudden, the chandelier on the roof emitted a bright light, illuminating the living room as if it was white as day. Chu Yunyao asked, Zhou Zheng, how is this house? Zhou Zheng walked around as if looking around. Well, not bad. To be honest, this set of house was indeed good, with north-south ventilation, and low-key yet connotative decoration. As expected, a high-grade apartment was not a bit better than the rental house he used to live in. In a corner of one of the bedrooms was the leather case left behind by Zhou Zheng's grandfather. Zhou Zheng nodded. It seemed that Chu Yunyao was still very attentive, not forgetting to put her most prized possession in her bedroom. Yunyao, you have a heart. Yang Tingting, you've also worked hard. Next, it's time for me to show my cooking skills. The 2 beauties will wait for a moment, and soon you'll be able to eat a hot meal. Zhou Zheng took off his jacket and walked into the kitchen. The kitchen was spacious and bright, cleaned up immaculately. All kinds of kitchenware were placed in a well-organized manner, and the double-door refrigerator was opened. It was also full of vegetables, meat and fish. Zhou Zheng nodded. This is what it feels like to live a life. At this time, Chu Yunyao walked in. She asked with concern, Zhou Zheng, you've also worked hard all day. Are you hungry? Why don't I give you food down there? Pat it out? Due to the fear of card audit cannot be released in a timely manner of new chapters. New chapters will be sent in advance of the timed. So yesterday only counted up to 5 p.m. The number of future statistics from the day of 5 p.m. to the next day 5 p.m. Yesterday as of 5 p.m. a total of 54 free gifts. Readers are very powerful. Thank you. And thank you to all the readers who sent flowers and likes. Free gift reaches 1000, plus 1 chapter. The current 54. Click on the button to call for more. The gift column appears. Click on the with love to generate electricity. See the advertisement. Each number can be clicked 3 times a day. The author will be announced after the daily statistics. Chapter 71. I have been drunk for 1,000 cups. How should your excellency respond? Chu Yunyao came to the kitchen to shush Zhou Zheng, fearing that he would be hungry and wanting to let him pat it first, saying that she would give him food below. Zhou Zheng had black lines on his head. This sounds a bit heartwarming? Deliberately teasing her, he said, what noodles? Chu Yunyao blinked a pair of beautiful eyes. Just the usual hot soup noodles. I'm not too good at anything more complicated. Right, Tingting and I packed some seafood at the seafood restaurant at Fisherman's Wharf at noon. Put in a few abalone and sea cucumbers, even if it's seafood noodles. Zhou Zheng laughed, thinking that Chu Yunyao was really silly and cute sometimes. Looking at her pretty face, he said, Yunyao, thank you. I'm not hungry now. I'll eat your seafood noodles later when I have the chance. Alright, you go outside and accompany Yang Tingting. I'm going to start cooking. Chu Yunyao stood still and did not mean to go and accompany Yang Tingting. I'm too familiar with that niece Yang Tingting. There's no need to treat her as a guest. Let her be alone. How about we cook together, okay? You also said that men and women work together. So not only is it not tiring but it's also efficient. With Chu Yunyao accompanying him, what else could Zhou Zheng say? Cooking together could also increase the feelings of the two of them. Moreover, during the interaction, there was a possibility that star rewards would appear on top of Chu Yunyao's head. So what's not to like? Okay Yunyao, then we'll do it together. You be my helper. Chu Yunyao knew little about cooking, so naturally she could only play the role of a helper, and she had no objections. Zhou Zheng looked at the ingredients in the refrigerator and quickly planned out a few dishes in his mind. Braised pork, hot and sour potato shreds, mapo tofu, lettuce and oyster sauce, kung pao chicken, and then a duck blood vermicelli soup, all in one. 6 dishes. A soup. 3 people cannot eat all. Have to be a small portion of the whole. Zhou Zheng put on his apron and rolled up his sleeves. Yunyao, you wash the lettuce, tear it into large pieces and set aside, as well as carrots and green peppers, peel the potatoes. Zhou Zheng first instructed Chu Yunyao, while he took out a piece of fat and thin pork from the refrigerator and personally manipulated the braised pork. First open the stove fire hot pot, the meat skin hot to burnt black. Take out with a knife to pick clean the surface of the meat skin, and then cut into 4 cm square small pieces, with 50 degrees of water to wash again. clenched in dried fish out for spare. Start a pot of boiling water. Put the right amount of star anise, cinnamon, peppercorns, orange peel and other seasonings into the water. Boil out the seasoning water. Then it is the pan-fried sugar color. Put pork and onions and ginger, meat fried to color, and then put the old soy sauce wine, and then pour the seasoning water into the pot. Put the right amount of honey and salt. Cover the lid of the fire for 10 minutes. Add the right amount of balsamic vinegar and chicken juice. Mixing all young. Turn the fire. At this time, Chu Yunyao had already finished the things that Zhou Zheng had handed over. She had never packed so many side dishes at once, and a layer of fine beads of sweat oozed from her nose. Zhou Zheng turned back, pulled out a miserable napkin from the tissue box, and helped her dry the beads of sweat. Although it was the first time Zhou Zheng helped Chu Yunyao wipe her sweat, this action seemed like it had been practiced 1,000 times. It was so natural, so skillful. Chu Yunyao couldn't help but blush, her heart shy but with a hint of touching and sweetness. Yunyao, tired. I'll do the rest. You go rest in the living room for a while. Chu Yunyao, however, shook her head. I'm not tired. Watching you cook is also a kind of enjoyment. I can also try to learn from you, and when I want to eat in the future, I can also make it myself. Alright then. Zhou Zheng didn't force himself and continued to busy himself with chopping vegetables and meat. He had the intention to show off in front of Chu Yunyao, and put all his usual skills to use. The shredded potatoes were sliced uniformly thin and thick, and the roots were the same. It was called a slippery ah. Chu Yunyao meticulously watched Zhou Zheng's operation. Handsome back, skillful cooking, and felt that a man who can cook is really handsome. The braised pork was simmered in the pot for a long time and underwent a qualitative change. Not long after, the flavor came out. Wow, it smells so good. Chu Yunyao pumped her nose and couldn't help but shout. Zhou Zheng nodded his head. This kind of braised pork practice, he had learned it from following a Lu cuisine master with the surname of Chen in a video, and had done it many times without a single turnover, so he was naturally confident. When he finished frying a few dishes, duck blood vermicelli soup came out of the pot, and the braised pork was cooked. Opening the lid to collect the juices, an indescribable flavor immediately hit the entire kitchen. Yunyao, do you want to taste how it tastes first? Aha! Chu Yunyao really couldn't help herself and didn't care about ladylike demeanor. Casually took a spoon and was a bit impatient. She wasn't polite either. Using the spoon to scoop up a piece of brightly colored, trembling braised meat and took a small bite. Braised meat melted in the mouth. A rich meat flavor filled into the mouth. Satisfied the taste buds' more satisfied mood. The most important thing is that the salty and slightly sweet with a hint of if not sour taste, not greasy at all. So delicious ah. Chu Yunyao Chu as a rich girl, eaten and seen, or the first time to eat such delicious braised meat, simply delicious to burst. Zhou Zheng, you also have a taste. Good things should naturally be shared with others, so that there is an extra pleasure. Chu Yunyao passed the remaining braised pork in the spoon to Zhou Zheng's mouth. Zhou Zheng didn't even think about it and swallowed it in one bite. It was the same old flavor, as delicious as ever. Chu Yunyao suddenly blushed. She had eaten the roast pork and then gave it to Zhou Zheng. Wasn't this equivalent to indirect kissing? Zhou Zheng, he even licked the spoon. What are you two doing? Yang Tingting suddenly appeared in the kitchen. She had followed the scent. Her stomach had been hungry for a long time, and the rich scent made her stomach growl even more. When she entered the kitchen, she found Chu Yunyao holding a spoon, feeding Zhou Zheng meat, and the two of them were eating happily. Good, wow, I said so, half a day still not open dinner. Originally you two in the kitchen stealing food. You guys are eating so flavorfully. I'm starving to death. Is there any conscience? I really. Yang Tingting was going to continue accusing Chu Yunyao and Zhou Zheng, saying that the two of them were deliberately hiding in the kitchen to show their love. Coldly, Chu Yunyao used a spoon to scoop a piece of braised pork to dislike into her mouth. Eat it you. This dislike was so deep that Yang Tingting could barely catch her breath. Suddenly, her beautiful eyes stared round. A refreshing meat flavor took over her mouth. This deliciousness was simply irresistible, and incidentally, even her mood was much better. Zhou Zheng was a little embarrassed, waved his hand and said, let's eat, let's eat. Yang Tingting is also lazy to fight with the two of them. First eat a full stomach before. The main thing is that Zhou Zheng's cooking is too fragrant, especially the braised pork. Every bite is the ultimate enjoyment. At the dinner table, Yang Tingting was feasting without lifting her head. Zhou Zheng looked up and realized that a white star appeared above Chu Yunyao's head. Reward coming? Without thinking too much, he directly reached out and clicked it in vain. Ding, 1-star reward opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill Alcohol Immunity. Alcohol immunity? This skill seemed very powerful. That is, he wouldn't get drunk even if he drank as much as he wanted. But Zhou Zheng wasn't a fan of this skill. It's not like he was going to run a business, so it didn't matter at all how much he drank. As a police officer, he seldom drank alcohol on weekdays, and even during breaks, he rarely drank. mainly because he was afraid that the office would need to attend to something temporarily, and getting drunk would delay things. The only good thing about this skill is that you can drink during off-duty hours. Anyway, you're already immune to alcohol, and you won't get drunk even if you drink 1,000 cups. Yang Tingting ate a few mouthfuls of food, satisfied her taste buds, and wasn't too hungry. Although she couldn't finish but stopped her chopsticks, she carried out 2 bottles of high-level white wine from under the dining table. Zhou Zheng, it's time to drink with me. In the car I said that I would get drunk today, Chu Yunyao hurriedly said. Ting, Zhou Zheng, he can't drink either. Even if the two of us were tied together, we're no match for you in terms of alcohol consumption, so just keep it light. Yang Tingting said decisively. No, we must drink a lot today. Who let you two always show love in front of me? A single dog? Zhou Zheng, don't listen to her. Chu Yunyao was afraid that Zhou Zheng was serious. If he was serious, he would lose, because she knew that Yang Tingting had a huge amount. Zhou Zheng smiled faintly, signaling Chu Yunyao to be at ease. In his heart, he said, Yang Tingting, aren't you rushing to deliver food? I am already 1,000 cups drunk. How should your excellency respond? Free gifts reach 1,000, plus 1 chapter, currently 106. Thanks. More thanks to the readers who sent flowers and likes. Click on the button. The gift column appears. With love, each number can be clicked 3 times a day. The author will be announced after the daily statistics. Chapter 72. Which cadre can withstand such a test? Chu Yunyao didn't know that Zhou Zheng's body was already immune to alcohol, so she was afraid that it would be difficult for him to drink too much, and if she didn't drink at all, Yang Tingting would also be unforgiving. Seeing Zhou Zheng a little eager to try, cannot help but shake his head, got up and took 3 small 10 milliliters glass wine glasses. This kind of small wine glass is usually used as a wedding toast. Small volume, a sip of a cup, looks fierce, drink 10 cups only 2 taels of wine. Yao, who are you looking down on? This wine cup is also too small, right? Yang Tingting's eyes were filled with contempt when she saw the small wine cup. She drank according to her grandfather. She had to use a big cup, otherwise it wasn't enjoyable to drink. Yang Tingting, almost enough, don't go too far. What's wrong with a small wine cup? Chu Yunyao glared at her in dissatisfaction. It's easy to drink too much with a big wine glass. In case if you drink too much, I still have to send you back. How can I explain when Uncle Yang asks? Alright. Yang Tingting didn't fight with Chu Yunyao. A small wine glass is a small wine glass. Big deal is to drink a few more glasses. Chu Yunyao picked up the wine bottle and filled up the 3 wine glasses. Yang Tingting picked up a cup and said, Yunyao, Zhou Zheng, today you two are moving to a new house. Congratulations, said 2 words of blessing, then drank it all in one go. Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao also accompanied and drank dry. Come on, then fill it up. 1 more dry. This is called double happiness. With highly white wine in her belly, Yang Tingting became bold. As she drank left and right, Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao had to accompany her. Not long after, 10 cups down, Chu Yunyao is not good at drinking. Her face is red, her heart thumping chaotically. Yang Tingting's cheeks also appeared on the blush, but is in the mood. Only Zhou Zheng. The face does not change color, the heart does not jump, just like drinking 10 small cups of plain water. In fact, Zhou Zheng's drinking capacity was not too big. If he did not have the alcohol immunity skill, he would have blushed. This skill rewarded by the system is so powerful. I feel that drinking is as easy as drinking water. Zhou Zheng secretly said in his heart. No, I've reached my limit. I can't drink anymore. Chu Yunyao had strong self-discipline and realized that she couldn't drink anymore and immediately withdrew from the battlefield. She repeatedly winked at Zhou Zheng, signaling that Zhou Zheng should just about stop. Even if he was despised by Yang Tingting, he should not drink too much because of face. However, Zhou Zheng was unmoved. He was immune to alcohol, and even if he drank until dawn, he would not have a trace of drunkenness. Seeing that a bottle of high-level white wine was finished, the 2 people drank almost half a caddy each. Yang Tingting's face turned even redder, while Zhou Zheng remained cloudy and light. Chu Yunyao was surprised, not expecting Zhou Zheng to have such a good drinking capacity. Yang Tingting was unconvinced, and noisily switched to a larger wine glass, but Zhou Zheng refused. The final result, Yang Tingting was defeated, drunk on the table, her little face red like a monkey's butt. Zhou Zheng, on the other hand, seemed to be unfulfilled. Zhou Zheng, don't you feel anything after drinking so much wine? Chu Yunyao asked in surprise. Just now, you still said that you can't drink? Zhou Zheng ate a mouthful of food and said nonchalantly. I was being modest. Who knew that this silly girl Yang Tingting took it seriously and had to spar with me? Does she have that strength? However, letting her drink too much and having to send her home. I didn't expect to find trouble for myself. Chu Yunyao waved her hand. It's better not to send her home. Let her stay here for the night. Otherwise, If Uncle Yang knows about it, she'll have to be criticized again tomorrow when she wakes up from her drinking. Zhou Zheng nodded. Okay, it just so happens that our home is a 3-roomed one. I told you, the extra room will definitely be put to use. Chu Yunyao stood up and wanted to help Yang Tingting go to the bedroom to rest, but she didn't know that this silly girl was already drunk, dead heavy, and couldn't be helped up at all. Huffing and puffing, Chu Yunyao was tired and panting, and couldn't get Yang Tingting up. Yunyao, let me do it. Zhou Zheng stepped forward to help. He had a lot of strength, and with one hand, he pulled Yang Tingting up. Only, Yang Tingting was like an invertebrate, her body softly leaning against Zhou Zheng's body. A scent mixed with the smell of wine drilled into Zhou Zheng's nostrils. Inadvertently looking down, Zhou again saw the depths and the snowy whiteness in the neckline. I go. He hurriedly looked his head away. In his heart, he secretly said, never spar with Yang Tingting in the future. It's easy to get into trouble if you drink too much. Good lord, which cadre can withstand such a test? Zhou Zheng put one of Yang Tingting's arms on his shoulder, and with Chu Yunyao's help, helped her into the bed in the bedroom. Chu Yunyao helped Yang Tingting take off her shoes, and carefully helped her cover the quilt, before the two of them came out and gently closed the bedroom door. Returning to the living room, Zhou Zheng kindly said, Yunyao, as Yang Tingting's best friend, I think it's necessary for you to advise her not to spar with others. This is drinking too much in our house. If she encounters bad people who are scheming against her, Yang Tingting will be in deep trouble. Chu Yunyao nodded. Zhou Zheng, you are right. When she wakes up, I will persuade her. However, Tingting is usually quite self-loving, and won't drink with strangers, much less drink too much, and today there are no outsiders, so maybe she'll let go. That's good, Chu Yunyao suddenly asked. Right, Zhou Zheng, Tingting told me today. There are still 3 days to go before Elder Yang's birthday. The elders send word to invite us to attend his birthday banquet as well, and there will be leaders there to attend as well. Will you go? Go, why not? Elder Yang had a wide range of connections and was the father of Vice Mayor Yang. Since he was invited to attend the birthday banquet, Zhou Zheng definitely had no reason not to go. After all, if you want to be promoted quickly, without certain connections, you can't just rely on silly work. Chu Yunyao had already promised Yang Tingting for Zhou Zheng, and was afraid that he would show his cowardice and not be willing to attend, so she was relieved to see that Zhou Zheng had agreed. That's fine, you arrange it in advance. Don't be unable to find the time when the time comes. Got it. The medicinal wine will be brewed in 2 more days. I've already placed an order online in advance, and bought a bunch of exquisite little bottles for the tasting wine. Send it over to the old man when he celebrates his birthday, and he'll self-promote and endorse it for us. Zhou Zheng looked at Chu Yunyao's eyes and said, Yunyao, these past few days, running around for the sake of the medicinal wine, it's been hard on you. What's hard work? I still feel very fulfilled, much happier than sitting in the office at Chu Group before. Zhou Zheng also didn't know if Chu Yunyao was really saying what she said or pretending. However, at least right now it looked like she was in a good mood. Yunyao, when the medicinal wine is on track, I'll take a few days off with my unit, and we'll go to the capital together, to visit Grandma. Well, thank you Zhou Zheng. Chu Yunyao also gazed affectionately at Zhou Zheng. The two gazes clashed together, and the sound of crackling sparks exploding seemed to be recalled in the space. Chu Yunyao's pretty face instantly turned red, how shyly lowered her head, and her swan neck-like neck bent into a beautiful shape. Zhou Zheng really wanted to hold Chu Yunyao in his arms and then, but he was afraid to control himself and surprise the beauty. After all, the two of them still had a 3-year engagement, and although they were husband and wife, they respected each other like guests. Chu Yunyao is his dish sooner or later. He can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. He thought of gradual progress. Yunyao, this is my first time in this neighborhood. Why don't we go downstairs to walk around and familiarize ourselves with the environment? The tranquil atmosphere was broken by Zhou Zheng. Chu Yunyao seemed to have a hint of disappointment, but was afraid to be seen by Zhou Zheng. Lowering her head and organizing her emotions, she whispered back, Good then, change your clothes and go downstairs. The two returned to their respective bedrooms, changed into a casual outfit plus sneakers, and took the elevator downstairs. Tonight the night was moving, and the beautification light strips in the neighborhood were brilliantly colorful. Zhou Zheng suddenly had a bold idea. Yunyao. He pinched his right hand on his waist and nuzzled at the crook of his arm. Come in. Chu Yunyao was confused. Zhou Zheng, what do you mean? Come in here. Chapter 73, First Close Encounter with a Goddess. Chu Yunyao froze for a moment before she understood what Zhou Zheng meant. Zhou Zheng was trying to get her arm into the crook of his arm. Although Chu Yunyao and Zhou Zheng were already licensed to be married and were legally married. However, after getting married, the two had always been in line with love and etiquette, and had not had any intimate contact. At first, the two were not familiar with each other. although only a few days had passed. In fact, each person had a preliminary understanding of the other in their hearts. Chu Yunyao was still relatively satisfied with Zhou Zheng. Only, Zhou Zheng suddenly wanted to hold hands, which caught her off guard. Yunyao. What? We are husband and wife. Are you still shy? You also said that besides not going to bed, the rest of the intimate gestures are not yours to do. No. Chu Yunyao hurriedly denied it. Zhou Zheng, I just didn't react for a moment. Saying that, she stretched out her left arm and inserted it into the crook of Zhou Zheng's arm, and the two of them pulled their arms together. Chu Yunyao's body was close to Zhou Zheng's, and a burst of strong masculine aura filled her nostrils. Chu Yunyao felt a kind of inexplicable exuberance, but also a kind of extreme security. A heart bang straight jump. Homosexuality repels. Heterosexuality attracts. She couldn't help but stick closer to Zhou Zheng. The first time with the goddess close contact, Zhou Zheng felt Chu Yunyao's delicate body, especially as soft has been disliking his arm. Heart is also a ripple. The two of them just so much meandering forward. There are also quite a few walking road owners in the neighborhood. After seeing the two of them are showing envy. That pair of little brother and young lady is so sweet. Really enviable. Wow, the girl is so beautiful. Simply more beautiful than the stars. This is the owner of our neighborhood? How come I haven't seen it before? I think that little brother is really handsome. Love. Somewhere in the shadows of the neighborhood, a mother and son saw Chu Yunyao and Zhou Zheng, and their attitudes were very different from the other owners. Lin Hao's eyes seemed to be about to spit out fire. Furious. Mom, no wonder that Chu Yunyao chick doesn't give a damn about me. So, she already has a boyfriend. To be fair, Zhou Zheng was not a little bit more handsome than Lin Hao, and Lin Hao was self-aware, so he could only be impotent and furious, eating dog food with his eyes, but he could do nothing about it. Son, don't be discouraged. Huang Shufan swept a glance at Zhou Zheng with a malicious look and cheered Lin Hao up again. My son is the best. You're better than all your peers, and even better than that kid. So son, boldly go after Chu Yunyao. She'll be able to realize your superiority once she compares you. Huang Shufan was obsessively confident. Spittle spraying everywhere. Lin Hao didn't think so. Mom, she's driving a $1 million+ car. I feel like he's richer than me. My advantage isn't obvious anymore. Wouldn't I be making a fool of myself by going there again? Huang Shufan didn't think so. Son, Chu Yunyao is rich. Then all the more reason for you to go after her. The reasoning of a strong combination must be known to her as well. That kid beside her is not a rich man at first glance. It's not likely that he's still a soft eater. Could it be that you can't even compare to a white boy? Don't say that they are boyfriend and girlfriend. Even if they are married, Mom believes that you can still make Chu Yunyao fall in love with you. Really? Huang Shufan's impassioned words said Lin Hao's heart. He said, although I'm not as handsome as that kid, but I work out all year round and have a good body, and I'm richer than that kid, so even if I use money to smash it, I'll still make Chu Yunyao think highly of me. Okay, Mom, then I'll go and try. Let's go. Mom will also go with you, help you to plunder the line. I don't believe that we mother and son still can't deal with a little white boy. The two of them took a shortcut and ran in front of Chu Yunyao and Zhou Zheng, then circled back and pretended to meet her without thinking. Hey Yunyao, take a walk nah. Huang Shufan was shameless and smiled as she greeted Chu Yunyao. Chu Yunyao, hello. Lin Hao put on a civilized and very genteel appearance and greeted her as well. Then he glanced at Zhou Zheng, his face filled with disdain. Yunyao, who are these two? Zhou Zheng had never seen the mother and son duo before, and thought that they were Chu Yunyao's friends and family, so he couldn't help but ask. Chu Yunyao was actually very embarrassed, and didn't know where these two goods came out from. In the afternoon when cleaning up the room, Huang Shufan and Lin Hao was a cloudy wind. Chu Yunyao deliberately went out to avoid them. Unexpectedly, in the evening in the neighborhood to walk a corner of the effort, met again. Chu Yunyao helplessly introduced. This is Auntie Huang next door to our house, sort of a neighbor. In order to get rid of their pestering and let them die, Chu Yunyao added. Auntie Huang, this is my husband Zhou Zheng. What? Husband? Huang Shufan was a little dumbfounded, having just told Lin Hao that she wasn't afraid even if Chu Yunyao had a husband, and that she could still snatch Chu Yunyao over. However, Chu Yunyao really had a husband. Auntie Huang felt a little tricky again. However, she didn't want to give up either. Lin Hao's heart was even more battered and hated. Why is this guy named Zhou Zheng able to hold the beauty? I'm not as good as him. What's the reason? The unnaturalness on Huang Shufan's face quickly returned to calm. So what? We are neighbors. Just in time for a walk. Let's go together. No need. Chu Yunyao flatly refused. Hubby, let's go. She deliberately hugged Zhou Zheng's arm tightly, her body sticking up. Looking at the two people's backs, Huang Shufan gave a wink to her son Lin Hao. Son, get on. If you chase a girl, you have to take out the spirit of shamelessness. Lin Hao nodded. He gave up. Running 2 steps closely, He walked side by side with Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao. Chu Yunyao wanted to explain something to Zhou Zheng, but Zhou Zheng smiled and signaled her that he probably understood what was going on. A beautiful and graceful girl like Chu Yunyao had a huge attraction to the opposite sex. He was not jealous or misunderstanding Chu Yunyao. The neighborhood was communal, and Zhou Zheng wouldn't be stupid enough to blow away Lin Hao, and even lazier to start a conflict with him, so he could just follow as a light bulb if he wanted to. Lin Hao did not know how to speak, only felt his face burning, a heart beating hard, looking at the two people in love, the heart and sad and resentment. Unconsciously, he arrived at a small square in the district, where a group of people were gathered around. Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao walked over with interest. Right in the middle of the crowd, there was a smith stand, and a robust muscular man was broadcasting live while saying something. In a few moments, Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao understood. This muscular man was called Li Weigang, a fitness instructor and a netizen, who came to the neighborhood to live broadcast an activity. Bench press 100 kilograms of barbells, do enough to 5 reward $500, do enough to 10 reward $1,000, and so on, no ceiling, no reward for less than 5. Soon, there are quite a few interested young men to try. However, none of the bench press more than 5. Zhou Zheng couldn't help but jump at the chance. Having gained the skills of the king of melee, his physical fitness had improved greatly, and he didn't know where the limit was. Lin Hao next to him lit up in front of his eyes. Bench press? Wasn't this his own strong point? Bench pressing 100 kilograms, his highest record was 39, which was considered a very impressive level among amateur fitness professionals. That little white boy named Zhou Zheng was definitely not his opponent. Showing great strength in front of the goddess, she would definitely be moved. Lin Hao brainstormed. Zhou Zheng, dare you challenge the bench press? Let's compare and see who pushes more. Before Zhou Zheng could speak, Chu Yunyao frowned and said, "Hubby, ignore him." Lin Hao was wearing a large undershirt. His arms were muscular, and he looked like a fitness expert. This brat clearly wanted Zhou Zheng to get down. Chu Yunyao, not for nothing, Zhou Zheng did one more than me. I'll give him $500. How about it? Not how. Zhou Zheng shook his head, his face deliberately showing a contemptuous expression. $500, you're not too shabby? If it's $5,000, I can consider it. 5,000 is 5,000. Lin Hao blurted out. He thought that no matter what, he was already invincible, so whether it was 500 or 5,000 or even $50,000, it was no longer meaningful. Gifts reached 1,000, plus one more chapter, currently at 152. Thanks. More thanks to the readers who sent flowers and likes. Click on the button to call for more. The gift column will appear. Click on the Power with Love. See the advertisement. Each number can be clicked 3 times a day. The author will be announced after counting every day.